Chapter 301 Not Afraid of Thieves? You. Dai Jinshan was so angry that he couldn't speak. He pointed at Ziming for a long time and there was no one from Yu. Ziming stood proudly in front of Dai Jinshan in a victorious posture. This is what Dai Jinshan's secretary saw when he heard the quarrel and opened the door to come in. This made him stunned at the time, because this was something he never expected. In his opinion, Dai Jinshan is the deputy secretary of the provincial party committee. The deputy governor, the third person in Jingcha province. Ordinary people don't even dare to breathe a breath in front of him. What exactly did Ziming say to make him so angry? Secretary Jiang couldn't imagine, but he didn't give him much time to think. So Ziming immediately said to Dai Jinshan, "Secretary Dai, it's already so late now. I know that Secretary Dai has things to be busy tomorrow. If Secretary Dai doesn't for other things, he'll go back first, and see you, Secretary Dai." After talking, Ziming turned and left. When closing the door of Dai Jinshan's room, Ziming heard Dai Jinshan's roar outrageous, and then threw the cup to the ground. Ziming knew that he had angered this Secretary Dai and offended him. But Ziming didn't regret it. Even if he reopened the matter, Ziming would still say and do so. In fact, when Ziming came out of Jiru Aiming's room and met Secretary Jiang waiting for him at the door, Ziming had already guessed something, but Ziming was not sure at that time. But when he saw Dai Jinshan, after listening to him telling the story, Ziming was able to determine that the deputy secretary Dai Jinshan was here for Xingyuan's affairs. The so-called everything has two sides. If Jiru Aiming is the right party, advocates the elimination of illegal fundraising, and wants to deal with the forces behind the scenes, then Dai Jinshan is the opponent, and he is part of the forces behind the scenes. It was for this reason that Dai Jinshan told Ziming the story of Fan Yangsu, which was to warn Ziming not to be nosy, otherwise he would cause trouble for himself. But Ziming wouldn't take this threat, so he opened his mouth and gave all of Dai Jinshan's words back. Ziming would do this, on the one hand because, as Ziming himself said, he was unwilling to be the kind of insensitive and obedient people in Lu Xun's writings. On the other hand, Ziming knew very well that with the fall of Xingyuan, he broke the way of making money there. This Liang Tsai has already been formed. Even though he didn't do anything for a reason, he would definitely come to retaliate. In this way, are you going to fight with your head up and chest up like a man? Or was he slapped and slapped like a coward, and finally humiliated to death by someone, and didn't even dare to fight back to death? This multiple choice question is not difficult. Damn it. I have had enough of all kinds of bird air in my previous life. I have come to this point in my life. Whoever wants to punish me, I will kill him. Ziming thought this in his heart, and at this moment a gentle cry came from his ear. Ziming. Ziming turned his head and saw Suhan walking over quickly. Suhan was stunned when he saw Ziming and asked, "Why are you here, Ziming? Did something happen?" "Of course not. I just came out and walked," Ziming said casually. "Why Xion, what's the matter?" Suhan just remembered. She took out the notebook in her hand and handed it to Ziming and said, "This is the schedule of the two provincial party committee deputy secretaries tomorrow. Some development ideas have been made. Do you think this will work, Xion? You can do whatever you want," Ziming said, but Suhan didn't seem to understand what Ziming said. Ziming went on to say, "Xion, this time it is a research team from Jiangnan, but with our township industry with the continuous development of the park, more and more teams will come to us to study and research in the future. You must learn to control this by yourself. Don't be too arrogant and don't be too nervous. Just keep a normal mind. Do you understand?" Suhan nodded, seemingly understanding. "I understand. I will arrange the schedule myself." "That's right," Ziming said. "It's already past 12 o'clock, and we will all have things tomorrow. Xiaohan, go back to your room and go to sleep." Ziming said that he sent Suhan back. From the beginning to the end, He didn't mention the matter about Dai Jinshan with Jiru Iming. Ziming didn't have any machismo, but Suhan couldn't help at all with this kind of thing. I don't want my own woman to worry about this heart with me. Ziming did not stay overnight with Suhan. On the one hand, this is the guest house of the county party committee. Many leaders live here and the influence is not good. Even if many people know the relationship between him and Suhan, the same is true. Ziming needs to think about Dai Jinshan's affairs. Returning to the room, Ziming thought about it for a moment, then used his eldest brother to dial Du Peng's cell phone. After a while, he was connected. Ziming asked him, "Isn't it disturbing your nightlife?" "Ziming, your boss is wrong to say that. I am not a decadent bourgeoisie. Where can there be such a rich nightlife?" "It is, Ziming, that you must have passed your small life now. I heard that you are in Baiyun City." At the time, the female reporter from Hong Kong City had an extraordinary relationship with you. "I didn't expect, Ziming. You usually look quite honest, and you are still a veteran of flowers." Du Peng teased Ziming. "Du Peng, you guy is a dog who can spit out ivory. It feels that your mouth will become so dirty no matter what happens. If you don't talk nonsense with you, I have important things to ask you." Ziming said, "I asked you to check the situation in Xingyuan before." "What news do you have?" Ziming never fights unprepared battles. Since he understands the big people who may be involved behind Xingyuan, Ziming will not wait for the other person to come to the door without knowing it, so Ziming asked Du Peng to go before that. "Help to check, although some things are still unavoidable. But at least I can prepare myself to know who the opponent is, plan ahead, so as not to be rectified and I don't know what is going on." Although Du Peng is usually cynical, he stopped gagging when he heard Ziming talk about business. He said in a serious tone, "I haven't inquired about the specifics, but the news that has been confirmed now is already very unfavorable to you." This answer was expected by Ziming. "Du Peng, you continue to say you know that Xingyuan's illegal fundraising is under the care of a new company? The background of that new company is quite complicated. Not only does it have an intricate network of relationships in Jiangnan province, more importantly, there is also Yan Jing who has just come to power." Secretary of the Municipal Party Committee Dan Li, Du Peng said, "Things are still developing in accordance with the original trajectory of history." Ziming sighed in his heart. In fact, when he got rid of Xingyuan, Ziming had imagined that Xingyuan's illegal fundraising has not yet taken shape, and may not be as extensive as the previous life. Some high-ranking officials and powerful families may not be too late. Share this cup of fruit. But as Jiru Iming led a group to Jingqiu and what he said to himself, Ziming felt that Xingyuan's appearance was not accidental, and his initial assumptions were a bit naive. Now Du Peng's words have further confirmed the fact that Xingyuan's illegal fundraising is basically a part of a certain force, and Xingyuan is just a spokesperson for this force to push it to the front, and when everything goes well, he is helping this. The power makes money, and once something goes wrong, he is the best scapegoat. Thinking of this, Ziming suddenly understood. No wonder that in his previous life, Xingyuan's tens of billions of illegal fundraising cases only recovered a few hundreds of millions in the end. This is the key to feelings. "Ziming, what's wrong with you? Did something happen to you?" Du Peng's anxious voice came from his mobile phone, and Ziming came back to his senses. Ziming said to Du Peng, "An accident must have happened." The Jiangnan province research team came to me to investigate. The leader is Jiru Iming. He accompanied by Dai Jinshan, our deputy secretary of the Jingqiu Provincial Party Committee. "Do you know this?" "I watched the news." Du Peng said this and immediately reacted. "Isn't Jiru Iming here to investigate but threaten you on behalf of that side?" Jiru Iming is indeed a drunkard who does not want to drink, but he is not here to threaten me. On the contrary, he is a veteran soldier on the disciplinary front. The one who really warns me on behalf of that side is our province's deputy secretary Dai Jinshan. Ziming then repeated the conversation between Dai Jinshan and himself to Du Peng. After listening to Ziming's recount, Du Peng immediately said angrily, "This Dai Jinshan is too arrogant and shameless. He actually dared to threaten you like this." Using the story of Fan Yangxu as a metaphor, He is still shameless. Doesn't he know that it has been qualitatively determined by history? Ziming sighed and said, I don't know what Secretary Dai thinks, but after today's incident, I'm afraid he won't show me a good face. Du Peng said, Ziming, don't sigh. I think you are good at scolding him. People like him are just cursing. And there is Uncle Xun in Jingcha province. It is not easy for him to move you. I hope so. Am not afraid of thieves. The key is to worry about thieves, Ziming said. Although Ziming also knew that Xun Kingping was in the province, it was not easy for Dai Jinshan to figure out what to do with his hands and feet. The so-called open guns are easy to hide from the hidden arrows. And there are countless ways for a provincial party committee deputy secretary and executive vice governor to really fix himself. Listening to Ziming's sigh, Du Peng laughed loudly, comparing a third-ranked figure in the provincial party committee to a thief. Only you, Ziming, can do it. I think Dai Jinshan heard you say this to him. He must be desperate with you. Ziming did not make any remarks on this. Du Peng then said, well, anyway, things on the Nanjiang site have been stabilized by Ziming, and I will go to Jingchu to help you tomorrow. I have no objection, but I feel it, if nothing special happens to the two of us, it is still difficult to deal with the deputy secretary and executive vice governor of the provincial party committee. Ziming said, there must be difficulty, but always have to try. Du Peng said. Ziming and Du Peng were just trying hard at this time. At this time, they did not expect that the special thing Ziming said would come so suddenly and so coincidentally. Chapter 302 There is a problem with hygiene. The next morning, if it is an ordinary official or a research group, then everyone will eat breakfast by themselves and wait until time for everyone to gather together. The arrangement will be arranged how to do it. But this time it will be arranged by the two deputy secretaries of the provincial party committee. Here, then this breakfast is going to be grand. So in the morning, Gaping, secretary of the Nanhui County Party Committee, arranged a very grand breakfast banquet for Jiru Aiming and Dai Jinshan in accordance with the instructions of the secretary of the municipal party committee Chen Da. Of course, this shanda is only for scale. To say how many delicacies of mountains and seas there are, it's just ordinary rice porridge, soy milk, fried dough sticks, eggs, and steamed buns. The location is also arranged in the county party canteen. After all, party members and cadres, especially senior officials, pay attention to this aspect image. Jiru Aiming and Dai Jinshan came to the canteen. Ziming and Suhan had already been waiting here. Dai Jinshan saw Ziming and greeted him actively. Comrade Ziming is so early. You can have enough breakfast. Today is yours for Jiangnan. Comrades introduced your production and sales concept of a treasure porridge. Your burden is very heavy. I have to say that the person who can sit in the third place of the provincial party committee is by no means an ordinary person. Just look at this Secretary Dai. His old man was angrily thrown into the cup last night, but today he is like a gay person, saying hello and joking. It is not something ordinary people can do. And Dai Jinshan is like this, not to mention Jiru Aiming, who didn't have a red face with Ziming and let him open even more. Please rest assured that Secretary Dai, I was originally a child of a worker's family, and nothing else. I am energetic. Ziming's answer made everyone laugh. After that, Ziming took the two leaders into the canteen for dinner. Everything was the same as ordinary breakfast, except if there were not so many people around and no comrade reporters taking pictures here. Soon Dai Jinshan finished the first bowl of porridge. When the staff nearby wanted to help him serve it, Dai Jinshan went to scoop the porridge by himself. When Dai Jinshan bent over to take a spoon to scoop the porridge, Jiru Aiming took the lead to applaud his self-made spirit. The accompanying reporters also desperately pressed the camera's shutter, and Dai Jinshan also knew how to deliberately slow down. It is not difficult to imagine that this action that every ordinary person will make when eating becomes a noble quality and good news material in the hands of the leader. This is the political show, no matter ancient or modern, at home and abroad. It is the instinct of every official. After breakfast, according to the schedule, Ziming took them back to the factory to visit the production workshop of the 8 treasure porridge. As the new factory is still under construction, all the 8 treasure porridge production lines are still in the 760 factory. After getting off the car, Dai Jinshan looked up at the factory name and suddenly asked, "Comrade Ziming, as far as I know, this 760 factory is not a golden factory. Is it a factory? How can this a treasure porridge factory be put together in the gold factory? Isn't it afraid of radiation or dirty things?" Ziming didn't expect Dai Jinshan to ask this question, because Ziming told them about this matter yesterday, but since Dai Jinshan asked, Ziming still replied, "No, Secretary Dai. The metalworking workshop and the 8 treasure porridge workshop, they belong to different factories and are separated by a long distance. In addition, our factory is very strict in the production of food, and it will definitely ensure the cleanness and hygiene of the 8 treasure porridge." Dai Jinshan still shook his head and said, "I think it is better to pay attention to this thing. After all, it is for people to eat. If you wait for the matter to reflect on it, it will be a big trouble." This is of course, so our 8 treasure kanji factory is now building a new factory, which must be completely separated from the 760 factory, Ziming said. Dai Jinshan turned his head to look at Ziming, but did not speak, and then walked into the 760 factory with Jiru Iming to the 8 treasure porridge production workshop. The workshop director Wang Chen waited at the door. The whole visit was very ordinary, just Wang Chen. When explaining the production process of the 8 treasure porridge to the 2 leaders occasionally asked some questions, which were roughly in line with the rhythm of the news broadcast, but when they went to the backyard, Dai Jinshan was not happy again. The courtyard behind the 8 treasure porridge workshop is where the ingredients for the 8 treasure porridge are washed. Dai Jinshan frowned when he saw the large wash basins containing longan, lotus seeds and barley. These things are just placed in the yard. This is so dirty. For the health of the masses, your washing process must be improved, Dai Jinshan said. Ziming nodded and said okay. Dai Jinshan didn't say anything else. He and Jiru Iming left the 8 treasure kanji workshop and went to the conference room of the factory's administrative building for a meeting. At the meeting, Ziming briefly introduced the marketing ideas of the 8 treasure porridge to the 2 deputy secretaries of the provincial party committee. Jiru Iming immediately praised Ziming for his good ideas for giving gifts during the spring festival. In contrast, Dai Jinshan did not respond to Ziming do any evaluation. That's the end of this day. The entire Jiangnan research team spent a total of 4 days in Nanhui County. The next 2 days were to visit various Nanjing and Gangqing enterprises and listen to Ziming's explanation of the concept of the township industrial park. Generally speaking, it was very good. Dull. As for Jiru Iming and Dai Jinshan, except for Ziming the first night, they didn't look for them in the next few days. But when Ziming thought that this happened temporarily, Ziming sent a few leaders away on the 4th day. City Party Secretary Chen Die suddenly asked Ziming, "Did you offend Secretary Dai in some way?" This question made Ziming puzzled. It was certain that he had offended Dai Jinshan, but with the urine of a deputy secretary of the provincial party committee, why shouldn't he go to Chen Die and cry? In that case, it will only make people feel that he, the deputy secretary of the provincial party committee, is really embarrassing. Since Chen Die had to accompany the 2 provincial leaders to leave, he didn't say much. It was not until the next day that Ziming knew what Chen Die's question meant. The day after Jiru Iming and Dai Jinshan left, Ziming drove to the train station to pick up Du Peng. Du Peng originally came 2 days ago, but Jiru Iming and Dai Jinshan were here. Ziming couldn't get away. Let Du Peng come back 2 days later. At the exit of the train station, Ziming saw Du Peng and gave him a bear hug when he went up. He smiled and asked him, "How is the Master Du family?" "The train for more than 10 hours is uncomfortable, right?" "That makes me feel uncomfortable," Du Peng said, "but no matter how uncomfortable I am, I feel better than you." "You have to accompany the shameless guy Dai Jinshan with the smiling face for 4 days. Ziming spread his hands together. "It doesn't matter, it's the same with that guy anyway. It's a tie at best. Ziming threw Du Peng's luggage in the trunk and boarded the car with Du Peng. At this time, Ziming's eldest brother rang loudly, and Ziming connected. It was Su Han who called, and he was unspeakably surprised and anxious. Ziming is not good. The working group of the Provincial Health Department and the Municipal Health Bureau came to the factory together to seal our treasure porridge production workshop. What should we do? Ziming didn't think of the news at all, but in an instant Ziming made a decision. Don't panic, Xion. As long as you can be sure that it is from the Provincial Health Department and the Municipal Health Bureau, let them do whatever they want. Remember not to have any conflicts with them. You know. But they want to seal the workshop of the treasure porridge. Suhan emphasized. No matter what they want to seal, let them do it. Even if the entire 760 factory is sealed, I will let them unblock it, but you must not conflict with them. No, Ziming also emphasized. Okay, I understand. Suhan said. Xion, take care of it first. I have already received Du Peng from my side, so I will come back soon. Ziming hung up the phone when he finished speaking. He turned to see Du Peng looking at him in surprise. Du Peng asked, isn't something going wrong? As soon as I came, Ziming laughed and said, thanks to Xiaodas Hongfu, my treasure porridge workshop is going to be unlucky first. Du Peng didn't know, so Ziming didn't give any more explanation, but silently started the car and drove back to the factory to speed up all the way. Suhan and Wang Chen, the director of the treasure porridge workshop, were waiting for Ziming at the factory monument. Seeing Ziming's car came, Suhan ran over immediately, but before Suhan could speak, Ziming said, you don't need to say anything. You get in the car first. I'll talk about it after I look at it. Suhan and Wang Chen both got in the car. Ziming drove the car to the door of the treasure kanji workshop. At this time, only the workers in the treasure kanji workshop were left at the door. With the look of Qo, they turned their heads when they heard the sound of the car, and saw Ziming park the car and walked towards the workshop gate. It's Boss Zhu. Boss Zhu is here. I don't know who yelled so. Everyone who was at a loss seemed to have found the backbone of their body and surrounded Ziming. Please give in, and I will go and see what's going on. Ziming said this as he walked towards the door of the workshop. All the workers in the treasure porridge workshop took the initiative to make way for Ziming. When Ziming came to the door, he saw that the door of the workshop was closed tightly with a seal printed with the word Health Bureau on it. Ziming turned his head and looked at Suhan. Suhan immediately said sensibly, after you left Ziming this morning, the working group of the Provincial Health Department and the people from the Municipal Health Bureau came to the factory together. They came. After that, we went straight to the treasure kanji workshop, saying that the sanitary condition of our workshop was not up to standard. We had to be shut down for rectification, and then we were sealed off. Those people hadn't been long since they left. Are they sure they are from the Provincial Health Department's working group and the Municipal Health Bureau? Ziming asked. It's from the Municipal Health Bureau, and I know the leading director. Wang Chen replied, Boss Zhu, I don't understand. Our treasure porridge is only produced after the Health Bureau's acceptance. Why doesn't it meet the standard? Wang Chen's words immediately resonated with all the workers nearby. They said in a word, yes, Boss Zhu, we are doing this in strict accordance with the standards of the Health Bureau. How can they say that they do not meet the standards? If it doesn't meet the standard, if our workshop is sealed, then our workshop will be sealed. Is there any reason to say that it is not legal? Don't worry, everyone, I will take care of this matter, so please go back first, and wait for the news of returning to work, okay? Ziming said this to everyone, and at the same time gave Wang Chen a wink. Wang Chen immediately understood, so he immediately helped Ziming to persuade the workers to say, everyone, go back. And Boss Zhu said that if it can be solved, it will definitely be solved. Boss Zhu gives us the opportunity to go back to work. We have to trust Boss Zhu, turn our grief and anger into strength at home, and wait for it to work hard again. Hearing what Wang Chen said, these workers left one by one, and Wang Chen finally left. After all these people left, Ziming asked Du Peng, How do you feel? How does it feel? Du Peng said subconsciously, but immediately Du Peng reacted. He looked at Ziming and asked uncertainly, Ziming, do you suspect that Dai Jinshan did it? Chapter 303 Dai Jinshan's Revenge? Bao. Thank you Feng Shen Yu Xiao for your support and monthly pass support. Thank you Leisure Man Lane for monthly pass support. It's not a doubt. I'm sure it must be, and surely this is his masterpiece. Ziming said that, seeing Du Peng seemed a little disbelief. He told Du Peng the question Chen Di asked himself before leaving yesterday, as well as Dai Jinshan's inspection of the 8 treasure porridge workshop specializing in hygiene issues. This Dai Jinshan is too shameless, Du Peng said angrily after hearing this. However, compared to Du Peng, Su-Han was at a loss. But Ziming, why did Secretary Dai target our 8 treasure porridge? Du Peng was stunned and looked at Ziming with a puzzled look. Ziming also remembered that he did not tell her about himself and Dai Jinshan in order to prevent his woman from worrying. So Ziming said, Xiaoan has nothing to do. I used to have a little holiday with this Secretary Dai, so after he came to see the situation at the 8 treasure kanji factory, he would deliberately find faults. But wasn't Secretary Dai okay when he came to us? Why did he turn around like this? Su-Han said. Ziming smiled and rubbed Su-Han's little head and said, don't you understand these little Han who are officials? On the surface, the other is their mastery. The bigger the official, the more you can play with this hand. The more skilled. These officials are really hateful. Su-Han pursed his mouth and said angrily. After answering Su-Han's question, Ziming said to Du Peng again, but Dai Jinshan left yesterday. Today the Provincial Health Department and the Municipal Health Bureau came together to seal my 8 treasure porridge workshop, which relieved me. Why, Ziming, do you think that Dai Jinshan will be relieved after sealing your 8 treasure porridge workshop? Du Peng asked. Su-Han also looked at Ziming, obviously having the same question as Du Peng. Of course it's impossible. Although I didn't get along with this Secretary Dai for a long time, judging from the way of doing things that he left yesterday to find me something today, I don't think he is a man of great grandeur, so I think he will not only not let down because of this, but will continue to retaliate against me in this way for a period of time in the future. Ziming said. Ziming's words made Su-Han a little confused. Then Ziming, why are you still relieved? Du Peng seemed to understand a little bit. Ziming, you want to say that Dai Jinshan can only cause you this kind of trouble, right? Ziming nodded and said, yes. Since I have a holiday with him, I know he will definitely come to trouble me. This is inevitable. If he doesn't come to trouble me, I will be worried that he will in any way to trouble me. But now that his old man is so anxious to ask the Health Bureau to seal my production workshop, it proves that he can only do this at best. The condition of my treasure porridge workshop is up to the standard. I only need to report the materials to the province and talk to Governor Xun. The seal can be torn off. As for other aspects, whether it is the 760 factory or the township industrial park, he couldn't move. At most it was like the 8 treasure kanji workshop. He found me something disgusting, but it didn't threaten my core interests. What else should I worry about? Ziming thought for a while and finally said, on the contrary, I still feel that Secretary Dai's actions are to check the emissions for us and urge us to do our best. I have to thank him. After hearing Ziming's words, Du Peng laughed immediately. Ziming, you guy is really too capable. If Dai Jinshan knows that you think this way, I might be able to vomit blood. Forget it. I'm not Zhu Liang, and our Secretary Dai can't be Zhu. Du Peng, you guy, don't give me a life on my back. Ziming teased such a sentence, and then said to Su-Han, it is estimated that this time the suspension will take at least 1 week to half a month. Xiaoan, please go and calculate how much we have lost, and count as much as possible. Su-Han nodded and said yes, and then went back to the administrative building. Looking at Su-Han's back, Du Peng asked Ziming, did you not tell Xiaohan about Dai Jinshan? There is no need for a man's war to involve her. Her failure to help will only make her worry. Ziming said. Ziming, I agree with you 10,000. Men's wars make women go away. Du Peng said, But then again, it would be annoying if Dai Jinshan really kept finding fault with you like this. Although Ziming, you are doing things well, but it's always easier to pick and prick than to do things. If you can't tell him when you get something, it will be troublesome at that time. That's why you are not here. Let's see if you, a descendant of the revolution who came out of the Red Wall compound, have any experience in struggle to pass on. Ziming said. I'm a wandering kid. I can teach you how to eat and drink, bet, and be abducted. I can teach you what kind of struggle experience. I can only take you to see my father. Du Peng said. Ziming looked at Du Peng and said, don't tell me that you learned these things in the revolutionary family. It is estimated that if Chairman Du hears you, he can put you in confinement for a month. Du Peng smiled without embarrassment. Okay, don't care about these details. Let's contact Uncle Xun first and let him put down the seal for you first, so that your treasure porridge workshop can start normally. Okay, this difficult task is left to you, Ziming said, and then left with Du Peng. None of them moved the seal because they knew very well that since the seal was posted by a government agency, it can only be released by the government agency, and they are about to move it. That is a violation of the regulations. Dai Jinshan can take the opportunity to make a fuss. It is precisely for this reason that when Ziming was on the phone with Su Han, he would tell Su Han and the others not to have any conflicts with people from the Health Bureau. When Ziming and Du Peng returned to the car, Du Peng used Ziming's mobile phone to call Governor Xun Qingping and told him about Dai Jinshan. Xun Qingping didn't express his position when he heard the incident. After a while, he said, I know about this matter. I will greet the provincial health department and help you coordinate with Dai Jinshan. But you must exercise restraint. Before I give you an answer, you must not do anything irrational, you know? Okay, I see, thank you Governor Xun. Ziming answered and then hung up. Du Peng looked at Ziming and asked, what do you think of Ziming? It's a matter of Governor Xun to unblock the production workshop of the treasure porridge. However, to solve Dai Jinshan's problem, Governor Xun is powerless. We still have to rely on ourselves. Ziming said as he started the car. Well, let's not talk about it. Let's take you to the guest house first. We have to add up the things on Dai Jinshan. After saying that, Ziming stepped on the accelerator and drove the car to the guest house of the county party committee. Du Peng had just stayed in the guest house. When there was no news from Xun Qingping, Dai Jinshan's next move had already been played. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, when Ziming and Su Han went to the guest house to pick up Du Peng for dinner, the phone from the factory chased them. Ziming switched on his cell phone and called Sunji, the director of the factory office. His anxious voice came from the receiver. Boss Zhu is not good. Our previous production tasks are going to be scrapped. Ziming frowned, and immediately parked the car on the side of the road with a dozen steering wheels. He said to Sunji, don't worry, Director Sunday. Slowly talk about what's going on. Perhaps it was Ziming's calmness that gave Sunji confidence, and Sunji calmed down, and then told Ziming, Boss Zhu, didn't we take an order from Goting last month? We are this order. It was delivered last week. The State-Owned Assets Office of the municipal government has also replaced the ones that passed the inspection. But just now, the State-Owned Assets Office suddenly called and said that all the products were substandard and needed to be returned to the factory to do it again. Ziming thought for a while and asked, I remember this cargo. Hasn't it been shipped to Goting County? Why can't it be shipped back now? It's just to be shipped back. The State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Office said that after inspection, we found that our production specifications and drawings were completely different. We asked us to do it again. It also asked us to compensate for the round-trip transportation costs and ask for compensation. Sunji say, about how much is it? Ziming asked. The State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Office has not said yet, but it is conservatively estimated that it will cost at least tens of thousands of dollars. Sunji suddenly realized something, and he said again, Boss Zhu, do you really intend to pay? Their request is totally unreasonable. Yes, This cargo has already been checked and accepted. How could something go wrong? And the level of the turner in our 760 factory is one of the best in the entire Linyang area, and it can't be completely different from the drawings. Something must be wrong. Ziming asked Sunji to stop. Director Sun, I understand what you said, but we will not discuss this matter first. After the freight returns, we will compare them one by one according to the drawings. If there is no problem, it is best. If there is a problem, we will rework immediately. But Boss Sunji wanted to say something, but Ziming interrupted him. Okay, Director Sun, don't say anything. Don't ask anything, just do what I say, you know. Good Boss I promise to obey orders. Sunji said. Dr. Sun, anyway, keep an eye on this matter. Call me immediately if you have any questions, and be sure not to call the shots without authorization. Ziming finally told Sunji, and then he hung up the phone. After he hung up, he saw Suhan and Du Peng both looking at him. Ziming raised his cell phone to explain to them. The goods we have already received are now available. Rework if there is a problem. Is this also what Secretary Dai did? He's too indiscriminate, right? Suhan said angrily. Ziming thought for a while and said, although this Secretary Dai is not a gadget, he is also the Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Party Committee. At any rate, he shouldn't be able to do the tricks himself. It should be done by the people below. It's not his hands and feet, but it's definitely his instruction. Du Peng said, Ziming, should we report him first? Otherwise, this guy is really too arrogant. Ziming immediately denied, no, there is no lethal power to report him now. We have to wait a while until we have a better chance. But when can this opportunity come? Du Peng said. Ziming shook his head and said that he didn't know, and everything could only be resigned. But at this time even Ziming himself didn't expect that his life was so good. And God just brought the matter to him. Chapter 304 The Jining Massacre. Boss Zhu, I beg you to help me. I know you are the most capable person. I just ask you to help me. I beg you ... please. Ziming stared blankly at the man who knelt in front of him, crying and begging himself to help him, and kowtowed to himself until he fainted. He didn't understand what was going on. Surrounding Ziming, Suhan and Du Peng were also stunned. They looked at Ziming with a blank look. It's no wonder that Ziming and Suhan Du Peng did this, because it happened all of a sudden, leaving them no time to prepare. Ziming is now next to a construction site and also here. In addition to Suhan Du Peng and several factory cadres from the 760 factory, there are also a group of people from the Provincial Construction Department and the Municipal Construction Bureau. The reason why these people are here, it was undoubtedly causing trouble for Ziming. This construction site is the first commercial housing project of the 760 factory. As Ziming took over the development of the 760 factory and the construction of township industrial parks, more and more people came to work here. At present, the original unit housing in the factory has been feeling tight. Ziming had to write a report on it to apply for building a commercial house. Originally, this report had already been approved by Lianyang City and the formalities were complete before announcing the commencement of construction. But despite this, the working group of the Provincial Construction Department came down today, saying that the commercial housing project of the 760 factory is an illegal construction and needs to be immediately suspended for forced demolition. This is already the fourth trouble Dai Jinshan has caused Ziming after returning to the province. The cadres of the 760 factory have been very angry during this period and are unwilling to give up this commercial housing project. They have to contact the Provincial Construction Department. Human theory. But at this moment, this person who didn't know where he came from cried and pushed away from the crowd and knelt in front of Ziming, kowtowed to Ziming and begged Ziming to help him. This man was tattered and dirty. His face and body seemed to be injured. He looked like a beggar, but the only difference between him and a beggar was that he was a fat man. When have such overnourished beggars appear in the country? But now is definitely not the time to discuss this issue. Regardless of whether he is really a beggar or something turns out to be like this, saving lives is always the first place. So Ziming hurried out to Suhan and asked her to contact the factory hospital. At the same time, while organizing the factory cadres to disperse the crowd, he started to pinch the beggar who didn't know what kind of beggar. Ziming, Dean Huang of the factory hospital said that he will rush over immediately and ask us to keep the patient lying flat and ensure that the air is unblocked when we are not sure that the patient has other problems. Suhan hurried to Ziming after contacting the factory hospital. Ziming nodded and said he knew, but at this time the director of the provincial construction department said, "Boss Zhu, today the commercial housing project of the 760 factory must be stopped immediately. It will not continue until the procedures are complete and the provincial construction department confirms the qualifications. And today we gathered a crowd to violently confront the law enforcement of the provincial construction department and injured our comrades. I will reserve to the relevant law enforcement agencies." Before he could finish speaking, Ziming yelled, "I'll keep you, uncle. Are you a fucking human? Someone here doesn't know what's going on. You don't want to save people first, so you just stare at our factory. Don't let go of the commercial housing project. Just say this bullshit. Your mother's dog wagging her tail to the owner to show that it's not like you, right? What are you talking about? Comrade Ziming, do you know what you are talking about?" The director pointed at Ziming and said, "Of course Lao Tzu knows what Lao Tzu is talking about." Lao Tzu. Before Ziming could finish speaking, he felt the man moved. Ziming looked down and saw him slowly waking up. "Well, you Ziming, I will make you regret it." The director of the provincial construction department took someone away after speaking. Ziming was too lazy to pay attention to him, and lowered his head and asked, "Comrade, are you okay? What's wrong with you?" But that person didn't seem to hear Ziming's question at all. He just clung to Ziming's hand and said excitedly, "Boss Ziming, it's great to see you. I beg you to help me. Only you can help me, I beg you." "Comrade, don't worry. If you have anything you can say slowly. I won't go anywhere here." At this time, Ziming heard the sound of the ambulance. Ziming looked up, and saw Dean Huang, a doctor and 3 nurses rushing over here. "Comrade, I think you seem to be very weak now. You should go to the hospital for an examination first, and I will see you when you are better," Ziming said to him, but he just grabbed Ziming and didn't let go. He shook his head desperately and said, "No, I'm fine. I only ask Boss Zhu to help me. Will you listen to me and say everything?" "Just Boss Zhu." After listening to me, as long as Boss Zhu is willing to help me, even if I die immediately, I am willing. Although Ziming didn't know what this person was going to say, his persistent and firm tone made Ziming unable to shirk anything. Ziming had no choice but to nod his head and say, "I know, just tell me, I'm here. If it's not the things that violate the law and discipline are within my abilities, and I will definitely help." "Thank you, Boss Zhu," the man said. "Say my name first." "My name is Liu Y." Hearing this name, Ziming immediately said in surprise, "Liu Y? I remember you. You are the chief engineer of road construction of the 161 engineering team of the 1st Bureau. You are responsible for the construction of the expressway on the 2 rivers. Why did you come to me here? And it has become like this." The man never expected Ziming to remember him. He was taken aback, and then moved to tears. "I didn't expect Boss Zhu to remember a little person like me." "Thank you, Boss Zhu. I am Liu Y." It will become what it is now, all caused by the gang of animals. They are simply not humans, they are simply beasts. They are the dregs of the whole society. Seeing Liu Y getting more excited when he talked about it, Ziming hurriedly persuaded him to persuade him, "Engineer Liu, don't get excited, let's say something slowly." While talking, Dean Huang had already rushed to him with the doctors and nurses from the factory hospital. Ziming asked Liu Y to talk while asking the doctors and nurses to do a physical examination for him. "Say, of course I have to say, if I don't kill those bitch girls, I won't look down," Liu Y said. Then Liu Y told him all about his experience. This is a very humiliating and resenting story. Liangjiang County in Jining City is the southern gate of Jingcha Province. and Liu Wei's 161 engineering team is responsible for the construction of a section of expressway from Liangjiang County to Lingnan. I heard that the money for the work was already in place, so Liu Wei rushed to bring his engineering team here. At this time, Liu Wei's wife had found out that she was pregnant for more than 2 months and left her alone. At home, Liu Wei felt uneasy, so he brought his wife over. Originally, Liu Wei thought that his wife would be by his side, and that his work as a leader would not be so busy. He could have time to take care of his wife, but he didn't think about his decision will make him regret for life. Liu Wei's wife is a dancer from the Yanjing City Song and Dance Troupe. Her name is Liavina. She is half of the Northwest minority ethnicity. Like other mixed races, she is very beautiful. When she decided to marry Liu Wei, many people are envious, and Liu Wei himself feels that he is out of shit. When they arrived in Liangjiang County, they had no problems with their work at the beginning. Liu Wei took the engineering team out during the day to do surveying and mapping. When they returned home at night, they could also enjoy the warmth with his wife. Everything was in the best state. However, just half a month ago, when they made plans and were ready to start construction, the problem came. A man who claimed to be the manager of Jinning Company came to the door. He said that we have to pay them road repair fees for road repairs here. This is the first time I have heard of such fees after repairing roads for so many years, but he said that this is their Jinning rule, and he collects it on behalf of the city government. He also threatened us that if we don't pay the money, we won't even think about building roads here. Liu Wei said. Ziming frowned. Isn't this the underworld buying road money? It's the underworld buying road money. They are the biggest underworld in Jinning. Liu Wei said. Liu Wei built the road for the Central Engineering Bureau. He was also a senior engineer from Yanjing. He had a sense of arrogance in his heart. Of course he didn't want to be angry with the local bandits, so he went to the County Public Security Bureau to report the case. People promised that he would deal with it and let him go back and wait for news. What Liu Wei didn't expect was that after he went back, the County Public Security Bureau didn't wait for the news. Instead, the Jinning Company's revenge came first. That night the company manager brought dozens of people to their engineering team and smashed things and warned them not to break the rules. If the noise continued, they would be buried in Jinning forever, and several people were injured. However, Liu Wei was angry that he went to the Municipal Public Security Bureau to report the case the next day. He was still in the Municipal Bureau and asked the Municipal Bureau to send people to deal with it immediately. The Municipal Bureau sent a section chief and several policemen to follow him. But when he returned to the engineering team, Liu Wei found that the manager of the company had already been waiting at the door and brought more people. What Liu Wei could not imagine was that the manager also took the initiative to smoke the police, and the police smoked. Smoke went aside. Engineer Liu, you really won't cry without seeing the coffin. It seems that you won't be obedient if you don't teach you a lesson. The manager beat Liu Wei when he said, trying to make Liu Wei obedient. But Liu Wei didn't obediently. He had the stubbornness of a northerner, and he didn't care when others beat him, so he kicked him hard. This kick made the manager scream with pain. Liu Wei was thinking of catching the thieves first, but forgot that the other party was crowded. He only beat the manager a few times and was overpowered. Then the manager became angry and picked up the rubber stick and called to his face. After a few sticks hit, Liu Wei's face was covered with blood. At this moment, Liavina, who was resting in the room, heard the movement at the door, so she ran out to look at the situation. Seeing that her husband was beaten, she subconsciously came out and asked them to help. But he didn't think that the manager stopped seeing Liavina, but his eyes only turned on Liavina. Speaking of this, Liu Wei was already extremely angry. With his fists clenched, his whole body was shaking uncontrollably, and he looked like he wanted to cramp people and said, "That beast, he was right in front of me and was raped. My wife." The 305th chapter. Ziming, you are just hope. These people are so sinful that they completely regard the party discipline and state laws as nothing. They are even more arrogant than those landlords and bullies before liberation. They dare to do such things in broad daylight. Are they not afraid of retribution? Does the party committee and government of Jining it doesn't matter? Is it the bandits' den over there? Boss Zu, this engineer Liu came all the way from Jining to our 760 factory. You are his last hope. You will care about him, right? A factory carder yelled very passionately, and others followed him and said, yes, we knew that Jining was too messy, and there were all kinds of violations of law and discipline, and we were afraid to go there. Those dog days are simply not humans. No matter what others do, Boss Zu, you will definitely take care of them, right? In the face of the people around you asking questions, and they looked at Ziming's hopeful gaze, as if Ziming was the savior of this world. But it is no wonder that no one will remain indifferent after hearing about Liu Wei. Whether it is the arrogant faction of the Jining Company, or a nest of snakes and rats from the relevant departments of the Jining government and the evil forces. Especially when he heard that the last company manager insulted his wife in front of Liu Wei, took turns to violate his wife, and miscarried his wife, some people shouted out in anger, some people clenched their teeth and clenched their fists. Others shed tears. No matter how these people behaved, they all expressed the anger in their hearts. Seeing their rebellious posture, they all wanted to help Liu Wei cut off the flesh of Jining's group. Generally speaking, if something like this happens, you must find the government, but Jining has a nest of snakes and rats, and after listening to Liu Wei's account, he will have such encounters. It is entirely related to government departments and evil forces. The result of collusion. Under the influence of Liu Wei's atmosphere, they have been completely disappointed with the Jining government, but fortunately there is Ziming in front of them. They know that Ziming is a very passionate person. At the beginning, Ma Jianjun and Huang Zheng they're constantly using his power to embezzle state-owned assets, and finally wanted to buy the 760 factory into his own hands. Wasn't it that Ziming stood up to fight them to the end, and finally brought them to justice? Otherwise their conspiracy will succeed. So no matter what, Ziming is still here, and everyone else doesn't care about Ziming. It was this thought that made Ziming the only hope in everyone's eyes. Just like Liu Wei said, if Ziming doesn't help him, no one can help him. Boss Zu, feeling the hope of the people around him, Ziming handed Liu Wei to Dean Huang of the factory hospital, then stood up and said, what happened to Engineer Liu made everyone feel indignant. The rampant evil forces also make everyone hate it. Perhaps it was the weakness of the Jining people that made these criminals so unscrupulous. But we Nanhui people are not cowards. We all have 760 factory employees. Bloody. Yes, we are bloody people. We are not cowards, and we will fight all evil forces to the end. Everyone was shouting in response to Ziming's shout, and Ziming's words just made the blood in their hearts constantly restless. Ziming is a profit-only businessman, but I am even more of a man. I will not be nosy, but I will not let such a sinful thing remain indifferent in front of me. Engineer Liu, others don't care, but I will help him get justice, Ziming said. This sentence immediately ignited all the enthusiasm on the scene, and everyone shouted in unison, long live Boss Zu. Amidst the cheers of everyone, Liu Wei couldn't help shed moving tears. Thank you Boss Zu. Boss Zu, you are the savior. You are really my second-born parent. It's just that Liu Wei's words stopped abruptly at this point. Ziming turned around and asked Dean Huang. Dean Huang replied after the inspection, it's okay, Boss Zu. He's just been hungry for too long and his blood sugar is too low. As a result, the injuries on his body will have to be taken back to the hospital for further examination to be confirmed. Ziming let out a sigh of relief, and then said to the others, everyone, go back first. Manager Su and I will go to accompany him to the hospital. After speaking, Ziming and Suhan and Du Peng followed Dean Huang to leave, while the factory carders who remained on the scene were persuading everyone to go back. Ziming and Suhan and Du Peng returned to the car. There were no other people nearby. Du Peng immediately asked Ziming, Ziming, do you really intend to take care of this matter? Ziming didn't answer, but instead asked, then do you think I should or shouldn't manage it? Du Peng was stunned. He didn't know how to answer. Instead, Suhan said, That Liu is very pitiful. Those people in Jining City are also scumbags. If you can ask more than usual. But now in the province, that Dai Jinshan was making trouble for us every day. Ziming was overwhelmed by himself. Where can he still have energy to help him? At best, we can only help him call the police. Hearing Su Han's words, Du Peng also nodded and said, it's true. Ziming is busy with his own affairs and can't find a solution. Where can I help him solve anything? And Ginning sighed. The evil forces in China dare to be so rampant. The reasons for this are estimated to be quite complicated. If you accidentally step on a landmine, if you want to get into something more, it will really be a wave of unrest. After Du Peng finished speaking, he turned his head and asked Ziming, I just don't know what Ziming thinks about yourself. What do I think? Ziming said, what about me? Sometimes I just like to be nosy. Ziming, are you planning to take care of this? Suhan and Du Peng both asked in surprise. Ziming nodded sensibly, yes, anyway, don't you all say that I have a lot of things. As the saying goes, if there are too many lice, there are already so many things. There is no big deal if there is one more thing. Ziming paused deliberately at this point, and finally said mysteriously, moreover, so many things are messy and complicated. Maybe this thing is just a thread. As long as you take him out, everything will be solved. Suhan and Du Peng looked at Ziming dumbfounded. They didn't understand what Ziming meant. Ziming didn't explain to them either. They started the car and drove towards the hospital. At the hospital, Liu was sent in and immediately arranged a ward for infusion treatment. As the blood sugar level increased, Liu woke up. Ziming went up and asked him if he was getting better. Liu said gratefully, thank you very much, Boss Zhu, for causing you trouble. Ziming waved his hand and said, don't say so, you escaped from Jining so difficult, and you haven't gone anywhere after you came out. You just came to me directly. It is enough to represent your trust in me, and there is no trouble or trouble. Liu nodded silently. Before I came to Jingqiu, I always heard from people in the bureau saying that you are a very capable boss. Many things that the party committee and the government can't find can be easily solved by you. I didn't believe it then, but now that I see you I really believe it. Ziming smiled and said, I am a capitalist. And I am not a god. How can I be as good as you said? Liu said stubbornly, no, Boss Zhu, you are not a god, but you are better than a god. Most people will not agree to this matter. Even the party committee and the government will not manage it, but you only agree. Seeing Liu getting a little more and more excited, Ziming decided not to fight with him. Ziming said, okay, Engineer Liu, don't say more. Don't be so excited. I will help you if I say this. I will help you. You can take care of it here first, and when you get better, I will help you respond to your affairs to the province. This is the end of Ziming's words. Liu immediately said excitedly, no, Boss Zhu must not react to the province. The evil forces are connected to the province. Ziming motioned Liu to calm down, and then explained to him, Engineer Liu, don't get excited. I understand what you mean. You are afraid that I will react to the province and leave the province alone. On the contrary, I will collude with the evil forces. Right? Liu nodded subconsciously, and Ziming said, I can tell you very responsibly that this is impossible. A high official in a province, at best, serves as a protection for the local underworld forces. Umbrella, its absolute, wouldn't be willing to be their lackeys. If you were replaced by Engineer Liu, I don't think you would want to. Ziming continued, one more thing. I also said that I am just a businessman. How do you want me to fight a black and evil force with hundreds of people and persuade them with one mouth? I think I can without Jiang Yisukin's 3-inch tongue. What if I can persuade them? What I want to do is to avenge you. Do you think I can avenge you if I use my tongue? Liu was silent, and Ziming continued to say, I know what happened to you in Jining City, and I also understand that you have a considerable distrust of the party committee and government. You are afraid that these officials will be like when you were in Jining before. Not only will it not only do nothing, it will also harm you. but I can tell you that as long as I am here, this kind of thing will never happen. Moreover, Ziming said at last, if you want to bring those underworld forces to justice and make them pay the price for what they have done, you must go to the government and rely on the power of relevant government departments. But just in case ... I mean just in case, Luoy still doubted. What if the provincial government doesn't care? No, Ziming said, Engineer Luo, since you choose to trust me, since you choose to put all your hopes on me, you must trust my judgment and believe that I am not fooling around. Luoy seemed to hesitate, looking at Ziming. Ziming finally said to him, well, I can assure you that Engineer Luo, even if the worst happens, even the provincial party committee and the provincial government will not ignore it. If you ask, I still have a way to avenge this revenge for you. Listening to Ziming's confident words, Luoy finally nodded. Boss Zhu, I believe you no matter what. Chapter 306 The matter of Jinning is not easy. Engineer Luo, is your health any better? The next day, Ziming and Du Peng came to the factory hospital to see Luoy. When Luoy saw Ziming and Du Peng come in and jumped out of the hospital bed, he hurriedly said to Ziming, Boss Zhu, I'm fine, my body very good. I beg you to find a way to save my wife first. I always think of my wife still in the hands of those scumbags, and I don't know what kind of treatment I am being treated. My heart feels as uncomfortable as a knife! Ziming nodded. He had just come from Din Huang and knew that Luoy's body did not have any major problems. Although there were some internal and external injuries that were beaten by the Jinning Black Gang, none of them hurt the internal organs. They basically belonged to them. Skin trauma. Young people can rest for a few days. In addition, Ziming used yesterday's time to find a way to verify the situation on Jinning's side. The specific situation is not known, but the general situation is similar to what Luoy said. The local evil forces in Jinning did have an incident with the engineering team. The conflict also detained a few people. As the saying goes, the villain first, the gentleman. Although Luoy acted sincerely in front of Ziming, the story is also very infuriating, but for the sake of insurance, Ziming still needs to understand the situation, and you can't say anything. Ziming, just keep your head down and do it. That's not a good person. It's called 205. Moreover, knowing yourself and the enemy can survive all battles. Even if it is not to remove Luoy's suspicion, Ziming must understand Jinning's situation so that he can prescribe the right medicine. I know. So I am here today to help you report the evil forces in Jinning City to the province in front of you, Ziming said to Luoy. These words made Luoy's eyes light up. Boss Zhu, is this true? You really want to help me? Thank you, Boss Zhu. I just don't know where Boss Zhu intends to report to. Is it the Provincial Public Security Department? Provincial Public Security Department? If they are useful, the evil forces in Jinning City will not be rampant as they are now. Du Peng said disdainfully, tell you, we are going to directly report to the Governor Xun Qingping. What, Governor? Luoy asked in surprise, and Ziming also nodded to him. Luoy took a deep breath and looked at Ziming with an expression of disbelief when he got the affirmative answer, because this was an answer he never expected. He didn't think that Ziming would seek help from the provincial government. But what? Unexpectedly, he actually went directly to the governor. You must know that they are ministerial officials. Even in the capital, Yanjing, where power is the most concentrated, the energy of provincial officials cannot be underestimated, let alone local. They are basically standing on the top of the power pyramid. One of the characters. No wonder Ziming can become such a powerful businessman in Jiangsu province. Was it originally supported by the province? But this also made Luoy more at ease. He happily said, it would be great if you can directly report to the governor. If the governor gives orders directly, my wife will be saved, and those bastards will get the punishment they deserve. Engineer Luo, I think you'd better not have too much hope, Ziming said to Luoy. Luoy was taken aback and asked Ziming why this was, but Ziming did not answer him, but took him to the dean's office. because the phone here can be used casually. With the construction of the mobile communication network in Jingcha province, Xi Jinping, as the governor of the province, was naturally equipped with a mobile phone. Ziming dialed his mobile phone number. In order to let Liu Wei understand clearly, Ziming specially opened the free phone. Mention. It took a long time for the call to be connected, and it was not Xi Jinping who answered it, but his secretary Wu Shiping. Wu Shiping asked plainly, "Hello, who do you call?" "Hello, Director Wu, this is Ziming and I have something to do with Governor Xi," Ziming said. Even though he knew Wu Shiping was Xi Jinping's secretary, Ziming still called him by his job title, which sounds better. Hearing Ziming's voice, Wu Shiping's tone relaxed and said, "It turned out to be Representative Zhu. It's really unfortunate. Governor Xi is holding an important meeting now. It's not convenient for him to answer the phone. What can you do?" "It's the same as I said." "Okay, Director Wu, I have a very important case to report to Governor Xi," Ziming said. "Is it something from the Provincial Department of Construction?" "Governor Xi already knows about this. He is helping you to coordinate, and there will be a result within 1 week at the latest," Wu Shiping said. Ziming raised his eyebrows. It seemed that Xi Jinping was very clear on his side. Wu Shiping saw that Ziming hadn't spoken for a long time and explained, "Representative Zhu is like this. There are a lot of recent events in the province, and there are many aspects that Governor Xi has to take care of. Governor Xi is just the governor and not the secretary of the provincial party committee. Many things are not as convenient as you think." Liu Wei was very surprised. Although he didn't understand what they were talking about, it was not difficult to see the relationship between Ziming and Governor Xi from Wu Shiping's explanation to Ziming. "Director Wu, you misunderstood. I didn't call for this," Ziming said. "Then I don't know why Zhu represents you?" Wu Shiping asked. "I don't know if Director Wu has heard of Jining Company in Jining City," Ziming asked. "I heard a little bit." "I don't know why Representative Zhu suddenly asked about this. Did Representative Zhu have any business disputes with Jining Company recently?" Wu Shiping asked again. "Today I want to report to Governor Xi that this Jining Company ignores party discipline and state laws, illegally detains and beats others, and turns to rape women and other serious crimes. I want to report that this Jining Company is a gangster entrenched in Jining City force organization. I ask the Provincial Party Committee and the provincial government to ban and crack down on this Jining Company and bring all personnel to justice," Ziming said. Ziming's sonorous and powerful words echoed in the office. Liu Wei clenched his fists and couldn't help but cried out for Ziming. His excitement was beyond words. Wu Shiping was silent for a while, and then suddenly asked, "Representative Zhu, are there other people next to you?" Ziming glanced at Liu Wei and said, "Yes, Director Wu. He is the head of the construction team in Liangjiang County, Jining City, Chuling Expressway, and a victim of persecution by Jining Company. Not only did he himself be beaten and injured, his wife was also insulted by criminals, leading to a miscarriage. So I asked the Provincial Party Committee and the provincial government to get rid of this evil force and bring all criminals to justice. Representative Zhu, can you let him go out for a while? I have something to tell you," Wu Shiping said. Ziming looked back at Liu Wei. Liu Wei thought for a moment, and he left the office very cooperatively, and closed the door forcefully. Ziming told Wu Shiping that he had gone out. Wu Shiping also heard the news here, and then said to Ziming, "Representative Zhu is like this. I can help Representative Zhu contact you over the, let them release people first, and promise not to harass the expressway construction team. Do you think it's okay?" Ziming immediately heard the question, "Director Wu, is this troublesome?" Wu Shiping smiled bitterly and said, "It's not very troublesome, it's quite troublesome. The water behind Jining Company is very deep." "Is it so deep that even the governor has to stay away?" Ziming asked. "Don't say it's the governor, even the secretary of the Provincial Party Committee will have a headache." Wu Shiping thought for a while and then said, "And Zhu will tell you something on behalf of you." The Provincial Public Security Bureau sent a working group to Jining before investigating the situation of Jining Company, but the person in charge of the working group was interrupted that night, and the working group was withdrawn from the province the next day. I said that on behalf of Zhu, you should understand, right? Wu Xiaoping's words made Zhu Ming feel ridiculous. The investigation team of the Provincial Public Security Department would be sent back to the province by a gang of triads. Although there must be many other reasons for this, the matter itself is undoubtedly nonsensical. Understood. Of course I understand. Isn't it just that Jinning's cover cannot be exposed? Ziming said. Wu Xiaoping voluntarily ignored Ziming's mocking tone. He said, so, Representative Zhu, I will report this matter to Governor Xan, but it is better for me to help Representative Zhu coordinate. I believe I can handle it with my face. Yes, Zhu means you don't have to worry about it. What about Zhu means you? Ziming said helplessly. Director Wu, you have said so. What else can I say? Thank you, Representative Zhu, for your understanding. The person in charge of your construction also asked Representative Zhu to help comfort him. I will definitely help him coordinate this matter as soon as possible. If he is emotionally unstable, he can also be sent to Danzhou. Here, I will send someone to do his ideological work. Wu Xiaoping said. Okay, thank you Director Wu. After Zhu Ming finished saying this, he hung up the phone and turned to look at Du Peng. Du Peng had a mocking smile on his face. This is really difficult. Listening to Director Wu's tone, it looks like he is the provincial government. The face of First Secret may not be able to solve this matter. Of course Ziming didn't believe that a provincial secretary didn't even have this face. He just heard from his tone that if the caller was not himself, he would not care about this matter at all. But now is not the time to discuss Wu Xiaoping's attitude. Ziming went to open the office door and let Liu Wei in. Liu Wei walked in like a walking dead with no energy. Obviously he had guessed the result, and his eyes were filled with desperate ashes. He said to Ziming, Boss Zhu, isn't the provincial government unwilling to help? Jinning can't move there. It's okay. I'm very grateful to Boss Zhu, as long as I can rescue my wife. As long as she can be rescued. Just fine. Liu Wei turned around to go out after speaking, but Ziming stopped him. Are you so reconciled? Just forget about your wife's hatred of being insulted. How can it be forgotten? Liu Wei turned and roared. Obviously it was this sentence that irritated him, but then he smiled bitterly. But what can I do if I don't want to forget it? Even the governor is unwilling to help. The governor's unwillingness to help doesn't mean that I can't help, Ziming said. Liu Wei looked at Ziming blankly. He didn't understand what Ziming meant. Ziming said to Liu Wei, I have a way to save your wife immediately and also make Jinning's dark the evil forces get the punishment they deserve. But they need to take a little risk. I wonder if Engineer Liu would you like it? Yes, Liu Wei replied without thinking, as long as I can save my wife, as long as the bastards get the punishment they deserve, I'm willing to take any risks. Chapter 307 Straight into the Tiger's Den. Boss Zhu, if I want to take this risk, I'll do it myself. You and Boss Du, please go back. An Audi car galloped on the road from Linyang to Jinning. This car was the Audi that Ziming brought back from Lingnan. Ziming, Du Peng and Liu Wei sat in the car, and Liu Wei sat in the back. In the seat, lying on the back of the front seat, Ziming and Du Peng couldn't help but persuade them. Because today they are going to Jinning. Using the risky behavior Ziming said to rescue Liu Wei's wife, and to uncover the cover of Jinning. Ziming looked back at Liu Wei. After 2 days of recuperation, Liu Wei's body has basically recovered, leaving only some skin wounds and bruises on his face and body. I said, Engineer Liu, you've been saying this since you started. Are you tired? Du Peng said. That's because I don't think you really need to come. This is my business after all. I am very grateful that you can help me. If I want to hurt you again or something, then I really can't blame it. Now, Liu Wei said. This time, Ziming said, Engineer Liu, don't worry. As a capitalist who is afraid of death, I will not joke about my life casually. As long as there are no major accidents in the future, such as earthquakes or flash floods, or aliens attacking the Earth, I am more than 90% sure that we will be safe and sound. Liu Wei couldn't laugh at all of Ziming's ridicule. Ziming pointed to Du Peng and said, but this is a rich kid, maybe you can move him. Liu Wei immediately turned to Du Peng, but before Liu Wei could speak, Du Peng immediately protested. Ziming, I said that your boss transfers hatred is not like that. Anyway, I am also a bloody man who has been in the army. There is no word to shrink back in my dictionary. Boss Du, I know that you are all bloody good people. I just hope that you are safer so that you can help me better. Liu Wei said. Ziming directly ignored Liu Wei's words. So Engineer Liu, did you hear it? Even this kid has raised his chest. I definitely can't persuade me anymore. At least I have to win honor to our school. In this way, Ziming, Du Peng and Liu Wei had a conversation like this. Nearly 2 hours later, they came to Jining City and drove on the street. Du Peng looked outside through the car window and commented on this place. Is it the legendary Jining City? It doesn't look so unbearable, does it? At least it seems to be much better developed than Lianyang. Listening to Du Peng's comments, Ziming sneered. There are many mines in Jining City, and of course the development is good, and even if the underworld forces are rampant here, it is impossible to reach the kind of street hacking and rape, that kind of crime city. If that's the case, there will be no way to withdraw land and build a city here. Ziming and the others did not come here to travel, so they went straight to Jining Company. As the largest company in Jining City, Jining Company has a very impressive office building in the city center. Ziming and the others drove downstairs. Du Peng got out of the car and looked up at the tall building and said, this Jining Company looks at it. It looks good. If I look at this building alone, I really can't think that they would be such an unbearable group of evil forces. Ziming said with emotion, in fact, behind the dazzling beauty, isn't it the best place to hide the dirt? For example, the sea and sky feasts and entertainment circles, as well as the heaven and earth. Du Peng and Liu Wei looked at each other. Obviously they couldn't understand what Ziming was talking about. Ziming didn't explain these futuristic things to them. They took Du Peng directly upstairs. As for Liu Wei, he stayed. Next, after all, Liu Wei was the main person in this incident. He also escaped after injuring the Jining Company. It would be prone to accidents if he entered this way. It is better to stay down first. Ziming and Du Peng went directly to the chairman's office. According to their knowledge, they knew that the chairman of Jining Company was named Gao Ming. The manager who went to the engineering team that day was his brother named Gao Feng. They were both Jining, the son of Gao Jianhui, Secretary of the Political and Legal Committee of the Ning Municipal Party Committee. It is precisely with the political and legal committee system that their underworld forces are so lawless, that the day when the police came to the side to smoke after receiving the police and watched Liu Wei's beating happen. After entering the door, Ziming first introduced himself. Gao Dongyao, I am Ziming from Lianyang Nanhui Township Industrial Park. Listening to Ziming's introduction, Gao Ming immediately stood up and shook hands with Ziming. It turned out to be Boss Zhu. What a rare visitor. Boss Zhu is famous for me. The proposal of the Township Industrial Park is even more wonderful. It just doesn't. Do you know that Boss Zhu came to me for any advice? I don't dare to advise, but there is something to discuss with Gao Dong, Ziming said. Gao Ming made a please gesture. Boss Zhu said it's okay. That's the case. I recently set up a road administration company, and I am building a highway connecting Lianyang to Nanjing. The various sections of this project officially started not long ago. Ziming paused on purpose when he talked about it. After Gao Ming nodded and said he knew it, Ziming went on to say, there is a section of this expressway that was repaired in the Jining area. I heard that the construction team here was taken by your company. Harassment. The manager of your company not only took people to make trouble in the engineering team, but also beat the people in the engineering team, and detained one of our engineers' family. I hope that Gao Dong can release the people. So it's this thing. Gao Ming smiled. He leaned on the sofa, lighted a cigarette and took a sip before saying to Ziming, I think Mr. Zhu, what you know is not comprehensive enough. Ziming asked, What do you say about Dong Gao? I don't know where Boss Zhu learned that our company is harassing your engineering team. What I have learned is that your engineering team has harassed my company and injured my people, so our company's talents were forced to fight back. Gao Ming said. Du Peng patted the table at that time, but fortunately, Ziming quickly grabbed him with his eyesight, and Du Peng didn't say the word shameless. Gao Ming is indeed shameless. It was obviously his people who went to buy the road money and beat someone, but now they beat him down. Instead, Liu Wei and his engineering team harassed him. I really don't understand how they would harass him by building roads well. Ziming was also very angry with Gao Ming's statement, and even wished he could slap him to death. But Ziming knew better that this was definitely not the time to turn his face with Gao Ming, because he still didn't know where Liu Wei's wife was locked up, and now he must exercise restraint. When Gao Ming saw Du Peng pate the table, the smile on his face increased. This brother doesn't seem to be very happy. My brother has a bad temper, so please forgive Gao Dong, Ziming said, but the right and wrong of this matter have passed, and I don't want to pursue it. I just want to ask Gao Dong how is it to let me go. Boss Zhu said it was light. Your man hit my man. Don't you say that you don't care about it? Then how do you tell me to explain to the brothers below? Gao Ming said. Then Gao Dong, what do you want? Ziming asked. The person who hurt me. Don't say much else. Do you always have to pay for the medical expenses? Look at Boss Zhu. You are also a sensible person. Just give me 1 million, even if we expose this matter, as we make friends. Are you optimistic about Boss Zhu? Gao Ming said. 1 million? Gao Dong is really a lion. Ziming said. Well, 1 million is 1 million, but can I go and see my people first? I want to ensure my people's safety. Gao Ming smiled happily. Boss Zhu is really bold. From the first time I saw Boss Zhu, you are a reasonable person. I will take Boss Zhu to see you. I dare not say anything else. I guarantee 100% that they are still alive. Then trouble Gao Dong to help us lead the way. Ziming said. If someone else slaps him, but Boss Zhu, I'm very happy to do it. Gao Ming said. He got up and Ziming and Du Peng went downstairs and got in their own cars. Ziming said to Liu Wei after getting in the car, that's the real boss of this ginning company. He will take us to your wife now. You must restrain yourself. No, don't worry, Boss Zhu. For my wife, I will restrain it. Liu Wei said with a murderous expression, staring at Gao Ming who was smiling and waving at them in the car. Ziming didn't say any more, because Ziming understood that anything to say to him at this time was pale and weak. Ziming mobilized the car and followed Gao Ming to a tube building in the urban-rural junction. At the door, there were a few people with yellow hair playing cards. Hearing the sound of the car, he looked up and saw that it was a brilliant car driving in front. He immediately shouted, the big boss is here, ran in, and after a while dozens of people came out of the tube building. Seeing these people, Liu Wei immediately said to Ziming, the leader is Gao Feng, that bastard. Those who came out were also the people who went to our engineering team to make trouble. Ziming also recognized Gao Feng, who was very similar to Gao Ming. He followed Gao Ming and drove the car to the Tongzi Lu entrance to a stop, and then urged Liu Wei to restrain himself before getting out of the car with Du Peng. Gao Ming and Gao Feng greeted him over there. Gao Ming introduced Ziming's identity to Gao Feng. Gao Feng smiled and shook hands with Ziming. He said to Ziming in a mocking tone, this is our Jingcha province. Well-known Boss Zhu. It's really not as well-known as meeting, but I think if you could give me 1 million so early, wouldn't we save a lot of things? Boss Zhu is a big man who has been to Hong Kong City. Gao Feng. What do you say? Gao Ming criticized Gao Feng, but his expression didn't mean to criticize at all. Ziming didn't bother to care about this with them, and asked them directly, where is the person I want? Gao Feng looked back at Gao Ming and said after getting Gao Ming's permission, what kind of engineer is that man? I released it last week. Boss Zhu, you can go to the engineering team to find him. If he doesn't go back, I can send you a missing person notice for Boss Zhu, and ask the Public Security Bureau to help you find them together. As for the women, they are waiting for you in the tube building at the back. No need, Ziming said, waving his hand. You first bring the woman out and show me. Bring it out, Gao Feng said. Boss Zhu, we pay attention to any handed delivery in our business. How can we bring it out before the money arrives? What if you run away? Of course I think you are so sincere. I can take Boss Zhu to see you. Ziming looked back at Liu Wei who was following, nodded and said, yes. Chapter 308. Do you know a cell phone? The woman in your engineering team was arranged by us in this room. It's delicious and moisturizing. Gao Feng led Ziming and Du Peng along the tube tower, pointed to a room and said to Ziming that Liu Wei was secretly following them. Since he was on his own site, their mentality was relatively relaxed, and his main attention was also on Ziming. He and Du Peng basically didn't notice Liu Wei. Gao Feng walked to the window and slapped the window a few times and shouted inside, don't be busy, just open the window for me. Under Gao Feng's order, the people inside opened the window, and as the window opened, a man's gasp and a woman's groan were heard, and there was also a man's laughter. Boss, brothers, your old man, don't look at it, but this lady is so soft, she deserves to be from the capital. She is really cool to work, and it's much more energetic than those young ladies, and she can make all kinds of difficult postures. The window of the tube building was not high. Ziming looked up and saw the situation inside. Although he had been mentally prepared, Ziming was still shocked when he saw it. Inside there is a bedroom with a man and a woman. The woman is lying on the bed naked, with his hands tied to the head of the bed. The man is riding on the woman, pulling the woman's body back like a lower waist, almost to the woman, almost folded back in half. The man turned his head and saw Ziming and Du Peng outside the window. He was surprised and said, huh? Is this new here? I tell you that today is coming. I will show you the three of the ladies today. What does it feel like to put the holes together? It's really called a place to play where you want to play. Only this family will provide you with it. But of course you want to play and add money. I'm going to your uncle. Gao Feng scolded with a smile. You fucking young man is farting here. They are the big bosses from Lin Yang. They are not here to find the lady. It's all the same, but it would be a pity if you can't do such a nice lady. The man inside said and patted the woman's breast twice. Assistant, you beasts, let go of my wife. Liu Wei suddenly roared, and then madly rushed to the window to get in, but the bars were welded to the window, and he couldn't open it. Then Liu Wei rushed to Gao Feng again. Yes, I am going to kill you. This scene stunned everyone. Gao Feng didn't react until Liu Wei leapt towards him, kicking him to the ground. Isn't he the one who beat Brother Li and ran out? Suddenly someone next to him exclaimed. Gao Feng discovered that this person is Liu Wei. Who am I? Turns out to be Engineer Liu. Why do you want to kill me? But it's a pity that I have already done 1,000 jobs to your wife. Hundreds of times. Not only me, but also my brothers. Played her all over. Beast. I am going to kill you. Liu Wei roared and wanted to rush towards Gao Feng again, but this time he was hugged by Du Peng from behind so that he should not be impulsive. Gao Feng said a few words to Gao Ming and sipped at Liu Wei. Gao Ming walked over to Zhu Ming and said, Boss Zhu, you are not kind of doing business like this. Obviously someone has already run back. Why are you not making peace? What am I talking about? And your person still hurt my person and ran out, which is even more wrong. Gao Ming's words were undoubtedly shameless, but Zhu Ming couldn't help it at this time, because Zhu Ming saw the people around him who were constantly surrounding him. Some of them had knives in their hands, and some of them had knives in their hands. Iron rod. This is also the reason Zhu Ming asked Du Peng to hug Liu Wei. If Liu Wei pounced over, the only way to wait for him is to be beaten. Zhu Ming looked at Gao Ming and said, Gao Dong, I didn't tell me in advance that it was my fault. But Gao Dong, is it right that you treat a woman like this, or a pregnant woman is pregnant? Why don't I know? I only know that this woman did it for us voluntarily. She also said that this is the life she wants. Gao Feng yelled to Zhu Ming shamelessly. Gao Ming gestured to make Gao Feng shut up, and then said to Zhu Ming, Boss Zhu, I think your statement is very unconvincing. What do you think? Gao Ming pointed to Zhu Ming's surroundings as he spoke. Zhu Ming's face went gloomy. Gao Dong, Are you threatening me? Threat? Gao Ming shook his head and said, I'm just telling you the truth and reason with Boss Zhu. If Gao Dong, you really want to show the facts and make sense, let everyone next to you get out of the way first, and then let the woman inside. Ziming said. Gao Ming laughed as if he heard the funniest joke. Boss Zhu, are you an idiot? Or do you think the whole world is an idiot just like you? You might not be able to do it like this, right? And I don't know if Boss Zhu, you're blind or your head squeezed the door. Can't you see the situation? You're on my site now. I want to round you. Or if I want to slap you, I'll slap you. Gao Ming stretched out his hand and lit Ziming's chest vigorously as he spoke. Ziming looked down and said coldly, I warn you not to do it again, otherwise I will be welcome. Welcome? Why are you so innocent? Gao Ming didn't say the last word and couldn't say it, because Ziming juggled a gun and put it on Gao Ming's head. Feeling the coldness of the barrel, Gao Ming swallowed subconsciously. It's that you're so welcome, Ziming said. How does Dong Guo feel now? Should I consider my suggestion? Consider your mother. Do you think you can scare someone with a toy gun? Gao Feng yelled at Ziming. Ziming ignored Gao Feng. He just used the gun to push Gao Ming hard. Gao Ming immediately rebuked Gao Feng and told him to shut up, and then said to Ziming, Boss Zhu, I think we can have a good talk. There is no need to get things done so stiff. Then let's go to the house and talk about it. Ziming said that he came behind Gao Ming, holding a gun against Gao Ming's head, and strangling Gao Ming's neck with the other, dragging him into the room, and Du Peng followed Liu Wei with him. Entering the room, the man on the bed didn't seem to recover, staring blankly at Ziming and the others who came in. And even his things had not been pulled out of Liavina's body. Liu Wei was already losing his mind. Just now Du Peng used the strength of feeding him to stop him. Now when he entered the room, Du Peng let go. Liu Wei rushed towards the man and threw him down. On the ground, he was whipping like crazy, and didn't stop until he had no strength anymore. At this time, looking at the man, he was already lying there with more breath and less breath. Ziming asked Du Peng to look at Gao Ming. He walked over to the bed. On the bed, Liu Wei's wife Liavina was still lying on her back and keeping a back posture. There were various blue and purple marks on her white skin. God knows what kind of abuse has been suffered to stay. Ziming sighed and picked up the bedsheet that fell on the ground and covered her, and then went to untie the rope that bound her hands. What Ziming didn't expect was that Liavina took the initiative to take off Ziming after being unwound pants. This shocked Ziming, but after seeing Liavina's lifeless eyes, Ziming remembered that she had been here for so long, and she didn't know how many abuses she had suffered, or was raped like that in front of her husband. In addition, her child was abused and miscarried. And this series of blows has made this woman mentally upset. Thinking of the conversation between the man and Gao Feng just now, they still used her as a prostitute to pick up guests. I am afraid that the poor woman now thinks that she is the next man to violate her. Thinking of this, Ziming pointed to Liu Wei and said to her, Liavina, be more sober, that's your husband Liu Wei. Hearing Liu Wei's name, Ziming clearly saw her body shook, and murmured, Liu Wei ... husband. That's right, it's your husband Liu Wei, he's here to save you. Ziming said again. Liu Wei also climbed onto the bed at this time, holding her face and saying to her, my wife is me, I am Liu Wei, am here to save you. Liavina stared at Liu Wei blankly, and stretched out her hand to stroke Liu Wei's cheek in a daze and said, Liu Wei, husband, you are here at last. But I am gone, our children are gone. Nothing left. Liavina got more and more excited as she spoke, and finally the poor woman threw herself into Liu Wei's arms and burst into tears. Liu Wei hugged his wife and cried and said, it's okay. You can ask for it again. If you can't give birth, we can adopt one, but you are the most important person in my life. You can't live without it. Hearing the words of the suffering reunion couple, and their sorrowful tone, Ziming couldn't help feeling a little uncomfortable. Du Peng over there was also infected by this atmosphere. He picked up his pistol and slammed it into Gao Ming's face, and shouted, see you, what the hell did you do? Pooh. Gao Ming spit out a bloody saliva. Without looking at Du Peng, he said directly to Ziming, "Boss Zhu, I advise you to get acquainted and let me go quickly. Let's have a good talk, otherwise there will be nothing good for you." After Gao Ming finished speaking, Du Peng gave him a few more punches and said, "I'll go to your uncle. Your mother won't pee and take pictures of yourself as a virtue." He also persuaded us to be acquainted and beware of Lao Tzu now. Before Du Peng finished speaking, I heard a bang. The glass in the room shattered, and everyone in the room jumped. At the same time, Gao Feng outside also shouted, "I don't care if you are Boss Zhu or something. I advise you to let go of my eldest brother quickly, otherwise I will let you die." Gao Ming shook his head to Ziming disdainfully and said, "You stupid pigs really don't shed tears if they don't see the coffin. I kindly give you a road to Yangguan not to go. I want to go through the ghost gate. I can tell you that the people outside must have already. I have called the police, and you also know my identity. When the police arrives, one of you will count as one, and no one can think about it. I know, the son of the secretary of the political and legal committee, the deputy secretary of the municipal party committee. But do you think that only you can call someone?" Ziming asked. Gao Ming looked up and down Ziming and said, "I know that Boss Zhu, you are also a bit of a background, but there seems to be no phone here. You are the president of the country and it is useless. You can't just listen to me honestly." Ziming's face still smiled. "Really? I think Gao Dong, you certainly don't know that there is something called a mobile phone in this world, right?" Chapter 309, True Love in Adversity. Bao Thank you book friends 3,090,595 inches for your support and monthly ticket support. Thank you Atomic Egg for your monthly ticket support. For later generations, the mobile phone is basically a must-have item in people's daily life. You can see the mobile phone anytime and anywhere, and people talking on the mobile phone are basically as common as dressing and eating. However, it was more than 20 years later. At this time in 1988, information technology was still very backward, and even the telephone was not popularized in every household. The pager was still a rare gadget that could be displayed. Mobile phones are for many people. It's a new term that hasn't been heard before. In the eyes of many people, shouldn't the telephone be wired? How can I make a call without a line? Shouldn't it be called a walkie-talkie? For this reason, even when someone like Gao Ming heard this word, his whole person was stunned, looking at Ziming blankly. "This is it," Ziming said to Gao Ming. At the same time he took down the eldest brother who was pinned to his waist, and then dialed a number in front of Gao Ming and said, "Major Lin, I'm almost done here. You can bring someone here." I said, "Boss Zhu, what do you pretend to be in front of Lao Tzu? Do you think you are Monkey King? You can use a broken brick as a phone? What major can you call? Can you still call someone from the army? Why don't you call the president directly and give orders directly to the Central Military Commission?" Ziming's voice fell, and Gao Ming immediately sneered in disdain. "So knowledge changes destiny? A stupid person is stupid no matter what." Ziming sighed and said that he hadn't explained anything to Gao Ming. Under the current circumstances, Ziming felt that explaining this problem to him was nothing short of playing the piano. Just like Ziming said to Liu Wei on the way here, Ziming would not joke about his life casually. Therefore, before coming, Ziming had made enough preparations. He first checked the current mobile communication base station, the construction situation and the coverage of the mobile communication signal. Even when he arrived here with Goming, Ziming tried the signal again with his eldest brother to make sure he got out of the car after nothing happened. As for the army, Ziming had arranged it in advance. Ziming didn't know how big the Jinning Company's back station was. However, it was because of the fact that the investigation team of the Provincial Public Security Bureau had his leg broken, not to mention Jingqiu. There are problems both up and down the province, but at least there is nothing to expect from the public security side. Since the police can't do it, we can only find another way, not to mention that Ziming has another idea. Suddenly, a rush of police sirens broke the silence in the room. and also made Du Peng and Liu Wei nervous. Du Peng subconsciously said, "Isn't it said that the police on Jinning's side does nothing? How come the police are dispatched so quickly? It's almost time to catch up with Yanjing, who was fighting the fight." Gao Ming sneered and said, "Now that you know it was wrong, don't you look at who Lao Tzu is?" Ziming said sternly, "Indeed. We are all kidnapping the son of the secretary of the Political and Legal Committee now. Can the public security not send out the police the first time? Unless anyone doesn't want to do it." What Ziming is talking about is the facts of this era. Before the reform of government agencies, the efficiency of government units was very low. Otherwise, this era would not have the four difficulties of difficult to enter, ugly, 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 hard to handle. The saying goes. However, no matter how difficult it is all for ordinary people. Any powerful child is not included, and Gao Ming, as the third person in the city, the eldest son of the political and legal system, naturally has special treatment. At this time, the loudspeaker shouted outside, "Listen to the people inside, you are already surrounded. Please immediately put down your weapons and release the hostages and come forward." The police officer outside was shouting, and the Gao Ming inside also said to Ziming, "Boss Zhu, you know our consistent policy. Be strict with resistance and be lenient. I advise you." Before Gao Ming's words were finished, Du Peng slapped the words behind him back into his stomach with a slap in the face, and cursed, "I'll forgive you, uncle." Then Du Peng asked Ziming nervously, "What should we do?" But before Ziming had time to speak, Liu Wei spoke first. "Boss Zhu, is the current situation very troublesome?" "The situation is a bit troublesome, but it is also expected," Ziming said. "Boss Zhu, this matter today has nothing to do with you. Boss Zhu, you are totally involved in me. Boss Zhu, so let me solve it." Liu Wei said. Ziming frowned and asked, "What do you want to do? Didn't the police officers outside let us go out and surrender?" "Let me go out and surrender. I am satisfied that I can see my wife again, and I will have to recite all these sins by myself. But," Liu Wei went on to say, "I will ask Boss Zhu for one thing and help me take care of my wife." "No." Liavina immediately stood up and said, "My husband. What are you going to do? We finally met again. Are you leaving me again?" Liu Wei went up to tidy up the sheets Ziming had wrapped for Liavina, and at the same time said to her, "My wife, I'm sorry, I didn't take care of you. It was my incompetence that made you look like this. I don't deserve it. Being your husband, I just want to do my last bit of strength to help you in my lifetime." "No, I don't want it." Liavina desperately shook her head and said, "Liu Wei, my husband, you are the best. I have never blamed you, and you are my husband. It is mine where you are home. After all these things, you are my only reason to live, husband. If you just go, what is the point of you letting me live in this world?" Liu Wei was stunned. His wife's words made him choke, and he didn't know what to say. As the saying goes, when the love is true, there will always be a so indifferent bastard to spoil the atmosphere. And here, there are many such bastards. I am Gao Jianhui, Deputy Secretary of the Jinning Municipal Party Committee, and Secretary of the Political and Legal Committee. The people inside are listening. You are already surrounded, and the snipers of the armed police force are on the way. I hope you can get lost and let go and immediately put down your weapons and release the hostages in your hands. Come out and surrender. Otherwise we will take the most severe measures. Please think about your family, and please consider your future. Don't make mistakes again and again. I remembered the shouts outside again. When I heard this voice, Gao Ming suddenly laughed. "My dad is here. I think how long you can be arrogant. Do you still think about the fault of two people alone to carry this kind of shit reason? Do you think this is the 7 heroes and 5 righteousnesses? I tell you, you have one thing for today, so don't think about it." Liu Wei and Liavina were immediately ashamed, but Du Peng was so angry that he went up to Gao Ming's face with 2 big ears, and he hit him with gold stars in his eyes, and Du Peng still cursed. Said, "I'm scorning your uncle. Can your fucking mother stop you if you don't speak at this time?" Ziming pulled him a bit, and then said to Liu Wei and Liavina, Engineer Luo, since there have been people spoiling the atmosphere, I will speak too. What I want to say to you is that it is too early for you to be discouraged. We have not yet reached the end of the mountain. Hearing Ziming's words, Luo Wei and Liavina rekindled hope, but this help is instantaneous. And then Luo Wei said, Boss Zhu, don't comfort me. Luo Wei was interrupted by Ziming before he finished speaking. Ziming said, although as a businessman, I am good at deceiving people, this time I'm telling the truth. Luo Wei and Liavina, you look at me and I look at you. They don't understand where Ziming's confidence comes from. In this situation, the entire Jining City Public Security Bureau is surrounded outside. Listen to the Secretary of the Political and Legal Committee. If he did, he also called in the armed police. How could he get away with such a big two building? As for asking the other party to let him go, it is simply an idiotic dream. For what they did in the past in Jining City, they will definitely retaliate to the end. If nothing else, they just clashed with them and ended up taking revenge. Now that they have beaten his son and held Gao Ming in this way, then they must kill them to vent their hatred. If in other places, they would still believe in the party and government organs, but in Jining where everything is controlled by the Gao family, it would be just a joke. Ziming was preparing to explain to them, but at this moment, he heard footsteps outside, and soon afterwards a man in police uniform who looked rather majestic came to the door. Judging from Gao Ming calling his dad, this man it is Gao Jianhui, Deputy Secretary of the Jining Municipal Party Committee, and Secretary of the Political and Legal Committee. Seeing this Secretary of the Political and Legal Committee, Ziming felt that the invisibility of a person was reflected in him vividly. Looking at this Secretary Gao alone, I am afraid it is hard to imagine that he is the umbrella and father of the leader of the biggest evil force in Jining City. Gao Jianhui entered the door and glanced at the house, and finally turned his gaze to Ziming and said, Comrade Ziming, what are you doing? You are an entrepreneur of the party and the people. Why do you do these lawless things here? I now order you immediately put down your weapons and release the hostages. Gao Jianhui yelled, and the majesty of the Secretary of the Municipal Legal Committee exuded. If ordinary people were not sure, they would subconsciously do what he said, but Ziming just smiled disdainfully. Secretary Gao, are you telling me a joke? I suggest that Secretary Gao take a good look at the state of the room before saying this. It is obviously that your son illegally detained the engineer Luo and his wife. The organization's abuse of his wife, you not only don't care, but also talk about me indiscriminately? Are you shameless? Ziming said. Gao Ming wanted to speak, but Gao Jianhui made a stop gesture to him. Gao Jianhui said to Ziming, Comrade Ziming, you are still messing around here now, trying to achieve your goal of convicting you through these weak defenses? Now here, already surrounded by me, do you think you can still run away? I advise you not to resist stubbornly. Ziming sighed, shook his head helplessly, and said, it is said that if you have a father, you must have a son. Looking at Linglan like this, I should be able to guess what kind of person you are, Secretary Gao. Without the support of Secretary Gao, Ling Lang didn't dare to start such a gang of evil forces in Jining. I'm still talking nonsense with you. I don't understand what you are talking about, Gao Jianhui said. You will understand soon, Ziming said. It was like a testimony to Ziming's words. Here Ziming's words fell, and panicked footsteps immediately came from the corridor outside. Secretary Gao, no. It's not good. Chapter 310 Counter-Revolutionaries. Secretary Gao is not good. A lot of soldiers have come outside and are surrounding here. A young man with the appearance of a secretary ran over to Gao Jianhui in a panic and said that the news shocked everyone except Ziming and Dupeng. Even Gao Jianhui, who had turned his face down to denounce his secretary for being ignorant, was stunned. After living, everyone could only stare at the secretary who ran over in amazement, so surprised that they didn't know what to say. Although many things in the system have been repeatedly criticized, it is undeniable that the army is still the most disciplined organization, and it will never act without order. So now the question is, What do these troops come to encircle here? Gao Jianhui believed that his secretary would not and dare not make such a joke. Obviously, there is only one answer left. Gao Jianhui turned his head to look at Ziming and said solemnly, "Ziming, is the army you called? What do you want to do? Do you want to provoke military-to-military conflict? Your behavior would be more serious than your illegal detention and serious injury to others." Facing the series of questions from Gao Jianhui, Ziming shook his head lightly and said, "You can't help but say that Secretary Gao, your big hat button is really incompetent. Military-civilian conflicts. Do you think someone will believe you when you say military-civilian conflict? May I tell you that this time the troops came here under the order of their superiors to arrest counter-revolutionaries. Counter-revolutionary? Gao Jianhui was stunned again. When Gao Jianhui was stunned by Zhu Ming's words from a counter-revolutionary, a rumbling truck engine rang at the door, and more than a dozen military carts drove into the Tongzilu compound. The ensuing scene was the same as the war movie. Just listening to a series of commands, more than 300 heavily armed soldiers jumped out of the vehicle and quickly occupied various key positions. They surrounded the two building like an iron barrel, even in the middle. Machine guns were also erected in several places near the gate. Gosh. What's going on? Is there going to be a war here? This is a common question in everyone's mind. However, no matter what the reason is, at least this completely controlled the situation for the first time. Whether the people on the scene were the police or the bastards of Jinning Company, even the most arrogant Gao Feng stood there and dared not move. For a moment, after all, they all heard the sound of these soldiers pulling the bolts just now, and no one dared to try whether these soldiers really dared to shoot. The situation was under control. A squad of dozens of people, led by a young officer, rushed past the barrel like a sharp knife. "This, comrade sir, I am the director of the branch here. What are you doing?" "Oh." The police officer who helped Gao Jianhui guard at the door of the two building saw this group of people coming straight towards him. He bit his head and tried to get close to asking about the situation, but only when he said what he said. The leading soldier rushing forward was just a gun butt smashed over. Directly smashed the police officer to the ground. Listening to his wailing like a pig, the officer said coldly, "Shut up. The troops are performing military missions. If you dare to leak your secrets, you will be killed." Immediately afterwards, a black hole muzzle hit his head, causing him to cover his mouth desperately, looking at the officer with horror, for fear that he would make another noise. Even though he did not understand that he was beaten, the two humming became a leak of military secrets. Even though the scarlet oozing out from the gap between his fingers was not difficult to see, his nose and mouth were bleeding. The officer didn't even look at him at all. He walked directly into the two building, and then Gao Jianhui saw a scene that he will never forget. As the secretary of the political and legal committee of Jinning City, he came out today to rescue his son again. Naturally, he brought out all the elite police officers of the city bureau, and when he was talking and negotiating with Ziming, there were two teams of police officers catching in the corridor, ready to break the door and rescue Gao Ming at any time. Of course, with the entry of Bing brothers, this can only be Gao Jianhui's unrealistic delusion. Gao Jianhui glanced back at the corridor, and almost no blood came out, because he saw the elite police officers he had brought, and at this time they were like gangsters who had committed a crime, holding their heads one by one, squatting on the ground, being pointed at by those soldiers. Damn it, although you don't expect you to block those soldiers, but it won't be like this, right? Secretary Gao, don't you understand? It is said that the soldiers are aging, and your secretaries Gao and Lingling are both virtuous, and the smog and evil forces in Jinning City are rampant. You can still count on it. How upright can your public security team be? I'm afraid that all the kind-hearted police uncles will be cleared out of the team by you, right? Ziming explained to Gao Jianhui very understandingly. While talking, the officer brought a few soldiers to the room. Without even looking at Gao Jianhui who was standing at the door, he went directly to Ziming and Du Peng and saluted. Report. The whole battalion of officers and soldiers in the headquarters is assembled. like the chief. Report, please give instructions from the chief for the next step. Listening to the officer's report to Ziming, Gao Jianhui's heart suddenly sank to the bottom. He knew that he must be finished today. Gao Jianhui also served as a soldier. He knew very well that an officer who could command so many people should be a major battalion commander. So now the major battalion commander actually wants to report to Ziming for instructions and call him his commander. So what are their identities? You know, this name is not just barking, and as a soldier, he doesn't and dare not make jokes about it. Thinking of this, Gao Jianhui felt cold all over. He suddenly realized that he couldn't understand Ziming at all, but he never expected that the next thing would make him even more desperate. Ziming and Du Peng both returned a gift to Major Lin. Ziming pointed to Gao Jianhui and Gao Ming and said to him, Major Lin, there are people here who have organized a counter-revolutionary group with the intention of reforming and opening up the motherland to the revolutionary cause. I have caught the counter-revolutionary, the leader of the group. Now hand him over to the army, to the country to deal with. Counter-revolution is a unique vocabulary of an era. Perhaps the new generation of people have no experience with this term, because since the reform and opening up, the country has gradually become stable and there has been no counter-revolution for a long time. But for the older generation, especially for people who have gone through so many ups and downs, this term is absolutely fatal. So Gao Jianhui immediately screamed, no, we are not a counter-revolutionary. Ziming, you are slandering. Gao Jianhui yelled out, and Du Peng immediately kicked over. Shut up, you counter-revolutionary. Gao Jianhui wanted to get up, but as the cold muzzle hit his head, he no longer dared to move. As for Gao Jianhui's secretary, his legs trembled while standing there, and Du Peng's eyes glared. Sit down on the ground. All right. Ziming patted Du Peng on the shoulder. Du Peng put away his murderous eyes, and then Ziming and Du Peng came to the petrified Liu Wei and Liavina and asked, next the counter-revolutionary group will be detained on the spot, and this place will also be designated as a military forbidden zone. Do you have anything to add to the crimes of this counter-revolutionary group? Add? What to add? Liu Wei asked in a daze. Of course it is to beat down the dog. There are grudges and grievances. For these counter-revolutionaries who are full of evil, you can deal with them whatever you want, and they all support the development of the revolutionary cause. Du Peng said. Ziming ridiculed Du Peng and said, it's worthy of being from a revolutionary family. When it comes to revolutionary struggle, there are really a set of principles. Liu Wei and Liavina listened to Ziming's ridicule, and they looked at Ziming's smile, but they still couldn't believe it. That's how it is solved. Of course, the matter is solved like this. From now on, this Jinning company will be a counter-revolutionary group, and Goming will be the head of the counter-revolution. They intend to harm the revolutionary cause of the motherland. They are unforgivable and no one can save them. Ziming affirmed. Answer them. Great. This is great. Liu Wei and Liu Ina shed tears of excitement when they hugged each other. For them, all this happened so quickly and suddenly that they couldn't believe everything in front of them. Liu Wei came here with Ziming and the others, but he was not aware of Ziming's arrangement at all. He would not have said that he would go out to commit the crime after knowing that the Jinning Public Security Bureau had surrounded this place just now, just to save it. Ziming and Du Peng still have his wife. At that time, he really felt that these people were going to die. In his opinion, at that time they were trapped in such a small room. There were so many police officers with guns outside, and they did not have any escape. However, in just a few minutes, the whole thing turned upside down in an instant. With the entry of this team of soldiers, the situation where they were at an absolute disadvantage instantly reversed. Not only did they control the situation, they even took Gao Ming, Gao Jianhui and the others. He became a counter-revolutionary. Liu Wei felt that his mind couldn't turn this corner at all. He didn't understand how Ziming changed this trick. Compared with Liu Wei, Liavina has a feeling of crawling from hell to heaven. In the past, her heart was dead, and her whole person lost her life completely, living like a walking dead. That is hell. Until she saw Liu Wei come to rescue her, it made her angry again. Later, Liu Wei wanted to bear all the charges alone, which made her very nervous, but this nervousness was only a moment, and then Ziming Chen's trick, which not only rescued them, but also arrested all their enemies and detained them, was charged with a more serious crime. Boss Zhu, thank you. Liu Wei knelt in front of Ziming, banged his head 3 times and said. Ziming hurriedly went up to help him up and said, Engineer Liu, what are you doing? The man has gold under his knees. Get up. But Liu Wei insisted on not getting up. He looked at Ziming and said, Boss Zhu, he said that he did not thank you for his great grace, but I still want to say, thank you. You said that men have gold under his knees. I agree with me. I think men should only kneel on their knees to their parents, but today, Boss Zhu, if you do me such a favor, I definitely want to kneel on you. Chapter 311 In the Name of Counter-Revolution Part 1 Faced with Liu Wei's determination, Ziming really doesn't know what to say. Ziming does make a tactical change, but that is also for his opponent. If Liu Wei is an opponent, then no matter whether he is a general or a provincial party committee deputy secretary, Ziming has a way to deal with it, even if it caused a serious political incident. But now Ziming is facing a person who sincerely thanks himself. Ziming doesn't know what to do. After all, you have helped others, so you can't help others thank you, right? Although the other party's gratitude is a bit too heavy. Of course, from another aspect, Ziming can also understand Liu Wei, because it is said that killing his father and taking his wife is the greatest bloody hatred. Now that his wife has been abused, his child has also been miscarried. The hatred can be imagined. If it's just hatred, it would be fine. But now Liu Wei's problem is that he can't repay it at all by his own strength, which makes him feel desperate. He knows that his wife is being abused, but what can he do? I can't do it. The deep pain in my heart is enough to drive a person crazy. It was on the brink of despair that Ziming not only stepped up to help him rescue his wife, but now also called in the army to beat Gao Ming and all these people into counter-revolutionaries. That would be a rebirth for Liavina. The joy, but why is it not so for Liu Wei? What Ziming didn't know was that when Liu Wei first approached Ziming, he had an attitude of rushing to the doctor because he had thought of countless ways before, but whether it was related to Jining City, the department or the engineering bureau was no one to take care of, or no one wanted to take care of it. Then he remembered Ziming and remembered that he had heard that this was a special person who was different from everyone else. Therefore, in desperation, Liu Wei came to him with the last glimmer of hope. Originally, Liu Wei thought that if Ziming didn't help, he would find a way to go with the bastards of Jining Company, but he didn't expect Ziming to agree in one fell swoop, and he really did what he said. All of this is almost like a dream for Liu Wei, although this is what Liu Wei has always been looking forward to, especially when Ziming personally told him that Gao Ming's sins are unforgivable. Liu Wei then shed tears of excitement. In Liu Wei's eyes, Ziming's figure was so tall. Liu Wei didn't know what kind of person Ziming was, but for his family, Ziming was the savior who rescued them from hell. Seeing Liu Wei's resoluteness, Ziming suddenly felt that he was a bit too conspiratorial, because he decided to help Liu Wei at the beginning, not just simply wanting to help him, but had other ideas. Finally Ziming sighed, smiled and stretched out his hand to him. Well, everything in this world has cause and effect. If you didn't believe that I didn't come to me, then there would be no such result now. So you don't have to thank me, really. Liu Wei and Liavina both raised their heads and stared at Ziming blankly. For some reason, they felt that the current Ziming had a special charm. If Ziming just now was just a stalwart hero, then at this moment Ziming is more like a saint who needs to look up to Ziming's words. They can't feel a trace of resistance in their hearts. It was with this idea that Liu Wei, who was still stubborn just now, stood up with Liavina. Liu Wei also reproached himself and said, I'm sorry, Boss Zhu, I know you will help me because of your nobleness. Your moral class will be lowered by any of my thanks. I'm so stupid. Faced with Liu Wei's self-blame, this time he changed to Ziming and was stunned, because Ziming never expected Liu Wei to think like this. This is simply putting himself in the position of a saint, but Ziming's heart, knowing that he is just a businessman who seeks advantages and avoids disadvantages. Hey, why is it that other people are so happy when they are great men, and it is their turn to be so embarrassed? People can't be compared with people. Ziming sighed like this in his heart. Since Liu Wei had said it so sincerely, he had to explain what he couldn't make him feel great, so he had to pinch his nose to admit it. At this time, Ziming's cell phone rang. Ziming picked it up and connected, and Cao Jianning's hearty laughter came over there. How is it? There is no accident on Consultant Zhu, right? No. This is all thanks to the soldiers, seconded by Mr. Cao. If you don't have your battalion, Mr. Cao, I'm afraid I will become a mob who maliciously wounds others, kidnap and detains. Ziming replied. Du Peng over there heard the call from Cao Jianning, and he came over to the microphone and said, Cao, don't you know how arrogant the Jinning Company and the public security are? You just buckled the hat without saying anything. Regardless of the mischievous behavior of Jinning Company, I now understand how Jinning City has become the present situation. From top to bottom, it is completely rotten to the bone. You don't talk about these useless bullshit. Ziming pushed Du Peng aside, and then asked Cao Jianning, but there is one more thing about President Cao. It's about the Jinning Counter-Revolutionary Group. How are your arrangements? Ziming had arranged for Jinning Company to be a counter-revolutionary group long ago. In fact, he had already decided when Ziming decided to help Liu Wei recover this justice. This is because Ziming knew very well that I want to really destroy Jinning Company and the high-ranking officials he supports. It is not enough to make a fuss about the law. It is not enough to use administrative power alone. This was already very early when the investigation team of the Provincial Public Security Department came down. Clear. Well, since the public security side no longer counts on it, they can only take extraordinary measures. It is unwise for Ziming to transfer the army to cause a conflict between the army and the land. The private transfer of the army is a very serious matter in any country, let alone the troops in the interior. This is the people's army and is a gun under the command of the party. How can it be transferred? Moreover, if it really caused a military land conflict, then no matter what the outcome was, it would kill 1,000 and self-defeating 800. Ziming felt that he was a rare rebirth, and he still had great youth waiting to squander. He was 10,000 unwilling to bury these bastards. Since it can't be a conflict between the army and the land, you must find a suitable reason for the movement of the army. I'm sorry, your Jinning Company can only be a counter-revolutionary group. As the saying goes, dead Taoists don't die and poor Tao. Besides, this group of Jinning Company is not considered Tao friends at all. They are just a bunch of bullying bastards, people like Liu Wei and Li Avina who were bullied and insulted by them. I don't know how many there are. Now that he doesn't buckle all the shitballs on their heads, Ziming feels sorry for the suffering people who have been bullied by the evil forces in Jinning. Don't worry about this. The military area reported this matter early in the morning, and counting the time, it should have been passed to your province by now. Cao Jianning said, as if to prove the matter. When Cao Jianning finished speaking, a soldier hurried in from outside, and came in to salute Major Lin and report. Outside came someone who claimed to be the secretary of the Jinning Municipal Party Committee and the mayor. People, they asked to see the battalion commander. Major Lin did not answer, but turned his gaze to Ziming and Du Peng. He knew very well who was in charge here. Before Ziming had time to speak, the beeper on his waist rang again. Ziming opened it and saw that several messages were sent in line, namely, Jiang Wen, secretary of the Provincial Party Committee, and Xun Qingping, governor of the province. The contents are without exception. It's all about the Jinning counter-revolutionary group. Obviously they all suspect that this matter has something to do with Ziming. Ziming smiled. He first gestured to Major Lin to make him feel safe and restless, and then said to Cao Jianning, Cao really has a brilliant plan. The news has indeed passed. Now the leaders of Jinning City and Jingchu Province, it's all because of the counter-revolutionary group that started to move. Now the secretary of the Jinning Municipal Party Committee is at the door, and the secretary of the provincial party committee and the governor are desperately calling me. It seems that Jingchu province is worthy of an old revolutionary base. This Kader's political vigilance is high, and he suspected you so soon. The military area did not mention your name when reporting, Cao Jianing said. When did the military area report? Ziming asked curiously. Early this morning. The news departed at the same time as Major Lin's troops. Cao Jianing replied, "It turns out that this is the case. It's not that our leaders have a high level of awareness. I used to find Governor Xun for the Jining campaign's affairs, but the matter has not been resolved. Now Jining has suddenly emerged a counter-revolutionary group. He can react to it. It's no surprise that I'm doing a famous haul," Ziming said. Cao Jianing thought for a while and asked Ziming, "Then what are you going to do now?" Ziming could hear Cao Jianing put away all the jokes and was asking very seriously, so Ziming also replied, "From the moment things started, there is no retreat. Mr. Cao, we can only move forward now. I know, you will ask for your own blessings for the consultant that week," Cao Jianing said. I said, "Mr. Cao, your words are really imposing. Why do we need to ask for more blessings? We are now the revolutionary vanguard to defeat the counter-revolution. As the son of Marshal Cao, Mr. Cao, you have to be a little bit turbulent about fighting the landlords and making revolution!" Ziming said. "Your consultant this week, I can see it now. Any help you say is fake. You are afraid that the world will not be chaotic." After Cao Jianing said this, he hung up the phone. But not long after Cao Jianing's phone hung up, Ziming's cell phone rang again. Ziming could guess who was calling without thinking, so Ziming turned it off directly. Then he turned his head and said to Du Peng and Liu Oy, "Well, comrades, now is our last fight with the counter-revolutionaries. Let us go out to meet the challenge and meet our officials of Jining City." These words made Liu Oy and Major Lin almost dumbfounded. Perhaps the only person who could make such jokes at this time was Ziming. Chapter 312 In the Name of Counter-Revolution Part 2 ? The officials of Jining City in Ziming's mouth are now anxious to become ants on the hot pot. Whether it is the secretary of the municipal party committee or the mayor, they don't care about their own image at this moment. They stretch out like the crowd on the street. Standing on the road outside and looking desperately into the courtyard of the Two building, as if by doing so, I can see the situation inside through the soldiers at the door and the walls of the Two building. But it's no wonder that they have such a performance. The counter-revolution is itself a powerful nuclear bomb in officialdom. No matter who it is, no matter what level he is, no matter what kind of background he has, as long as he is involved. Enter the counter-revolutionary incident. That is, you will never stand up. Since the founding of the People's Republic of China, I don't know how many big people fell on this. Even the big figures in the central government are like this, not to mention ordinary officials. It is simply a plague of death. For the current wave of officials, they all came over 10 years ago. The concepts of revolution and counter-revolution are deeply implanted in their minds, imprinted in the depths of their souls, making them instinctively afraid. Now suddenly telling them that they have found a counter-revolutionary group in Jining City, or a counter-revolutionary group supported by the deputy secretary of the municipal party committee, how can they calm down? A bad deal is the rhythm of the whole team being destroyed. The name of the secretary of the Jining municipal party committee is Wang Chengyao. It is not difficult to see from his dress and image that he is a very self-cultivating person. But no matter what kind of person he should be, at least now he and the people who are encountering problems, comrades in the neighborhood committee, make no difference. He wandered at the door, and went up and asked, "This little soldier, I am Wang Chengyao, secretary of the Jining Municipal Party Committee. What is going on here? How come there is any counter-revolutionary in Jining City? Can you let me go in and meet Chief Lin Ying? As the leader of Jining City, I have the right to know the situation." Although Wang Chenyao's words were very tough, he did not dare to move forward in front of the muzzle of the black holes. "Sorry, our superiors have an order. Before getting permission, no one is allowed to enter. You can contact our superiors first, and you can enter after getting permission," the little officer at the door said in a businesslike tone. The little officer's tone made Wang Chengyao even more anxious. If he could contact the military area to get permission, he would have gotten it. However, he suddenly received a phone call from the secretary of the provincial party committee personally just over an hour ago, and he used it very harshly. He asked him how the counter-revolutionary clique occurred in Jining City. He ran over in a hurry. Up to now, he still didn't fully understand what had happened, and how could he contact the military area or something. Wang Chengyao wanted to break in, but he didn't dare to gamble on whether the soldiers at the door would actually shoot himself, the secretary of the municipal party committee. After all, this was dealing with counter-revolutionary incidents, and the troops had the right to deal with them temporarily. Wang Chengyao scratched his head anxiously. When he was about to scratch his scalp off his irritability, he suddenly saw several people coming out of the two building, and he saw the commander Lin Ying in the major's costume at a glance. At this moment, Wang Changhao really had a feeling of keeping the clouds open and seeing Ming, but immediately he saw that it was wrong, because this comrade Lin Ying, he turned out to be in third place. As a secretary of the municipal party committee at the department level, Wang Chengyao has always been very sensitive to system politics. He immediately wondered, Battalion Commander Lin heard that it was the highest commander of the army to deal with this counter-revolutionary incident. Now he is both in third place. What is the identity of a person? Needless to say, the only ones who can walk in front of Major Lin are Ziming and Du Peng. They walked toward the door, and the guard at the door immediately took the initiative to step aside. Ziming came to Wang Chengyao and asked him, "Excuse me, is it Secretary Wang Chengyao of the Jining Municipal Party Committee?" "I am Wang Chengyao." Wang Chengyao nodded and said subconsciously, "Since it is Secretary Wang, please come in and talk. Some things need to be discussed with you," Ziming said. "Okay." Wang Chengyao still answered subconsciously. Ziming turned around and nodded to Major Lin, and this allowed Wang Chengyao to come in. At this time, the mayor of Jining stood up and asked, "Who are you? You said that Secretary Wang would go in. What if there is any danger?" Ziming smiled and said, "This is Mayor Kong, right? I want to say that these are all soldiers from the Lingnan military region, and they are not long-term Tigerlairs. Secretary Wang is also the secretary of the Jining Municipal Party Committee. We can guarantee his safety. As for me, I am Zhu Ming from Lianyang. I think everyone should have heard of my name, and I am here today to fight the counter-revolutionary groups for the country." Zhu Ming's words were like throwing a blockbuster, causing an uproar. Everyone looked at Zhu Ming in surprise and shouted Zhu Ming's name with a face full of weirdness. Even Mayor Kong looked at Zhu Ming dumbfounded. After a while, he said, "Aren't you Zhu Ming a businessman? When did you manage the affairs of the counter-revolutionary group?" Mayor Kong asked this question, and everyone else nodded their heads, obviously agreeing with him. Zhu Ming regretfully shook his head and said, "If the ordinary people ask this question, it is understandable. After all, everyone has different ideological awareness, but it is very difficult for Mayor Kong to ask you that." "I am a businessman." "False. But I am even more of a firm party member. I have to fight against all anti-party and counter-revolutionary criminals. This is my responsibility and even more importantly, my duty." Everyone was speechless, but they were not impressed by Zhu Ming's noble ideology, but they didn't know how to refute Zhu Ming's noble banner. It is true that every mass of the people has the responsibility and obligation to fight against all anti-party and counter-revolutionary criminals, but this is just a slogan to deceive children. Who the hell will really fight criminals? Either the brain is broken, or the brain is broken. But this time Zhu Ming seemed to be determined to hit everyone present in the face. When everyone thought this way, Zhu Ming took out a red star medal from his pocket and pinned it on his chest. He said proudly to everyone, "I know you don't believe me, but it doesn't matter, because I have a clear conscience. I will always be a good son of the party and the people. I will always fight all anti-party and counter-revolutionary criminals to the end. This is after I have made contributions to the motherland and the people." The central leadership awarded me the honor. Everyone was stunned to see this medal, and suddenly felt that the whole world was wrong. It hasn't been long since the award of honors on the founding of the Army Day. As organ cadres, They are naturally very familiar with this kind of medal, but it is precisely because of this that it makes them even more incredible. Aren't all these medals awarded to soldiers in the army? Although it is not a precedent for not awarding such medals to ordinary people, they are definitely the famous heroes in the country. How can they not be Zhu Ming, who remembers what great things this great capitalist from Jingchu did to save the party and the country? More importantly, even though the ceremony was huge and the number of honorees was large, everyone was still impressed whether there was Zhu Ming or not. But what if I have an impression this ironclad fact is right in front of them? They want to guess that the medal is fake, but the troops are here. Judging from Major Lin's respectful eyes, this Red Star medal is definitely genuine. This incredible contrast will drive people crazy. However, regardless of what kind of impact he will bring to them, Zhu Ming went on to say, "It is precisely the country that believes in me so that I cannot fail the trust of the country and the central leadership in me, so I will protect the honor of the motherland. To fight against all actions that endanger the party and the motherland, I will definitely be able to afford the Red Star medal on my chest." Zhu Ming's awe-inspiring remarks made many people disdain, but they had no way to refute. Many people wanted to shoot Zhu Ming directly with a brick, but it was impossible to do so. This feeling of collapse made them the first time. "I think I might as well die." Among all people, Wang Qiao was the first to understand. He stood up and said to everyone, "Comrade Zhu Ming's spirit of doing everything for the party and the country is indeed worthy of everyone to learn. I can trust Comrade Zhu Ming. Yes, I trust the party and the country even more, and there are comrades in the army to protect me. I believe that can be no accidents." So, Wang Qiao said at last, "Mayor Kong and other comrades are also asked to wait a while outside, and Comrade Zhu Ming and I will come out after we go in to find out the situation." After speaking, Wang Qiao walked into the compound and followed Zhu Ming to a room in the two building. When he walked into the room, Wang Qiao said, "Comrade Zhu Ming, I have come in as you requested. You can just say what you want." Secretary Wang is really quick to talk. Since Secretary Wang has already said so, let me just say it. This time Jining City is indeed a counter-revolutionary group. It is a gang headed by Gao Ming, the chairman of Jining Company, Gao Jianhui, deputy secretary of the Ning Municipal Party Committee, secretary of the Political and Legal Committee, is their protection, umbrella and behind the scenes. Zhu Ming said to Wang Qiao. This made Wang Qiao frown at the time. "Comrade Zhu Ming, is this sure? But why is the situation I learned different from what you said?" Zhu Ming calmly explained, "That's because this counter-revolutionary group usually hides well, and Gao Jianhui, as a senior leader of the Jining Municipal Party Committee, also deceived Secretary Wang very well." "What are you trying to say?" Wang Qiao asked thoughtfully. He seemed to have guessed something, but he was not sure. Wang Qiao's entangled expression was caught by Zhu Ming. Zhu Ming immediately smiled. He said, "What I want to say is that this counter-revolutionary group headed by Gao Ming has brought Jining people here in Jining City. The heavy disaster was that Secretary Wang decisively cooperated with the actions of the central and military regions, and destroyed this counter-revolutionary group in one fell swoop, and returned the people of Jining to a bright future." Zhu Ming finally said, "It is to completely dispose of this Jining underworld gang in the name of counter-revolution." Chapter 313 In the Name of Counter-Revolution Part 2 Bowen thank Kebeb 646 for your support. In the name of a counter-revolution, completely dismiss the evil gangs. Wang Qiao heard Zhu Ming looking at Zhu Ming with a look like a fantasy. He really wanted to say something to Zhu Ming. "Are you fucking here to tell me a story? Or do you think that everyone in the world will be crazy with you when you have a second-degree illness?" However, Wang Qiao didn't say these words in the end, because now the Lingnan military region has sent a battalion of soldiers over to control their two brothers Gao Ming Gaofeng, chairman and manager of Jining Company, and their father Gao Jianhui here. When I entered, I also saw the sentry that was laid down like the front line of the war. All of this showed that Zhu Ming was not joking with him. But if it weren't for joking, how could Zhu Ming put such a deadly hat on Gao Jianhui and his son? Of course, Wang Chengyao is not worried about Gao Jianhui and his son. The officialdom has always been favored. Wang Chengyao will take him Gao Jianhui and his son to death. But the problem is that once the crime of counter-revolution is detained, it is not just one person. Things, not even Jining official affairs, will directly involve the Jingxia province and cause the province to reshuffle. As the saying goes, there is no end to the eggs under the covered nest. Not to mention that Wang Chengyao, as the secretary of the Jining Municipal Party Committee, has no room for dodge. Seeing that Wang Chengyao had been silent there, Ziming was not in a hurry, so he moved a chair and sat in front of him. He also gestured to Wang Chengyao in a pleased gesture and said, "Secretary Wang might as well find a chair and sit down first. I think we can slowly and deeply discuss this topic." This made Wang Chengyao so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. "Good fellow, you made trouble in the name of a counter-revolution, and now you are laid back. You don't know that the entire Jining officialdom is going to be anxious." Wang Chengyao looked at the smile on Ziming's face at this time. He really wanted to take his shoes and slap it, but he didn't dare to do so. He had a hunch that the future of this matter would only be Ziming alone. Master it. Under such thoughts, Wang Chengyao also moved a chair. Ziming said to him, "I know that Secretary Wang has limited time, so I will simply tell Secretary Wang." Wang Chengyao gave a good voice, and there was no joy, anger, sorrow or joy on a dead man's face. "In fact, this matter is not complicated to talk about. That is, my engineering team is building the expressway in Liangjiang County of your city, but the Jining company collects protection fees. My engineering team is not willing to pay. This Jining company I arrested my engineer, beat and illegally imprisoned his wife, and insulted his wife. I came to the door to reason. He also threatened me to give him money. I was so upset that I wanted to kill him," Ziming said. If Ziming's previous words were a fairy tale, then Ziming's words at this time are legendary stories. Everyone is not a Liangshan hero. How can there be a saying that if you don't agree, you will be killed and invigorated? Please be adults, okay? Can you behave like an adult? I know that for Secretary Wang, this is a matter that can be resolved through negotiation, but for me, I will never bow to any evil forces," Ziming said. This awe-inspiring remark made Wang Chengyao very helpless. "Boss Zhu, what do you want?" Hearing Wang Chenyao's tone, Ziming decided not to go around with him anymore. "Secretary Wang, this is actually not what I want, but what you want." "What am I going to do?" Wang Chengyao said in a daze, feeling that he was going to be driven mad by Ziming's thinking. "You, Ziming, did this from beginning to end, and he was 2 hours ago. They were all still in the meeting in the Municipal Party Committee building, and I didn't understand what happened. They were totally affected by Yuang disaster. How come I have to ask me what is going on in the end? Simply inexplicable." However, Ziming nodded his head unceremoniously. "Yes, because things are already like this, Secretary Wang. As the secretary of the Jining Municipal Party Committee, you can only follow the development of the province or fight the counter-revolutionary clique with me." "What do you think of Secretary Wang?" Wang Chenyao's face was pulled down. "Boss Zhu is threatening me." Ziming smiled and said, "Secretary Wang, if I really want to threaten you, I didn't tell you that. I told you that not only was not threatening you, but I was still helping you." "Is it helping me to slander Gao Jianhui and Jining Company as a counter-revolutionary?" Wang Chengyao asked with a sneer, but he was scolding Ziming as shameless in his heart. But Ziming's next sentence made him think otherwise. "I'm just helping Secretary Wang." "As for why, I think Secretary Wang is definitely clearer than me about the affairs of Jining, don't you? If you don't get rid of this malignant tumor, Secretary Wang and your Municipal Party Committee Secretary will only become more aware. The more difficult it is to do." "I don't know, Secretary Wang, what do you think?" Ziming said. Wang Chengyao was stunned on the spot, looking at Ziming with uncertain eyes, while Ziming looked at him with a smile. Ziming was not worried at all. He was determined by Wang Chengyao. After previous investigations, Ziming knew that Wang Chengyao, the Municipal Party Committee Secretary, was not doing well in Jining. In other places, The municipal party secretary was the head of the municipal party committee. You can say everything in one word, but at least there is absolute authority. But here in Jining City, even though Wang Chengyao is the secretary of the municipal party committee, he still has to be constrained by the two deputy secretaries of the municipal party committee in many things, especially Gao Jianhui, who has a very hard relationship in the province. If not, even with him as the deputy secretary of the municipal party committee, his son could not afford such a big gang of evil forces, and it was even impossible for the Provincial Public Security Bureau to take them. Although the other Mayor Kong is not so out of place as Gao Jianhui on the surface, he still faintly compares with Wang Chengyao, the municipal party committee secretary, in terms of various things. And more importantly, he is still in line with Gao Jianhui. Otherwise, when Ziming asked Wang Chengyao to come in and talk alone at the gate of the Tongzilu compound, Mayor Kong would not object on the spot. It is said that danger and opportunity coexist. This time I have launched a counter-revolutionary case in Jining City. It is not a good thing for Jining and even the entire Jingcha province, but for you, Secretary Wang, it is definitely a case. A huge opportunity. Ziming said. Wang Chenyao's breathing became heavy. He was very clear that Ziming's words were not bragging. Once this counter-revolutionary incident was confirmed, and he actively participated in the fight against counter-revolutionary groups, the political significance to him would be unparalleled. Not only that, with the fall of Gao Jianhui, Jining has been fighting in the Three Kingdoms. Congo's joint learning from Sun Quan and Liu to fight against himself will be completely ended, and he, the secretary of the municipal party committee, will truly be the secretary of the municipal party committee. If it is an ordinary person, he will jump up happily, thanking Ziming for giving him such a great opportunity. But Wang Chengyao still asked calmly, I don't understand, why did you find me? It's very simple. Because you are the secretary of the Jining Municipal Party Committee, I need your help, and you also need this opportunity I give you. I am a businessman. This is my favorite win-win cooperation model. In this cooperation model next, I have nothing to lose. Ziming said. Wang Chengyao was dumbfounded. It's that simple? Of course it can't be that simple. This was Ziming's first response. In fact, Ziming chose Wang Chengyao because Ziming still remembered that in his previous life, Jining Company, the evil group that had been in Jining for 10 years, was destroyed. It was Wang Chengyao leading any-handedly. It was just that Wang Chengyao had already moved up to the province at that time, but the case was still handled vigorously. Ziming clearly remembered that in his previous life, the province not only mobilized almost all the elite and powerful generals on the public security front in the province, but also dispatched more than 1,000 armed police forces to completely dispose of Jining Company. Gao Ming and Gao Feng waited. None of the main criminals could escape. Later, because Wang Chengyao had handled the case, he recorded a large sum in his merit book, and he was promoted to the Central Committee. It was in the previous life that Wang Chengyao did such a thing that Ziming had confidence in him and wanted to cooperate with him. However, it is impossible for Ziming to tell him this, so Ziming can only nod his head and tell him that it's that simple. Wang Chengyao, who got the answer, didn't have any ideas. He said that he was in business, but if Ziming can treat such a big political event as a deal, I am afraid that only Ziming Yui can do it in the country. It is not difficult to see from Wang Chenyao's eyes that Ziming had agreed in his heart, so Ziming immediately struck the iron while it was hot. Since Secretary Wang has agreed, then Secretary Wang is now the commander-in-chief of our Jining City against the counter-revolutionary group. Let's go out now. After all, there are still many things in Jining that require Secretary Wang to arrange. Ziming said that he took Wang Chengyao out. Following Ziming's actions, Wang Chengyao showed an angry look. Only then did he realize that he was kidnapped by Ziming, but what was even more hateful was that he had to do what he said, and even thank him afterwards. What the hell is this? Ziming couldn't hear the cry in Wang Chenyao's heart, but even if Ziming heard it, he couldn't change his mind. A few minutes later, Ziming took Wang Chengyao out of the Tongzilu compound. At this time, the officials of Jining City, big and small, were about to wait crazy. Seeing Wang Chengyao and Ziming came out, Mayor Kong immediately brought someone up and said, "Secretary Chang how is the situation inside? Are Comrade Gao Jianhui and anyone else injured?" "Please don't worry, Secretary Chang Secretary Jiang of the Provincial Party Committee and Governor Xia are already on their way here, as well as the leaders of the Lingnan military region. I believe those who privately mobilize troops to besiege and illegally detain leading cadres of the country will not end well." Only after Mayor Kong finished his words of righteousness, Ziming burst into laughter. Mayor Kong glared at Ziming and asked, "What are you laughing at?" "What am I laughing at? I am a fool to laugh at you," Ziming said unceremoniously, then ignoring Mayor Kong's murderous eyes and said to Wang Chengyao, "Secretary Wang, it's up to you to speak." Following Ziming's words, all Jining officials focused their eyes on Wang Chengyao, and then they heard words that they had felt incredible all their lives. Wang Chengyao came out and said to everyone, "I declare that the Jining Municipal Party Committee and government will cooperate with the comrades of the military region to severely crack down on all counter-revolutionary organizations in Jining City." Chapter 314 Must do this? Gosh. What happened just now? Why would Secretary Wang support the crackdown on counter-revolutionary groups? What kind of medicine did Zuming give Secretary Wang this week? This is the common thought in the hearts of Jining officials after hearing Wang Chenyao's words. They all looked at Wang Chenyao dumbfounded. They didn't believe that the words came from Wang Chenyao, and some would even think that they appeared. There is no other reason for the auditory hallucinations. It is really that Wang Chenyao's attitude is too weird. If the people here today are leaders from the province or the central government, then Wang Chenyao's remarks can be said to be obeying the instructions of the central leadership. But now the provincial party committee secretary and the governor are calling together to inquire about the situation. Obviously, if you don't know this beforehand, then, in this case, Ziming acted privately and wanted to frame Gao Jianhui. Under such circumstances, you still have to express your support for him. What does this mean? At this moment, everyone has doubts about their own lives in the previous decades, thinking that the logic they have previously known is simply the wrong logic. But whether you doubt your own three views, or whether they have other ideas, things happen so miraculously, whether you accept it or not. Then Ziming stepped on everyone's broken heart and said, "The task of fighting against other counter-revolutionary organizations outside is left to Secretary Wang. I am here waiting for the news of your victorious return." This made everyone almost fainted. Who is Ziming this time? How dare to speak to Wang Chenyao in this kind of tone of leadership encouraging subordinates? But what makes everyone even more unacceptable is that Wang Chenyao was not angry, and he really nodded to Ziming and promised, "Please rest assured, Comrade Ziming, I will do my duty as the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee and will not disappoint the party and organization." Of course, Wang Chenyao took the people away after he finished speaking, but the statement he left behind still made everyone petrified on the spot like a body fixation method, and the look in Ziming's eyes became completely incomprehensible. Faced with the attention of these Jining officials, Ziming said, "Dear leaders of Jining, our country has gone from the founding of the People's Republic to today. Every step has not been easy. Now the country is undergoing reform and opening up, carrying out economic construction and leading the people of the whole country to prosperity and strength. But there are always some people who are not dead. They are afraid that the world will not be chaotic. They are always thinking of destroying our hard-won happy life and surpassing the people. For these people, I just want to say that for the fundamental interests of the people, I will definitely fight them to the end forever." Ziming's speech was still so impassioned, but in the ears of everyone at the scene, it hit their faces like a slap. Crackling. This annoys everyone that everyone can't tell. Is it only you, Ziming, who is a good person, a defender who will work for the welfare of the people, and we are the bureaucrats of the corpse-bit vegetarian meal? In particular, you are not a cadre of an agency. You are just a capitalist who will exploit the people. What face do you have to say this? It is also said that others fear that the world will not be chaotic, and the person who most fears that the world will not be chaotic, I am afraid it is you. Everyone was not convinced in their hearts, But the development of things from just now to the present and the attitude of Wang Chengyao, secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, made everyone unable to say a word of rebuttal. Ziming is not the kind of person who is unreasonable and unforgiving, and desperately trying to get in front of others. Just come out and pretend to be a blow to the self-esteem of these disgusting bureaucrats. If it is too much, it will make people tired and crooked. So Ziming, after speaking, I went back to the Tongzilu compound. Back in the compound, Du Peng couldn't help asking Ziming, can Wang Chengyao really be trusted? What if he is perfunctory? Ziming thought for a moment and replied, actually, I trust or distrust him, or whether he is playing me. It doesn't matter. What's important is that the lid on Jinning's side is definitely not covered by me. No matter whether I succeed or not, Jinning will have to reshuffle the cards. So instead of drifting with the crowd in the future, it's better to take the initiative to fight, knowing that once the counter-revolutionary group's hat is buckled, it is the vanguard of fighting against the counter-revolutionary clique. This is a fortune in his credit and a guarantee for his future promotion. So, Ziming said at last, as long as he wants to take the initiative to seize his own destiny, he must do what I say. Du Peng sighed and said to Ziming, I can't help but say, Ziming, you guys are really a bastard. You have to count everything. Then now Wang Chengyao has gone out to arrest counter-revolutionaries. What should we do? Didn't Mayor Kong just listen to what the Provincial Party Committee Secretary Jiang Wen and Governor Xun Qingping were already on their way? We can't let the provincial leaders run in such a vain trip and just get tired and wait here. All right, Ziming said. Du Peng said, why do I think you are the rhythm that even Secretary Jiang and Uncle Xun have to go in together? Ziming laughed loudly and said, thank you. If I can get into the two provincial officials, I would be proud and proud. However, he said he was waiting, but Ziming also understood that it would take about 6 hours to get from the provincial capital Danzi to Jining. Therefore, Ziming and Du Peng were not idle during this time, and they went to the central government. Of course, during this time, Jiang Wen and Xun Qingping also used their mobile phones to call them, but their purpose was not to answer the phone. In the end, they even turned off their mobile phones, leaving only a pager. When it finally got dark, the two leaders of the Jingcha Provincial Party Committee and the provincial government finally arrived here. When the two rulers of Jingcha province arrived, Ziming inside could clearly hear the noise coming from outside. Needless to say, it was the voice of the leading cadres of Jining City greeting them. In normal times, in order to show that they are close to the people, the two leaders may also communicate with them to sympathize with each other. But now, they rushed to the door of the Tongzilu compound, opening their mouths to the door. The officer said, I am Jiang Wen, secretary of the Provincial Party Committee of Jingchu. I want to know what happened here, and take me to see your chief immediately. The little officer dared to push back the words of the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, but now facing a secretary of the Provincial Party Committee, he felt a little guilty in his heart. But fortunately, Ziming, Du Peng and Major Lin came out at this time, and they greeted Jiang Wen and Xun Qingping together. If it's normal, Jiang Wen would have a few polite words with them, but now Jiang Wen has been anxious all the way. He opened his mouth and asked Ziming, Comrade Ziming, what are you doing? I'm cooperating with the army's comrades to attack a group of counter-revolutionaries entrenched in Jining City. Ziming still answered this question, but Jiang Wen didn't want to follow Ziming's set. He asked again, counter-revolutionaries? Then I ask you, who is the counter-revolutionary? What specific counter-revolutionary actions did he have? And what evidence is there? Jiang Wen deserves to be the secretary of the Provincial Party Committee. The ability to change this mechanism is much better than that of Wang Chengyou's Municipal Party Committee secretary. It is really difficult for ordinary people to answer his question. But that is also for ordinary people. But Ziming was prepared for this. He directly took out his eldest brother and handed it to Jiang Wen and said, Secretary Jiang, Chairman Du wants you to call him back. He has something to do. Tell you. Faced with Ziming's actions, Jiang Wen couldn't predict it no matter how the Provincial Party Committee secretary, so Jiang Wen was stunned for a moment. and then took the mobile phone from Ziming's hand and went to the side to make a call. When Jiang Wen left, the governors Xun Qingping and Ziming were left with big eyes and small eyes, but this was actually Ziming's purpose. After all, Ziming and Jiang Wen were not familiar with each other, and there were some things that Ziming couldn't do with him. He said that Xun Qingping is different. Although the identities of the two sides are still quite different, there is always a way to communicate in relationship, not to mention that some things in Ziming require Xun Qingping's strength. Like Jiang Wen, Xun Qingping had no politeness towards Ziming. He opened his mouth and asked directly, "Ziming, this is how you kidnapped the leading cadres of the party and government agencies and the provincial and municipal committees?" From the actions of Jiang Wen and Xun Qingping, it is not difficult to see that these two elders from Jingchu province are in an extreme mood at the moment. If others would start to worry, Ziming was puzzled. "Governor Xun, I don't understand what you mean. I'm just helping the party and the country fight counter-revolutionaries. Why is it kidnapped?" Comrade Ziming. Xun Qingping raised his tone and said, "Do you dare to quibble? I know that your engineering team has been treated unfairly here. You have grievances in your heart, but this is not because you slander others as counter-revolutionary organizations. Reason. Do you know the consequences of doing this? Do you know how much trouble it will cause from the provincial party committee to the local government?" Governor Xun thought I was just trying to vent my own grievances, or complain that the province didn't care about me. If this is the case, then Governor Xun will disappoint me very much. Ziming said, "I want Xun Sheng. You must have never been to Jining City. You have no idea how arrogant this Jining company is. You have no idea how my engineer and his wife have been treated." Ziming turned around and pointed to the two building at the back, and then said to Xun Qingping, "They are there now. I suggest Governor Xun go and take a look." If Governor Xun still thinks so after seeing what happened to them, I have nothing to say. "Governor Xun, please." Ziming finally gave Xun Qingping a please gesture. In front of this gesture, Xun Qingping's menacing aura before was suppressed. Xun Qingping wanted to restore his aura, but faced Ziming's disappointed look. Xun Qingping could not say anything. Of course, Ziming didn't really want to embarrass Xun Qingping, so Ziming just did this. Seeing that Xun Qingping's momentum was weakened, he immediately changed his words. "I'm still here to deal with Jining's affairs. Describe all 10 of them to Governor Xun." Later, Ziming told Xun Qingping all the experience of Liu Wei and his wife at Jining Company. Xun Qingping was shocked at the time. "Lawlessness. This is too lawless." "Governor Xun, even my people are treated like this. You can imagine the local people in Jining," Ziming said. Chapter 315, Secretary of the Provincial Party Committee. The atmosphere at the scene was suddenly silent, and no one knew what to say. It was indeed just like Ziming said. His engineering team was invited from Yanjing. Generally, all places have a very respectful attitude towards the capital. Regardless of the people in the locality, they have to weigh. But just like this, the evil forces in Jining City are still so arrogant. You can imagine what it would look like to the locals. Basically no different from the Earth Emperor. Facing such a bad criminal gang, facing Jining people living in dire straits, whether in Jingchu province or in Jining City, they did not pay attention to them and let him develop. Now Ziming has finally come to reveal this cover. After opening, Xun Qingping, as the governor of the province, not only didn't praise him, but also rebuked him. "Isn't this a cheer for criminals?" This made Xun Qingping feel ashamed. However, this silence and embarrassment did not last long. Soon the Provincial Party Committee Secretary Jiang Wen ended the phone call with Chairman Du, and came over and returned the phone to Ziming. He looked around and asked Ziming, "Jining, the comrades of the city should have come here long ago. Why didn't I see Comrade Chenyo?" "This is Secretary Jiang." Secretary Wang has already coordinated the relevant departments and continued to organize the suppression of the Jining counter-revolutionary group. Ziming explained to Jiang Wen. When Ziming spoke, he did not deliberately avoid anyone. In addition, these people in Jining wanted to know the first-hand news very much. When they heard Ziming's answer, they were immediately happy, because they just looked at Jiang Wen so actively rushed from the provincial capital Danzi to Jining. Obviously the province attaches great importance to this matter. So since the province attaches so much importance to this matter, the secretary of the provincial party committee also rushed to Jining himself, but your municipal party committee secretary is not there. What does this mean? Does the secretary of the small city party committee play in front of the secretary of the provincial party committee? This matter may seem small, but in many cases it can show the political mind of an official. It is precisely because of this that everyone is very happy to hear what Ziming explained to Jiang Wen. Everyone thinks that Jiang Wen will treat Wang Qing'er because of this. They had an opinion, but what disappointed them in the end was that Jiang Wen just silently nodded, and did not express any opinion on this matter. Comrade Ziming, let's talk alone, Jiang Wen said to Ziming. Of course, Ziming couldn't refuse the invitation of the secretary of the provincial party committee. He followed Jiang Wen to the room where he had talked with Wang Chengyao, the secretary of the Jining municipal party committee. Unlike Wang Chengyao, after Jiang Wen entered the house, he was completely appointed by the owner and found a chair to sit in. Next, he reached out to Ziming and motioned for him to sit down. Ziming raised his eyebrows and sighed that Jiang Wen deserved to be the secretary of the provincial party committee. Although the secretary of the provincial party committee did not impress Ziming, not being impressed does not mean that he is not competent. Because a person who is not competent, it is impossible to become the secretary of the provincial party committee. It seems that this secretary Jiang is much better than Wang Chengyao in terms of raising his chi or other aspects. With this thought, Ziming secretly raised his mind. After Ziming sat down, Jiang Wen immediately asked Ziming, Comrade Chenyao's departure was not accidental, but Ziming, did you arrange it? Ziming was a little surprised, because Ziming had thought about what Jiang Wen would talk to himself first, but he really didn't expect that he would raise such a question first. Of course Ziming understands what Jiang Wen's intention is. Just like most people think, the higher level leaders will come down, no matter what. The lower level will always come to greet them, but there will be exceptions to this matter. As it is now, a counter-revolutionary incident broke out in Ning City. In order for Wang Chengyao to express his determination to fight the counter-revolutionary, he must start with this incident. Thinking of this, Ziming smiled helplessly, because to be honest, he hadn't thought about this before. Until now Jiang Wen asked, Ziming immediately realized that Wang Chengyao has left for a long time, and he hasn't come here once. As the municipal party committee secretary, it's possible that he didn't know the news that the provincial party committee secretary came down, so he did this deliberately to show everyone. It seems that no one who can have a certain status, whether in officialdom or in a shopping mall, will be a fuel-efficient lamp. This is the case with Jiang Wen, the secretary of the provincial party committee, and even more so with Wang Chengyao, who will be able to enter the central committee in the future. Ziming thought about it and said, I want to say that I have no arrangements. I don't know if Secretary Jiang believes it or not. Jiang Wen fixed his eyes on Ziming for a few moments, then waved his hand, and decided to skip the topic and said, okay, let's not talk about this matter. I want to know what Ziming has done so hard to bring about such a counter-revolutionary incident. For what? Ziming was about to answer, and Jiang Wen immediately added another sentence, Comrade Ziming, you and I know exactly what the situation is about the counter-revolutionary clique on Jining's side, so don't say anything. Ziming was stunned for a moment. He understood that it was very difficult for a provincial party committee secretary to say this. However, Ziming still did not intend to answer directly. He still said, I don't understand Secretary Jiang for what you asked for. What does it mean? Jiang Wen frowned and looked at Ziming very dissatisfied. It would be impossible for ordinary people to hold it. Ziming had a very indifferent attitude. In the end, Jiang Wen was defeated and spoke first. Said, I heard Governor Xun said that your engineering team encountered blackmail threats from evil forces on Jining. It seems that Secretary Jiang thought I was retaliating. Ziming said, but it doesn't matter. Retaliation means retaliation. I am willing to carry this pot. You are indeed retaliating, But the target of your retaliation is not the evil forces in Jining City, but the counter-revolutionary incident to retaliate against Deputy Secretary Dai Jinshan in the province. Jiang Wen pointed out harshly. Ziming did not speak. Jiang Wen went on to say, I know that when the Jiangnan province investigation team went to Linyang to inspect the township industrial park last time, there were some unhappiness between Ziming and Dai Jinshan. Comrade Dai Jinshan was involved in many things. There are also problems with the handling, but it is very irrational to cause a counter-revolutionary incident, and it is even more harmful to you. Comrade Ziming, you are still young and don't have a deep understanding of counter-revolution. You don't understand that these three words are not just a single accusation. What is behind him is an anti-party and anti-national event. It will catch fire, and you will be unlucky. Jiang Wen said. If Jiang Wen was not talking about counter-revolutionary matters at this time, and he was not the secretary of the provincial party committee, then these words are basically the common language of the aunts of the neighborhood committees to mediate neighborhood disputes. But now they are spoken by a provincial party committee secretary, which made Zhu Ming want to laugh. But in the end Zhu Ming didn't laugh. He smiled and shook his head and said to Jiang Wen, Secretary Jiang, you look down on people too much. I really want to retaliate against Dai Jinshan, but there are many ways I have to deal with him. There is no need to use this kind of method, let alone watching my engineer and his wife being so insulted and refused to help. Just want to make a big fuss about this thing. This kind of thing is simply the work of beasts. The more Zhu Ming said, the more emotional he became, and in the end he almost shouted, I have said something to Secretary Dai Jinshan, but now I want to say it to you again. I am a passionate young man in my 20s who has only graduated from university for 2 years. My heart is still red and cold. I am not the insensitive and timid person in Luxun's works. I am a man who dares to fight, dare to think, and dare to act. People, Ziming said proudly, I don't deny that I know that Secretary Dai Jinshan is behind Jining Company. The reason why I contacted the army to make this matter a counter-revolutionary incident was also to maximize the case and bring Secretary Dai Jinshan into the water. That's because I know that he is the key to the evil forces in Jining. If you don't remove him, the evil forces in Jining City will never be able to be defeated. Secretary Jiang, you said that I was retaliating. I also admit that I was retaliating and also retaliating against Secretary Dai Jinshan. But this retaliation is not for myself, but for all the people in Jining City who have been bullied by evil forces. It's even more to retaliate in order to return a harmonious and peaceful place in Jining City. Zhu Ming finally shouted resolutely, and raised his arms. Jiang Wen leaned back subconsciously, and raised his head to look at Zhu Ming, as if Zhu Ming's figure suddenly became taller. Seeing what Jiang Wen looked like, Zhu Ming immediately said to Jiang Wen, Secretary Jiang, I know that the counter-revolutionary incident that I have caused has caused great trouble to the Secretary, you and the province. I also understand how much I did this. It shouldn't be. But I just can't bear the happiness of those scumbags here in Jining City. So Secretary Jiang, if you are really afraid of trouble and central punishment, please leave this matter alone and I will take care of it. Before Zhu Ming finished speaking, Jiang Wen severely interrupted him, Comrade Zhu Ming, please remember that I am the secretary of the Provincial Party Committee of Jingqiu, and of course counter-revolutionary incidents must also be handled by me. I know that Secretary Jiang, you are a good secretary who came out of the people and made everything for the people. I believe that facing the counter-revolutionary group in Jining this time, you will definitely stand firmly on the side of the people and thoroughly get rid of this counter-revolutionary group. Zhu Ming said. Zhu Ming's words are very exciting, but Jiang Wen's ears at this time have a great ridicule, making him want to jump and scold his mother. Zhu Ming, this little bastard, I was fooled by him again. Jiang Wen scolded Zhu Ming in his heart. In fact, he regretted it when he said that. As the secretary of the Provincial Party Committee, How could he fail to see that Ziming's words were meant for himself? What understands oneself shouldn't. You shouldn't do it. Why can't those scum be happy? Then you can kill them with a knife. Why don't you care about it if you are afraid of central punishment? I'm the secretary of the provincial party committee. Who cares about this matter? This sentence is all about the law. Jiang Wen can also see it, but the key point is that Ziming, who is about to use the law, is too time to be defensible, and this is what his way. Chapter 316 The Secretary of the Provincial Party Committee Statement. When Ziming and Jiang Wen walked out of the Tongzilu compound, the sky outside was completely dark, but even so, the Jining city officials at the gate of the Tongzilu compound were still waiting under the leadership of the Municipal Party Committee Secretary Wang Chengyao. Here, like a crowd of onlookers, there is an impenetrable enclosure at the door. No one dared to leave first for counter-revolutionary matters. As the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, Wang Chengyao has no room for change. Not coming before can also be used as an attitude of determination, but if the secretary of the Provincial Party Committee comes down, he is the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee. Never show up all the time. That's a completely brain-dead performance. Jiang Wen and Ziming came out, facing the eagerly anticipated eyes of everyone. Jiang Wen said, "Since the reform and opening up, the living standards of the people across the country have been continuously improved, and the construction of the motherland has become better and better. But there will always be some people want to reverse the wheel of history, become enemies of the party and the country, and want to destroy the hard-won happiness of the people. This is absolutely not allowed." So, Jiang Wen said loudly, as the secretary of the Jingcha Provincial Party Committee, "I declare that the provincial committee will cooperate with the Lingnan military region to severely crack down on all counter-revolutionary organizations in Jining city and even the whole province." Secretary Jiang said so good. After Jiang Wen finished speaking, Ziming immediately took the lead in applauding warmly. Du Peng, Sun Qingping and other people from the provincial party committee followed and applauded. However, although other people are applauding, judging from their expressions, the applause of these people is more of a mechanical reflex. In fact, these people have not recovered, including the governor Sun Qingping. Surprised, I never thought that Jiang Wen would actually support Ziming so much. Only Wang Chengyao was really relieved to say such words for them. If the statement of Wang Chengyao, secretary of the Jining Municipal Party Committee, was just to make everyone dumbfounded, then the statement of the secretary of the Provincial Party Committee Jiang Wen now completely confused everyone's thinking. They could hardly imagine why Jiang Wen would make this statement. Everyone stared at Jiang Wen and Ziming in a daze. Some did not believe in reality and preferred to believe that they were dreaming. Others were wondering what magic Ziming had done before brainwashing the Provincial Party Committee and the Municipal Party Committee Secretary. Now, let them all help Ziming speak for him. But things are not shifted by human will, so no matter what the people below think, Jiang Wen and Wang Chengyao said that. Jiang Wen also left after expressing their opinions. As for Ziming and Du Peng, in order to avoid danger after going out, they still stayed in the Tongzilu compound. Back in the compound, Ziming's cell phone immediately called. Ziming was connected. An unexpected person called. Ziming said, "Hello, Secretary Dai." The person who called was Dai Jinshan, Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Party Committee and Executive Deputy Governor. It was normal to say that it was unexpected. After all, the two people are not only unfamiliar, but also have a bit of resentment. How to make a call in such a relationship? It's as simple as expected. Just as Jiang Wen, the secretary of the Provincial Party Committee, said, Dai Jinshan is the real backer behind the evil group in Jining. There is no such thing as Dai Jinshan in the Provincial Party Committee, unless Gao Jianhui has the sky. Otherwise, they will let their children keep a low profile. And don't be arrogant enough to have no friends. Now things are like this, and they are labeled as a counter-revolutionary. Dai Jinshan must call Ziming. Comrade Ziming, we don't have much polite remarks. I already know about Jining. It is because Gao Jianhui has a problem with the method of educating children. so that he can educate a lawless child like Gao Feng. It was because he was beaten by your engineer, young and hot-blooded Fang Gang. He would be angry but would take extreme revenge. I know this must be wrong, but Ziming, if you don't say anything, you will mobilize the troops to take them all. To be a counter-revolutionary, your way of revenge is too much, right? Dai Jinshan said. Secretary Dai is really worthy of being the deputy secretary of the provincial party committee. He's so witty, Ziming said with a sneer. Extortion was actually taken by you by saying that there is a problem with the method of educating children. A Jinning company legally detained others and organized a counter-revolutionary group. In Secretary Dai's words, it was a hot-blooded Fang Gang's extreme revenge. It's really hard to imagine Secretary Dai. Do you have any conscience as a human being? Ziming, what did you say? Dai Jinshan said loudly, and the voice from the clearly told Ziming how Dai Jinshan was so angry that he slapped the table. Ziming didn't care whether he was slapped on the table or smashed the cup. For Ziming, it was nothing more than a funny performance over there. Does Secretary Dai have any other instructions? Ziming asked. If there are no other instructions, I will hang up. I have other things on my side. This remark caused Dai Jinshan to wake up, and he quickly said, Comrade Ziming, please wait a moment. I am not trying to take him lightly over this matter, but the crime of counter-revolution is really too great. If this continues to develop, it is very difficult for our Jingcha province to develop, and even if it continues, it will affect your business development. Comrade Ziming. Is that so? Then I would like to thank Secretary Dai for your reminder, but it doesn't matter for me. As long as I can get rid of this counter-revolutionary group, I will do it for a year in the future. Ziming said. Comrade Ziming, aren't you pissed? Why do businessmen have to do business at a loss? Dai Jinshan then persuaded Ziming. Unexpectedly, Ziming laughed. Why didn't I do it? That's Secretary Dai. You don't understand me. My boss is very big and doesn't care about the money at all. Hearing what Ziming said so terribly, Dai Jinshan slapped the table again in annoyance. But this time he learned to be clever and didn't roar out. He still calmly discussed with Ziming, Comrade Ziming, I know that you are quite critical of me. The actions of some people below are indeed too excessive. These are not unnegotiable. Comrade Ziming, do you think we can solve the problem in a relatively peaceful way? Secretary Dai, I don't think there is room for negotiation on the counter-revolutionary incident, right? Otherwise, the party and the state are negotiating. But this thing is impossible to discuss. Ziming hung up the phone after finishing speaking, feeling that there was no need to continue talking with people like Dai Jinshan who hadn't repented when he died. Ziming hung up the phone, turned his head and saw Du Peng next to him. Du Peng looked at Ziming with a constipated expression and asked, Ziming, you guy is amazing. If I didn't understand your nature, I would really doubt you. Oh, you arranged the matter between Y and Liavina, otherwise, how could you have thought of using this incident to kill Dai Jinshan on the day you heard Liu Y's story? Ziming smiled reluctantly, and did not answer, because this was all from the memory of his previous life. Ziming clearly remembered that after Wang Qing'er wiped out the evil forces in Jinning in his previous life, he was immediately found to be implicated in Dai Jinshan. At that time, Dai Jinshan had just retreated to the second line and was immediately knocked down. At that time, the news was still raging in Jingcha province, and Ziming naturally remembered it. It was precisely because of this that Ziming decided on this plan after hearing about Liu Y's experience in Jinning City. Ziming and Du Peng came to the room where Gao Jianhui and Gao Ming were. When Gao Jianhui saw Ziming coming in, he immediately said to him, Boss Zhu, Jinning's affairs are all my fault. It has nothing to do with Gao Ming and Gao Feng. They are still young. I just ask you to give them a chance. Facing this familiar line, Ziming asked him smoothly, how to give them a chance. Before they had no choice in Jinning. They would make many things go wrong again and again, but now they want to be a good person. Gao Jianhui said. Okay, but you have to talk to the procuratorate for this. Ziming said. Then you must do everything right. Gao Jianhui looked at Ziming viciously and gritted his teeth. I will do everything. Ziming smiled disdainfully. This sentence Secretary Gao really said. I don't know, Secretary Gao. Have you ever thought about bringing people to my project at Gaofeng to blackmail? The extortion also injured my engineer. Is this considered a desperate thing? Later, my engineer and his wife were taken away and brutally tortured. I want to ask Secretary Gao if this is considered desperate. Gao Jianhui bowed his head as Ziming said, and he was so guilty that he didn't dare to look at Ziming at all. At this time Liu Wei and Liavina came over. Liavina had changed into a new dress. Liu Wei brought her over and subconsciously wanted to kneel to Ziming, but then he didn't kneel down because of something. Still bowed deeply to Ziming. Thank you very much, Boss Zi, for your help. Engineer Liu, you really don't want to thank me, because if you have a little conscience and a bit of responsibility for this matter, you can't just ignore it. Ziming said, but I think it's too early for you to thank me. Now I know that these scumbags have been caught, and they haven't really been tried. You can talk about it later. The most important thing for you right now is to think about what punishment will make them unforgettable and let you alleviate their hatred. Ziming asked. These words made both Liu Wei and Liu Ina stunned. They didn't understand the meaning of Ziming's words at all, and they didn't understand what it meant to be unforgettable. Facing them with a blank face, Ziming said directly to them, Engineer Liu, I know that people committed crimes before liberation and there was a parade, and finally they were dragged to Xiku and beheaded to show the public. People in ancient times, so to do this is to destroy the psychology of criminals, so I think we can also take them to parade. Does Boss Zi mean that we should catch these bastards and parade? Liu Wei asked in a daze. The law now prohibits such parade, but I have another way. Ziming blinked and said to Liu Wei. Chapter 317 The Public Trial Assembly calls Ziming. Bao, thank you Leisure People Lane for your monthly pass support. October 1st is the National Day, a big day to celebrate the whole world. But in Jining City, Jingcha Province, the situation on this day is a bit unusual. On this day, since everyone wakes up in the morning to work, there are people who line up one after another, going to the Jining cinema. Some of these people are factory workers, some are civil servants in party and government agencies, and some are students. However, everyone was not surprised by this situation. There were even many people who followed them around the outside of the cinema, craned their necks desperately, trying to see what was going on inside. Today is not the day when a major movie will be released, but the day when the Jining counter-revolutionary group headed by Gao Jianhui and Gao Ming Gaofeng will be tried by the people here. The so-called People's Public Trial is actually an act of public trial of criminals in public, in front of tens of thousands of people. At 9:30 in the morning, Ziming and Du Beng came here with the Jining Municipal Party Committee's car. This cinema is an old-fashioned open-air cinema with a huge stage directly opposite, surrounded by high walls. They got out of the car and saw the mighty heads inside and outside the movie theater, which shocked Du Peng. Damn. So many people? There must be tens of thousands of people, right? Ziming also glanced at it and said, there are tens of thousands of people, but this also shows how popular it is to get rid of this criminal gang. Yes, those scumbags should indeed go down to the 18th hell. Go down to Hob Mountain. Liu Weiner, behind Ziming, looked at the empty stage and said, as if Gao Ming and they were already on the stage. She wished she could frustrate those bastards. Ziming understands her feelings very well, because in fact, she was the most miserable in this matter. Not only was she raped by Gaofeng and the others in turn, the result was that her child was gone, and she was even imprisoned in a room in the Two building. The wanton abuse eventually developed to force her to be a lady pickup. Everything about this is shocking and horrifying. When Ziming found her in the end, she had been tortured to a mental disorder by these people. There was no anger in the whole person, just like a walking dead. It is conceivable. How was she treated? Liu Wei accompanied his wife, held his wife's hand, and said to Ziming, those people deserve to die, but we should thank Boss Zhu even more. If it weren't for him, we would never see this scene. Yes, Boss Zhu, thank you very much. I didn't expect you to really have a way to get these bastards to go to public trial. Liavina said. You are polite. People like Gao Ming and Gao Feng who are extremely sinful and Gao Jianhui who supports them are bound to be tried by the people. How could the leaders of the province and the central government not support them? Ziming told Liu Wei and his wife that, in fact, Ziming did not know what the leaders of the province and the central government thought. But Ziming knew that whether it was Gao Jianhui or their Gao Ming brothers, the public trial was determined, and the reason was not that they had. What a serious crime! But Ziming mobilized the army into Jining and detained the secretary of the political and legal committee and his son. Military-civilian conflicts have always been a very sensitive matter. From a method perspective, it is a double-edged sword that can hurt others and even oneself. Because politically speaking, the people's army is to defend the people, and the guns can never be right. Inside, now Ziming has sent troops to Jining and has also detained Jining's political and legal committee secretary. This is already a very serious military-to-civilian conflict, and it can even alarm the central government. Ziming created the military-civilian conflict to expand the matter as much as possible in the shortest possible time. However, in order to avoid the military-civilian conflict from hurting himself, Ziming would label Gao Ming and Gao Feng as a counter-revolutionary. The hat is to legitimize the conflict between the military and the land. The troops come to Jining not for conflict, but to suppress counter-revolutionary groups. Things are all linked together. The military-local conflict puts Jining's evil forces on the table, and the province has to deal with it. Then since we have to deal with it, we can't bring out the military-local conflict. Being able to follow the path that Ziming had paved has made Gao Jianhui's family a vicious counter-revolutionary. In the judicial reforms of the past few years, the trial form of the People's Public Trial Movement has been ordered to be cancelled, but the counter-revolutionaries are not included in this list. For this reason, when Gao Jianhui and these people were handed over to the province, Ziming suggested to the province that Gao Jianhui and them should be tried by the people. Whether it was Jiang Wen or Sun Qingping, they both pinched their noses. Seeing this attitude in the province, Wang Chengyao, secretary of the Jining Municipal Party Committee, immediately understood. That's why there is such a huge People's Public Trial Conference today. Under everyone's gaze, Wang Chengyao took the Jining city's 4 teams and the public prosecutor's team and sat in the front row. Ziming and Du Peng, Liu Liavina, and the others sat in the side positions. After all, they were here. This kind of occasion still has to pay attention to class ordering. When all the city leaders were in place, Gao Jianhui, Gao Ming, Gao Feng, and the backbone of other Jining companies were put on trial in turn. They are still wearing their own clothes, but the clothes on them are just like the people they are at the moment. They are not glamorous, and their whole bodies are very shabby. There was also a sign on their chests that read their crimes and names. Seeing these people appearing, the onlookers below immediately exclaimed, "Look at that! That is really our secretary Gao Jianhui of the Political and Legal Committee of Jining City, as well as his 2 sons." They did not expect that they would really want to has it been tried. There are also people who have been hooked. This is great. It is really clear. These scumbags usually do evil in Jining City. They do all kinds of bad things as soon as possible, and they should have been judged long ago. Of course, some people also have doubts. But isn't the secretary of the Jining Political and Legal Committee the back office very hard? Even before the Provincial Public Security Department came down several times, people couldn't help them. How could they suddenly be arrested for a public trial? Huh? When someone asks a question, someone naturally answers, "Don't you know this?" It's a young man from Lianyang. Don't look at this young man's age. He is amazing. He was awarded honors on the Army's day before. The young general. He knew that our Jining city was being oppressed by this group of evil forces, so he immediately brought thousands of troops over, and only then took them all. Du Peng smiled happily as he listened to the discussion of the people behind him. He said to Ziming, unexpectedly, "Boss Zhu will become General Zhu in such a short time?" Ziming sipped. Du Peng, "Nonsense. What shit general am I? I would rather hope that Boss Zu, you are really a young general, because with you here, we will feel at ease no matter what. Liavina said. These words left Ziming speechless for a while. He could only smile without embarrassment, and then watch the public trial meeting. In fact, the public trial meeting is to show the public. Although the people who can come to participate in the public trial meeting are audited and organized, but Gao Ming, Gofeng and other people usually do too many bad things in Jining City, and everyone in Jining City treats them hate into the bones. At the beginning, the people who participated in the public trial just didn't expect that they were actually arrested, and felt very strange, but later, I didn't know who shouted, "Gao Feng, you scumbag, I'll rush you to the whole family." Then a shoe flew to Gao Feng's face. This behavior is undoubtedly like smoking in a room with a gas leak, and instantly ignited all the suppressed emotions of the scene. Gao Jianhui, you are a son of a bitch. You, the secretary of the political and legal committee, are our biggest underworld in Jining. Gao Ming, you scumbag, with you in Jining, don't think about doing any business well. The shouts below came and went one after another, like an imposing chorus, impacting on the faces of Gao Jianhui and several people above. People in this era are still very passionate, and there are people in front of them who have already taken the lead, so other people can't bear it. Holding back, they picked up the guys beside them and threw them toward the trial stage. I don't know who was so accurate, and a brick hit Gao Jianhui's head, smashing his head to bloodshed. As a society under the rule of law, even criminals have human rights. Therefore, the following behaviors of swearing and throwing stinky shoes and bricks are definitely not allowed. Therefore, when the riots started, the organizers immediately began to discourage them. But at this time, Gao Feng on the top looked at the scarlet on the side of Gao Jianhui's face. He didn't know whether he was scared by blood red or by the momentum below. He actually knelt down and squatted his head while yelling, "Sorry, Brother Ziming, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I didn't know Shan before I ran into you. I beg you, my lord, don't remember the villain's fault. Don't care about me, okay? I beg is you." This scene stunned everyone, and even the public trial masses who were still screaming before were stunned, and they didn't know what to do for a while. At the public trial conference, it is not that there are no criminals who can stand the pressure and kowtow on the spot to admit their mistakes and cry, but aren't they generally confessing mistakes to officials such as the public prosecutors or the mayor? Why did you admit your mistake to a Zuming? But everyone reacted immediately. Isn't this Zuming the big man who brought troops to capture them this time? Did he also arrive at the scene? So the people below immediately shouted, "Big brother Zuming, don't believe him. He is the biggest cancer in our Jining City. All of us in Jining City have been persecuted by them. He must be sentenced to death." Listening to the sentence below sentenced him to death, Wang Chengyao, secretary of the Jining Municipal Party Committee, and the other three groups and officials from the public security, prosecution and law enforcement were all stunned by them. They didn't understand what was happening. What kind of person was Ziming this time? How come a public trial meeting, whether it is criminals or the public, is calling Ziming's name? Is he that critical? Du Peng looked at Ziming in surprise, while Liu Wei and Liavina were infected by the atmosphere of the scene, and looked at Ziming nervously. "Boss Zu, you won't let them go, right?" Facing all this, Ziming could only smile helplessly in his heart. "Can you keep me aloof for a while?" Chapter 318. Dai Jinshan also went down. In view of the vicious crimes committed by Gao Jianhui, Gao Ming, and Gao Feng in Jining, such as corruption, bribery, illegal detention, intentional murder, intentional injury, and organized underworld gangs, they conspired to undermine the people's democratic dictatorship and endanger the people. On behalf of the Jining Municipal Party Committee and Municipal Government, I announced the death penalty of Gao Jianhui, Gao Ming and Gao Feng, depriving them of political power for life. As Wang Chengyao read the verdict on these people, there was a burst of enthusiastic cheers on the scene, and the atmosphere was like the national football team took home the Hercules Cup. However, in the cheers, Wang Chengyao and officials at all levels in Jining City were not so happy, not because they sentenced their colleagues, but because before that, the audience shouted Zhu Ming's name. Just now at the scene of the People's Public Trial Conference, the criminals shouted and begged Zhu Ming to let him go, and the people at the scene shouted that Zhu Ming must not let him go. What does it mean? Is it possible that this man named Zhu Ming can still be the master of the law? Could it be that you people are blind? And can't you see that the leaders of all the party and government organs in Jining City are here? These officials in Jining City could not understand it. This was because they were all thinking about it with bureaucratic thinking, but in fact all ordinary people had long been desperate for their bureaucratic thinking. It is said that the frozen 3-foot non-microwave oven cannot be defrosted. Goming Gofeng, the Jining Company, has become the city's largest gang of evil forces. Certainly it cannot be done in 1 or 2 days. During this period, if the Jining Municipal Party Committee and government does a little bit, it will not. In this way. And now at this point, even the Provincial Public Security Department can't do anything about it. If it's not for Zhu Ming's appearance, if it's not for Zhu Ming's presence, if it's not for Zhu Ming's presence, he would instantly destroy this evil force in a rude and unreasonable posture. God knows what to do. In order to completely solve their problem, the eyes of the people are discerning, and they know who is good to them. It is precisely because of this that they will shout Zhu Ming's name in front of all the leaders of Jining City. Death penalty. Great. These people finally got retribution. Liavina's choking voice sounded in his ears. Zhu Ming turned his head subconsciously and looked over, only to see that this poor woman was crying into tears, her fists clenched, her body trembling and looking at the stage. It can be seen that she is very emotional at this time. Liavina's excited words also represented the voice of everyone at the public trial at this time. After Liavina finished speaking, the others also shouted, "Go to death, Gao Ming, Gao Feng, you bastard brothers. You are going to die for me. You are really sorry to die." In stark contrast to these people in the audience are the interrogators Gao Jianhui and Gao Ming Gofeng on the stage. Even though they knew what would be the outcome of welcoming them before they stepped onto the interrogation stage, they could think of and really hear it. They are two completely different concepts. Before things happen, no matter how cruel the idea is, it is precisely because of this that when they heard Wang Chenyao's final sentence, Gao Feng, the most arrogant hooligan in Jining, sat on the ground with his legs weak at this time. The people in the audience also noticed the movement on Gao Feng's side, and laughed. Look at that Gao Feng. He is the one who usually walks sideways in Jining wherever he goes. How can it be soft-footed now? Gao Feng is so embarrassed. His father and brother are in trouble, because someone has already noticed below. Look at our secretary Go and Chairman Gao. How come they were scared to pee when they heard that they were going to be shot? In the face of the ridicule of the thousands of people below, Gao Jianhui and the others were embarrassed and angry. If they were replaced a month ago, they could kill these people who do not know the heights in minutes, but now, they can only get angry in their hearts. Gao Jianhui had bitten his lips to bleed, but his blood was mixed with the blood flowing from his head, and people couldn't find it. Now for these people, they are thinking that if there is an afterlife, they promise not to dare anymore, but whether they dare not provoke Zhu Ming or dare not do these things again is open to question. After the people's public trial of Gao Jianhui's family was over, Zhu Ming sent Liu Wei back to the engineering team. Engineer Liu, I know very well that this incident has caused great harm to you and your wife, so I think it's better for you to return to the capital for recuperation, and don't work in a hurry. Zhu Ming persuaded Liu Wei. However, Liu Wei did not accept Zhu Ming's kindness. He resolutely shook his head and said, Boss Zhu is very grateful for your help in this matter, so we decided to stay and continue to complete this project for you. When Liu Wei finished talking about what Zhu Ming wanted to say, he immediately interrupted Zhu Ming and said, Boss Zhu, you don't have to say anything. My wife and I understand your feelings for us, and we all know how you are. You said it was for our good, but you did so much to us, and I didn't expect to pay for it. I can only use my waste heat to help you build the road faster and better. Boss Zhu, I know what you want to say, but I just want to ask you to give me a chance to repay you. Otherwise I will feel uneasy throughout my life. Liu Wei said. Liavina also said, yes, Boss Zhu, it is our parents who say that people should thank us most unconditionally. But for us, Boss Zhu, you are our reborn parents, so we can't repay you no matter what we do. Your kindness to us. You all say great kindness without thanking you, but here, I just want to say to you, Boss Zhu, thank you very much. Facing Liu Wei Liavina, who was so determined to thank her with practical actions, Ziming had no idea what to say. Ziming hoped that they could adjust their mentality before working, but seeing them so persistent, in the end, Ziming could only nod his head and reluctantly agreed to them. Liu Wei and Liavina did what they said. When they went back to the public trial, they picked up their work immediately. According to Liu Wei's own calculations, he could build the road for no more than half a year. Open to traffic. Ziming believed that the hard-failed couple, and that it would take at least half a year to build the road. He didn't wait for Jinning's side, and went home that night. Although Ziming and Du Peng drove to Jinning, Suhan still came to the county town to wait for Ziming. Seeing Ziming's return, Suhan hugged Ziming and whispered, Ziming, it scared me to death. I didn't expect that Ziming and you were so dangerous over there. I have already heard that it was the army and Jinning's evil forces that had an exchange of fire, and both sides opened fire. Ziming didn't know that Chinese people have the habit of listening to the wind or rain. When they spread the word, they can often tell a whole story, and they will go through the evil in the future. Now Suhan will say this. Obviously, he doesn't know who heard the rumors. Up. So Ziming could only explain to Suhan with a wry smile, I'm fine, and things are not as exaggerated as you said. No matter whether it is the army or the evil force group in Jinning, no one shot. Afterwards, Ziming told Suhan about his affairs with Jinning Company, and Suhan was relieved. Ziming took out his mobile phone and dialed Xun Qingping's number. Governor Xun, I have already attended the public trial meeting in Jinning. I want to know what Secretary Dai Jinshan should do here. It's not polite to open his mouth. Ziming asked about Dai Jinshan, which means that in Ziming's opinion, Dai Jinshan's affair is much bigger than Jinning's, but it's no wonder. After all, Dai Jinshan stands behind Gao Jianhui. People, if you don't get rid of Dai Jinshan, no matter what you do, you will treat the symptoms and not the root cause. Sooner or later, the evil forces in Jinning City will come back to life. In addition, for Ziming, his original goal to deal with this matter was Dai Jinshan, so he was so active. Now that the dust has settled in Jinning City, more than a dozen principal offenders, including Gao Jianhui, Gao Ming and Gao Feng, have all been sentenced to death. But now this matter in the province is very difficult to deal with, because anyway, Dai Jinshan has it is the deputy secretary of the provincial party committee and the executive deputy governor of Jingqiu. To convict an official of such a level, it is not something everyone can solve by sitting down and drinking tea, but what needs to be done first is a game of dragging. But even so, Ziming didn't want to know what deal was done behind this, but Ziming wanted to get news as soon as possible. Ziming, don't worry, Dai Jinshan has also been deprived of his political power for his life for funding counter-revolutionary groups, Xun Qingping said. This answer made Ziming's heart happy. Although Ziming was not a member of the officialdom, he also understood that if a person wants to be an official and a good official, the prerequisite is to have political power, otherwise the person will not even be able to enter the government. Of course, at this time Ziming was not too overwhelmed. He still asked, so there are other ways to deal with it? It's not just a deprivation of political power. If this is an ordinary person, it would be excusable, but for a supporter. As for the deputy secretary of the provincial party committee of the local counter-revolutionary organization, this is not enough. What do you think of Governor Xun? Of course, Xun Qingping understood what Ziming wanted to ask, so he answered directly. Comrade Ginshan has made the mistake of splitting the party and the country, so the provincial party committee exempted his deputy secretary of the provincial party committee and executive vice governor. This is what Xun Qingping said in the text, but he stopped in Ziming's ears. but he was very happy, because Dai Jinshan was finally beaten by himself. Thank you Governor Xun for his help in the province. Although Xun Kingping didn't actually help much, Ziming still wanted to thank him. If you guys really want to thank me, just give me less trouble. Xun Kingping said Ziming irritably. Ziming could only smile and didn't know how to answer. Xun Kingping didn't bother with this problem either. He then threw out a message to Ziming that he didn't expect. I won't delay you too much time, because someone will call you soon. Ziming also wanted to ask who would call him, but Xun Kingping hung up at this time. Chapter 319 Old Yang's telephone. Ziming was stunned as he heard the busy tone on the phone. It didn't matter that Xun Kingping would hang up his phone so simply. How could he say that the other party was also a governor, and he didn't say hello to play like this? Xun Sheng growing up should be a little temperamental. What surprised Ziming was that he was actually trying to make time for another person who wanted to call, which surprised Ziming. Which central leader will it be? However, no matter which central leaders call, the call at this time, I am afraid that there will be no good things. Ziming thought so, and immediately after his cell phone rang again, Ziming immediately connected. Hello, I am Ziming. A gentle voice came from there. Hello, Comrade Ziming, this is Yang Dingo. Although Ziming had met Yang Dingo many times, when Ziming heard the name Yang Dingo, he still subconsciously held his breath for no other reason. It is because the name has had a far-reaching impact on the entire nation. It can be said that in the history of the founding of the nation, apart from the founding leader, Yang Dingo is the most dazzling star of the new China. Especially for this era, this great man cannot be avoided in any case. Hello, Mr. Yang. I didn't expect Mr. Yang to call me personally. I was really flattered. Ziming said, I don't want to make this call, but I have to make it. Comrade Kingping didn't call you at the beginning, so you stabbed Jing Chu's sky through it. If I don't make this call today, then it's no good. Bring new national chaos, Yang Dingo said. Ziming was stunned. He didn't expect to even know Yang Dingo about the call between himself and Xun Kingping. It seems that he underestimated the power of this matter. However, Ziming didn't know that the focus of Yang Dingo's attention was not on this matter, but on Ziming himself. Otherwise, if Yang Dingo were to only care about this matter, this little matter might not be able to be found. Ziming was so ridiculed by Yang Dingo, but he was embarrassed no matter how thick-skinned he was. He could only smile. Old Yang, you are scolding me for being ignorant. The Jinning incident is just an accident. Old, isn't it accidental that I can't see clearly? Yang Dingo sighed with such a deep emotion. Ziming didn't know at this time. In fact, the national chaos that Yang Dingo said before came from sincerely. In the eyes of Yang Dingo, the country's #1 leader, Ziming has this ability. Of course, Yang Dingo's judgment was not groundless. If nothing else, Ziming abruptly turned a gang of evil forces into a counter-revolutionary group in Jingchu province this time, and forced the Central Committee, He Shenglai both pinched their noses and recognized that they caused a series of official turmoil from the central to the local level, which is enough to prove Ziming's ability to make noise, not to mention that Ziming still holds a more terrifying financial capital power. After the conversation just now, Ziming gradually relaxed his mind and said to Yang Dingo, "Old Yang, don't ridicule me anymore. I did some things as soon as my brain was congested, and I actually regretted it afterwards." Yang Dingo said, "Well, now that the incident has happened, and the central government has decided to severely punish these criminals, you will no longer be held accountable, but this matter will end here." Ziming keenly noticed the key points in Yang Dingo's words. "So far, what do you mean by Mr. Yang?" Of course it was the matter of Jingchu province. After Comrade Dai Jinshan was removed from office and several key members of the Jinning criminal gang were shot, this case was closed. Yang Dingo replied to Ziming and said that Yang Dingo was not aware of this by Ziming. It feels strange, because often he can have Ziming's mentality that is not in line with his own youthful maturity. Shenzhen Dai, the biggest backstage of the evil forces, has been so lightly let go? Ziming asked. This time Yang Dingo did not answer Ziming, but instead asked Ziming, "Ziming, what kind of place do you think the officialdom is?" Ziming had no idea that Yang Dingo asked himself such a question. He replied, "I'm sorry, Mr. Yang, I haven't been in the agency before, so I can't give this answer." "It doesn't matter, we are chatting here today, the old and the young, we forgot after we hung up, and we talked freely," Yang Dingo said. Ziming actually didn't want to answer such a sensitive question, but Ziming also knew that Yang Dingo would not ask such a question for no reason, so Ziming thought about it carefully and said, "It should be the place where all officials live." "Well, they do things here, they survive and climb up here until they have the highest power in the entire country." "Very modest answer," Yang Dingo said. "So according to your statement, do you think that officialdom is a place where you hold state power and can dominate everything in the country?" Facing the question of Yang Dingo, Ziming frowned immediately, but did not say anything. Yang Dingo didn't care about it either. He went on to say, "Someone said a long time ago that there is no faction in the party. There can be many different meanings, but I think the meaning of this sentence is that in a country, there is always a large group of people with the same interests. Then these people will be tied together to form an interest group. So even if it is our People's Democratic Republic, is it true?" Ziming asked. "Little comrade, you are very bold about this question. If you put it 10 years ago, you would be criticized for parading." Yang Dingo teased Ziming. "But now is not 10 years ago, but when Mr. Yang was in power, didn't it?" Ziming said. Yang Dingo smiled and scolded Ziming and said, "I want to say that our country is a whole, and some things do not exist alone." "Ziming, you can be desperate, but the country has to take care of all aspects." "I understand, Lao Yang," Ziming said. "Lao Yang, you mean that Secretary Dai Jinshan is an important figure in a certain interest group. Can you not move for the time being?" "I have been transferred to a farm before. Even after I returned to Yanjing, I was under house arrest for a long time. During this time, I grew flowers and planted land when I was fine at home. Among them, I planted radishes." "Ziming, you are from a worker's family. I don't know if you have ever plucked a radish." "Anyway, I was a radish. At that time, I was still young. I like to use brute force every time I pull a radish. The result is not to give the radish leaves. If it is torn, it will bring out a lot of mud, leaving a very ugly pit." Yang Dingo said, "Of course, it doesn't matter for a radish, but if every radish is pulled like this, wouldn't it ruin the whole vegetable field? So it's better to be more careful. So dealing with officials has to be like pulling a radish, and you have to work slowly and carefully." Ziming asked again. "Slow work is not necessarily necessary, but it must be carefully considered. Otherwise, if you deduct Gao Ming and Gao Feng, their father Gao Jianhui will come out. If you deduct Gao Jianhui and Dai Jinshan will come out again. Then if the central processing after Dai Jinshan, don't we have to bring out more difficult characters? When you go on like this one by one, when do you think they will be heads? How much do you think the country will cost to solve this problem?" Having said this, Yang Dingo sighed and said, "Our country is now at a critical moment of development. Stability is the first element that overwhelms everything. In the face of economic development, everything must be compromised." Ziming can understand Yang Dingo's words. He came out of the darkest era in China. In the minds of their generation, how to develop this country and nation is the most important thing. In fact, he did it too. To this end, he also carried a lot of injustices that could not be defended at all. However, Yang Dingo's strategy is still very useful. At least during the 30 years of reform and opening up, the entire country's economic development has been developing rapidly as if it has been opened up, and the whole world has been focused on China. Rise. In terms of this result alone, Yang Dingo and his general policy are correct, but this does not mean that Ziming will fully accept all his ideas, such as now. Ziming thought for a long time, and finally said, "Lao Yang, I know that at the beginning of reform and opening up, certain groups and certain people took the lead on the economic road, and they also made a lot of contributions to the development of the motherland, but at that time their policies are very loose. Their fortunes are achieved by exploiting loopholes. They are not entrepreneurs in the true sense at all, but a group of speculators who have seized the opportunity. It's okay if they are just ordinary speculators, because speculation will sooner or later collapse, just like Xingyuan in Jiangnan province. But these people are speculators who have power. If they are left alone, these people will vested interest groups will be formed. They will penetrate into all aspects of the country and will be the biggest obstacle to the development of the entire country in the future. Ziming said. Ziming's words are not groundless. In so many major cases in the future, the amount of money involved is so shocking, and the case files are so resentful. There is no doubt that these corrupt officials and criminal businessmen are very hateful, but these corrupt officials, whether they are a small village chief or a big tiger of the central ministries and commissions, they did not jump out of thin air. There is a deep level behind them. The reason is that a vested interest group controls all this. This vested interest group is to protect the benefits it has gained since the reform and opening up. It will inevitably corrupt officials and infiltrate all aspects of the country. Only by being tied to this country can it ensure its own safety. It is precisely because of this, only in later generations will there be so many major and important cases that frequently broke out. These are actually the country's repeated struggles with this vested interest group. Ziming's class composition in the previous life was very low, and I don't know how tragic the battle against vested interest groups was in the tiger fight, but it certainly wouldn't be what most people can imagine. After all, the vested interest group is like a malignant tumor that grows on the body. If you want to get rid of this tumor, you must dig out all the blood and flesh. But that was a matter of the previous life. Now that I was reborn and returned, some things could be done earlier, especially in this round. I started when I came back from Hong Kong City and vowed to do something earth-shattering. Chapter 320 The National Number 1 Retractor? Lao Yang. I don't think that what we can solve now is not necessary for the future. For economic development, stability is the top priority, but I think that for the entire country and nation, solving the hidden dangers of future development allows us to truly achieving a virtuous development cycle is the first element. Otherwise, if certain vested interest groups are allowed to be eliminated when they are still young, it will only cost a greater price to keep them in the future. Ziming hesitated at this point, and then went on to say, I also understand that the central government is worried about this, but I think that as long as I can make up my mind, nothing can't be done with the power of the central government. It is not shameful to lose. It's shameful. Good boy. You are starting to criticize the Central Committee. Yang Dingo laughed and scolded. He was not angry at all. On the contrary, he was very pleased. Indeed, since the rapid economic development of reform and opening up, many of the central government's decisions have begun to be stable. There is no longer the bold courage and determination of the past, but this is also its normal. After all, I was barefoot back then, not afraid of the sky and the earth. Now that I have some belongings, I start to be afraid of this and that. Ziming called Dao, am not criticizing, but preparing for the rain. In fact, I really admire Mr. Yang's words when you faced the small group of night aggression in southern Xinjiang. Fight hard, for at least 30 years of peace. Yang Dingo said, as if he was reminiscing, but also as if he was cherishing something. It is this sentence that left a very deep impression on me. So it is the same now. In the face of the vested interest groups that are forming in the country, we must stubbornly pull him out and pull out another 3 for our motherland. 10 years of prime time, Ziming said. Yang Dingo was silent over there. Although Ziming's words were just a reprint of what he said 10 years ago, he still touched him a lot, and even thought of a great man who had been giving way all his life, the same domineering. After a long time, Yang Dingo sighed and said, Ziming, it's really a pity that you don't come to work at the State Council. Ziming replied, Old Yang, in fact, I think it would be a pity that I have to work for the State Council, because if I were an official, I would not be able to do many things. A very unpleasant sentence points to the core of the problem. Why can a gang of evil forces in Jining grow so big and arrogant? The reason is nothing more than the collective inaction of officials, or that every official is in the bureau and cares about his or her own career prospects, and dare not act at all. This is why the officialdom has prevailed since ancient times. As the saying goes, people do not punish themselves for their own sake, and officials are understandable in this way. It is conceivable that if Ziming was also an official, then for his own future considerations, he would not dare to make the transfer of troops to Jining and deliberately create such a thing as a military toll-land conflict. This is not what Ziming would be afraid of if he failed. After all, he had to bear risks in everything, especially this kind of major event that disturbed the situation in a province. But even if it succeeds, officials who do things like Ziming will definitely be regarded by the officialdom as a different kind. No matter what kind of leader, he will not tolerate such a mischievous subordinate under his hand. The entire officialdom will automatically treat this kind of behavior. People are marginalized. It's because no matter how successful or failing you are, you can't ask for good, so that you are not a human being inside and out, so no one will do it. On the contrary, Ziming is not an official. He dared to do this after jumping out of the circle of officialdom, and he could do it. Thinking of this, Yang Dingo laughed loudly. Okay, Ziming, you really dare to say it? But I just don't know if you can really do it. If you don't believe Mr. Yang, we can pull the hook. Ziming said. Okay, then we will pull the hook. You have to do what you say. Yang Dingo said. Of course, there is a saying that the hook should not be changed for 100 years. Ziming said. Yang Dingo then hung up the phone. Ziming put away his cell phone, and thought about the whole situation in China. In his previous life, this vested interest group must have grown up like this, but now that he is reborn, it depends on himself how to turn this day over. Thinking of this, Ziming smiled unconsciously, but Ziming's smile didn't last long. He could feel the two gazes beside him. Ziming turned his head and saw that Suhan and Du Peng were both stunned. Looking at himself, this made Ziming feel very surprised. He subconsciously touched his face and asked, "Is there a flower on my face? Why are you looking at me like this?" Ziming, you looked so handsome just now, I really like it. Suhan, who spoke first, hugged Ziming while she said loudly, while Du Peng said, "My body's orientation is completely normal." But with Ziming, your boss often said that you were simply domineering sideways. How dare you pull the hook with old Yang? I'm leaking your face. Ziming cursed Du Peng irritably. Isn't it possible that Mr. Yang never gets hooked with others? Faced with Ziming's problem of being cute, Du Peng is really about to hit the wall. He doesn't know if Yang Lao is not getting hooked, but as the actual #1 leader of the entire country, Du Peng knows that except for the ignorant young man, no one dared to say that except children or juniors in Yang's old family. Not to mention that what they promised to draw the hook is still a major event in the country, and it makes people have a kind of relaxed freehand brushwork. So in the end, Du Peng decided not to consider Ziming for his own nerves, and muttered, "Ziming, you guy is a pervert." Ziming laughed and thanked Du Peng for his evaluation. I thought that things in Jining City could end here. After all, no matter what the deputy secretary of the provincial party committee Dai Jinshan should do, or how to deal with those vested interest groups, even the evil forces in Jining City, whether or not the members will be amended is not within Ziming's control. But Ziming has forgotten the impact of the case itself. Ziming and Du Peng arrived in Nanhui in the evening, so he and Suhan first sent Du Peng to the Nanhui Hotel, which is the guest house of the county party committee and county government, and then he and Suhan went back to the factory. But when Ziming arrived at the gate of the factory at the fork in the road, I saw many people waiting here. When Ziming's car came, they immediately shouted Ziming's name. This formation made Ziming a little confused, but Suhan next to him explained to him, "Today, the public trial meeting in Jining City is broadcast live." Only then did Ziming understand the reason. The key to the relationship problem lies with him. Ziming shook his head. He is not the kind of second-rate celebrity who possesses a very high standard and can be calm in the face of fan enthusiasm. Seeing so many people cheering for him, Ziming still wants to talk to them. Long live Boss Zhu. Boss Zhu is the greatest pride of our 760 factory. Boss Zhu is the greatest man of this era. Those people in Jining City are guilty of death. Boss Zhu is good. Even if the whole world is useless, he can finally. There is Boss Zhu. If Boss Zhu is the president of the country, he will surely lead our country and nation to become the number one in the world. Ziming was about to get out of the car and talk to these people. But he just opened the car door, and the cheers rushed toward him like a wave. These excited people, their cheers cannot be logical and logical in every sentence. Ziming will not consider reason and logic at this time. He only thinks that these people are the loveliest people in the world. Not because they are all their fans cheering for themselves, but because their cheering at the moment does not have any utilitarian heart in it, but simply cheering for their own justice. For Ziming, he just did something that his conscience can pass, and even used this to deal with Dai Jinshan. Ziming himself felt very shameless. But for Liu Y and Liavina, that they saved everything, for these people in the 760 factory, Ziming's actions represented justice. Just like the Red Army who fought local tyrants and landlords back then. They wanted to cheer for them from the bottom of their hearts. He obviously didn't do anything, but was praised this way. Ziming was very moved, so Ziming first bowed deeply to them, and seeing Ziming bow, these people also subconsciously quieted down. At this time Ziming said, I am very grateful to everyone for coming here to pick me up today. I really didn't expect you to do this because I don't think I did anything at all. Someone below said, Boss Zhu, you are too modest. You have eliminated the evil gangs that have been in Jining for several years. Engineer Liu and his family are not relatives to you. You don't hesitate to mobilize troops to help. If you still say you haven't done anything, then there is nothing good to do in the whole world. Someone took the lead and immediately aroused the echo of others. Yes, Boss Zhu, you are the hero of our 760 factory going out. Ziming gestured to quiet them, and then said, I am not humble, but I do these things just to be worthy of my conscience, so that I will pat my chest and say that I have done all I can do, so that I will not regret it when I look back in the future. My parents taught me to be a man worthy of the world since I was young, and I did that. Ziming said, many people say that this society is very complicated, because he himself is very complicated. If you are able to do everything you do that is worthy of your conscience and can withstand the test of morality, then I believe that our world will become a better tomorrow. After Ziming's words fell, Suhan was moved behind him and cried out for him with tears. Ziming, you said so good. You are the spiritual idol of each of us, and we are always worthy of learning from. Following Suhan's words, the scene boiled again. Everyone was cheering for Ziming. At this moment, everyone seemed to have become the most fanatical believer in the world. There was no reason for them. The only thing they wanted. What I did was to worship the idol Ziming. Regarding this, Ziming touched his nose in embarrassment, and instantly felt that his current competitor seems to be naturally high. Chapter 321. Hello Boss Zhu, I can meet you. Boss Zhu, I'm so lucky to be able to do things under your hands. Boss Zhu, extraordinary. After a conversation, Ziming walked into his office and threw himself directly on the sofa in the reception area and let out a sigh of relief. At this time, Suhan brought a glass of water to Ziming, and Ziming grabbed the glass and took a sip. Said, this road is really difficult. This is all the respect the people in our factory show to Ziming. Everyone knows that you not only helped Engineer Liu get justice in Jining, but also turned Gao Ming and them into counter-revolutionaries. And it was the most powerful thing in the factory. The thing is that you brought the troops to fight fiercely with the evil forces, and finally you killed them all. The people in our factory are all simple and worship heroes. So of course you worship Ziming. Suhan said. It's a pity that I was not born to be an idol, Ziming said with a sigh, and what they say is too exaggerated. Ziming was really helpless when he was speaking. He was so kind. He couldn't be as ignorant of fans who screamed at him like those idol stars. He would still respond subconsciously, even if just smile. He nodded and said thank you or something. In addition, he didn't know who passed it about his great achievements in Jining City. How could it be passed down that he led his troops to Jining to fight the gang? Well, if you really lead troops to fight the gang, it might be rumored to be a cruel battle like Shanganling. Shaking his head, Ziming threw these thoughts out of his mind, and then asked Suhan, our 8 treasure kanji factory and those real estate projects have returned to normal, right? Suhan nodded and said, already back to normal. Rice pudding plant has been basically completed, according to the project team, said that the law has no more than a week. Rice pudding entire plant can be moved later, but their director Wang worry the new factory is too big. With the existing equipment and manpower of the 8 treasure kanji factory, it will not be used up at all, and a lot of space will be vacated, which is a bit too wasteful. Ziming laughed. What's wrong with the big deal? We can only do business bigger and bigger. Our 8 treasure kanji factory is now large in the new plant. What if we continue to increase production lines in the future? Maybe it won't be 2 years away. Director Wang would think this plant is small. Ziming and Suhan chatted for a while about the development of the factory. The cell phone Ziming placed on the desk of the office suddenly rang. Ziming walked over and answered the call. Hello. Who are you looking for? This is the common language for general units and important individuals to answer the phone. After all, there is no live display in this era. If you make a wrong call or the phone is crossed, and you report your home again, you have to worry about the leak of your phone number, which will cause unnecessary trouble. There was also a very cautious question. Is this the boss Ziming's office? I'm Engineer Zhao from an engineering bureau. It turns out to be Engineer Zhao. Hello, I know you. You are the head of the engineering team that repairs the section of expressway in Shiping County, Lingnan. Is there something wrong with you? Ziming asked. The problem was a little bit before, but it's not a big problem. Thanks to Boss Zhu, you were able to solve it smoothly. That's why I want to invite you to dinner. Engineer Zhao said over there. The problem is solved by me, so you want to invite me to dinner? Ziming was stunned at the time. It was not that there was something wrong with the logic of the Engineer Zhao, but that Ziming was talking to the Engineer Zhao for the first time today, and he had only seen his name on the file before. Knowing which part of the road he is responsible for, how can you help him solve the problem? But before Ziming could speak, Engineer Zhao said again, we will invite you to dinner at the big hotel in Linyang, and at that time, I will ask Mr. Zhu to give you a glass of wine and let me toast you together. Boss Zhu, you also have the leading comrades in our bureau and the 2nd and 5th bureaus. If the previous question only made Ziming feel a little bit incomprehensible, then his remarks made Ziming a question mark. What is the situation? You invite me to dinner? Also, your leaders from the 1st round, the 2nd round and the 5th round have to come together. Is the scene so hot? Engineer Zhao, wait a minute. Don't talk in such a hurry. I want to ask why you want to invite me to dinner. Hello. When Ziming asked this question, the signal of the phone suddenly deteriorated, and the call though was very unstable. Ziming had to hang up the phone and cursed for the broken phone. At this time, the fixed phone on the desk rang again, and Ziming immediately connected. Ziming thought that it would be the Engineer Zhao who changed the fixed phone when the cell phone signal was not good, but he didn't expect that it was a stranger voice. Hello, Boss Zhu. I am an engineer from the 5th Bureau engineering team. My name is Song. I am responsible for the construction of the section of expressway north of Jining. It turned out to be Engineer Song. Hello. Is there anything wrong with you? Is there something wrong with you? Ziming asked. Engineer Song repeatedly said the problem did occur before, but later, thanks to you, Boss Zhu, our problem can be solved. Thank you very much. Boss Zhu, you are really our destined noble person. I know that the leaders of several of our engineering bureaus will invite Boss Zhu to dinner, and I hope Boss Zhu will give me a chance to offer you a glass of wine to Boss Zhu and express his gratitude to you. Are you eating toast again? What day is today? Is it a guest festival? Why don't you have a dinner party? Ziming was stunned again, and he immediately asked over there, Engineer Song, what's the situation with you? Why do you invite me to dinner? You have to toast me. Of course it is to thank Boss Zhu for your help. Otherwise, I will be in trouble here. Engineer Song said, Boss Zhu is very embarrassed. I have something to say outside, so let's say that first. Then I ask Boss Zhu to be sure. Give me a chance to be grateful. After speaking, he hung up the phone. Ziming didn't give much time when he was stunned. Ziming didn't respond until the busy tone on the phone sounded. Seeing Ziming's stunned expression, Suhan couldn't help asking him, what happened to Ziming? Did something happen? Ziming shook his head and said, I don't know, but I guess it's either those people who drank too much, or I drank too much. Drank too much? Now Suhan was stunned. She didn't understand what Ziming was talking about. Does anyone get up early in the morning to drink? Or Ziming didn't understand what was talking over there, deliberately making a joke. Suhan didn't understand. Ziming himself was also confused. To say that the engineer surnamed Zhao's dinner and toast might just be an accident. Then this one called right afterwards, who was also the engineer Song, who was also eating toast. What's the situation again? Just as Ziming and Suhan were there with big eyes and small eyes, the phone on Ziming's desk rang again. Ziming picked up the microphone and said over there, hello Boss Zhu, I'm the engineer of the 2nd Bureau's engineering team. My name is Liu. I'm responsible for the construction of a section of the mountain road at Songguan. This time I'm really grateful to you. Originally, I wanted to invite you to dinner in person, but I know the leadership of the 2nd Bureau wants if I invite you to dinner, I will borrow flowers to present the Buddha. At that time, I hope that Boss Zhu, you must give me an opportunity to toast you and express my gratitude to you in person. It's still a familiar recipe, or a familiar taste. Ziming felt a little messy. If it was someone else, he would be very happy to be called one by one to invite guests to dinner. But Ziming was completely confused at this time. What is the situation with your engineering bureaus? Ziming asked. But the busy tone was already on the phone at this time. Just now Ziming said hello in his head, and he couldn't even remember when the phone was hanging over there. Will someone in Ziming invite you to dinner and thank you? This is a good thing, Suhan said to Ziming. This time Suhan was listening to Ziming's ear on the microphone, so she heard all the content of Ziming's call just now. Facing Suhan's words, Ziming smiled bitterly and said, it's not a bad thing for someone to invite me to dinner, but if these 3 calls are all calling me to invite me to dinner, they all say they want me to show my face and ask them to toast me? Are these 3 calls to invite Ziming to dinner? Why? Suhan asked in surprise. Ziming spread his hands and said, if I know I don't need to worry. They all only said that they want to thank me, and they didn't specifically say what to thank. They also said that these engineering bureaus would invite me. Then Ziming, you should call and ask, don't you have some of their heads' phone numbers? Didn't the phone call just say that the leaders of their bureaus would also go, and that their leaders came forward to entertain the guests? They were just a facilitator. Yes, so their leaders must know. Suhan reminded Ziming. Yeah, I really didn't even react to this under the light. Oxion, you are careful, Ziming said happily, then hugged Suhan and kissed him. Suhan was caught off guard and blushed. This time, Ziming directly dialed the phone of Ding Kai, director of the 1st Bureau of the Central Engineering Bureau. He was quickly connected and asked who Ziming was calling for general words. Ziming and Ding Kai had a conversation. Hearing that this was Ding Kai's voice, Ziming said, hello Director Ding. This is Ziming. It turned out to be hello, Boss Zhu. I was about to call you. Ding Kai said. Is it going to invite me to dinner? If it is this, I already know it, Ziming said. Ding Kai was obviously a little bit astonished by Ziming's words. Boss Zhu, you already know? Then it seems that Boss Zhu, Your news is really well informed, almost reaching the six-eared macaque in Journey to the West. Listen to the standards of Bufang. Director Ding laughed. I don't have the magical powers of a six-eared macaque. It's just that a comrade from your bureau called me just now. I am calling Director Ding for this purpose, Ziming said. Ding Kai asked strangely, Boss Zhu, please tell me. Ziming told Ding Kai about the phone calls he had just received. Ding Kai laughed and said, why are those guys so impatient? They even called first before me. Yes, I want to represent one. The bureau invites Mr. Zhu to have dinner. Thank you very much. Why is this? Ziming asked. It's because Boss Zhu, you helped us solve a big problem, Ding Kai said. Chapter 322 So young and powerful Zhu boss? Yangqing Hotel is the largest and best hotel in Lianyang. Of course, it is not easy to talk about this hotel. It was originally the guest house of Lianyang Municipal Party Committee and government, but later with the continuous development of Lianyang's economy, especially it was the first pilot township industrial park in Jingcha province. Not only did many big bosses from Lingnan to Gangqing come to invest and build factories, but later even research group from Jiangnan province came. The occurrence of this one after another has instantly improved the compelling status of Lianyang, an ordinary city in central China. In order to make Lianyang more in line with its continuous development identity, the Lianyang Municipal Party Committee and the municipal government put the original Municipal Party Committee's guest house. It was redecorated, and a little system reform was done, and it was named Yangqing Hotel, which allowed him to reopen. Originally, Lianyang was not a very economically active place on the coast. There were some hotels and guest houses, but the conditions were the same. The Yangqing Hotel originally had the old foundation of the municipal party's guest house, plus the refurbishment of the hotel. The grandeur naturally becomes the best hotel in Lianyang. At this time, other Lianyang hotels can't be compared. Xiao and Bingbing are the waiters at the Yangqing Hotel. They were called to the door by the foreman this day. Bingbing was not happy with the boss. Xiao, why did you say that Sister Wang put us at the door like a door god? The other girl hurriedly made a silent gesture to her. Don't talk nonsense. I know that the banquet hall on the second floor is completely wrapped up today. Someone is coming. This answer made Bingbing a little bit stunned. You have wrapped up the entire second floor. Who is it? Is this a big banquet? The facts quickly gave her the answer, because she immediately saw a black car approaching the door and exclaimed, Bingbing, look at it. That license plate is the license plate of the capital Yanjing. I have been working here for so long. This is the first time I have seen Yanjing's license plate. Isn't it just a license plate from the capital of Yanjing? What's all the fuss about? Other people didn't come to the car show. Why did you see it? Xiao mumbled, her little sister who despised her in her tone, but in fact his eyes stared at the approaching car unblinkingly. It's no wonder that the two girls behaved like this. It is true that Yanjing, as the capital, is a very sacred place in the hearts of ordinary people. If you have the opportunity to develop there, you will wake up in your dreams. In addition, the private car of this era is still a very rare thing for the central cities. So now it is not surprising that a private car plus a Yanjing license can make people envy people in surprise. Seeing that Bingbing looked at herself with contempt, Xiao quickly explained, I'm not looking at the license plate. We have been here for Yanjing's license plate many times. I looked at this car. Car? Is this car expensive? Bingbing asked suspiciously. Xiao glanced at the car carefully, and proudly said to her little sister, Bingbing, don't tell me that you don't even know this car. This is Santana. Look at the logo that resembles the car and owns Santana. An ad slogan that you are not afraid to travel all over the world. This is a very high-end car. In our Lianyang, I have only seen officials at the level of the secretary of the municipal party committee and the mayor are qualified to drive this car. I remember this advertisement. Bingbing said excitedly. But immediately she was surprised. Look, Xiao, There are many more cars with capital license plates coming over. Xiao Xiao followed Bing Bing's words and saw a lot of Santana with Yanjing license plates coming over. This made Xiao Xiao also somewhat fascinated and mumbled to herself, "My God, is there any central leader who came down to inspect work? Otherwise, why would there be so many Yanjing cars driving here? Don't make any guesses. These are the cars of several engineering bureaus of the central government. The leaders of the engineering bureaus who drove here are also the leaders of the engineering bureaus. The restaurant on our second floor was reserved for those who came here for dinner today." The sudden voice frightened Xiao Xiao and Bing Bing. They turned their heads and saw that the foreman had come by at some point. They hurriedly greeted the foreman, and the foreman waved his hand to show that they were not blamed. After all, they were all new recruits. The waiter, who has never seen any big scenes, will always be out of order, and it is better to go out now than in the future. It turned out to be the Central Engineering Bureau. No wonder they can drive such a good car. These projects are very profitable. Just like the highway we are currently building here. I heard that it will cost several billions. Bing Bing said. Xiao Xiao was a little puzzled. Then what are these big people doing here? They also rented the banquet hall as big as the second floor. Is it going to be an important meeting? It shouldn't be an important meeting. You may not understand. This central government is all high-ranking officials. The leaders of these engineering bureaus are not very good. But in fact, they are all high-ranking officials. I heard that they are with us. The secretary of the Municipal Party Committee of Beijing sits on an equal footing, so if there is any meeting, our secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, as the landlord, will definitely be there, but now it seems that no other cars have been seen. The foreman said, looking around, and then said, so maybe the people in their engineering bureau have a meal by themselves. Wow! The people from Yanjing, the capital, are amazing. Any director who comes down can be on an equal footing with the secretary of our municipal party committee. Isn't that an imperial commission in ancient times? Bing Bing exclaimed. Xiao Xiao asked puzzledly. Didn't it mean that the banquet hall on the second floor is fully covered? Is it because the engineering bureau holds a banquet inside itself, or the place will not be used up at all? I don't think this is any problem, since these Yanjing leaders are so powerful. When they come down to our Line Yang side, it is normal to have a banquet hall for a few people to eat. They have money and they have power. They are so capricious. Bing Bing helped Xiao Xiao explain. Xiao Xiao didn't know what to say about Bing Bing's explanation, and the foreman didn't want to talk nonsense with them here, so that they all cheered up and waited to meet the leadership of the engineering bureau from the central government. However, what surprised them was that the people from the engineering bureau did not enter the hotel one after another after they drove up. Instead, they waited at the door. Faced with this situation, Xiao Xiao asked very puzzledly, is there anything else? Is the leader coming? Why are they still waiting at the door? Isn't that right? They are all high officials who are on the same level as our municipal party committee secretary. Is there any leader in Line Yang that is bigger than them? Bing Bing said. Time gave the answer. Just a few minutes later, another car drove over. Seeing this car, the people from the engineering bureau who came first went to greet him. This situation made Xiao Xiao, Bing Bing and their foreman stunned. They couldn't understand the rhythm at all, but the more foreman who had a more eyesight had noticed the clue. Look at that car, it's not an ordinary car. The signs of those 4 circles are Audi cars. Xiao Xiao and Bing Bing both looked at the foreman in confusion. What is an Audi? Is this car better than Santana? Of course, said the foreman, this Audi is a very high-end car from abroad. It's much better than Santana. You see, this car still bears the Lingnan license plate. Maybe it's some big man from Lingnan, you guys. I also know that there is a township industrial park in Nanhui County, and we will often have many big people here. I have been to a deputy secretary of the Jiangnan Provincial Party Committee before, so you all cheer me up. Come, we must do a good job in reception. But Sister Wang, that doesn't seem to be a big man, but a young man. Xiao Xiao asked the foreman, pointing there. The foreman looked in the direction of Xiao Xiao and saw that the Audi had indeed been driven. Then two very young people got out of the car and Bing Bing exclaimed, "Wow, they are so amazing. They must be Yanjing, the descendants of the family, right? Look at the leaders of the engineering bureau who came before. They must take the initiative to shake hands with them." Xiao Xiao and Bing Bing were either confused or excited, but the foreman was stunned for a moment, and then she suddenly remembered and said, "That young man is not someone else, he is Ziming. We are born and raised in Lianyang." Following the explanation from the foreman, Xiao Xiao and Bing Bing became even more excited. They craned their necks desperately to see Ziming, as if by doing so they would be able to live longer, eat and wear without worry. It turns out that that person is Ziming. He is so young. How did he achieve such a great achievement at such a young age? Before, he led troops to destroy the evil gangs in Jining City, and now he and so many leaders of the Central Engineering Bureau took the initiative to greet him. He is really amazing. This is really our true hero here in Lianyang. Xiao Xiao and Bing Bing said excitedly that they still had differences compared to before. But now when facing Ziming, their thoughts have reached an amazing agreement. "Look, look, their reception is over, they are all here," Bing Bing said excitedly. At this time, the foreman first reacted and immediately asked them to stand, and then waited for Ziming and other leaders of the Central Engineering Bureau to come over. The foreman took Xiao Xiao and Bing Bing to say hello to them, and Ziming smiled and said to them, with a thank you. He raised his leg and walked into the hotel. After Ziming and the people from the Engineering Bureau walked in, Bing Bing couldn't help but burst into joy again, shocking the foreman and Xiao Xiao. The foreman and Xiao Xiao asked her strangely. Bing Bing twisted for a while before giving them an amazing answer. "Boss Zhu is really young and handsome, especially the people from the Engineering Bureau. The leaders of the Bureau are able to sit on an equal footing with the Secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, but in front of the boss this week, they are all submissive, like subordinates." "Also," said Bing Bing, "have you seen that boss Ziming Zhu smiled at me just now? He must like me, or else he won't smile at me, I'm so happy and excited." Unfortunately, Ziming did not notice the small waiter in this hotel, but even if Ziming noticed it, it would not be so good. After all, Ziming was not hungry enough, and for Ziming, he still has other things. One important thing is the next meal with these Engineering Bureau officials. One to thank him. Chapter 323 Dam. In the set. Welcome. With the clear welcome of the attendant at the door, Ziming led officials from the Central Engineering Bureau to enter the venue one by one. The directors of the first and second engineering bureaus were at the forefront. Although speaking, there are so many engineering bureaus in the central government, it's the same, but in fact, whether it is in terms of staffing or policy considerations, they still have to lean towards the first and second innings. This is not to say that the central government does not care about other engineering bureaus, or that other engineering bureaus have not surpassed the capabilities of the previous engineering bureaus at all. It is just that the agency, as the place where the change is the slowest, requires them to change the old style of the system at once. It's difficult. The engineering bureaus with the lower numbers are catching up with the engineering bureaus at the top. That is at least 10 years later. Ziming and the two directors came to the main table and sat down in order. After sitting down, Ding Kai, director of the first Bureau of Engineering, said to Ziming with emotion, "The last time I was in Baiyun City with Boss Zhu, I have already had one. It's been many months. The last time I invited Boss Zhu to dinner was to thank Boss Zhu for giving us the opportunity to build the first private highway. I did not expect that now I invite Boss Zhu to dinner, but I still have to thank Boss Zhu." Speaking of this, Ding Kai smiled helplessly. Everyone said that Feng Shui turns around, but when I came to me, it became a pool of stagnant water. I really don't know what to say. Ziming smiled and said to Ding Kai, "This is Director Ding. You are too polite. In fact, if you want to replace me with a stingy capitalist, you might save these 2 meals." and the rest of the money will continue to be put into production. Exploitation and labor are great and many are good. Boss Zoo is indeed a qualified capitalist. But Boss Zoo is not a bad capitalist like before. He is a good capitalist who has ideals and ambitions and will fight against evil forces. Ding Kai's words were echoed by others. Yes. In fact, we all know about Liu Yi's affairs. Not only the part that Liu Yi is responsible for, but other places are also threatened by local evil forces to varying degrees. Especially when Jining went to Songwon, it was the most serious. The engineering teams under me didn't know how many times they came to me. Our engineering bureau also reported the situation to Jingcha province, but no results. Speaking of the evil gang from Jining to Songwon city, the leaders of other engineering bureaus also echoed, yes, the province said that it will solve it for us, but the blackmail by those evil forces is constant all day. If this continues, we will lose money. Fortunately, Boss Zoo has taken such a decisive action to deal with Jining's biggest evil force at this time, and this has finally liberated us. Another person said, today, these engineering bureau officials would like to thank Zuming because of this incident, which was unexpected by Zuming. Zuming knew that Liu Yi and his engineering team were threatened and blackmailed by the Jining evil forces. In fact, Liu Yi and his engineering team were not the only ones who were blackmailed by the Jining evil forces. They were almost from Jining to Songwon. The engineering teams have all been blackmailed by evil forces, but the other engineering teams are not as tough as Liu Yi. They just spend money to eliminate disasters. We haven't received the project money here, so we not only have to advance the material cost, but also spend money to deal with these evil forces, which makes every engineering team complain. For this reason, these engineering bureaus do not know how many times they have responded to Jining City and Jingcha Province, but the final result is just perfunctory. This result is because, on the one hand, the area from Jining to Songwon is at the junction of the three provinces, and many places are left alone, just like the Liangjiang County where Liu Yi was involved. As the place where Jingchu and Lingnan meet, there is a mixture of fish and dragons. Population mobility is very difficult to manage. On the other hand, because the biggest evil force leader in Jining City is the Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Party Committee and the Secretary of the Political and Legal Committee, the activities of the evil forces here have been very rampant. As the Central Engineering Bureau, being bullied by local evil forces makes them feel aggrieved by being bullied by dogs. As for Liu Yi's affairs, as Ding Kai, the director of the Engineering Bureau, he didn't know, but he helped Liu Yi communicate with Jining City, Jingcha Province to no avail. All this changed in an instant until Zuming led the troops to arrest the two brothers Gao Ming and Gao Feng, and also detained Gao Jianhui, deputy secretary of the Jining Municipal Party Committee, and labeled them counter-revolutionary. The news came out and shocked the criminal gangs from Jining City to Songwon. These people, regardless of the appearance of fierceness in normal times, but in fact many of them are soft guys, not to mention that they are just gangsters and cannot compete with the troops. Especially if they are detained by counter-revolutionaries and shot in the street, it is even more regrettable. It was for these reasons that these black forces acted immediately, apologized to the various engineering teams that were blackmailed, and refunded a lot of the blackmailed money, which made these engineering teams overjoyed. In fact, Liu Yi's incident was just an accident. The officials of the Engineering Bureau knew very well that they had never contacted Zuming. Zuming only dealt with them because he couldn't understand the evil forces in Jining. It's not true to help them find a place in the Engineering Bureau. But the black forces in Jining City don't know about these things. Except for Gao Ming and Gao Feng, the others are just ordinary land ruffians. Where do they understand the political twists and turns? They can only see the local area or the entire province. The oldest boss fell, even with a deputy secretary of the municipal party committee. If they jumped again, they would die, and it would take minutes to be beaten to death. However, no matter what these people think, it is good for the Engineering Bureau to be able to get rid of the harassment of the evil forces, especially in this way. It makes them very relieved. So today will Ziming be invited come out for dinner and talk about my gratitude to him. Ziming and the officials from the engineering bureau were chatting and laughing. During this period, the waiter of the Yangqing hotel kept serving them wine and food. Finally, Ziming first raised the glass and stood up and said, "Today I thank you very much for your invitation. I ate dinner, especially the several bureau chiefs who attended in person. This shows that I attach great importance to me, and I am flattered. So I would like to offer you a cup first." Everyone was stunned by Ziming's remarks. Everyone, including Ding Kai and several other directors, looked at Ziming in a daze, completely wondering what he meant. Because today's dinner was originally for everyone to invite Ziming to dinner, it should be everyone toast Ziming. How come the situation has been completely reversed now? The drinks and dishes came up, the engineering bureau did not move, instead Ziming first toasted. However, Ziming didn't care about the look in everyone's eyes. He raised his head and drank the wine. These engineering bureau officials had no choice but to drink with Ziming. After drinking, Ziming took the initiative to pour himself a glass, and then said to everyone, "Everyone is an engineering staff from the central government. Everyone who came to build this Chuling expressway is also contributing to our Jingchu province." But unexpectedly, something like engineering happened, which made me feel sad. I hate these nasty evil forces, and I feel ashamed of my own negligence. But please rest assured, I assure you that this kind of thing will only happen once. Please tell me if there will be this kind of thing in the future. I will definitely help you solve it and take care of you. Thank you. After saying that Ziming would drink, but the director of the second engineering bureau immediately stopped him from saying, "Councillor Zhu, how can you do this? Originally, you should be toasting you when you helped us all. But now you are toasting yourself." Well, doesn't it seem that we are too ignorant? Officials from other engineering bureaus all echoed him and said yes, while Ziming said, "Director Jiang didn't say that, because if you want to help, you have to start from the source. And the source is the construction of the Chuling Expressway. It's Director Jiang and so many comrades from the engineering bureau who are helping me and my elders and fellow villagers." Then, as a Jingchu native, of course, I have to thank you on behalf of the elders and fellow villagers. Isn't that true? Ziming's great reasoning deceived all the officials of the engineering bureau, and before they could react, Ziming had another glass of wine. "No way," Ziming said so boldly, and even drank the wine first. As the people of the engineering bureau of the treats, they naturally couldn't fall behind in the wine court, so they followed Ziming for another drink. While they were drinking, Ziming poured himself another glass. Ding Kai, the head of the first bureau, saw Ziming pour him a drink, and hurriedly finished his drink first. He pulled Ziming and said, "Boss Zhu, what are you doing? Don't rush to drink this wine. Let's take a few mouthfuls and press it down. Let's talk more." However, Ziming shook his hand like he was drunk and said, "Director Ding, don't worry about me, I have one last word to say. Ziming is a capitalist. But I am also a man, an upright man. Since I am a man, I must have the sense of responsibility of a man. How can I tolerate you being bullied like this in my place?" Ziming said, "I can tell you all here now that you are here to help my fellow villagers in Jingchu build roads. If this kind of thing that is bullied and blackmailed by the evil forces happens again in the future, you can all come to me. No matter how hard I am tired, no matter how many people offend, it doesn't matter. I will definitely help you all solve it." When Ziming finished speaking, Ding Kai immediately said, "Boss Zhu, how can this work? This evil force in Jingchu has nothing to do with Boss Zhu, so how can I call you if something goes wrong? It's shameful." "It doesn't matter, Director Ding. I am also the owner of this road management company. No matter what difficulties are encountered, whether I can solve them, you can come to me." Ziming said, "Boss Zhu, you are really drunk." Director Jiang of the second bureau said this time, "Boss Zhu, you also know that you are only a businessman and not a public prosecutor. How can you solve it? And we are also from the Central Engineering Bureau. We know you will find Boss Zhu when we are up." Then we are not too useless. The words of the two directors were unanimously agreed by others, that is to say, our engineering bureau is also very capable. If you want to help, Mr. Zhu, you will look down on us. Listening to all the officials from the engineering bureau, Ziming could only sigh and say, it seems that I really think too much. So all right, since everyone has said so, I respectfully it's better to follow your fate. Finally Ziming held up the wine glass, just for everyone's attitude, I toast everyone. We also offer a drink to Boss Zhu. All the officials of the engineering bureau drank the wine together, but when they were drinking, Ding Kai and several other directors reacted fiercely. Damn. It's in Ziming's suit. Chapter 224. Is this a 20-year-old young man? Leader Mighty. Thank you Beer 11 for becoming the first league. Also thank you everyone for your support. For so long, Small Square Films have been writing books silently. I have never asked for a monthly pass, but now I have the first leader. Xiao Fangpian wants to ask for a monthly pass. I want to be on the monthly pass list for a few more days, and strive to be seen by more people. I hope that friends who like business tycoons can support me. Xiao Fangpian is here to thank everyone. Ziming remembered that in his previous life, he once asked a friend who has been tested by alcohol, how can I drink less or no alcohol in the wine shop? The friend's answer was very concise and clear. You take the initiative to drink first. In fact, this principle is very simple, because everyone wants to put others down at the wine table and they don't want to drink too much. Then you take the initiative to toast others at this time, and then others will subconsciously think that you are good at drinking and will to persuade others to drink. Then others will subconsciously avoid you when toasting, or join you to toast others to put others down. At this time, as long as you flexibly mobilize the atmosphere on the court, you can drink as little as possible. In fact, this is a bluff that goes the other way. Now Ziming is doing this at the dinner with the officials of the engineering bureau. Same. On the surface, today's dinner seems to be to thank Ziming for his dinner, but in fact they are to ask Ziming for help next time they encounter the evil forces. The idea is very rascal, but it is a true manifestation of human nature. As a foreign proverb says, when you are in a difficult situation with others, you are not only grateful for others, but also when they are in trouble next time. I will think of you again and feel that your help is justified. Ziming will help Liu Wei only based on his own conscience and Dai Jinshan who can always embarrass himself. Ziming does not think that he is a living bodhisattva who can save all living beings, let alone a saint who saves the lives of Li people. This kind of thing cannot be repeated again and again. Just imagine if you often command troops to detain a deputy secretary of the municipal party committee, then isn't it messed up? This is something that no one can tolerate. Of course, the more important point is that he has no such ability at all. This time it was Cao Jianning's help to borrow soldiers from the Lingnan military region. But the marshal's son was not stupid, and he would not be willing to help this kind of political mistake every time. The People's Army is not someone's personal tool. You, Cao Jianning, command the People's Army to do this and that? Are you going to be a warlord? This is absolutely not allowed in politics. Although official politics is very dark and there are many places of this kind that have been criticized by others, at least some things can still be maintained. Of course, Ziming's unwillingness to do it can be said directly, but it doesn't sound good to say it like this, so Ziming came up with such a way to go the other way. At the beginning of this meal, Ziming took the initiative to toast all the officials of the engineering bureau, and then said that he could help them no matter how hard he was. These officials of the engineering bureau could only take the word and say no, if they are still brazen. Next, Ziming had another set of methods. But now it seems that Ziming's set of methods is still very effective, or that these engineering bureau officials are still very cooperative. And Ziming didn't continue to talk about it in order to pretend to be. He just agreed to follow the words of these engineering bureau officials, not allowing things to change. Ziming's approach is to protect himself. After all, these officials of the engineering bureau are not fuel-efficient lamps. It is difficult to make money on their own, so they don't want to become someone else's babysitter. Dink Ai's several engineering directors looked at each other, and they all saw surprise and helplessness from each other's eyes. They were surprised that they did not expect that a young man like Ziming would be so shrewd, but they had nothing to oppose Ziming's method. Originally, their plan was just as Ziming had expected. It was to use this meal to give Ziming a soup, so that he would help them solve the problem of the threat of evil forces in the place. Although now after the Jinning public trial, the black and evil forces that threatened them have paid them a smile, but the future is uncertain. Who knows what will happen in the future? What if there is another Jinning company? Don't you still make them big heads? This time, Ziming used such a thunderous method to solve the Jinning company's affairs, and they all felt that Ziming was very capable, and they wanted Ziming to continue to help, before they prepare this meal. In their opinion, Ziming is nothing more than a young man. He has achieved his current achievements at such a young age, and he will definitely be a little airy. These officials of the Central Engineering Bureau lower their posture and say more to Ziming. No. Is it all right? How do young people like Ziming know that holding up is sometimes more terrifying than killing? It is precisely because of this that their several engineering directors deliberately organized today's meal. They also asked the heads of their respective engineering teams to call Ziming one by one in order to create something for Ziming. The particularly good atmosphere made Ziming relax his vigilance, and finally said something to ask Ziming to help, so that he would proceed naturally. As long as he agrees, even if he reacts afterwards, he can only knock down his front teeth and swallow it in his belly, unless he is fighting for face and don't shame. But this young man is not a self-esteem thief. Is face more important than anything else? How can such a person go back on shame? The directors of several engineerings made such a wishful thinking, but they never expected that Ziming would actually do the opposite and give them such a hand, actively picking up the big beams, and acting with awe-inspiring righteousness, instead let them fall into a passive state. Do not know what to do with it. Damn it, is this a young man in his 20s? Why are you so shrewd? It's harder to get things done than some uncles who are 30 or 40 years old, and who have richer social experience. These engineering directors kept slandering Ziming. The people under Xiao Jujiu in the hearts of several engineering directors could not be understood by everyone. After Ziming had said this, the head of the engineering team immediately came up to give Ziming a toast. Boss Zhu, what you said just now is really good. You are really a great good boss in our new era. I have also heard about the first round of the engineering team. I am also very angry about the experience of Engineer Luo, but I hate that I don't have the ability to help him. Thanks to your help from Boss Zhu, I'm an engineer for Luo. I'll give you a drink to Boss Zhu. Facing the toast, Ziming also raised his glass and said, "You up light." Everyone will feel indignant about what happened to Engineer Luo. Moreover, Engineer Luo also went to Lin Yang to find me. He believed me so much. How could I? What about betraying his trust in me? Am I still alone? Ziming's words infected other people, and other engineers were deeply moved and raised their wine glasses. Boss Zhu is really upright, and he has a revolutionary spirit of self-sacrificing and helping others. We offer a glass to Boss Zhu. At this time, Dink Ai, the director of the engineering bureau, raised his eyelids and calmly raised his glass and said to Ziming, "Boss Zhu is really a good friend of our engineering bureau. We can receive Boss Zhu's project. It is really us, the greatest luck." Director Ding, please don't say that. I'm just a businessman. Director Ding and everyone here are all heroes who are fighting for the country's construction projects. Now I can take over my project. Lucky, Ziming said. This sentence made Ding Ai's heart chuckle, and he subconsciously felt that something was wrong. Ziming praised himself so much, wouldn't it be the same as the other way, and also to praise himself and other people? Ding Ai wanted to say something, but found that the people around him were very happy. There were still many people who said that we were just ordinary workers, but their faces were filled with proud smiles. Dink Ai knew that these people were all praised by Ziming. Fluttering away, what the hell is this? Why did he praise Ziming himself? This young man didn't do it. On the contrary, people like him were unconvinced. But Ding Kai did not intend to give up. He said to Ziming, "Boss Zhu really praised us too much. As everyone said, we are just ordinary engineering workers. It is natural to eat the food of the country and work for the country. Don't have such a high evaluation from Mr. Zhu." Speaking of this, Ding Kai suddenly changed the conversation and sighed. The Ronaldinho's matter was an accident, but our engineering bureau is busy all day long, and is often threatened and blackmailed by local evil forces, just like before. Apart from Ronaldinho, several of our engineering teams from Jining to Songwon have also been bullied by local evil forces. Hearing Ziming nodded silently, Ding Kai felt that there was a way, but Ziming's next sentence made him want to jump and scold his mother. "No way, our Jingchu people are tough and the situation in Jining is special." "It is indeed too much in some places, but why don't you call the police, Director Ding?" Ziming asked. If it is useful to report to the police, how can these evil forces develop, and what else do they need to ask you?" Ding Kai cursed like this in his heart, but on the surface he still sighed and said to Ziming, "Boss Zhu, you don't know anything about it." "Of course we have called the police, but some things are not as simple as they seem on the surface. It looks like Ronaldinho's thing this time. It is clear that Jining Company has done this too much, but the procedures in the agency are still going." This is the explanation given by the Jining municipal government that it did not take care of Luo Y's husband and wife. This explanation is simply nonsense at first glance, but the officials will not care about so much. As long as there is an explanation, it's okay. "I don't believe it." "Belief is your business." "He believes it anyway." "Oh. It turns out that Director Ding said that you want me to continue to drive away the harassment of these evil forces for you. But I am not a police officer and I don't have this right," Ziming said. To say that Ziming's words just made Ding Kai jump and scold his mother, then Ziming's words made him vomit blood. "Damn it, are you a policeman? But you are more fierce than a policeman. And the public security can't control this kind of thing, so they can only go to your side." Ding Kai cursed in his heart, looking at Ziming's innocent expression. He really wanted to slap it up, but what made it even more desperate at this time was that the comrades from the other engineering bureau nearby all stood up indignantly and said, "The boss, how can you still help you? We can solve our own affairs. We were embarrassed to trouble you this time. If we trouble you again, what use is there for us people?" "That's right, Boss Zhu, you are busy with you. We will never need your help." Listening to the constant noises coming from around, Ding Kai's heart to cry is all there, but he has nothing to do. Can't he really be so rascal and insist on Ziming's help, right? That's really shameful. "Dear comrades of the Engineering Bureau, you are all good. I toast you," Ziming said. Ding Kai looked at Ziming, who had obviously taken control of the audience by raising his glass. He could only lament in his heart, this is the real master of psychology. Chapter 225, Dan Jehuisho State Order? Bao Thank you Unrequited Love Interpretation for your support and monthly ticket support. Thank you everyone for your monthly ticket support. Thank you everyone. It is your support that keeps me on the monthly ticket list. An Audi car stopped at the entrance of Nanjiang nightclub. Two young people got out of the car. One of them asked the other if it was here, and the other answered respectfully. This scene attracted many people's attention. Although Nanjiang is a pioneer city in reform and opening up, population mobility in this era is very low. Many people who do business in Nanjiang are locals from Lingnan, and Yanjing people have not been everywhere. And Audi is also a high-end car that has only been introduced in China, and it is also the car of Ziming, the father of the Nanjiang stock market. For the average person, those who can afford this car are either rich or expensive. So seeing these two young people getting off the car, someone immediately leaned in and asked, "The boss is coming to the nightclub to be chic? We have many beautiful girls here. Do you want them to accompany you?" A place like the night market has always been a gold-selling cave, so as long as there is a night market, money-culled transactions, and some grey or even black things, it must be inevitable. Just like the Nanjiang nightclub, Ziming has instructed the general manager Kong Xiaolan to guard against it. That can only guarantee that the nightclub will not be run by herself, but the outsiders have to do business at the door, and there is no way. Who is the Nanjian nightclub? The brand is loud, which can attract the most wealthy people. Facing this kind of pimp, the young man glared at him with dissatisfaction and called him to go away. The pimp was taken aback for a moment, because he had seen a lot of arrogant people, but he drove off almost without opening his mouth. However, the pimp didn't get angry, and said with a smile that he would roll. It turned out that another young man directly dumped $200 on his face. Two young people walked into the nightclub and listened to the loud music coming from the bar. The young man walking in front frowned very dissatisfied. The young man next to him leaned into his ear and said a few words. Then the young man wandered around in this bar, and finally found a bar in front of it. Two gentlemen, what would you like to drink? The bartender at the bar dutifully came up to inquire, but they shook their heads and said no, walked to the person who was drinking, reached for his glass and said, I didn't expect that General Tao, who was a master of Lingnan, has now fallen to the ground. It's so sad and sigh that it's a messy place like a nightclub where you can spend the whole day with alcohol. This drinker is Tao Juling, the son of Tao Nianxing, the chief of the general staff of the Lingnan military region. Since he failed in the Cao family affairs, he lost his status as a general, so he went to Nanjian nightclub to drink every day. Tao Juling turned his head and glanced at the young man. After thinking about it for a while, he stretched out his hand and pointed at him. Danj, I didn't expect the head of the emerging company. Did you come here to watch my jokes today? These two young people are not others, they are Tan Qian-jun, a young man in the capital at the time, and most people of the junior generation call him Tanj. After being recognized, Tanj smiled slightly and then sat in the seat next to Tao Juling and gently shook his head and said, why would I come to see Master Tao your joke? On the contrary, as a person under the imperial city, I am still very sympathize with you. Tanj said with great affection, but Tao Juling ignored him at all. At this time, another young man said, Tao Gongzai, what Tanj said is true. He really sympathizes and cares about you today. Hearing this voice, Tao Juling turned his head and glanced at him again and said, oh, I didn't expect Hua Xiao to also come. It seems that I am really bad now. Since the heads of emerging companies are here, then Hua Xiao, Lingnan naturally, the chief of the region has to come. It is a great honor for me to thank the two Yanjing masters who came to see me. This Xiao Hua is Jiang Chunhua, who was a headache for Ziming and Du Peng in Lingnan. However, facing him Tao Juling said so, but his tone did not have any respect for it. On the contrary, there was some mockery. Tan Qian-jun frowned and said to him, Go Ling, remember how high-spirited you were when you were in Yanjing? How come you have become such a drunkard who borrows wine to sorrow? This kind of place is yours. Do you treat people with this kind of status? If you let your father know how you are now, how angry he should be, maybe he will beat you again. Tao Juling was stunned when he heard these words, and then laughed loudly. Stan, your joke is not funny at all. My father has already gone in. Where will he hit me? And Tao Juling looked around the bar and said, I don't think there is anything bad here. You have to eat and drink here, and there are beautiful girls over there that are so cool and cool. As long as you have the heart, you can do it anytime. I've taken the girl to a chic night. This is simply heaven. Otherwise, why are all parts of the country now scrambling to copy this thing? As the first nightclub in the country, Nanjian Nightclub has long been a landmark in Nanjian City, and it has also led the country to create a wave of nightclubs. After the establishment of Nanjian Nightclub, whether it is a political and economic center like Yanjing Binhai cities, or provincial capitals, have begun to have entertainment venues that are modeled after the Nanjian nightclub. Go Ling, you and I are both people who came out of the Sijiuqing compound. In front of me, there is no need for you to say these things, right? Tan Qian-jun said. Danj, I don't know what you are talking about. What am I talking about? I really think it is very good and powerful here. At least I think I can find my youth here. Tao Juling said. Youth? But I think you are wasting your life by doing this. I kindly came to see you from Yanjing. Is this your attitude? Tan Qianjun got up angrily and said to Tao Juling with an attitude of hating iron and steel. However, facing Tan Qianjun's attitude, Tao Juling still looks lazy. Is it? Tan brother is really kind to me, but I think if you really sympathize with me, please help me first. Is the money for this meal settled? I drank a lot today. I think you understand my current situation, Brother Dan. Since the accident, I've been just sitting on the sidelines. Tao Juling, what are you doing in such a dying look in front of me? Do you have any ambition? Tan Qianjun said annoyedly. Tao Juling raised his eyelids and looked at him and said, what is Brother Dan doing so excited? Do I have the ambition? Do you want to do what you do? Your father is still the secretary of the municipal party committee of the capital, and you are also the eldest prince of Yanjing. Why do you care about me as a little person? Besides, when I was against Ziming, didn't you also have Dan's idea? Tao Juling, what did you say? Tan Qianjun raised a tone and pointed at Tao Juling. What am I talking about? Don't you know what Yanjing's young master Dan is, and what kind of face is shown to me here? Or do you say that young master Dan dare not recognize it? Tao Juling said without concession. At first, Tao Juling, Yui and Zhu Ming had a conflict. Although it was caused by the Cao family at the beginning, there was a real conflict with Zhu Ming later, and it almost became a conflict between the army and the armed police. A large part of the responsibility is less. And Hua Xiao is Tan Qianjun's person, from various things. Tan Qianjun's new company and Zhu Ming also have contradictions. Tao Juling is not a fool. After such an analysis, how could he not think of the way? It's just that at that time his father was rectified. Although he was not persecuted, his previous status disappeared with his father's dismissal. Tan Qianjun was in Yanjing again, and he could never really look for him. Trouble? Not to mention that with his current status, the other party would never take him seriously. If he had to go over and make trouble, he would be asking for trouble, so he could only endure it. However, Tao Juling has endured it all the time. It doesn't mean that he will forget this matter. On the contrary, this matter will become worse and worse as time goes on. It is precisely for this reason that he has this attitude when he sees Tan Qianjun today. Disappointment. Tauga made you really disappointed. I came from Yanjing all the way to find you. Is this attitude like that? It's just too shameful. Tan Qianjun said. Then I really have to thank you, Tanj. If Tanj feels that it is not enough, I can still thank Tanj and your family. Tao Juling said. Tanj was about to get angry, but was stopped by Hua Xiao. Hua Xiao said to Tao Juling, Go Ling, I know there is a misunderstanding between us. Before Hua Xiao finished speaking, Tao Juling interrupted him. Hua Xiao's words are wrong. I don't think this is a misunderstanding, but you are doing something very unkind. Hua Xiao gestured to make Tao Juling shaken and not irritable. Go Ling, don't get excited. I think you really found the wrong person. You said that Tan's is not. Is it that you become like this? Uncle To's accident is also due to Tan. What a fuck. You can't justify it like that. Tao Juling's eyes flickered a few times, and finally Zhu Ming's name flashed in his mind, which made him finally hold back and sit down. Seeing Tao Juling calm down, Hua Xiao immediately struck the iron while it was hot and said, The past things have passed no matter what. Let's not mention them again. Don't you want to seek revenge from Zhu Ming or know that Tanj is here? Is your purpose here? Purpose? Tao Juling immediately realized something. Are you here to seek revenge from Zhu Ming? Of course. Hua Xiao nodded. Tanj traveled all the way to Lingnan. Didn't he seek revenge from Zhu Ming? Did he come to travel? Tao Juling turned his head to look at Tanj. Tan Qianjun said, Go Ling. I don't know if you have heard about the Jingxia side. He recently mobilized the troops in Lingnan and detained Gao Jianhui, deputy secretary of the Jining Municipal Party Committee, as a counter-revolutionary. It's a molecule, and even the deputy secretary of the Provincial Party Committee, Dai Jinshan, is unlucky. Although Tao Juling is not as good as before, as a son of the powerful, his understanding and judgment of officialdom is still there. He immediately realized what, is it because someone above can't bear it? Tan Qianjun finally smiled, but said in a very cold tone, anyway, Ziming must kill him. Tao Jueling asked the bartender to pour himself a glass of wine, take a sip and ask, then what are you looking for me for? Of course, with your relationship, we have helped Ziming do something together. Tan Qianjun said. Tao Jueling considered it for a while, picked up the bottle at hand and filled himself with a large bottle of wine, and finally agreed to Tan Qianjun. I did it. Chapter 226 Shaba Talks Part 1 Bao, thank you Han Champion Hu for your support. Thank you for your monthly ticket support. Today I have coin, but I can't write the plot after I have planned it, so today there is only one chapter, and the whole day was just finished. Xiao Fangpian is sorry, but tomorrow Xiao Fangpian will definitely adjust as much as possible. On June 30, 2008, there was a lively scene in the newly completed Hongqiao station in Banhai. Reporters from all over the world crowded on the platform, waiting anxiously, because this day is the official opening of the Jinghai high-speed rail. The opening of this day is to commemorate the party's birthday, but also for the Olympics. The Prime Minister will personally take the first Jinghai high-speed train from Yanjing to Banhai, Beijing. The opening of sea trains marked a step up in the domestic railway transportation capacity. A few minutes later, as a white high-speed train slowly drew into the station, the platform suddenly burst into enthusiastic cheers and applause. The train stopped at the platform and the door opened. The Prime Minister and Ding Kai, chairman of the party committee of the First Bureau of Engineering, walked out of the carriage one after another. The reporters surrounded them like vultures that found their prey. The Prime Minister first explained to the reporters the significance of the construction of high-speed rail. This Beijing-Heiai high-speed rail line connects the capital economic circle to the north and the Yangtze River Delta economic circle to the south. It passes through more than a dozen densely populated cities. It can be said to be the most active and most potential domestic economic development. It is of great historical significance for the region to more effectively carry out the north-south docking. At the end of the talk, the Prime Minister smiled and introduced Ding Kai to reporters who were still unsatisfied, and said, I have more things to say. This is the party secretary and chairman of the Engineering First Bureau Group. It is also this time for the Jinghai high-speed rail project. If you have any technical questions, you can also ask him. The Prime Minister left after speaking, and reporters from all walks of life had no choice but to target Ding Kai, who was staying. Hello Ding Dong, what are the difficulties in the construction of the high-speed rail? And how did the first round of the project overcome? I heard that the design speed of the Beijing-Heiai high-speed rail reached 400 km per hour. Many people are worried about the safety of the high-speed rail. How can this be solved? During this construction process, there was an accident. May I ask Ding Dong's specific situation at that time? Facing these questions one after another, Ding Kai answered in no rush, don't worry, everyone, I only have one mouth, but there is no way to answer your so many questions. Let me answer one by one. High-speed rail is the general trend of national development. Our country is very large. It is impossible not to build high-speed rail. As for safety, high-speed rail is not the first in our country. Hasn't it happened in other countries? As for the difficulty, I think the south, especially the soft soil problem in the south of the Yangtze River, is the most difficult to solve. For this reason, we have to bridge the box frame structure. As for accidents, our first engineering bureau has always been very reputable in engineering management, so at least I know within the scope of the project, I haven't heard of any accidents. Ding Kai said, we know that the total investment in the Jinghai high-speed railway this time is very large. At first, we all thought that this high-speed rail project would be completed by several engineering bureaus together in stages. Why can the last round defeat other engineering bureaus and other engineering companies? Are you capable of doing it alone? How did Ding Dong make the project one of the world's leading super engineering groups? Can you share with us all of your hard journey? This question was asked, Just as everyone was happily holding the microphone and waiting for Ding Kai to answer, everyone unexpectedly discovered that the boss of the world's largest engineering group was silent for a moment. The whole person was a little dazed, seeming to be remembering what's going on. Ding Kai's silence was unexpected to everyone. With so many Chinese and foreign reporters present, none of them understood what was going on with this issue. In their opinion, this issue could not be more ordinary. But anyway, Ding Kai's silence also excites all reporters. The reporters' keen sense of smell told them that there must be a major news in it. However, the final result was very disappointing to everyone, because in the end Ding Kai only murmured Shaba village, and there was no more to follow. This made all the reporters look at each other. No one knew what this Shaba village was. Even afterwards, the various media used resources to find out what this Shaba village meant, so that it turned out to be a headless case. 2008 is the year of the Olympics. In this era, Shaba village, which no one knows about, is actually a very ordinary village. It is said that it is ordinary because there is really no noteworthy place here, and most of the 9.6 million square kilometers of land in the motherland the village is the same. But the reason Ding Kai mentioned this village subconsciously is because that question reminded him of something that happened in the past 20 years. It was a conversation that he still remembered even after 20 years, and it was that conversation that led him to the current path. It was in 1988. Shaba village was only a village to the east of the 760 factory. However, since August, there have been large trucks driving in and out here. The villagers stood on the side of the road and watched. They all knew it was here. Many villagers are also working for the engineering team to make more money for their families when building roads and a highway connecting to Lingnan. It's November 11th. In the future generations, it's a day when e-commerce and various merchants and consumers are going crazy, and the country's cash flows. But now, personal computers have not become popular, let alone other things. So this day is as ordinary as Shaba village, but because of the highway, this village and this day are no longer ordinary. At 7:30 in the morning on this day, two cars drove to the entrance of Shaba village. There was an open space where the villagers of Shaba village used to dry their crops, but now there is a stage set up here. The 4 characters ritual are very eye-catching. The car stopped in front of the stage. Zuming and Suhan walked off the Audi car. Ding Kai and his secretary also got off the other car, but Ding Kai at this time is not the best ding-dong in the future, just a project director of the bureau. Zuming, Suhan and Ding Kai did not walk directly onto the stage, but bypassed the stage, because behind the stage is the newly built expressway, which is also the first section of the Chuling Expressway to be completed. Walking onto the expressway, looking at the grey road that leads straight into the distance, Zuming said with emotion, "The 701 engineering team is indeed the direct line of Director Ding." It is reassuring to work. It has only been more than 2 months. The section of expressway in charge has been repaired, and the speed is incredible. With this expressway in the future, the time from Nanhui to Goting can be shortened to less than half an hour. Zuming's words are from the sincerity, because the highway was built in more than 2 months. This sounds a bit fanciful, but it is true in this era, because the entire country and the nation were too poor in the past. The desire to grow rich, which has been suppressed for many years, has erupted like a long-repressed volcano under the promotion of the reform and opening up policy. It is for this reason that a special zone that shocks the world will one day be built with a floor. People in this era are very conscientious, so the projects of this era will not be as careless as later generations, and even specialize in the construction of tofu dregs projects. As a person who has experienced this age, Zuming was very surprised when he heard Ding Kai say that the highway from Nanhui to Goting was completed, and he couldn't believe it. Until Zuming took the quality inspection team to the inspection and acceptance, Zuming believed that this was an age of miracles. Listening to Zuming's praise, Ding Kai also felt very proud. After all, the engineering team that repaired this road was brought out by himself. Boss Zhu praised, "Our job in the engineering bureau is to do engineering. If we can't even do this well, then we are really too ashamed. But the most important thing is that there are no obstacles in this section of the road, and the terrain is very good. It's very convenient. If I change it from Jining to Songwon, I'm afraid I won't be able to deliver it to you bosses next year. Ding Kai said. But in any case, this is also the leadership of Director Ding. Ziming said, if it weren't for the engineering team under Director Ding's hands, then this highway would not be completed at least next year. Even though Ding Kai didn't understand what it meant to be, he could guess that he was complimenting himself. He waved his hand and said the prize again and again. Ziming went on to say, Director Ding can bring out such an engineering team, and all major projects across the country can see Director Ding's projects. Presumably, Director Ding will surely be able to advance step by step in the future and shine in the engineering department, right? These words made Ding Kai's face stiffen unnaturally, and then said to Ziming, then I will first thank Boss Zi for his wishes. This is not a wish, but I really think so. Did Director Ding encounter any obstacles in the engineering department that prevented him from going up? Ziming asked. Ding Kai looked at Ziming in surprise, feeling very strange, because most people could guess something after seeing his expression and hearing what he said, but Ziming still asked which pot to open or not to mention. It made Ding Kai very incomprehensible. If Ding Kai, a person who didn't know what to say and watch, could understand, but Ziming, Ding Kai wouldn't believe it after the entire engineering bureau's dinner. Since it is not reckless, there must be another reason, so Ding Kai thought for a while and said, does Boss Zi have any ideas? Regarding Ding Kai's words, Ziming silently gave him a compliment. The reason is that people in the system usually value face more than anything else. For problems like Ding Kai's just now, there are only pragmatic problems. People or subordinates who cooperate with the leader will ask. As a cadre at the head office level of an engineering bureau, Ding Kai didn't have much contact with Ziming. It is impossible to be Ziming's subordinate. There is only one result left. Ding Kai is very pragmatic. Ziming is very clear about this. Otherwise, after the restructuring of state-owned enterprises in the future, the engineering bureau led by Ding Kai will not be the fastest to get rid of the shackles of state-owned enterprises and become the first domestic construction engineering comprehensive enterprise to enter the world's top 500 up. Of course, the most important point is Ding Kai's family background and his desires. Chapter 327 Shaba Talks Part 2 ? Bow to thank Liu Yun for her support. Bow to thank Missing Things, Tandao Ruthless Drama, 002,000 and Yozue for their support. It is said that there are talents in the DPRK to be officials, but anyone who can sit in a certain position must have a certain family background. Naturally, Ding Kai is no exception. Although the #1 engineering bureau is a state-owned enterprise, according to the domestic in terms of political situation, this is still within the system. Ding Kai's ability to become the director of an engineering bureau also benefits from his loyalty as the secretary of the provincial party committee. However, success and failure are also failures, and Ding Kai's political journey has not been so smooth. In fact, Ding Kai had taken the position of the director as early as 35 years old, but this year he is almost 45 years old, but he is still the director. 10 years have not made any further progress, and even the level of the department level has not been upgraded. This is not because Ding Kai made any serious political mistakes, but his brother betrayed the motherland. Perhaps this matter has nothing to do with Ding Kai, but he also implicated. Under the impact of this incident, he had not been squeezed out of the position of director by others. It was already very rare, and there was no expectation of being motivated. Despite this, Ding Kai was not discouraged, because compared to other people, Ding Kai, an engineering bureau, is considered an enterprise. Even if he has no political hopes, he can still make money. But now, because of the central policy, the adjustment, coupled with the influence of his family, made his first engineering bureau receive less and less support, and other engineering bureaus also caught up from behind, making his business more and more difficult. If this were not the case, An engineering bureau that originally built nearly half the mileage of highways and railways in the country would not use its own best engineering team for a section of expressway between counties, even if this section of road is needed. The model road that is the first to be completed and accepted can be quickly completed by simply pulling out an engineering team with the power of an engineering bureau. On the other hand, Ding Kai came from a powerful family and had a deeper understanding of officialdom than ordinary people. Therefore, he was more aware of the sinisterness of officialdom. After his brother defected abroad, this incident made his family almost overwhelmed, and he was even more reluctant to confuse him. Officialdom. In contrast, he is more willing to do business and make money with the identity of his red descendants. In his opinion, being a huge rich may not be much worse than a high-ranking official, especially those who have a back view of them. For people, this is Ding Kai's family background and his desire. Ziming was not the round worm in Ding Kai's belly. He couldn't possibly know Ding Kai's thoughts, but he was reborn. The series of actions from Ding Kai's previous life were enough to reverse it. Thinking of this, Ziming said to Ding Kai, "Since Director Ding has said so, then I will not go around the corners. I really have very important things to say when I asked Director Ding today." Ziming paused when he said that, because the pager on his body rang. Ziming took it out and took a look, then turned to Suhan and left it alone. "Excuse me." Ziming first apologized to Ding Kai, and then went on to say, "That's it. I don't know if Director Ding has ever thought about turning an engineering bureau into the world's strongest engineering company." The world's strongest? Ding Kai took a breath, as if something was suddenly touched in his heart. "It is the strongest in the world," Ziming said firmly. "Director Ding knows that I do business, but Director Ding, you don't know my aspirations. I have a characteristic. Either I don't do things, I just do things. We must do our best. Some people would rather be a chicken head than a phoenix tail, but I don't even want to be a chicken head. If I want to be a phoenix and dragon head, that will trample everyone down." The sonorous and powerful words sounded like twilight drums and morning bells, making Ding Kai feel that the blood in his heart was beating vaguely. That's right. If a man wants to be the strongest, he would rather be a chicken head than a phoenix tail, but it's because you can't be a phoenix head. It's just a consolation for the loser. Or why do you say that true warriors dare to face the bleak in life, dare to face the dripping blood? This thought made Ding Kai tremble with excitement. Although it is said that not everyone can inherit the will of D, all are men who can become One Piece, but everyone definitely has the desire to become king, especially men. Drunk. The beauty of the world is what every man dreams of. Maybe this is not the era of war and chaos in the past, but as a man, no matter what you do, isn't it what you want to do in this industry? If you hide in the greenhouse and watch the storm trembling outside the window, and don't have the courage and determination to face difficulties, what do you still want to do? After cutting it off, can't it be enough to find someone to marry and live a stable life? Ding Kai looked at Ziming, even though he knew that Ziming was a very difficult person in the past, but now he really realizes that he is not easy. As for Ziming's words just now, anyone can say it, even used in various dramas, but can really realize this, and will work hard for this sentence, and will how many other? It is said that the generals will succeed and the bones are dead. And the generals who have stepped on the road to success are the ones who can't do it in the end. Ding Kai believed that Ziming would work hard, and he would do it in the end. Ding Kai and Ziming didn't know each other for a long time, but he just believed it unreasonably. But believe it. But Ding Kai is not the kind of young man who will be enthusiastic when he hears a stir, and desperately sacrifice his youth and life. He is 44 years old this year. Let alone him. He was born in a family of officials and officials. It is just that he has been in the engineering bureau for more than 20 years, and even experienced the defect of his brother to the motherland, which made his nerves extremely stable and tough. No matter how nice you say it, if you can't succeed in the end, everything is false. It is precisely because of this that no matter how exciting Ziming's words are, he still suppressed the trembling that made his soul excited, and let out a sigh of frustration and said, It is said that since the reform and opening up, the domestic market has stood side by side. Boss Zu really is the kind of domineering stubborn hero killing the white dragon. Speaking of this, Ding Kai's tone became stunned, and then he continued, "But I can't do it. I am already very old. I don't have the domineering power of Boss Zu to fight for the world, and you also know. Boss Zu and I are different. I am an official of the Engineering Bureau under the Ministry of Engineering. I am a national cadre. My job is to listen to the call of the motherland and fight for the construction of the motherland all over the country at any time." Before Ding Kai finished speaking, Zu Ming asked him, "Does Director Ding really think so?" Ding Kai frowned. What does Boss Zu mean by saying that? Zu Ming didn't seem to hear Ding Kai's words, and generally went on to say, "If I remember correctly, although our National Engineering Bureau is called the Engineering Bureau, it has actually been a state-owned construction company since its establishment. Maybe it has always been following the instructions of the central government to do government projects. But that was the past. Now with the continuous advancement of reform and opening up and the continuous liberalization of policies, I think the Engineering Bureau should also continue to develop and progress and carry out state-owned enterprise restructuring." Zu Ming stomped on the road and said, "I don't understand engineering, but people who have heard the test say that the quality of the road is quite good. I believe it very much. Because if a company that has built half of China does not have the technology, then it's really unreasonable." Speaking of this, Zu Ming suddenly raised his head and looked directly at Ding Kai and asked, "Then, since our Engineering Bureau's technology is so strong, why don't we make good use of our technological advantages to develop and grow and let the Engineering Bureau rush to the world?" Are you still clinging to the old ideas of the past? Or Director Ding, you don't want or are unable to lead the Engineering Bureau? Zu Ming's voice just fell. Ding Kai immediately violently retorted, "Zu Ming, why would I not want to take the Engineering Bureau?" Ding Kai didn't say anything until he said it. He knew very well that Zu Ming's words just said that were deliberately meant to arouse his own emotions. But Ding Kai couldn't say what Zu Ming was. He understood that no matter how Zu Ming deliberately, the most important thing was to cooperate with him. As an old organization, he shouldn't be so impulsive. He was too depressed. Zu Ming smiled and patted Ding Kai on the shoulder and said to him, "Director Ding, the first Engineering Bureau is still the eldest brother of domestic construction companies, but it is no longer the absolute advantage of the past. There are still 10 in the second and fifth bureaus. The rising stars of the ninth bureau are catching up. With the progress of reform and opening up, the introduction of market mechanisms, and other reasons, the central government will not take care of the first game as it did in the past." In the end, Zu Ming said to Ding Kai earnestly, "It's really dangerous to go on like this." Ding Kai was silent. If Zu Ming was in that provocative or other emotional tone, Ding Kai felt better, but now he was in that narrative tone, and what he said was completely factual, which made him unacceptable. Ding Kai is an old institution. It's true that he has been polished away in the ups and downs of the eunuch for more than 20 years, but he is still arrogant and wants to do a career. It doesn't mean that he can watch the first Engineering Bureau in his own hands. 10 years later, he will fall from the #1 national construction company in the country to a second-rate mediocre construction company. Not only Ding Kai, as long as it is a man with a little ambition can't tolerate it. After a long silence, Ding Kai suddenly asked Zu Ming, "What did you say to the boss that week?" Zu Ming did not answer him directly, but first asked him, "What does Director Ding think of the technical level and management ability of the first round?" Ding Kai realized something flashing in his eyes, and he replied with confidence, "Boss Zu, you also said that half of the railways and highways in the country were built by us in one bureau. Our level is beyond doubt." "That's it," Zu Ming said, "as it should be." "Director Ding, I think that as long as one bureau reforms state-owned enterprises and truly enters market-oriented operation, I believe that with the old foundation of one Engineering Bureau, it will be able to reinvigorate itself and become a domestic and even whole country. The world's leading large-scale construction company. Chapter 328. There is a woman like this, So what does the husband want? Bow and thank Kang Hong for his support. I still have some things to deal with, Director Ding. I'm going to be out of company first. Sorry. Ziming apologized to Ding Kai and told Shang Suhan to turn around, while Ding Kai was still in a daze. To him, Ziming's words just now were not unexpected, even what he had expected. When he heard Ziming say that an engineering bureau, after restructuring and carrying out market-oriented operations, would surely become the world's leading large-scale construction company, he was still a little excited. However, Ding Kai's dumbfounded was only a moment. Seeing Ziming apologize to himself and turned to leave, he suddenly remembered something and immediately called Ziming. Boss Zhu, are you having any trouble? Ziming stopped and turned around and asked in confusion, why does Director Ding think so? Intuition, Ding Kai said, because today was originally the completion ceremony of this section of expressway, but Boss Zhu, you first told me about the restructuring of the engineering bureau, but the project itself and today's completion ceremony is silent, which is so strange. What's so strange about this? Maybe I just saw Director Ding's project of an engineering bureau doing so well, which is very reassuring. I don't want such an excellent company to sink like this, so I just remembered it for a while. What about it? Ziming said. If it's someone else, it's okay to think so, but for you, Ziming, it's absolutely impossible. Ding Kai said categorically. Ziming asked curiously why. Ding Kai replied, because Boss Zhu, you are the kind of person who will be famous in the world someday. I can feel it. People like you don't. Wasting time on such boring things, especially business people, must race against time. So today you asked me to say that there must be a reason. Speaking of this, Ding Kai thought for a while and then said, Boss Zhu, your pager rang just now, and now you have something to deal with in a hurry. If I guess it's correct, Boss Zhu is this trouble, right? Listening to Ding Kai's guess after sentence, Ziming smiled helplessly, and couldn't help feeling that none of these people who could break out of the world in future generations were simple. If others didn't say it, just talk about the current Ding Kai. He obviously only came to talk to him today, and he didn't show any flaws just now, but he still found the problem accurately based on these clues and his intuition. Ding Kai is great, and Ziming is not someone who can't afford to let go. Now that Ding Kai has already said so, he also nodded very bachelorly and said, yes, I have encountered a little trouble, and maybe in the future I have to ask Director Ding for your help. Ding Kai picked up his eyelids and was surprised again. Ziming sighed Ding Kai in his heart, and Ding Kai also sighed with Ziming in his heart. Because Ding Kai never expected Ziming to nod so naturally, he was not stiff or embarrassed at all. You must know that it would be a bit embarrassing to be an ordinary person if he pierced him face to face, but Ziming did not. Any wrong reaction can do this, either because you have a strong ability to control emotions, or you are really open. No matter what kind of thing it is not easy. At least among the people Ding Kai knows, someone who can put his face down like Ziming is very open to everything. As long as he doesn't go the wrong way, he will be accomplished. Ding Kai pondered for a while and tentatively asked, is it convenient for Boss Zhu to tell me what the trouble is? Of course. Ziming nodded and agreed to Ding Kai, then took the pager back from Suhan and handed it directly to Ding Kai. Ziming's generosity surprised Ding Kai and made him feel ashamed. Ding Kai took the pager from Ziming's hand and felt that his face was hot like a fire. Compared with Ziming's magnanimity, Ding Kai felt that he was tentatively questioning him. His behavior is not only wretched, it is simply wretched. But Ding Kai turned on the pager to read the information, and was stunned. He raised his head and asked Ziming, Boss Zhu, is this the thing? Excuse me, in my humble opinion, I don't think this matter is worthy of Boss Zhu's attention. This is just the beginning. The good show is yet to come. Ziming said this to Ding Kai, and took the pager from him without saying more. This time Ding Kai didn't ask any more, although he still didn't understand what kind of trouble Ziming had encountered, but intuition told him that the trouble Ziming encountered this time was definitely not simple. Watching Ziming's departure, Ding Kai looked uncertain and didn't know what he was thinking. It was not until Zhu Ming got in the car that Ding Kai made up his mind. He turned around and asked the secretary who had been by his side to get a mobile phone and opened the secretary. Looking at Zhu Ming's car not far away, he mumbled, "Maybe it's an opportunity," and then dialed a number. Hello, uncle, Imxia Kai. At the same time, in Zhu Ming's car on the other side, Su Han saw Ding Kai who was calling on the other side. She happily said to Zhu Ming, "You see he is calling. Help you." Of course Zhu Ming also saw Ding Kai's actions over there, but compared to Su Han's excitement, Zhu Ming just smiled and said, "Leave him alone. It is the most important thing for us to do our own thing. After all, if all hopes are placed on others, it is better to throw coins and bet your lives. Maybe the chance of throwing coins is even greater." Su Han nodded and said, "That's true." Zhu Ming, "You also said that the human heart is the most unreliable thing." Zhu Ming was stunned for a moment, and then laughed, because he didn't expect that he didn't even remember what Su Han said. Su Han of course also understands that it is not the time to discuss this kind of philosophical principles. She then asked Zhu Ming, "Do you think this matter in Lingnan will really be troublesome to deal with?" "If this matter alone is not troublesome, I am worried that the troublesome matter is yet to come," Zhu Ming said. "Some people rioted in a nightclub and fought in groups. Both sides of the fight fired. In the end, 7 people were killed and more than 30 were injured. The Nanjian City Public Security Bureau has been involved in the investigation." This is the whole content of the message on Zhu Ming's pager. Although it seems to be only a few words or more, it seems to be nothing more than a fight in an ordinary nightclub. After all, in a place like a nightclub, it's easy for everyone to drink. It's normal to have something like this. On the contrary, if no one has ever had a red-faced fight in a bar or dance hall, it would be incredible. Since guns are banned in the country, shootings are all major cases, but for some people, guns are not completely impossible to obtain, especially in Lingnan. With the continuous economic development, more and more people come here. There are people of all colors, and the public security situation here will be slightly worse than that in other places. It would be more normal for this kind of thing to happen again. But no matter how normal it is, in Zhu Ming's view, this incident still made him smell a trace of conspiracy. Zhu Ming feels this way not because of gang fights in his nightclub. In fact, Zhu Ming knows that no matter how guards are guarded, the nightclub is a nightclub. There will always be something wrong with this kind of place. Even if it is Conxiline herself, the main store of Nanjian nightclub, which is in town, will still be out of order after a while. Zhu Ming knew all of these things, and the incident itself was normal, but it was very abnormal for Conxiline to call it so solemnly in a group frame. The reason why Zhu Ming was so relieved to entrust the nightclub to Conxiline to take care of it was that she had the ability to deal with problems alone. And she was very worthy of Zhu Ming's trust, and she hardly needed Zhu Ming to worry about it for such a long time in the nightclub. But this time it was just a nightclub fight, and she solemnly paging on herself, indicating that she also felt that the problem was not quite right. Zhu Ming condensed his eyebrows and thought. When he came back to his senses, he saw Su Han looking at herself with her big black eyes open. Zhu Ming subconsciously asked, "Xion, what are you doing looking at me like this?" "Zhu Ming, are you worried about Sister Xilin in Lingnan and want to go to Lingnan to see the situation?" Su Han asked. "Xion, you think too much. It's just an ordinary fight. This kind of thing is common in nightclubs. You see, that nightclub in Lianyang City does not often report about fights." "Isn't it strange?" Zhu Ming said with a smile. Su Han said, "But Zhu Ming, you didn't say that something big will happen in the future, and some people will target you. Are you worried that they will start from Lingnan, where you didn't come first?" "Just Zhu Ming. Didn't you do it yourself? Said to me that I was worried that this was the beginning of the trouble?" "I do doubt that this will be the beginning of the trouble, but Manager Kon was carefully selected by me. Not only does she have a strong ability to deal with problems, she is also very flexible. If the problem is really serious, I think she will give up." Before Zhu Ming's words were finished, Su Han shook his head gently. "If it were other people, I would not think so, but it is precisely because Sister Xilin was selected by you by Ziming, I think. She will not give up and will definitely stand by for you till the last moment. Why? Ziming asked. Because if it were me, I would do the same, Suhan said. This answer made Ziming stunned. No matter how clever he was, he couldn't speak anymore. The reason is simple. This is a woman's sincere dedication to herself. If even this can be justified, then there is conscience. As for Kong Xilin's sincerity to herself, even Suhan, who has only seen Kong Xilin a few times before, can feel it. If she doesn't feel it anymore, she can basically hit the wall and commit suicide. When Ziming was stunned, Suhan's small hand held Ziming's hand and said, Ziming, if you want to go to Lingnan, please go. Ziming looked up at Suhan, who was about to say something, but Suhan first said, Ziming, don't worry about me. Didn't you say that Lin Yang is okay? Then I'm sure it's okay. And myself, I admit that I am jealous, but I don't want Ziming to leave regrets, and I don't want Ziming to regret it. Ziming also shook Suhan's little hand with his backhand. If there is a woman like this, how can the husband ask for it? Chapter 329 Nightclub Crisis Part 1. At 7 o'clock in the evening in Nanjing City, the previously overcrowded Nanjing nightclub is deserted today. As for the reason, the area from the bar to the ballroom in the nightclub is surrounded by a cordon. Even if it is night, there are still more than a dozen. A public security officer is on duty here. Director Zhou, I ask you and your people to evacuate immediately. Outside the cordon, Kong Xilin, the general manager of the nightclub, told the police chief Zhao Anmin that at this time Kong Xilin was dressed in a formal dress. Her black hair was curled up high, and she had a pretty face with a touch of professional makeup. Full of anger, a look and every movement exudes the aura of a strong woman, which will make people subconsciously forget that she is also a beautiful woman. Faced with Kong Xilin's strength, Zhao Anmin had a headache. Mr. Kong, the vicious fights that occurred in your nightclub last night, plus 8 lives have been killed by those who were not rescued today. Such a big case. This scene is a must. It must be well protected to facilitate the detection of the case. This is the revenge fight of the gangsters. What else hasn't been detected? Haven't everyone been arrested? Now Director Zhou, your people here have seriously interfered with the business activities of my nightclub. As the general manager of the nightclub, I have the right to ask you to leave. Kong Xilin's tone was very strong, and she pointed out the door. Kong Xilin's reluctance made Zhao Anmin a little annoyed. Mr. Kong, I am a people's policeman. Now a vicious fight has taken place here. I also have the right to block this place to find out the truth and protect the safety of the people. At the end, Zhao Anmin added, this is Governor Jin's decision. I don't care who made this decision. I can't interfere with the normal business activities of the legitimate business premises. This is a national policy. By doing so, you are in violation of the national policy. Kong Xilin said. Zhao Anmin said, special circumstances are treated specially. Now that such a crime has occurred in Nanjing nightclub, we must pay attention to it. By doing this, Manager Kong, you are interfering with our normal law enforcement activities. Kong Xilin squinted her eyes. Could it be that Director Zhao will arrest me? This question choked Zhao Anmin. If it was someone else, Zhao Anmin would really order the arrest immediately, but for Kong Xilin, he really did not dare to make this decision. Of course, he was not afraid of the woman Kong Xilin. Even if she has the temperament of a strong woman, she can only scare the children. What really makes Zhao Anmin jealous is the ambiguous relationship between Kong Xilin and Ziming. Just as Zhao Anmin didn't know how to answer, a strange voice suddenly sounded next to him. Manager Kong, I advise you to listen to Director Zhao. This voice made Kong Xilin frown her eyebrows. She followed the voice and saw a disgusting face. Kong Xilin said coldly, Tao Juling, are these your hands and feet? The person who came here was Tao Juling. He was wearing a jacket and jeans, with a cigarette in his mouth. Compared with Tao Dasao in the past, he now looks more like a bastard. Tao Juling heard Kong Xilin's questioning, and an unnamed fire broke out. He thought that he was young Master Tao back then. Whoever meets him in Lingnan shouldn't call Brother Tao. Even those rich and powerful children of Yanjing will have to meet him in Lingnan. Give 3 points of thin noodles. But now those people saw themselves by their first names, and some even yelled Xiao Tao mockingly. This completely different treatment made Tao Juling annoyed to vomit blood. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't be soaking in the bar every day to seduce his sorrows. Now Kong Xilin just shouted his name to the face and used such a questioning tone, which made him intolerable at all. Especially it reminded him that it was because of Ziming that he had fallen into this field today. Thinking of this, Tao Juling could no longer control the anger in his heart. He opened his mouth and cursed, "Uncle you, Lao Tzu's name can be called by a bitch like you who sells B superiors?" Tao Juling, I warn you to keep your mouth clean. Kong Xilin said to Tao Juling. Clean? I'm sorry, I can only clean people who are clean. I don't need to clean women who are unclean. Tao Juling looked up and down Kong Xilin unscrupulously, and said in a very disgusting tone, "Can Kong manager every day? Isn't it just to seduce men? It seems that Ziming's boy is not good at it and can't satisfy you. Would you like your brother to comfort?" Tao Juling's words stopped abruptly with a slap in the face. Tao Juling looked at the pretty face in front of him and gritted his teeth and said, "You dare to hit me? You bitch dare to hit?" Snapped. Before Tao Juling finished speaking, Kong Xilin slapped her backhand again. She looked at Tao Juling coldly and said, "Tao Juling, I said that you should keep your mouth clean. It was Ziming that you provoked at first, but she ended up holding it like a dog. Fuck off the tail. If it wasn't for your father to come to Ziming in a low voice, you would be jailed for your crimes. You don't know what is good or bad now. Even if something happens in the nightclub now, this is not a place where you can be arrogant." After these days of depression, Tao Juling's psychology was originally a bit distorted. But now that Kong Xilin said that, all his anger during this period of time came to his mind. Kong Xilin, you bitch, you fucking dare to beat Lao Tzu. Lao Tzu wants to kill you. Tao Juling roared and rushed towards Kong Xilin, but Kong Xilin had already prepared and retreated before Tao Juling acted. On the side, Zhao Anmin immediately stopped Tao Juling. Although Zhao Anmin and Kong Xilin had conflicts just now, he was the chief of the police, and can't tolerate someone assaulting him in front of him. If Kong Xilin is really beaten, he, the chief of the Public Security Bureau, will also have no light on his face. "Let go of me. I want to kill this bitch." Tao Juling struggled and roared. "Don't move. I'll catch you again." Zhao Anmin warned Tao Juling. At this time, several public security officers came over to take Tao Juling from Zhao Anmin, and under Zhao Anmin's order, Tao Juling went out. "Kong Xilin, you bitch, wait for Lao Tzu. You dare to beat Lao Tzu today. Lao Tzu will let you kneel in front of Lao Tzu one day and see how Lao Tzu uses JB to slap you in the face." Tao Juling was clamoring and struggling, but he was beaten out by a few strong police officers, so he was driven out. Seeing Tao Juling being thrown out, Kong Xilin said to Zhao Anmin, "Thank you very much for the help of Director Zhao, but regarding this matter today, I will still complain to Governor Chen Yanfei." For Kong Xilin's attitude, Zhao Anmin could only helplessly smile and shook his head. Over there, Kong Xilin went back to her office, and the nightclub manager came over to report to Kong Xilin that she had checked it out. Tao Juling called one of the people who fought last night, and the purpose was to fight and make trouble. The bigger the better. This damn thing. Next time you see this guy, you must give him a severe lesson from the security department. Kong Xilin said bitterly, but what Kong Xilin didn't expect was that another thing happened before he came back. The business hours of Nanjiang nightclub are from 12 noon to 12 o'clock in the evening, and the dance hall is only open after 6 o'clock in the evening, but at 8:30 the next morning, Kong Xilin hurried to the nightclub, and the other employees here have been waiting here even earlier. Kong Xilin pushed open the door of the meeting room, walked to her seat under the gaze of dozens of nightclub employees, and asked her deputy general manager, "Manager, why? What is going on? Our employees went home last night. Have you been attacked by criminals?" Manager Y nodded and said yes. Kong Seelin hurriedly asked, "Is anyone injured? Is there any female employee being bullied?" "Yes, our female employees were intercepted and bullied on their way home. The security department had a fight with the lawbreakers. Many people were injured, but Manager Y was a little bit hesitant to say something." Kong Seelin said, "But what? Just say anything." "Good General Manager Kong." Manager Y puffed up his chest subconsciously and said, "These criminals are premeditated to stop our employees. Their purpose is to threaten our employees." "Threat? What do you say?" Kong Seelin asked. Manager Y hesitated at first, but after seeing Kong Seelin's firm eyes, he immediately replied, "That's it. These criminals are besieging our employees, men and women. They all said that they are here to retaliate against Nanjiang nightclub. They want our employees. They all left the Nanjiang nightclub and said that it was just a warning last night, so don't blame them for being rude in the future." "Is that so?" Kong Seelin asked, and looked at the employees in the conference room. Even if they didn't answer, Kong Seelin could see the answer in their eyes. After receiving the answer, Kong Seelin was silent for a long time, and finally made a decision. "In this case, for your safety, I agree that everyone will leave Nanjiang nightclub. This month's salary will be paid on a monthly basis. In addition, I will follow the contract and add extra. Give everyone 1 month's salary so that everyone has plenty of time to find other jobs." However, after Kong Seelin had finished speaking, there was no response in the conference room. Kong Seelin smiled and said, "Do you think it is too little? But it's on the contract. No matter how much it is, I can't be the master." Here, Kong Seelin's words fell, and someone immediately shouted, "Mr. Kong, I am not asking for money. I want to stay in the nightclub." Someone took the lead, and the others responded immediately, "Mr. Kong, we don't need money. We all have to stay in the nightclub." "But now your lives are threatened. As your leader, I must put your safety first." Kong Seelin said, "I know that, Mr. Kong. You care about us and worry about our safety. We are not without conscience. We also care about nightclubs. Now it is obvious that someone is deliberately harassing us. If we leave at this time, can we still be considered as individuals?" Someone said below that his words were unanimously approved by others. "Yes, we can't leave the nightclub at this time. This is our home." "But what about your safety?" Kong Seelin was still worried. "This is very simple. Our security department and other service industries get off work together. All men send lesbians home first, and then we gays go back." Manager Long of the security department came up with an idea, and his words were approved by everyone. "Yes, as long as our people gather, those bastards will have nothing to do with us. And we must protect the safety of lesbians." Hearing the discussion from the employees below, no matter how strong a woman Kong Seelin is, she also feels something soft in her heart has been touched. What a lovely group of employees, although they come from all corners of the world, although their names and languages are different, but here, in this Nanjiang nightclub, they are a big united family. Chapter 330 Heroine Kong Seelin. "Mr. Kong, drive back by yourself. You really don't want to be with us anymore. We promise to send all the lesbians home safely." At the gate of Nanjiang nightclub, all the nightclub employees are in a circle. In the middle of this circle is Kong Seelin, the general manager of the nightclub. The reason for this is because Kong Seelin wants to escort them back together home. Facing Ziming's anxiously looking at her employees, Kong Seelin smiled and asked, "I drove by myself and made my employees go home under the threat of the ruffians in fear. Maybe we have to fight with those criminals in the middle. Do you think is my Kong Seelin such a person?" "Of course, Mr. Kong, you are not such a person," said Manager Long of the security department. "We respect you very much, but it is precisely because of this that we can't let you take risks with us. Those people are unreasonable. And maybe it's aimed at you, Mr. Kong, with no eyes. If we touch Mr. Kong and rob you, then we will be guilty of ourselves." Manager Long is right. You should drive back, Mr. Kong. It's safer. Wei Jing thought about it and said, and we have already called the police. As long as Director Zhao catches all the bad guys, then aren't we safe? Nothing will happen." The words of the two managers were unanimously endorsed by other employees. "Yes, Mr. Kong, you can drive back. We can take care of ourselves." Kong Xilin raised her hand to silence everyone, and then said, "I remember at the meeting this morning, everyone said that an Anjian nightclub is a big family. I am your parent, and you are all my family, so now my family has been threatened. How can I, as a parent, hide in fear of death and let my family face the danger alone? Then what qualifications do I have to be this parent?" We did call the police, and I also believe that police comrades can help us handle this matter, but today, at least you all are still in danger. Although I am only a lesbian, I am also your leader. Whether it is as a parent or a leader, I have the obligation and responsibility to take you home safely," Kong Xilin said. Kong Xilin's words silenced everyone, and everyone looked at Kong Xilin's eyes with emotion. "Manager Long!" Kong Xilin yelled. Manager Long of the security department seemed to have suddenly regained the feeling of being in the army. He immediately raised her head and answered. Kong Xilin smiled and said to him, "Manager Long, you can rest assured that you will organize the security department's manpower. I will protect myself." "Okay, I will definitely protect your safety, Mr. Kong. As long as I can stand still, I will never let anyone touch Mr. Kong." Manager Long vowed generally. Kong Xilin opened her mouth and wanted to say no need, but seeing Manager Long's firm eyes, Kong Xilin didn't say anything, just said something to go, and then set off with the nightclub team. The employees of Nanjian nightclub are all covered board and lodging, so they say they are going home, but in fact they just go back to the dormitory. Nanjian in this era is not the economic behemoth of later generations, and prices and housing prices are not as outrageous as later generations. However, no company will still provide safe accommodation for employees in the city center. Nanjian nightclub is no exception. Their staff dormitories are close to the business circle, in the outer two buildings. The team walked through 2 streets without encountering any problems. Just when they thought that those people would not be coming tonight, on a remote road, they encountered a group of people blocking the front. They had a fight yesterday. People recognized their identity at a glance. "It's them." Kong Xilin nodded and said that she knew. She walked out of the team and rushed over there and shouted, "Who are you? Why are you threatening our Nanjian nightclub employees? Who instructed you to do this? Why are you blocking our way here today?" Kong Xilin only wanted to make her feel first, but she didn't expect to give her an unexpected answer over there. Her voice fell, and a person walked out over there, and as this person walked out, all doubts suddenly became clear, because this person is not someone else but Tao Juling. The ghost will never go away. Kong Xilin snorted coldly. "Tauga made you actually use this kind of indiscriminate means." "Mr. Kong is serious. I'm just looking for someone to talk to your staff about the ideals of life," he said with a sneer. "But I said how the little boys in the nightclub are all together. It's a group, and the feelings are led by Manager Kong. Why was it beaten yesterday, and want to call us back today? Didn't you have your brains broken by the door? Can you listen to the nonsense of this bitch who sells B? The nonsense is you ass." Manager Long cursed. "Is there someone who is in the early days? It was the bitch who sold B that made you fuck it. Don't protect her like that. She is a bitch who can be crushed by thousands of people. A man can fuck him. Don't be too much. I care." Tao Juling said, "Im damn your uncle. I'm going to kill you." Manager Long said he was about to rush over, but Kong Xilin grabbed him. "Don't be impulsive. It is the most important thing to protect the lesbians going home." "But Mr. Kong, that Tauga made him insult you so much." Half of what Manager Long said, he couldn't go on, because he saw the tenacity and reluctance flashing in Kong Xilin's eyes, making him understand that he had to be so arrogant, and it really insulted her. "Mr. Kong, I understand. One day I will let this chopstick pay for his words and deeds," Manager Long said. Tao Juling didn't know what happened here, but he could see that the stop team started to move forward again, and it was walking towards him. Tao Juling took a step back in shock, But then he felt it was too embarrassing to be scared like this, and immediately said to the bastards around him, "Go up, go and kill them, I will give you 100 yuan each." Hearing Tao Juling's words, the bastards around him suddenly became excited. After all, no matter who wanted money, these bastards immediately screamed and rushed towards Kong Xilin. "Mr. Kong, stand in the middle of the team," Manager Long said nervously. This time Kong Xilin did not stubbornly stand at the forefront. She took the initiative to retreat to the middle of the team, because Kong Xilin knew very well that no matter how firm her tone and spirit, she was nothing more than a woman in the final analysis. Manager Long and his security guards were distracted to take care of themselves and became frantic. Instead of doing this, it is better to stand where you should be. Kong Xilin didn't try her best to make Manager Long feel relieved. He looked at the gangsters rushing over with his teeth and claws, and said to the security guards around him, "Brothers, we are all soldiers who have retired from the army. Even though we have taken off now, we are wearing military uniforms, but our mission of defending our home and the country will not change. Now our home is behind us, and the chores on the opposite side want to hurt them. Should we fight them to the end?" "Yes," all the security guards roared in unison. "Well, let these scumbags who don't know the so-called scum on the other side taste our power, and help our brothers and sisters hold the hatred of last night." Manager Long said so, and then rushed out with a roar, swinging his casserole-sized fist and hitting the face of a rushing bastard, knocking him to the ground. As Manager Long took the lead, the other security guards who stood in the front also started to take action one by one, or faced the rushing bastards with their hands or feet. At this time, the gap between the veterans and the street gangsters was reflected. Those street gangsters rushed over with their teeth and claws, waving their arms indiscriminately and beating people, which was completely unstructured. On the other hand, the veterans consisted of a team of 3 people. They advance and retreat in an orderly manner. Their hands and feet also greet the vital parts under the eyes and ribs and below. Although Tao Juling used the money to organize dozens of gangsters, these gangsters are now like waves rushing on the rocks, and they were shot apart at once. Those who rushed over were not knocked down to the ground. Then, even after being beaten away, the people behind saw that this side was so fierce, and suddenly they didn't dare to step forward. Manager Long saw with sharp eyes Tao Juling who rushed over with him, but now he was completely stunned, completely devoid of the arrogance he had just now. Obviously this Tao Juling is a sloppy mouth. Looking back at Kong Xilin behind him, Manager Long looked back and saw that Kong Xilin was still standing there firmly. Neither her face nor her footsteps moved. At this moment, Manager Long suddenly felt Kong Xilin is like a heroine who worshipped generals in ancient times, and was no worse than any man. However, Manager Long quickly came back to his senses, knowing that he was still fighting and couldn't let Mr. Kong look down on himself, so he ran over in 3s or 2s, rushed into the bullshit and picked Tao Juling out. And those bullshits they all watched without any reaction. What else to watch? "If you don't want to be beaten, just get out of here," Manager Long yelled at the bastards, and the bastards reacted as if they had just awakened from a dream, and then turned around and ran away unscrupulously one by one. Manager Long didn't take care of those bastards. Instead, he carried Tao Juling to Kong Xilin like a chicken. "Mr. Kong, it's this guy's ghost. What should I do?" Kong Xilin hadn't spoken yet, but Tao Juling spoke first. "Kong Xilin, you bitch who sells B." Tao Juling said this, and Manager Long slapped him over. "Keep my mouth clean. Kneel down and apologize to Mr. Kong," Manager Long said and kicked Tao Juling's knees. Tao Juling knelt in front of Kong Xilin, but he did not apologize. Instead, he looked up at Kong Xilin bitterly and said, "Today I planted and I admit it, but you the bitch who sells B will wait for me. One day I will let you kneel in front of me and sing the national anthem. You don't have a damn memory, don't you?" Manager Long said and raised her hand to beat Tao Juling, but Kong Xilin waved her hand and said, "Forget it, let him go. We are civilized people, and it is impossible to really kill and maim him. I believe that after today, these bastards will not. I will come to your troubles. Manager Long nodded and let go of Tao Juling, but at this time Kong Sealin did not expect that after tonight, he did not find a bastard to trouble the nightclub staff, but he used a more vicious method. Chapter 331. Sorry, you have no chance. Everyone performed very well last night. I think everyone can applaud for ourselves as a group. In the conference room of the Nanjian nightclub, Kong Sealin was giving a meeting to all the nightclub employees. When talking about the collective response to the rogue gang gathered by Tao Juling last night, no one flinched. Kong Sealin urged everyone to applaud their courage, and applauded first, and then there was a warm applause in the entire conference room. After praising the collective, Kong Sealin praised Manager Long for taking the lead, and praised him for catching Tao Juling. Kong Sealin's praise made this straight man embarrassed. She blushed and said that this is what she should do, and that it is all. General Kong's leadership is generous. After making everyone applaud and happy for a while, Kong Sealin said again, well, although after the events of last night, we all believe that Tao Juling will learn the lesson and dare not come again, but I think we should be more careful. So today and tomorrow, these few days, everyone still has to go home tonight together in the same way as yesterday, okay? Kong Sealin's question made everyone's emotions soar again, and everyone said happily, no problem, as long as Tao Ge dares to come again. We must make him look good. Today will not be as simple as yesterday, and we will definitely beat him. Cry father and mother. If he wants to fight, we will fight. We will accompany us to the end whatever he wants. We don't believe that he can be a drunkard who can rise to the sky. Very good. Kong Sealin said, I am very happy to see that everyone can have such enthusiasm. I also believe that an Anjian nightclub will be able to overcome many difficulties with everyone's unity. Kong Sealin said so, but the anxiety in her heart became stronger and stronger. This anxiety was completely intuitive. It started after the group fight in the nightclub. That's why she called Zuming. But there was no reason for this kind of uneasiness, so Kong Sealin didn't tell anyone, and only called Zuming, just not wanting him to worry too much about herself. Maybe it's just a psychological effect of oneself. In fact, nothing happened at all. Didn't that thing just pass by last night? Kong Sealin was comforting herself with this thought. She couldn't think of it at this time. Only 3 days later, her worries became reality. 3 days later, at 8:30 in the evening, this time is the prime time for nightclub business. But several police cars suddenly roared outside at this time, and then more than 20 public security officers filed to get out of the car, under the leadership of a police officer. Break into the nightclub. So many police officers suddenly rushed in when the nightclub was the noisiest, and everyone was shocked, whether it was a normal drinking customer or a bastard who came to pick up girls. They all screamed. These police officers seemed to be pouring in. A basin of cold water on the fire suddenly suppressed the lively atmosphere in the nightclub. What's the matter? Director Liu, why did you bring so many policemen here? Are you trying to interfere with the normal business of our nightclub? Kong Sealin stepped out and asked. When something like this happened outside, Kong Sealin, as the general manager of the nightclub, couldn't remain indifferent. She also recognized the police officer who led the team over there, but her words didn't make any difference. The Director Liu still carried the team went to the KTV on the second floor. Director Liu, what are you doing? While Kong Sealin told Manager Y that she would let her notify Director Zhao of the Municipal Bureau, she also followed upstairs with someone, but Kong Sealin never expected that when he went upstairs, she was greeted by a pair of bright handcuffs. Kong Sealin, as the manager of Nanjian nightclub, you are actually carrying out drug trafficking activities in private under the name of operating a leisure and entertainment venue. Please come back to the bureau with us, Director Liu said to her. These words stunned Kong Sealin. I run a drug trafficking activity in a nightclub. How is this possible? Before Kong Sealin finished speaking, a policeman hurried up from downstairs and took out 2 bags of white powder and handed it to Director Liu. Director Liu lifted up 2 bags of white powder to Kong Sealin, in a KTV box. We also caught suspects who were dealing in drugs. And they all confessed that you let them sell drugs. Impossible. Manager Y immediately cried out for Kong Sealin. Mr. Kong absolutely didn't do such a thing. You can't take Mr. Kong away. Director Liu stared. Are you going to fight the law violently? Everyone looked at each other. At this time, Kong Sealin said to Manager Y, don't be impulsive. We are not ashamed of what we do. If we didn't do it, we didn't do it. I believe this scum will be cleared. But Manager Y wanted to say something, but Kong Sealin scowled and said, don't you listen to what I said? Manager Y could only nodded and agreed. Then Director Liu waved and said to take away. Kong Sealin was taken away by the two police women. This is obviously a conspiracy. Someone is definitely framing it. Kong Sealin is 100% sure, because since the establishment of the nightclub, she has been trying her best to avoid any crimes. Even the fights in bars and dance halls are much less than in other places. How can there be drug trafficking? Not to mention the discovery of drugs in his office. It is a fantasy. But even though I understand that this is a bogus, in the situation just now, I was indefatigable, let alone other things. Here Manager Y only said that he could not take him away. And then Director Liu said that they would violently resist the law. Obviously, if the arrangements are made, no matter how wronged or dissatisfied, I can only endure it and wait until the conditions are ripe. The car drove directly to the District Public Security Bureau, and Kong Sealin was taken directly to the interrogation room. However, after Kong Sealin sat in the interrogation chair, the interrogator did not come in for a long time. Originally, Kong Sealin felt very strange about what happened today, but now she is even more puzzled. She immediately shouted loudly, come and let me out. Kong Sealin's crisp voice reverberated in the interrogation room. After a while, the door to the interrogation room was finally opened, and a very annoying voice came in. You, a bitch who sells B, has become a habit. Already? Called on the bed and called in the interrogation room. But I don't know which call is more pleasant. Tao Juling, it's you again. Kong Sealin said, looking at the person who came in. Yes, who else can you have except I think so. Tao Juling looked up and down Kong Sealin with a grinning grin and said, I said I would want you to look good. Did you arrange everything for today? You despicable and shameless villain. Kong Sealin scolded. I mean I am shameless, no matter how shameless I am not as shameless as you. More importantly, I am a vengeful, or you are such a beautiful chick. Every time I think about the way you treated me before, it makes me hate it. While talking, Tao Juling stretched out his hand to touch Kong Sealin's pretty face, but was wisely avoided by Kong Sealin, and opened his mouth to bite on Tao Juling's hand. Tao Juling yelled in pain and slapped Kong Sealin with a slap in the face, pointed at Kong Sealin and yelled loudly, damn, you bitch who sells B, don't be fucking shameless. Kong Sealin held her head high and looked at him with disdain. After Tao Juling yelled, he smiled nervously again, and put the place where Kong Sealin had been bitten into his mouth to suck and said, is this the taste of Manager Kong's mouth? It is very fragrant and sweet, and very sweet. I just don't know if Manager Kong can do other things with such force. Does Manager Kong still look down on me very much? But it doesn't matter, you can only stubbornly hear now. While talking, Tao Juling walked around Kong Sealin and said, with the cleverness of Manager Kong, now that I'm here, there must be some things that can be expected, right? This interrogation room is a good place. He is very soundproofed. No matter how loud you scream, Manager Kong, you won't be able to hear it outside. And more importantly, no one will bother us. Tao Juling leaned down and looked at Kong Sealin and said, you know, I have fucked many women in uniforms. They are very cool and sulky. But I don't know if Manager Kong will be different today. Speaking of Tao Juling, she stretched out her hand to Kong Sealin's chest. But what Tao Juling didn't expect was that Kong Sealin took out a switchblade as if conjure, and stabbed Tao Juling straight. Being bitten before made Tao Juling vigilant this time. He quickly avoided and said to Kong Sealin happily, I didn't expect Manager Kong to still carry a knife. But you didn't have this chance if you didn't touch me just now. Yes, you are still sitting in the interrogation chair in handcuffs. Do you still expect what you can do? At least I can avoid being insulted by you, Kong Seelin said firmly, and put the knife on her slender neck. Does Manager Kong really think so? The smile on Tao Juling's face remained unchanged. If I were Manager Kong, I would definitely not have such a naive view, because even if you die, I can still send it while it's hot. Although there is no resistance and you can't hear Manager Kong's moving and beautiful voice, it doesn't matter anymore. I'm a good waiter. You disgusting rascal. Kong Seelin cursed. She was trembling with anger. She really didn't expect Tao Juling to be such a disgusting bastard. Did he really let him die? Taking advantage of Kong Seelin's distraction, Tao Juling immediately grabbed the switchblade in Kong Seelin's hand, threw the knife into a corner, and laughed at Kong Seelin. How does Manager Kong feel? When it gets hot, I prefer women who are alive and kicking. What do you think? If it only made Kong Seelin angry to be insulted even if she died before, then her inability to die now makes her even more desperate. Could it be that I can't escape the result of being insulted by this beast anyway? A line of tears slipped from the corner of Kong Seelin's eyes, and Kong Seelin murmured, I'm sorry Ziming, if I had known that I would give myself to you anyway, at least then I would have no regrets. At this time, are you still thinking about Ziming's trash? It's really irritating, but it doesn't matter. Today I am going to owe me that crap, and get it back from you who sells B. If I want to use my JB to slap you in the face, I will crush you to death. Tao Juling grinned and said, with a crazy look on his face, walking towards Kong Seelin step by step, but he only took 2 steps, and a voice came from outside the door. Sorry, you won't have this opportunity. At the same time, the door of the interrogation room was kicked open, and a figure that made Kong Seelin weeping with joy stood at the door. Chapter 332. He's here to save me. Kong Seelin was so excited that her heart jumped out of her throat. Her whole body trembled slightly, tears rolling in her eyes. Every woman desires that she will have such a hero. He will step on the colorful clouds to rescue her one day. But that is a legend after all, and it is impossible for everyone in the world to be a great sage in this world. There is no big talk about Journey to the West, no supreme treasure, no Zixia. But at this moment Kong Seelin clearly felt that he was such a world-famous hero. It was he who let herself leave the Nanu Hotel willingly to manage the nightclub for him. It was he who created the Nanjian stock market. It was he who feared the chief of staff of the military region. And it was he who revealed it. After the $1 billion economic scam in Jiangnan, this person cannot be someone else. His name is Ziming. At this moment, Ziming was standing at the door. Kong Seelin looked at him idiotically, feeling that his figure was so stalwart, and there was such a bright light shining in, making Kong Seelin feel that her soul was about to melt, and she had forgotten everything around her. She just wanted to snuggle in Ziming's arms and enjoyed the kind of warmth that belongs to a little woman. But as the so-called beautiful affairs are not long, no matter how beautiful the bridge is, there will always be a few unconscious people out to make trouble. Obviously Tao Juling is such a person. Seeing Ziming standing at the door, Tao Juling took a step back subconsciously, showing that he hated Ziming in his heart. But now that he saw him, he was even more afraid of Ziming, so he only dared to play majesty in front of Kong Seelin. Ziming, you. Why did you come? Tao Juling asked. Ziming first gave Kong Seelin a relieved look, and then said to Tao Juling as it should be, of course it is the woman who came to save me. Hearing this sentence, Tao Juling suddenly remembered that Kong Seelin was still handcuffed to the interrogation chair, and immediately wanted to hold Kong Seelin and threaten Ziming. However, Ziming had seen Tao Juling's thoughts a long time ago, and before he could act, he took out one, pointed the gun at Tao Juling. I advise you not to have any bad ideas. Tao Juling was frightened at first, but then he disdainfully said, you fucking frighten someone with a gun? If you have the ability, you can shoot me. Only when Tao Juling said the last word, Ziming pulled the trigger and heard a bang when a bullet came out and pierced Tao Juling's palm. The piercing pain came into his mind. Tao Juling let out a painful howl like killing a pig, and then fell to the ground with his palm rolling in pain. However, Ziming and Conk Seelin were quite ignorant of Tao Juling's screams. Ziming walked up to Conk Seelin and opened the handcuffs on her hands and the lock on the interrogation chair for her. They apologized to Conk Seelin and said that they were sorry for being late. Conk Seelin gently shook her head and replied not too late. Although they didn't talk much, neither of them felt the other's sincerity. Then Ziming opened the interrogation chair for Conk Seelin and took Conk Seelin out. As they were about to leave here, they suddenly heard a panting word behind them, "Stop. Where are you going?" "Of course I left here. Would you like to listen to you singing here?" Ziming looked back at Tao Juling and said with a smile, "But I'm sorry, I really don't have any interest in your ghost crying wolf howling." Tao Juling didn't care about Ziming's ridicule. He just looked at Ziming viciously and said, "Why do you want to come to Nanjian? Why are you participating in the struggle for power within the Luo family? Why are you doing this?" "Why should I do this?" Ziming said with a sneer. "Master Tao Juling, don't you think this question you asked is very ridiculous? I came to Nanjian to make money. I participated in the internal struggle for power in the Luo family. Didn't you force it? Or Mr. Tao, you have a bad memory after drinking too much. Did you forget that you brought people to smash my nightclub?" Tao Juling seemed to have not heard Ziming's words. He said to himself, "Our Tao family and Cao's family have always been very close. My father once led Cao Shui with a horse and charged Cao Shui. Now the Cao family has a problem. Cao Boss and Cao San are in conflict. What happened to our family's intervention? But what does this matter have to do with you, Ziming? I was originally the eldest son of the Tao family and the son of the chief of staff of the military region, in Lingnan. Everyone here has to call out Brother Tao when they see me. But since you came to Lingnan, I have no life at all. I am now a little Tao in the eyes of others." Ziming shook his head and didn't want to say anything to Tao Juling at all, because he was thinking about things from himself as the starting point, as if the whole world was going to make him angry. He didn't think about why this happened, and he didn't think about what he had done. "Something. Ziming, I asked you, what hatred or grievance do I have with you? Do you want to treat me like this? I just warned you not to interfere, and did not really provoke you. I hurt you, or I hurt you. Got it? Or I killed your whole family. You want to fuck me like this? Now you still shoot me. What hatred do I have with you? Do you want this? There is a kind of fucking you right now, damn me. Come on." Tao Juling yelled to Ziming, "If you are here in time today, next time I must fuck your woman crying and crying. I will use JB to slap her in the face. You will kill me now. If you don't kill me, your fucking man is not a man. Oh." Before Tao Juling finished speaking, Ziming lifted a kick and kicked him directly on his face, kicking Tao Juling on his back. Before Tao Juling could react, Ziming raised his hand and slammed his head with the handle of the pistol. After 2 blows, Ziming still looked innocent and said to Tao Juling, "Tao Gongtsai, you can't blame me. You want me to fight. Really? You have asked me so cheaply that I haven't been in my previous life to this life. I've heard it." Ziming was telling the truth, but at this moment, Tao Juling and Conk Seelin would not doubt it. After finishing work, Ziming took Conk Seelin's little hand and walked out, but after only 2 steps, he heard Tao Juling's voice behind him again. "Ziming, I will ask you what hatred or grievance I have with you. You fucking kind of you just kill me. What's the matter with these 2 fights? What hate do we have?" Tao Juling's last word of complaint choked in his throat and couldn't say it, not because Ziming turned around and pointed a gun at him, but because he saw Ziming's serious eyes. "Tao Go ordered me to warn you not to be scumbag," Ziming said. "There are some things you may not know. Your bad life was saved by your father. Otherwise, you will be shot 10 times with the bad things you did. That's more than enough. Now you still don't know how to repent, and you are still pushing all the questions to me. What kind of hatred or resentment is it with me? What kind of hatred or resentment do you damn yourself say? Does your damn little curse king read the computer? Where will not fight where? You said you want me to kill you. I can fulfill you, because since I can get here with my gun, I fired the gun just now. From your knowledge, you should understand that I must have come prepared. And I really want to be here. To kill you here is to pull the trigger. Ziming continued, yes, I did promise your father to let you go, but that was the last time. This time you are going to really provoke me. If you have hair, I will really kill you, so you can do it for yourself. After talking about Ziming, he took Kong Xilin and left the interrogation room. Tao Juling didn't say another word this time. It wasn't that he wanted to understand Ziming's words, but he felt that he was real from Ziming's wolf-like eyes just now. Will shoot himself to death. Ziming and Kong Xilin left the interrogation room. In the sun, Ziming saw the red mark on Kong Xilin's pretty face. Ziming could understand what was going on without even thinking about it. Ziming stretched out his hand and stroked it lightly, feeling extremely guilty. If I can come earlier, you won't have to suffer this. Ziming's words are sincere. He is really guilty. After all, as a man, and a man who has come back from his birth and aspired to do a big business, now he can't protect even a woman. And he obviously received her. She guessed the situation here. She came here early to arrange it, but she still suffered a loss. Although she did not suffer from any woman's essential loss, she was also slapped by Tao Juling. This is still something that Ziming cannot tolerate. Facing Ziming's heartwarming words, Kong Xilin's heart was as sweet as eating honey, because at this moment, she felt that she was the person Ziming cared most. This feeling made her heart tremble. And it made her feel that whatever she did for Ziming was worthwhile. Even if she really died for Ziming just now, she was willing. She shook her head desperately. No bitterness, I am not bitter at all. As long as it is for Ziming I am willing to do anything. Ziming shook his head and said, you can't say that, because now I see you like this and it hurts my heart. If you have anything, I can't forgive myself, but since this is what you have suffered for me, sin. Let me kiss it. Ziming didn't wait for Kong Xilin to react, so he leaned down and kissed her on the face. Ah! Kong Xilin exclaimed, shameless. These words made Ziming stunned for a moment and looked at Kong Xilin, because even though Ziming was reborn, he still couldn't understand the woman's mind. He was not sure if Kong Xilin was angry. But when Ziming was stunned, Kong Xilin reacted first. She took the initiative to stretch out a pair of lotus arms around Ziming's neck, and turned her head to kiss Ziming's lips. Did she mean this to be shameless? Ziming suddenly realized it, but this thought only passed through Ziming's mind. After Kong Xilin took the initiative to stretch out her little fragrant tongue and hand it over to Ziming, the smooth and sweetness made Ziming immediately throw away other things. Concentrate on dealing with this little fairy in his arms. But when Ziming was kissing Kong Xilin while the wolf was kissing, his hands and feet started to be irregular. A cough suddenly broke the atmosphere. Ziming and Kong Xilin turned their heads, and saw Du Peng standing there embarrassedly. He scratched his head and said, I'm sorry to disturb you, but it's really not the time for you to make friends. And it's not yours to make friends here. The place. Chapter 333. Not now? Where is the place of intimacy? There is no standard answer to this question. In the past, it seemed that this was only the relationship between men and women in the house. However, with the development of the times, other unusual places such as public toilets and bath soaps have emerged out. But in any case, in the current era when the island countries' love action movies are not yet popular, many places have not been developed, let alone the interrogation room. Regardless of Ziming and Kong Xilin's understanding, it's just that they didn't control their passion just now. Now Du Peng came over to interrupt, just reminding them to make them react. Ziming was a little embarrassed about this, feeling that her first name would be ruined, and Kong Xilin was holding Ziming's hand with a blushing face. The heroine who had faced dozens of hooligans without changing her face. Now I am ashamed not to even raise my head. Du Peng has never seen Ziming languish since he knew Ziming until now. He immediately became energetic. He immediately teased Ziming and said, Ziming, I said you shouldn't be so shy. Everyone is an adult. There are some things I understand. Ziming and Du Peng are also old acquaintances. In a very common saying, as long as Du Peng pushes his ass, Ziming can tell what he is going to fart. Now, listening to him say this, Ziming still doesn't understand his plan. So Ziming laughed twice and said, "This matter is over. This is not a place to talk. Let's go back to the nightclub and talk about it." Ziming said this is half a change of topic and half true, because first of all this is not the place to talk, and the nightclub doesn't know what's going on, so I'm going to see it. On the other hand, there is Conxilin here, watching her look so shy. It is not good for Ziming and Du Peng to be so nonsense. Speaking of work, Conxilin came to the state at once. She raised her head and said anxiously, "Yes, Boss Zhu, that bastard Tao Jueling falsely accused our Nanjiang nightclub for drug trafficking. I was also arrested because of this, but this is absolutely nothing." Ziming patted Conxilin's little hand to comfort her and said, "It's okay. Those who are clear will be turbid by themselves." Ziming took Conxilin and Du Peng out of the Public Security Bureau, but when they returned to the nightclub, they happened to see the Nanjiang City Public Security Bureau putting a seal on the door of the nightclub. Conxilin quit as soon as she saw this situation, got out of the car and hurried up to question Director Yao of the Comprehensive Public Security Office of the Municipal Party Committee who led the team. "What are you doing, Director Yao? Why do you want to ban my nightclub?" "Of course it's because some of you are engaged in drug trafficking activities. According to the decision of the Municipal Party Committee and the municipal government, you must suspend business for rectification. I'm also doing business by business." Director Yao said that it was business by business, but his tone was full of schadenfreude. "Mean?" Conxilin immediately retorted. "What's official business? We have always been operating in a law-abiding manner, and there has never been any illegal activities. Today's things are simply planted and framed. We have not engaged in any drug trafficking activities here. You cannot ban them. Is there any illegal or criminal activity? It's not your decision, it's the evidence. If it can be proved that you did not engage in any illegal or criminal activity, I will reveal it to you again. But now it must be sealed." Director Yao then asked provocatively, "Or Manager Kong, do you want to resist the law?" Speaking of this, Director Yao suddenly slapped his forehead suddenly. "I seem to remember that Manager Kong, you are the main agent of drug trafficking. You are going to be arrested. Here comes." Without waiting for Director Yao to give an order, Ziming immediately stood up and said, "I advise Director Yao you better not to give this order, or Director Yao, you can call and ask about the situation in the bureau." "Ziming, are you here?" Director Yao was surprised. He dared to seal the Nanjiang nightclub, and dared to show off in front of Conxilin, but he was the only one who didn't dare to provoke Ziming. "As Nanjiang's development consultant, I won't embarrass you." Director Yao turned around and left. No matter where they are, Conxilin wanted to catch up, but was held by Ziming. Conxilin turned to look at Ziming suspiciously, and Ziming gently shook her head at him. At this moment, a familiar voice came from the side. "Ouch! Why is your nightclub locked by Advisor Zhu? Did you do any illegal activities?" "Huashao is really a coincidence. I didn't expect you to be here." Ziming can guess who this person is without looking back, but Ziming is surprised that when he looks back, he sees another person. "I didn't expect Brother Dan to come too." These two people are the one in the capital city Tan Qianjun and Lingnan young Manjiang Chunhua. Tan Qianjun said to Ziming, "We just heard that the nightclub here was closed, so we came to see the situation. I didn't expect it to be your place, Boss Zhu. This is a pity, but I heard that this nightclub is still very good. I came to Nanjiang and wondered when I would let Xiaohua take me in for fun. It seems that I don't have this chance now." Ziming also nodded regretfully and said, "It is indeed a pity today, but it doesn't matter, it will be long in Japan." Tan Qianjun suddenly laughed and said to Ziming, "Will you come to Japan?" Advisor Zhu is really confident. But why do I think that this nightclub like Zhu has no chance to reopen again? Really? Ziming said, "Originally, Tan brother, I have to give you some face when you talk, but I can't agree with Tan brother. My nightclub is the best in the country. Leisure and entertainment venues, although some villains are playing tricks behind their backs, Does this kind of trick still hope to seal the nightclub here forever? This is the most prosperous commercial area in the city center. I still think that advisors should not be so blindly optimistic. After all, drug trafficking is a very serious matter. I heard that there are a lot of drug trafficking here. I think even Governor Chen Yunfei can't make this decision, right? Tan Qianjun deliberately asked Ziming this, but Ziming did not answer him. Tan Qianjun continued, as for this place, it is indeed very prosperous. It is a pity that it is sealed here, or advisors will give it to me. Please don't worry, advisors. I will definitely manage this well and do it better than you, advisors. Ziming pointed his finger into the distance and said to Tan Qianjun, Brother Tan, have you seen the hospital over there? Tan Qianjun looked in the direction of Ziming's finger, then nodded and said, I saw it. Consultant Zhu, do you think the current situation can be rescued? Ziming shook his head and said, no, Brother Dan, I'm asking you to see the illness, because I think you are really sick now. Hearing Ziming's words, Kong Xilin and Du Peng couldn't help laughing immediately, and Tan Qianjun looked at Ziming with a gloomy expression. He heard that Du Peng and Kong Xilin laughed at all. He slapped his face and slapped him fiercely. Well, you Ziming, I think you can only play tricks with me here. I see what you can do. I see how you can unblock the nightclub. Tan Qianjun gritted his teeth and said with him. With Jiang Chunhua turned and left. After Tan Qianjun and Jiang Chunhua left, Kong Xilin came up to Ziming's side and asked, Ziming, do you really have a way to unblock the nightclub? Ziming nodded and said yes, but before Kong Xilin was happy, Ziming added another but said, but not now. Ziming's supplementary words made Kong Xilin's eyebrows frown. Ziming, is the situation bad now? This question made Ziming a little like, because originally Ziming only knew that Kong Xilin was talented in management, so he brought her to the nightclub. But now this sentence also shows that she is also very good in political analysis. Mindful. But think about it, doing business may sound like a market economy, but in fact, everything in China cannot be separated from politics. You must know that even if you just open a small shop on the roadside, you need to pay attention to domestic policies. What's going on, let alone this Nanjian nightclub, which is the first in the country and is of great political and economic significance. It is precisely because of this that, as the general manager of a nightclub, Kong Xilin has to be somewhat politically savvy. Even if she didn't have it at first, after doing so for a period of time, dealing with all kinds of people, and after experiencing so many things, I can learn it gradually. Boss Zhu, don't lie to me, I know everything. Kong Xilin said. Ziming understood that Kong Xilin would say this, but she didn't want to say something casually to confuse her. So Ziming smiled slightly and said, of course I won't lie to you, but the current situation is not that bad. It is not difficult to unblock the nightclub, but the day is wrong. Is this true? I know Boss Zhu, you went to college, don't lie to me. Kong Xilin said hopefully. Ziming's answer certainly won't disappoint her. Of course, Xilin, you think, since I can go to the Public Security Bureau to rescue you, I still dare to shoot Tao Juling and leave it alone in the Public Security Bureau. This is not enough to prove that I have emboldened. It's just that I don't think it's a good thing to unblock the nightclub now. Ziming thought for a while and then said, the reason is very simple. As long as the nightclub is here, someone will continue to make trouble for us. Do you think it is? When she awakened the person in her dream, Kong Xilin suddenly remembered that it was indeed from the first day that someone fought here to the death of 8 people. The things directed at the nightclub were one after another, without stopping. Maybe it was Tao Juling who was playing a ghost in the past, but with the appearance of Tan Qianjun and Jiang Chunhua today, she understood that Tao Juling was just an abandoned son and could not affect anything at all. So now we must really unblock the nightclub. If you open it again, it will only cause endless troubles. What worries Kong Xilin more is that these troubles will be more difficult to solve. Ziming thought of this and said so. Then we also go to deal with their nightclub. Kong Xilin asked suddenly. It's useless, Ziming said. First of all, let alone that if we don't do that, we will become as nasty as them. In addition, the the nightclub is not their key point. If we close it, we will close it. We are harming others. Selfish. Kong Seelin felt a little uncomfortable. I really don't want to be reconciled. Don't worry, you have to pay it back when you come out. I will make them look good when it's a lucky day, Ziming said. Chapter 334 is only a temporary silence. Nightclubs are a newly emerging leisure and entertainment venue in China, where you can drink, sing and dance, and are very popular with young people today. However, due to the large flow of people and many young people, it is easy to breed some erosive phenomena. Just tonight, the Nanjing City Public Security Bureau received a report saying that Nanjing nightclub was involved in drug trafficking and illegal exchanges. The Public Security Bureau took the initiative to make a surprise inspection of the Nanjing nightclub and arrested all the suspects on the spot. At the same time, in accordance with the policy, Nanjing nightclub was ordered to suspend business for rectification. Outside the door of Nanjing nightclub, a reporter was introducing the situation to the camera. Nanjing nightclub is the first nightclub in the entire Lingnan province and even in the country, and it is also the largest nightclub in Nanjing City. It is sad to see such a situation here. Now behind me, many angry people have also come to the door of the nightclub. Let us hear what ordinary people think about this. The Public Security Bureau is so well sealed. Places like Nanjing nightclub should have been sealed long ago. This kind of place was originally developed by the decadent capitalist countries abroad, and it reflects the corruption and degeneration of capitalism. How can we have it? Wouldn't that also fall with them? This will definitely bring disaster. A young man waved his fist in anger, and there was a middle-aged man beside him. He also said, "It must be right to block this Nanjing nightclub. From the first day this nightclub opened here, I said he must be. It's blocked. I've been in it. It's like a gang of demons dancing. Not only the lights are dim, but men and women dance together. That kind of scene is too depraved. It's just a criminal concentration camp. It's good now. It's been blocked. I hope that those young people who have been misguided in the past will be able to find their way back." When I was interviewing here, I heard a sudden cheer from the side. Everyone looked around and saw a blood red on the glass of the nightclub over there. I don't know who splashed a bucket of red paint on it, and there are people nearby. Clap and applaud. This damn nightclub, get out of our Nanjing city. The nightclub is full of bitches and bitches. Don't pollute our hearts. Get out of Nanjing city. In order to avoid conflict, Ziming, Kong Seelin, and other nightclub employees were all on the other side, and they all felt aggrieved when they listened to the constant voices coming from there. Boss Zhu, Mr. Kong, our nightclub is a formal leisure and entertainment venue, right? We haven't run any illegal or criminal activities, right? Kong Seelin's deputy, Manager Y, looked at the nightclub and muttered that everyone else had a confused expression when they heard what she said. Obviously, Manager Y's words represented the aspirations of all of them. Kong Seelin hugged Manager Y and said to her, "Of course not, we are the most formal business place, and all our business activities are reasonable and legal. They are just framing us, just like framing us for drug trafficking today. It's all a conspiracy." But then why do they scold us and pour red paint on our glass doors? We are just a nightclub. They don't need to be like this, right? Manager Y asked again. That's because they are all instigated by bad guys. None of these are real. None of them are real. Kong Seelin said, but the more she said that she felt more uncomfortable, because she saw that the faces of these people began to become a little suspicious with the cheers of the crowd over there. Yes, this is just a nightclub. Even if many people are uncomfortable, it won't be like this, right? Not to mention that this incident today was basically framed by someone, and the situation is even more different. How can it attract so many people here to scold it like? What kind of movement? Is it true that we are doing something wrong here? Are nightclubs really not a good place? Everyone started to think like this. Kong Seelin was very anxious about it. She turned her head to Ziming. Ziming was about to speak, but at this moment, another voice came from there. Don't be like this, everyone. You can say it. Well, Why do you want to scold someone to do this? Both Zuming and Kong Sealin could hear that this voice was from the Jiang Chunhua just now. But isn't he the one behind the scenes? What does he mean now? There was an answer to this question right away. When everyone faced Jiang Chunhua's words, not only did they fail to constrain, but they shouted more excitedly, "There is nothing to say with the people in the nightclub. They are all running dogs of the foreign forces. They open nightclubs here. The purpose of this is to promote foreign capitalism, which is decadent and drunk. It is to mislead young people. It is our common enemy. We must defeat them." Others shouted with a higher ideological consciousness, "This is a class revolutionary struggle. The nightclubs and those in the nightclubs are the class enemies that we must defeat by all means." Listening to the yelling over there, Zuming couldn't help laughing. Damn. Isn't it just singing and dancing? Has this risen to the height of class revolution? Zuming's laughter attracted everyone's attention, and everyone including Kong Sealin looked at him suspiciously. The eyes around him reminded Zuming that this was in 1988, not in 2008. If 20 years later, if a group of people shouted at the nightclub the enemy of the class revolution, it would definitely be regarded as a joke. Yes, even in places like heaven and earth, no one would say that he exists by preaching bad thoughts, right? At most, it is a crime. But now, the reform and opening up has only been carried out for 10 years. Although people's thinking has improved, they are still far from reaching the height of openness in later generations. Many sports ideas still exist in everyone's minds. If not, there were some in previous lives. Things won't happen. It is for this reason that Kong Sealin and other nightclub employees are so confused. It seems that I am the only one to enlighten you. Zuming said this in his heart, and then said to everyone, "Don't look at me like this, my face will turn into a red apple." A relaxed ridicule, but no one laughed at this moment. Zuming had to go on and say, "I mean it, you don't have to look at me. You just have to look at yourself." This sentence made everyone stunned, because everyone didn't understand what it was up to. Fortunately, Zuming did not appetite for them, and quickly helped them analyze and answer. "I let you see yourself, so you can ask your own heart. Have you done anything illegal? If not, then why do you listen to the nonsense of those SBS over there? Do you have to believe what they say?" Zuming's words are like a bolt from the blue sky, making everyone's soul aroused, and they suddenly realized, yes. Why should we believe what they say? Zuming only gave them time to think about one question, and then continued, "Every one of you is here every day. What happens in the nightclub is cleared out by the boss than me. Could it be that whoever of you is a drug dealer, or who will help? Have you pimped yet?" "Of course not. We won't do such a thing," said Long, manager of the security department. "That's right. Since we didn't do it, why would there be police to raid our nightclub today? Why would these people splash red paint on our nightclub here?" Zuming asked again. "Someone deliberately arranged it." Someone responded immediately. "Yes." Zuming said immediately, "Since you all understand that this was deliberately arranged, you still have to doubt. Don't you think you are stupid?" Zuming's words pierced everyone's hearts like a needle, making everyone very upset. Boss Zhu was right. We knew it was a conspiracy. We went to follow in the footsteps of those bad guys. We still doubted Boss Zhu and Mr. Kong. It shouldn't be. With this thought, someone immediately said to Zuming, "I'm sorry, Boss Zhu, we shouldn't doubt it. I'm so stupid." Someone will take the lead and some will follow. After an apology, some people also said, "Boss Zhu, who is behind the scenes? Will our nightclub still unblock it?" "Yes, definitely," Zuming said. "Obviously now the nightclub has been blocked, and there are still so many people outside demonstrating and clamoring here like some sports. They are still splashing red paint on the door of the nightclub. Someone can arrange for the Public Security Bureau to come over for surprise inspections and give themselves free accusations. In this situation, Nanjiang nightclub is about to become a thing of the past. But Zuming's words at this time gave them a lot of confidence and made them think that Zuming would definitely be able to do what he said. Zuming saw the confidence in everyone's eyes, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. Then Zuming went on to say, but now that it is the seal posted by the Public Security Bureau, it is impossible to unblock it immediately, and the nightclub needs to be temporarily closed. For a while, everyone may have to separate temporarily and find another job first, but please rest assured that the nightclub will pay everyone a month's salary so that everyone's life will be no problem. Boss Zhu, no, we don't want this salary. We also understand the current situation of the nightclub. As long as the Nanjian nightclub is reopened in the future, we can return to the nightclub. It was manager Y, Kong Xilin's deputy, who said this. After she finished speaking, the other nightclub employees also spoke with you. Although their dialects are pronounced differently, they all said the same sentence: we have to go back to the nightclub, we are a family of Nanjian nightclub. This remark made Zhu Ming very pleased. He glanced at Kong Xilin and couldn't help but say that General Manager Kong really brought out a good team. This cohesion is really unspeakable. So Zhu Ming also said, please rest assured, it is only a temporary silence. The nightclub will reopen in the future. Our nightclub is a big family. This family will not give up any family members. As long as the nightclub reopens in the future, we will definitely. I've tried every means to invite everyone back to work. Everyone cheered, which was in sharp contrast with the scolding movement over there. Chapter 335 Not reconciled to leave. At Nanjian railway station, Zhu Ming, Du Peng and Kong Xilin boarded the train bound for Lianyang. They got on the train and put their luggage. After a while, the train slowly drove out of the platform, looking at the scenery that was going backwards. Du Peng said with emotion, I didn't expect us to leave Nanjiang in this way. I'm really not reconciled. Compared with Du Peng, as a woman, Kong Xilin's mood is even lower. Not only has her big eyes lost her former look, but she can even see the faint tears. Du Peng and Kong Xilin were in a bad mood, and Zhu Ming's mood was also not much better, because the reason why they had to leave Nanjiang by car today was completely because of the hands and feet of Tan Qianjun, which was also the first time Zhu Ming came back from the rebirth. So depressing this time. Zhu Ming sat on the lower bunk and looked out the window. His mood floated back a few days ago. It was the third day after the nightclub was closed by the Nanjian Public Security Bureau. Zhu Ming, Du Peng and Kong Xilin invited all the nightclub employees to dinner at the Dongmen Hotel. It is to take this opportunity to gather together, and secondly, to hand in all the promised wages to every employee. This posture may seem unnecessary, but it is actually a kind of investment in favor. This kind of investment is invisible and intangible, and there is no return of value in a short period of time. But in the long run, it is very necessary. I'm not sure when I can help a lot. If this were not the case, the richest Chinese man in Hong Kong would not do everything he could to take care of everyone's emotions. This is a kind of investment in favor. There was nothing wrong with the meal that invited all the nightclub employees to eat, but Zhu Ming and Du Peng, the two big bosses behind the nightclub, left the venue in a hurry because of another bigger incident. Nanjian Nightclub is affiliated to Jinping Industrial Co., Limited, and this company is Zhu Ming and Du Peng's company. Zhu Ming, as the builder of Nanjian stock market and a pragmatist, naturally listed Jinping Company, but the problem is here. When Zhu Ming and Du Peng were having dinner at the Dongmen Hotel, the China Securities Regulatory Commission suddenly asked the securities company to stop all of Fortune Wing's stock trading because Fortune Wings had an illegal act and was suspected of manipulating stock prices. The stock exchange has not yet been established, and Nanjian Securities Co., Limited still assumes the functions of the stock exchange. The China Securities Regulatory Commission was established after the last stock market crash. Thanks to the efforts of Zhu Ming and Cao Jianing, there has been no arguing between the central and local governments. The China Securities Regulatory Commission is directly subordinate to the State Council. This time, the China Securities Regulatory Commission received the report. Will make such a decision. Zhu Ming and Du Peng rushed to the securities company immediately after receiving the news. But when they arrived at the door of the securities company, they found a group of people from the inspection team of the China Securities Regulatory Commission waiting at the door and saw Zhu Ming and Du Peng getting off the car. They immediately walked over and said, We suspect that you are involved in the case of Jinping's stock price manipulation. Please come with us." Hearing this, Du Peng, who was already very angry, broke out all at once. He pointed to the inspector of the China Securities Regulatory Commission and cursed, "I'm damning you, uncle. What are you guys dare to arrest us? Let me tell you, your grandfather Du can put out an evil fiar in a matter of minutes." Ziming on the other side was calmer. "If I remember correctly, the CSRC has no arrest power, and can only contact the Public Security Bureau or the Commission for Discipline Inspection to assist in the arrest." Seeing Ziming's words, Du Peng became more angry, and directly sprayed the slobber on the face of the CSRC official opposite. "Have you heard? You don't have the right to arrest your feelings. So what are you doing here? Don't let Lozi roll aside. Tell you. This one next to me is the only person outside the military who has been awarded the Red Star Medal. Even the idea of your Securities Regulatory Commission was put forward by him. In terms of the relationship created, he is your securities supervisor. Will parents, do you guys even arrest your parents now? You are too unfilial." The SFC official trembled with anger, but he clearly understood the identities of the two in front of him better, so he didn't dare to act rashly. The officials of the China Securities Regulatory Commission were cancelled, but it didn't mean that this matter was over. After Ziming and Du Peng walked into the securities company, they saw two familiar faces drinking tea here. "Young Master Dan Shuohua, it turns out that the two of you are here to be famous," Du Peng said angrily. It was Tan Qianjun and Jiang Chunhua sitting here. Hearing Du Peng's words, Tan Qianjun smiled coldly and said, "Du Peng, your wings are getting harder and more courageous. You don't even call me when you see me." Up. Du Peng spat on the ground and did not speak. With his grandfather becoming the president of the country, Du Peng's status among juniors in the capital is indeed getting higher and higher, and there is a faint tendency to rival Tan Qianjun. But Tan Qianjun has always been a capital city. Brother, this impression makes it difficult for Du Peng to change it all at once. In addition, the resources that Tan Qianjun has accumulated in Yanjing for many years can't catch up with the fledgling Du Peng. Just like now, Tan Qianjun has closed their nightclub again, and now he has reported that they have manipulated the stock price to suspend trading in their company. But they have nothing to do. It is not the style of Brother Dan to oppress the juniors. Seeing that Du Peng lost his temper, he turned his gaze to Zhu Ming and said to him, "Counselor Zhu, what do you want me to say about you? If you say you do business, just do your business. For business, if you have to come and engage in these crooked ways, how can you not be unlucky?" These words made Du Peng quit again, but this time before Du Peng could speak, Zhu Ming said, "Thank you Dan Xiao for your advice. I really should do business well, but I don't know what other aspects Dan Xiao thinks I can do. It's not good. What needs to be improved?" Zhu Ming's remarks did not occur to everyone, including Tan Qianjun, Jiang Chunhua, and Liu Han, the first vice president of the securities company, who looked at Zhu Ming in surprise. The reason is very simple, because in their understanding, Zhu Ming has always been a very strong person. He can't turn around in anything, and he will face up to difficulties. He will fight his opponents head to head with his bayonet. Zhu Ming has always been a strong person. What it did, just like the stock market before, the things about Tao Juling, and the things about Xing Yuan, when did he back down? Don't they all go up with the forehead against the opponent? It was precisely because of his understanding of Zhu Ming's nature that Tan Qianjun arranged a lot of drama for him. Before he heard Zhu Ming shot Tao Juling and wounded Tao Juling at the Public Security Bureau, Tan Qianjun was so happy that he almost jumped up. At that moment, Tan Qianjun seemed to have seen a picture of Zhu Ming being executed in the future with a sign hanging on his body. But now Zhu Ming's remarks are obviously going to be confessed, which makes Tan Qianjun confused. Is this an illusion? While thinking about this, Tan Qianjun mocked Zhu Ming and said, "Does Consultant Zhu really want to hear it? But I have to explain in advance that these words are not so easy to hear. Faithfulness is against your ears, I understand." Zhu Ming nodded and said, his expression sincere as a primary school student humbly asking for advice. Seeing Ziming like this, Tan Qianjun resisted the sense of disobedience in his heart and said to him, "Counselor Zhu, you have nothing to say about your intelligence, and your talent for doing business is almost innate." Speaking of this, Tan Qianjun paused. He realized that why did he want to say these compliments to him? This thought made Tan Qianjun want to slap himself hard. He immediately changed his words and said, "But Consultant Zhu, you are too eager for quick success. Look at your stalls in Nanjing and Lianyang. From nightclubs to stock markets to townships, industrial parks and highways, you always want to run before you learn to walk. Which of these things you do is not full of loopholes?" Ziming said, "Is it so bad? Then what do you think I should do, Brother Dan? Get me out of Nanjian quickly, get back to your Lianyang. Maybe you can get back a dog's life." Tan Qianjun yelled, "Okay, Brother Dan, I'll buy a ticket right away and leave Nanjiang in a few days. Do you think you can?" Ziming said. These words choked Tan Qianjun there. He thought that his words would arouse Ziming's anger, but he didn't expect that he would accept them all. What's going on? Is this still Ziming? Tan Qianjun raised countless questions in his heart. But this is also because Tan Qianjun has not practiced enough. If someone like Chief Designer Yang Lao or President Du Zongyuan, he will definitely find the share hidden behind Ziming's humble mask. Tough. But even though Tan Qianjun did not do enough to see through Ziming's disguise, his intuition still reminded him that Ziming's answer was too questionable. Tan Qianjun wanted to say don't go to the decisive battle until dawn to Ziming, or dance belly dancing in front of him, provocatively saying come hit me, you come hit me, but these thoughts only came up by him. It was slapped hard. I rely on, I dignified the capital. A young Master Gotham saying these things? Doesn't that make the dogs of the 4 or 9 cities laugh off their back molars? But no matter what Tan Qianjun thought, it didn't matter to Ziming, because after he said that, he turned and left. After Ziming left the securities company, he immediately stopped all the business of Jinping Company, and recovered all the funds outside as much as possible. The accounts and other things were also prepared, and he looked like he was waiting to surrender. Just a little bit. Ziming handed all the accounts to the Nanjiang Securities Regulatory Bureau, but not to the Securities Regulatory Commission, which came down from the State Council. After dealing with the official business, the next step is the private business. After all, Tao Jueling had retaliated against Kong Xilin before, and Ziming couldn't help but guard. So Ziming had to let Cao Jianing help take care of his own woman. How could he say that Gou's family was a big family that had dominated Lingnan for decades, and Cao Jianing had also crushed Tan Qianjun to death in his generation? He didn't dare to make any mistakes. Of course, originally Ziming wanted to hand over both Tang Ran and Kong Xilin to Cao Jianing, but Kong Xilin said that she would not stay, she would go with Ziming, even if she was just a waiter in Lianyang. She must go take a look at Ziming's hometown. Ziming couldn't help her, so he had to take her. Chapter 336 Emotional Cards in the Smile. Nanjian, I'm leaving. But I didn't just walk lightly or come lightly. A nightclub's seizure and stock price manipulation made me have to go. But when I come back in the future, I will do the same. We'll turn him upside down. Just wait for me. Looking at the Nanjiang station that was gradually disappearing at the end, Ziming made up his mind so quietly in his heart. Ziming's thoughts set the tone for the future domestic situation. Ziming let out a sulky breath. When he came back to his senses, he found that Du Peng and Kong Xilin were both looking at him in a daze. Ziming was taken aback. What's the situation? What are you all looking at me doing like this? Ziming, are you okay? Kong Xilin asked, very concerned. Du Peng went on to help Kong Xilin finish. What was your boss thinking, Ziming? That look is a bit murderous. Ziming was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that. He just thought about the past few days, and thought about how he had tolerated and secretly made up his mind in front of Tan Qianjun and Jiang Chunhua. The people next to him were frightened. It seemed that those officials who were not angry and pretentious were still a little docile. However, Ziming did not want to show Du Peng and Kong Xilin. Thinking of this, Ziming scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "It's nothing. I just thought about the Nanjiang side. I am a bit unwilling like you. After all, we are really weak when we are kicked out like this." "It's not so weak, it's really weak." Du Peng said that he knew that when Ziming decided to come to Nanjiang, he was ready to give up all here. After all, there was a big situation there. Even if Nanjiang was his base camp, he would repeat on every issue. There is no good result in entanglement. Compared with this, it is better to give up altogether and wait for a chance to win with one blow in the future and completely overturn the opponent. So Du Peng went on to say, but as Ziming said at the time, the temporary retreat is for a better counterattack in the future. Ziming laughed. "When did I say this, Du Peng? Don't translate it to me." "Boss Zhu, I also believe in you, as long as you want. No one can stop you from moving forward." Kong Xilin also said to Ziming. Listening to Du Peng and Kong Xilin's blind confidence in them, Ziming really didn't know what to say. The things he had to do in the future were about the same as the difficulty of changing his fate. They didn't have much confidence, and they all wanted to bite with their teeth fighting together. How come these two are more confident than their own? It's as if this is really not defeating Miqing, but a strategic shift to abandon the base area. "Well, I can only hope that your hope will come true," Ziming said with both hands. But after all, Ziming still knew in his heart that Tan Shou's method would continue. Here, when Ziming, Du Peng and Kong Xilin left Nanjiang by car, on the other side, Tan Qianjun, Jiang Chunhua and Tao Juling were drinking in the bar box of the resplendent nightclub. There was a toast. The three cups collided and made a crisp sound, and then all three of them raised their heads and drank. Putting down the wine glass, Tao Juling said cheerfully, "It's great." That guy Ziming finally got out from Nanjiang with his tail clipped. "It's a pity that I was not there at the time. Otherwise, I must be ruthless when Ziming's boy turns around. Kick him in the ass. Kick him a shit." Tao Juling was very excited. His hands were still making gestures, as if Ziming was really right in front of him, even though his hands and head were still wrapped in thick bandages. Tan Qianjun and Jiang Chunhua also put down their cups after drinking. Tan Qianjun said to Tao Juling, "You were still recovering from your injury at the time, or your body is more important. Otherwise Xiaohua and I will definitely call you." "I understand," Tao Juling said. "I and Tan Jiehua, the three of us grew up in the same compound." Later, they were also the first batch of revolutionary offspring who came out to make trouble. "Then there was an accident in my family, and you were also helping. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't even have the degenerate capital, and it's even impossible for the bastard Ziming to roll out of Nanjiang with his tail sandwiched." "Yeah, I remember that when the three of me left the capital and went out to wrestle, Xiden was still posting big character posters criticizing Yang Lao's new policy. Reform and opening up was still a topic of discussion. We were also hit by the bad things we did. No matter what you want to do at that time, you must be sneaky, and the most ironic aspect of your family relationship can be ensured that there will be no accidents." Jiang Chunhua poured wine for Tao Juling while recalling the past. Infected by Jiang Chunhua, Tao Juling also said with emotion, "Yes. At that time, we were no different from the underground party in the past. There was no policy. No matter what you do, you will be sneaking away from the sideball, like making a movie. It's just as exciting. I didn't expect that 10 years have passed in a blink of an eye, and what happened back then is no different from what happened yesterday." Tao Juling looked at Tan Qianjun and Jiang Chunhua and said, "Everything has changed for so many years, but I think what has not changed is the relationship between us. Don't talk about this when you say this. When it comes to this, I feel that I and Xiaohua didn't do a good job, which caused you to be like this, brother. I originally called you this time because I was planning to call you revenge. I didn't expect that you were still injured. We didn't take care of you," Tan Qianjun said. Tao Juling shook his head and said, "Brother Dan, Although I am very depressed during this period, my mind is clear. I can tell who is treating me good and who is harming me. I have nothing to do with you and Huaxiao. It's all caused by Zhu Ming's miscellaneous. This time, Dan, you and Huaxiao helped me to avenge me. It was because I didn't manage it well that I was injured by Zhu Ming. How can I blame Dan? What about you, brother? Brother Dan, you are a good big brother. When we were clanging poorly in Yanjing City, you took us to dump the goods. From some munitions to later cotton and coal, you took us bit by bit. I poured out my wealth, and now I know that I was murdered like this by Zhu Ming, and you still ran over from Yanjing to help me get revenge. I really appreciate you. Tao Jiuling's tone became very regretful when he said this, but when Dan, you and Huaxiao came to the bar to look for me, I still treated you with that kind of attitude. I really shouldn't. Tan Qianjun stretched out his hand and patted Tao Jiuling on the shoulder and said, Go Ling, you don't have to blame yourself. After all, we didn't have time to help you when there was an accident in your family, and we didn't do our own thing. Before Tan Qianjun finished speaking, Tao Jiuling stretched out his hand and interrupted and said, No, Danj, this has nothing to do with Tanj and Huaxiao. What happened back then was too fast for anyone to react. I understand. I misunderstood you, and not only did you not blame me, but you insisted on helping me. I think you are so loyal. In contrast, my thoughts are too dirty. While Tao Jiuling was talking, he grabbed the wine glass in front of him and poured it into his mouth fiercely, as if he wanted to use this method to atone for his sins. But when Tao Jiuling was drinking, his mind was immersed in deep self-blame, and he didn't notice Tan Qianjun and Jiang Chunhui who were next to him persuading him to drink less. The corners of their mouths rose slightly, revealing a very sinister smile. If Zhu Ming is here, Zhu Ming must be able to see that this is a problematic wine bureau. Maybe Tan Qianjun, Jiang Chunhui and Tao Jiuling still have some feelings, but it is more of a kind of interest. Most of the first batch of red children who got up and started were very ambitious, and how much firm feeling do you expect from such a careerist? However, Tao Jiuling had already been taken away by Tan Qianjun and Jiang Chunhui at this time, and he didn't think about this aspect at all. Of course, or it can be said that Tao Jiuling's original depression during this period of time has already changed his mentality. In addition, this time to revenge Zhu Ming, he did not succeed in revenge, but was shot and injured by Zhu Ming. This kind of thing, it also made his mentality tend to collapse. At this time, Tan Qianjun and Jiang Chunhui appeared in a timely manner and played emotional cards, which naturally made Tao Jiuling a psychological support. Okay, we are looking for you to drink today to celebrate Zhu Ming's departure from Nanjian, but we are not here to pour your wine, Jiang Chunhui said to Tao Jiuling. Tao Jiuling nodded and said, I know, I understand that you all care that I am here to help me, and I also understand that I shouldn't be like this, but I just can't control my emotions. Tan Qianjun also said, Go Decree, I can understand your emotions, and I know you need to vent now. But you can think so. We are only driving Zhu Ming out of Nanjian. This is just the beginning. We will have to do it later. In the township industrial park, there are still other aspects of expressway. You really have to be happy. It's not too late until then. What do you think? Tao Jiuling's eyes lit up when he heard this. Yes, that's right. Dealing with Zhu Ming is just the beginning. We must kill Zhu Ming to be the ultimate goal. Right? So you have to calm down a bit now, Jiang Chunhui said. Tan Qianjun also said, after the state order, Zhu Ming's person will definitely be killed, but before that we have to grab back what belongs to us. It turns out that this place in Lingnan is the state order you and Xiaohua. We did it, but after Zhu Ming came over and made such a mess, it disrupted our deployment here. Now we need to use your strength to do this again. Me? Tao Jiuling said in surprise. I'm like this now, what else can I do? The state orders you not to be presumptuous, but you have a great accomplishment. Have you forgotten what you did before? Tan Qianjun said, you used to smuggle for so long and poured a lot of things from home and abroad to make money. A lot of money, but you have saved the money abroad when you do business. We are now going to relocate Lingnan. We need your money and your contacts outside. Are you going to help me do it again? I'll tell you right away, Tao Juling said happily. But he didn't realize that this was the true purpose of Dan Qianjun and Jiang Chunhua today, and the decision Tao Juling made now heralded his future tragedy. Chapter 377 Governor Xun is better than others. At Lanyang Railway Station, Ziming, Du Peng and Kong Xialin walked out of the station with large bags and small bags. Su Han was waiting anxiously at the exit, and finally found Ziming and the others among the people leaving the station. Su Han was taken aback, and then quickly ran over and threw into Ziming's arms. Ziming didn't react to Su Han's move, because in Ziming's impression, Su Han's face had always been thin, unless she missed it for a long time, but now she only went to Nanjian. Obviously impossible. But then Ziming saw Kong Xialin, who was also there. And then he understood Su Han's plan. The feeling that Nizai was demonstrating to her opponent. Ziming smiled and shook his head, remembering that before he went to Nanjian, Su Han was so firm in supporting him to go to Nanjian as soon as possible, saying that he didn't want to leave her regrets. But she came back with Kong Xialin, and she was completely exposed. I'm going to give someone a predicament as soon as I meet. But this is also like a woman in love. If Su Han is indifferent to bringing a woman back with him, it will be over. What a smart woman Kong Xialin is. She only froze for a moment and immediately realized what Su Han meant. She immediately said to Su Han, "Hello, you are the Su manager of the 760 factory who has always supported Ziming. This is Kong Xialin. We have met in Lingnan, and I thank you on behalf of Ziming." Su Han raised her head and raised her eyebrows. After so many things, Su Han was no longer the innocent girl at the time, so she immediately understood what Kong Xialin said, even though Kong Xialin's words sounded superficially. There is no problem, but in fact, it is too unreasonable to say that an employee does this kind of gratitude to the boss without saying anything else. Su Han glared at Ziming dissatisfiedly. She remembered that the last time she saw Kong Xialin, although she could see that Kong Xialin liked Ziming very much, there was still a layer of window paper that hadn't been pierced. But now she is looking at Kong Xialin. A heart hung on Ziming. Facing Su Han's dissatisfaction, Ziming also felt aggrieved, because he could never know that Kong Xialin was in trouble and would not save her. Now if he saves her by himself, she will decide on herself. There is no way, although Ziming is secretly delighted in his heart. It turned out to be Manager Kong. Su Han said with a smile, "It is really hard for Manager Kong to manage the nightclub work in Nanjian." Compared with Kong Xialin's words, Su Han's words are even better, and her words directly represent Ziming's decision. In such a situation, no matter how much headache he has, Ziming can only stand up and say if everyone gets in the car and returns to the factory first, otherwise it would be really difficult to let these two jealous women continue to develop. However, at this time, Ziming's cell phone rang suddenly. Ziming picked it up and connected, and said over there, "Hello, Zhu is on behalf of you." "I'm Wu Shiping." Ziming raised his brows and said, "Hello Secretary Wu, is it because Governor Xun has any instructions?" "The governor wants you to come to the province right away. There are important things to discuss with you," Wu Shiping said. Ziming nodded and said yes, then hung up the phone, turned around and said to Du Peng, Su Han and Kong Xialin, "I want to go to the province immediately." Upon hearing this, Du Peng jumped up immediately. "What's the situation? Did you really expect Ziming? Is something really going wrong here in Jingchu province?" Ziming did not speak. When he was in the car, Ziming did analyze the current situation with Du Peng. Since Dan Qianjun used so many methods in Lingnan, he must be good looking by himself. But now he is still alive and kicking. This one in the capital would definitely be unwilling to do this, so if he wanted to vent his anger, his next goal could only turn to Jingchu province. Su Han looked at Ziming and looked at Kong Xialin, wondering, is the situation now bad? Ziming remembered that Su Han hadn't gone to Nanjian. She just stayed in a few words about Nanjian's affairs. She thought it was not a big deal. Ziming said to her, The situation is quite bad now. In fact, it was driven out of Lingnan by Dansha and others. This answer made Suhan's eyes wide open, because since they started doing the treasury bond business together, no matter what difficulties and obstacles they encountered, Ziming was able to break through the barriers. Never before has it been so embarrassing. So now Ziming has said so. Suhan didn't dare to think any further. From Suhan's expression, Ziming completely guessed her thoughts, so Ziming immediately said to her, "Don't worry, nothing will happen, just like I told you before." Okay. Suhan nodded firmly. She trusted Ziming very much. In her opinion, Ziming was the most powerful man in the world. It is impossible for anyone to defeat him, no one. Afterwards, Ziming confessed a few words to Suhan and Kongxielin, and went to the province with Du Peng. Wu Shiping made this call, but he also rescued Ziming, because no matter Suhan or Kongxielin, they can tell right from wrong. They are not the kind of women who can be savage and stubborn. So after learning about this, they will definitely put each other down temporarily. Gratitude. No matter how awkward I feel, I will definitely wait for this matter to pass. Just like Suhan said before I went to Nanjian. Ziming and Du Peng took the train to the provincial capital of Danzhou. At this time, the train was quite slow, and it was evening before arriving in Danzhou more than 4 hours later. But even so, when Ziming got to Danzhou to get through Xun Qingping's mobile phone, Xun Qingping arranged to pick them up and the car was still waiting at the station. Ziming and Du Peng walked to the parking lot. When they saw the people waiting there, both Ziming and Du Peng were a little surprised. "Hello, Director Wu, I didn't expect you to pick us up in person." Ziming went up to greet him and said that it was none other than Xun Qingping's secretary Wu Shiping who came to pick them up. This really surprised them. Originally, as the secretary of the governor, he had to arrange for someone to pick them up, but now he personally picks them up. Maybe he's still waiting here for a long time. This move is already very telling. Wu Shiping just smiled and said it was the arrangement of the governor, so he didn't say much. Ziming and Du Peng got in the car, and Wu Shiping drove them to the provincial government and led them directly to the governor's office. Seeing Ziming and Du Peng coming in, Xun Qingping immediately put down the documents in his hand, walked out of the desk, and went to the front reception area to sit on the sofa, and let Ziming and Du Peng sit down. Xun Qingping took off his glasses and put them on the coffee table, rubbed his somewhat sore eyes, and then said to them, "I have a very important thing to tell you today. I hope you can all be mentally prepared. Governor, please tell me that since we are here today, we have made all preparations." Ziming said, "That's good." Xun Qingping said, "I want to talk about your treasure porridge factory and Nanhui Township Industrial Park. The treasure porridge has some quality problems. Many projects in the industrial park also have certain approval procedures. The question needs to be stopped immediately." "What?" Du Peng immediately stopped doing it when he heard this. "Uncle Xun, what's the matter?" "A rent our treasure porridge factory and the township industrial park." "Good. Before? Why are things going wrong now? Is there someone behind the scenes?" Uncle Xun, you have to help us." Ziming was not in a hurry to speak. It seemed that he could hear something. He pulled Du Peng a hand and asked, "Governor, is there something wrong with it?" Xun Qingping said in a single head, "Just yesterday, 2 reports were sent to the central government. These 2 reports reported on the quality problems of the treasure porridge and the problems of many illegal projects in the township industrial park." "This is nonsense at all." Du Peng said, "Uncle Xun, our treasure porridge project and the township industrial park project were approved by you personally. How can there be problems?" "Uncle Xun, you have to help us." Xun Qingping thought for a moment. Just as he was about to say something, Ziming first said, "Okay, you can handle it as you think you need to be the governor." Both Xun Qingping and Du Peng were surprised at Ziming's answer. Du Peng looked at Ziming with an incredulous expression and asked, "Ziming, what are you talking about?" Ziming's words left Du Peng speechless. "It is better to let Governor Xun handle it than others." This sentence completely broke the secret. As a person who is attached to this family, Xi Jinping is definitely impossible to say that he has been instructed by someone to deliberately make things difficult for them. So now Xi Jinping still says this. It is a bit intriguing. Xi Jinping can sit in the position of governor. In addition to the cultivation of the Du family, his own political acumen is also very good. Now he said and done so, he must have his reason. So why didn't he help his boss but dealt with it instead? There is only one possibility, that is, the matter is irretrievable, and it is better for him to handle it than others. If this is the case, it seems that there is only one way to deal with it, but at such a time, how many people can see this and make such a decision? Needless to say, Xi Jinping, he is the governor of the province. Perhaps he also consulted Du Peng's grandfather when he got the news from the central government. It was a decision made by many political figures. But now Ziming just heard Xi Jinping said that this judgment and decision can be made in an instant. This keen insight and analysis ability, as well as his choice, are amazing. Thinking of this, Xi Jinping patted Ziming on the shoulder and said, "But I have to stop when I deal with your 8 treasure porridge and many industrial park projects." Ziming laughed. "I understand the governor. It's better to stop production of these projects than to go to jail and be shot." "You kid, you really are a monster." Xi Jinping sighed, and then after thinking about it, he said, "This is what happened today. But what I want to tell you is that maybe this is just the beginning. I heard at the high speed there was also an accident on the other side of the highway." "Thank you, Governor, I guessed it," Ziming said. Xi Jinping wanted to say that he was not joking, but after hesitating, Xi Jinping didn't say it in the end. He didn't think it was necessary to say this to Ziming. Chapter 338. This is called the mountain rain and the wind is all over the building. Bow. Thank you Logistics Return for your support. Ziming, did you say that the 8 treasure porridge and the township industrial park this time were also the ghosts of Dan Shou's gang? Only when he walked out of Xi Jinping's office, Du Peng couldn't wait to ask Ziming. Now his face is full of anxiety, because Ziming's original predictions are being realized one by one. First the nightclub in Nanjing and the entire Jinping company, and then they left Nanjing. No matter how much they concealed a strategic shift, they could not conceal the fact that they were very embarrassed. Looking at the expression on Du Peng's face, Ziming wouldn't know how much he hoped that the answer he would give him was number. In fact, Ziming himself hoped that the answer was very much, but it was a pity that it was impossible. This is what they did behind the scenes, and Ziming continued, "I also think that Tan Shuohua alone can't create such a big momentum, let alone chase down from Lingnan to Jingqiu. Clinging to it, and still mobilizing so many resources from the Public Security Bureau, the China Securities Regulatory Commission, the Ministry of Health, and the State Planning Commission." If Ziming's affirmative answer only made Du Peng frustrated, then the sentence Ziming added later would add fuel to the fire. In fact, these Du Pengs were not unexpected. But he didn't want to think about it at all. As a person who also grew up under the roots of the imperial city, Du Peng had a lot of ears and eyes. He knew in his heart that no matter how Tan Qianjun was the first brother in the capital, he was also privately sealed by the juniors. This is in the real circle of adults. It's just the stuff that children play. Anyone who has a certain identity will laugh at it. Only those who don't understand the situation, or the local officials, will wishfully think that they are really awesome. To put it simply, Tan Qianjun and the others can use their family's influence to do things outside, but it is impossible to say that so many political connections are really needed. There is no other reason. Politics has always relied on mutual compromise. Young people are too angry and can easily be uncontrollable. If something happens, it will be troublesome. How to say that a political family is not easy to do? But as long as if your brain is not bad, you will not allow your own children to be such a prodigal. Of course, on the other hand, regardless of the situation in the officialdom, no matter how much the officials flatter their superiors, anyone who can sit in the leadership position has more or less his own arrogance, and the bigger the official, the more he has. This arrogance will be heavier. In general, there are certain prerequisites for Yanai to call officials, and there will be their own rules in the officialdom. If Yanai is an unscrupulous commanding officer, then the rules are broken, and the officials are above the deputy department. Don't say what you are. Even if you are an elder brother, it is useless. But now, Tan Shao's series of actions have far exceeded the limit of the energy of a government. Not to mention the subsequent transfer of the Securities Regulatory Commission. Just to say that the Nanjian Public Security Bureau previously had Ziming's nightclub closed down. You must know that the Nanjian Municipal Party Committee, the Deputy Secretary is Chen Yanfei. He is also the Executive Vice Governor of Lingnan. Whether he is from the Du family or the Cao family, it is impossible for him to remain indifferent to this matter. Not to mention that Xan Qingping, a dignified governor of Qingqiu, has to admit that he does not dare to contend directly. So he can only make his own guns in wood, and preemptively write articles about the 8 treasure porridge and the township industrial park. The only way to protect Ziming is through such helpless methods. Only political super big people or a certain group can do this, but it is impossible for those big people to take action against such a junior, who is not a junior in the officialdom. That is simply to be laughed out of. It may be a group. Du Peng knew very well that the reason why Tanj was called the first brother of the capital was not because he was the secretary of the municipal party committee of the capital, but because he organized a group of powerful children and became a new company. The influence of this new company is very high. Large, not only covers all aspects of the national economy, but also affects the officialdom. This can be seen from the actions of Hua Xiao and Tao Juling in Lingnan. Thinking of this, Du Peng sighed and felt a headache and said, "It turned out that when I was in Yanjing, I thought that this man Dan was very simple. I didn't expect him to be more unfathomable than I thought, and he can organize such a big organization, a group that can mobilize so many resources to deal with Ziming at the same time. He can be regarded as the first person in Yanjing City. Even Uncle Xan, who has always been stubborn, has made such a decision. What should we do?" Although he knew that he was reborn, but listening to the previous life using all means. But the actual energy is not much smaller than the current Tanqian Jun. Du Peng said this, which still made Zuming feel a violation. Shaking his head, Zuming cast aside those unnecessary thoughts and reminded Du Peng, "It's too early to think about what to do now." Du Peng was stunned there. He suddenly thought of something, and tentatively asked Zuming, "Aren't you going to tell me that Tan Shao's actions are not over yet, right?" "I don't want to say that, but obviously that is the case. Did you forget, Du Peng, that Governor Xang also mentioned something about the expressway?" Ziming reminded him again. "No, Tanj is not over yet. He has done the 8 treasure porridge and the township industrial park, and he is not ready to stop, and he wants to make a fuss on the highway." Du Peng murmured. "Of course, since he took the shot, he must be happy to kill me. This means that the rain is coming and the wind is full," Ziming said relaxedly, with a smile on his face. "Then just let him come, let the storm come more violently. Let me see what the capital brother can do." Du Peng listened to Ziming's words and looked at Ziming's expression. He suddenly had an illusion, as if he didn't care about what Tanqian Jun did. He was always confident that he could break the game. Enchanting, it's so enchanting. This is the only thought in Du Peng's mind. Since the action has begun, it must continue until the opponent is knocked down. In the box of Nanjian Nanu Hotel, Tanqian Jun, Jiang Chunhua and Tao Juling were eating here. When Tanqian Jun received a call, Jingchu Governor Xan Qingping urged Zuming and Du Peng to go to Danzu. Afterwards, relevant departments of the Jingchu provincial government, when they began to intervene in the investigation of Zuming's 8 treasure kanji factory and the township industrial park, the 3 of them immediately toasted and clinked happily. The speaker was Jiang Chunhua, and he went on to say, "I heard that there is a set of Wing Chun in Lingnan, which is to defeat the enemy with the rapid punch of the storm and rain so that the enemy can't fight back. So now Brother Dan is doing this. Brother Dan, you did a great job. I toast you a glass." Tao Juling first offered Tanqian Jun a glass, and then said, "I can imagine Ziming's expression now. He must be as ugly as his dead father." Tao Juling said with a smile, but then said regretfully, but it's a pity that Xi Jinping is too in the way, and he is rushing to get things going. He is the governor of the provincial government. The boards of those departments of the provincial government must be light. Take it gently, it won't hit Ziming. Go Ling, don't worry, Danj will not let Ziming go so lightly, and he will prepare the next set meal for him. Jiang Chunhua said to Tao Juling. These words made Tao Juling's eyes light up. He looked at Tan Qianjun eagerly. Tan Qianjun said with a smile, "Of course. Did you forget my style? It's so big. If you still can't kill Ziming, then where do you let me put this face on? How can I get involved in Sijiuching in the future? So then we should chase the remaining brave to the poor until Ziming is completely laid down," Tan Qianjun said. Tao Juling did not speak in a hurry, but first asked Tan Qianjun, "Stan, will Ziming be shot in the end?" Tan Qianjun took a look at Tao Juling. He was looking forward to Tao Juling. He replied, "On the highway, as well as his previous treasury debt, and the company he set up in Hong Kong, you can make a fuss about these things. It works well, and everything can be sentenced to death. This is great." Although I had thought that this would be the answer before, after hearing Tan Qianjun's words, Tao Juling still shouted with excitement. He then said to Tan Qianjun, "Dan, can I see him again before Ziming is shot? Did that bastard kill me like this? I can't let him die so easily. I must pee on his head. I want to make him feel aggrieved, and die in the most painful way." Tan Qianjun looked at Tao Juling, who was grinning, and silently shook his head in his heart, feeling that this once powerful son was completely stunned by now, and he could even say such things. But this has nothing to do with Tan Qianjun. After sorting out his ideas, Tan Qianjun said to Tao Juling, "Go Ling, I know you hate Ziming, but he is now in a dead end. I have used all the power of the emerging company. He even mobilized all the power I could mobilize at home. Ziming may have the ability to reach the sky, but I will not give him this opportunity. So I think his side is not important anymore. No matter how powerful Ziming is, he is already a dead man. After all, we are going to look forward." "I don't know how your contact is?" Tan Qianjun asked. Tao Juling nodded and said, "Tan brother, don't worry, I will definitely implement the things you explained. The money in foreign accounts has already been collected, and it may look like millions of dollars, as well as my original. Those who contact customers abroad are a bit more troublesome. After all, everyone is doing illegal activities, and they also need to pretend. In the absence of business, they may not be so easy to contact. I've heard you talk about this before, and I can understand it. I am still very relieved of your ability to do things, but this matter should be implemented as soon as possible." Tan Qianjun said, "Stan, I know, Stan, if you help me like this, I will definitely not delay your major event." Tao Juling assured Tan Qianjun. Tan Qianjun patted Tao Juling on the shoulder and said, "Work hard, this future must be ours." Chapter 339, Dan shows quick fist. Why are these projects in township industrial parks suspended? Haven't all of our projects been reviewed many times? Why are the problems now? What is this province doing? That is to say, this township industrial park was approved by the province, and many projects were initiated by the province itself. Isn't he just slapping himself in the face when he stops now? It doesn't make sense at all. There is also our treasure porridge factory. The Provincial Department of Health has repeatedly spot-checked countless times. At that time, we were still in the old factory and there was no problem. Now we have replaced the new factory and improved a lot of the environment. Why is the sanitary condition not up to the standard? Isn't it purely pranking people to do this? The meeting room of the 760 factory was noisy. Everyone's face was filled with puzzlement and anger. Everyone yelled at each other. Some were patting the table, and some were waving their arms desperately. Their emotions are very excited. However, they couldn't help but get excited. Ziming and Du Peng returned to Linyang from Tanzhou overnight. They called all the high-level cadres in the factory and important cadres from the 8 Treasure Kanji workshop to have a meeting early this morning and told them, yesterday the provincial government decided to suspend some projects in township industrial parks, and the production workshop of the 8 Treasure Porridge should also be suspended immediately, waiting for re-inspection by the Provincial Health Department. This news caused the entire conference room to explode. It is no wonder that with the construction of the Township Industrial Park, the status of the 760 factory as the command center of the entire industrial park has also risen. The power of these cadres is not known to be better than the previous half-dead. How much does the county enterprise need to grow? In addition, due to the construction of the industrial park, many bosses come in and out here, and the facilities of the entire factory area have also kept up. Now the construction and living standards of this factory area have exceeded many counties. It is said that it is easy to change from frugality to luxury, and it is difficult to change from extravagance to frugality. Now the cadres of the 760 factory have tasted the sweetness of a well-off life. Suddenly someone came and said they wanted to take it away. Of course they stopped doing it. The first to bear the brunt is the 8 Treasure Kanji workshop. The workshop director Wang Chun's eyes are almost out of his eyes, and the whole meeting room will count him most excited. But it is no wonder that the predecessor of the 8 Treasure Kanji workshop is the Xiling Cannery, and they are all in the cannery. Those who can't eat enough are now working in the 8 Treasure Porridge workshop, eating well and dressing well and earning a high salary. Compared to the past, this is a life that is even more heavenly than heaven. It is their lifeblood. How can they be willing to let go? Had it not been the case, when Dai Jinshan deliberately rectified the 8 Treasure Porridge workshop for the first time, when the provincial working group came down to seal the parking lot, these 8 Treasure Porridge workers would not have nearly quarreled with law enforcement officials. Now that the matter on Dai Jinshan's side has been resolved, and I don't know what reason is to shut down the 8 Treasure Kanji workshop, how can Wang Chen, the workshop director, not be excited? For Ziming, the enthusiasm of everyone in the meeting room made him happy, because everyone's emotions reflected his success in work. He was just happy, but he still had to make some decisions, so Ziming raised his hands to signal everyone to be quiet, and then said, I can understand your urgency. I am the boss of the 760 factory. These projects are all in progress. Every project I have started is like my child, and I don't want to give up any project. But the situation is better than people, Ziming said. Now the provincial government wants us to stop these projects. It is necessary to review our projects in accordance with the law. This is justified. Ziming finished speaking, and someone immediately said, why is the province doing this? What's wrong with our project? Isn't this making us difficult? When this question was asked, it was immediately echoed by other people. Yes, I see the projects of other companies. The procedures are not as complete as ours. It is easy to go through. How can we check it over and over again? Is there a problem? What does this mean in the province? This is obviously someone who is deliberately correcting himself. Ziming answered this in his heart, but of course he couldn't say it. Even if he didn't say it, no one could guess it. But as long as he didn't say it, everyone would still hold that little thought in his heart. Ziming thought for a moment, and was about to speak, when the mobile phone on the table rang suddenly. Ziming gave it to Konxilin and asked her to take it outside to pick it up. Konxilin temporarily acted as Ziming's secretary during the 760 factory. Suhan is 100 unhappy about this arrangement, but she, the general manager, can't withdraw casually, and it's not good to really put Konxilin here as a vase. So it can only be done first. Konxilin walked out of the conference room with her mobile phone. Ziming Kai said, don't think about it. If the province does this, there must be his reason. What we have to do now is to fully cooperate with the work of the provincial government and review this time, do a good job and strive to enable our project to start again as soon as possible. After Ziming finished speaking, He looked around and saw that the people below were all suspicious. He immediately went on to say, "Comrades, we must trust the cadres of the provincial government and relevant departments. Now no matter what the situation is, it is temporary, because whether it is the treasure porridge or the township industrial park project, it is itself very leading and competitive, and the provincial government will not unreasonably keep it closed. Our future will be even more brilliant." Ziming raised his arms and shouted, and someone immediately said, "Boss Zhu, we trust you, what you say is what you say." These words moved Ziming's heart very much. These are the loveliest people. After leading them to this point, they gave him the greatest trust. Putting away the boring sentimentality, Ziming finally said, "So, I hope that when people from the relevant departments of the provincial government come over, everyone can do the best in their work. And remember not to cooperate with people from the provincial government. Any kind of conflict has occurred, do you remember?" After hearing everyone say that they remembered it in unison, Ziming announced the end of the meeting. At this time Kong Xilin walked in from outside with the phone. Ziming didn't ask her directly, but took her back to her office and asked, "What happened?" A joint investigation team of the State Council composed of the State Planning Commission and the National Audit Office left Yanjing yesterday, and is rushing to Lianyang, preparing to investigate the Chuling Expressway. Kong Xilin replied in a steady voice as far as possible, but in reality she was very anxious for Ziming in her heart, because she knew that, needless to say, this must be the ghost of Tan Qianjun. Listening to Kong Xilin's words, Ziming smiled and said, "I didn't expect that Tanj will start quickly." Du Peng said, "Ziming, all bids on the expressway to the tender are strictly controlled, and there are no errors, and such a large sum of money is involved. You can't act trashly, right?" Ziming shook his head and said, "You must not think about this problem. After all, finding the problem is 10 million times easier than solving the problem. It is also very simple for them to make a fuss about the highway. It's boring when people come down." "But didn't the National Audit Office come down to investigate the project problem of the Township Industrial Park?" Suhan asked in surprise. "The National Audit Office is a national audit department. If you travel all the way from Yanjing to Lianyang, it will be an investigation into a small township industrial park." "This is completely a sledgehammer," Ziming said. "Anyway, the National Audit Office has also moved from Yanjing to Lianyang. After Beijing has come down, it is also incidental to investigate the highway case." Du Peng, Suhan, Kong Xilin and others wanted to say something, but at this time Ziming's cell phone suddenly rang, and Ziming's call was made by the governor of Jingchu Xun Qingping. Ziming asked him, "Hello, Xun Qingping." Bian En said, "Ziming, what happened to that?" How could Ziming not understand what Xun Qingping was talking about? He immediately replied, "The governor, I just held a meeting with the comrades in the factory and the Babaukanji factory, and I have already notified the provincial government of the decision." "Everyone doesn't understand, right?" Xun Qingping asked over there. "No, everyone is very supportive of the provincial decision and feels that it is a high sense of responsibility for themselves and the party to the government," Ziming said. "You little comrade." Xun Qingping reluctantly clicked on Ziming, "But this time, whether you have grievances or dissatisfaction in your heart, you have to hold it back for me. If there is any conflict with the investigation team of the provincial government, I think you should know the consequences better than me." Zimingen said, "Governor, don't worry, I can clarify the importance of this. I know you can handle the weight, but I'm afraid you will break the jar." Xun Qingping said. Even if Ziming thought things like a god, he was very surprised by Xun Qingping's words. "Broken jars, broken and broken? What do you mean, Governor?" "I think you should know that the investigation team of the State Council went down to investigate your expressway, right?" Xun Qingping reminded Ziming. "I already know about this." Ziming paused after speaking, and then suddenly thought of something and asked Xun Qingping, "Governor, don't you bring any worse news?" "Your boss, Ziming Zhu, is still smart, and I did bring you even worse news. Do you remember your previous reselling of treasury bills?" Xun Qingping said. "This set of quick punches is really good," Ziming teased. But isn't it weird that this thing is aimed at? What is the conviction for me? Is it speculation? Sun Kingping said, now there is no speculation, but you are charged with this crime. You are guilty of disrupting market order. If you are convicted, you will be sentenced to death. If it's someone else, I'm afraid I'm already peeing on my pants when I hear this. But Ziming just laughed. I resold the treasury bills at most hundreds of thousands, so I will be sentenced to death. The fraud in Xiniyuan, Jiangnan province. 1 billion is also a death sentence. Our sentencing is really strict. Sun Kingping automatically ignored Ziming's ridicule and said, Ziming, I am not calling you this time to inform you about this, but to tell you that Chairman Du invites you to the capital. Ziming put away his joking mocking expression, and nodded after thinking about it for a while. Thank you, Governor. I see. Chapter 340 recommends that you go abroad. Tan Xiao's set of quick punches. Whether it's the stock market or the township industrial park, whether it's the treasure porridge factory or the highway, is a very small pediatric thing for Ziming. But the key is now. Tan Xiao slapped all these fists out of his head, which made Ziming feel a very headache and couldn't fight it at all. This brother from Beijing is worthy of being the first brother from Beijing. He still has 2 brushes. Ziming thought this in his heart. The busy tone on the phone kept reminding him that Sun Kingping had hung up the phone, and Ziming also hung up the phone and put it back on the table. But when Ziming raised his head again, he was shocked, because Du Peng and Suhan Kongxilin had already surrounded him, staring at him with eyes wide open. What's the situation? What are you doing so looking at me? Ziming asked subconsciously, but this question didn't need their answer at all. Ziming had already thought of the answer. Apart from the death penalty he mentioned at the end, what else would happen? Ziming, you just mentioned the death penalty. What is the death penalty? Who is going to be sentenced to death? Why? Generally Du Peng is the most irresistible, but this time it was Su Han and Kongxilin who spoke first, and the 2 women asked these words almost in unison. Ziming answered honestly, because it is impossible to cover up at this time, but it will cause them a lot of worry. So instead of this, it is better to explain honestly. It was Governor Sun who called just now, saying that the central government is now investigating our previous reselling of treasury bills and charged me with a charge of disrupting market order. If found guilty, I will be sentenced to death. Ziming's words were like a thunderbolt from the blue sky. The 2 women, Suhan and Kongxilin, were blinded by the explosion, leaving them just dumbfounded. The word death penalty was like a big stone pressed on their chests, unable to speak. After a while, Suhan said, Ziming, I did this thing. It was the treasury bills I resold in Lianyang. It has nothing to do with Ziming. If you want to be shot, you must shoot me. Ziming, you must live. Yeah? Suhan was very excited and said that she would cry at the end. And Kongxilin's expression on the other side was also very anxious. Although she was not as excited as Su Han, it is not difficult to see from her firm eyes that if it is possible, she will definitely die on her own. Don't say that Ziming himself didn't think he would die. Even if he really walked on the road to nowhere, Ziming wouldn't let a woman be a ghost for himself, because this was the pride of a man. So Ziming said, don't do this, Xiao and Xilin, I can actually save it. Suhan and Kongxilin looked up together, as if grabbing the last straw, asking Ziming, how to save. This is the real purpose of Governor Xun's call this time, Ziming said with a glance at Du Peng. Chairman Du asked me to go to the capital. Really? That's great. As long as Chairman Du takes action, Ziming will definitely be saved. Suhan and Kongxilin were both happy. But Du Peng frowned and seemed to have guessed something, but under Ziming's eyes they said nothing. Okay, Du Peng and I are going out first, we have to make some preparations for going to Yanqing. Ziming said this and walked out of the office with Du Peng. Du Peng followed Ziming without saying a word. He didn't ask Ziming until he was far away from the office. Do you think my grandfather is asking you to go to Yanqing at this time? Isn't it a good thing? It must be said that this powerful child is different from ordinary people. Most people think that the president is omnipotent. No matter what difficulties they have, they can only be solved by the president. This idea itself is correct. As the head of state, the chairman of the country does have great power, but it is not omnipotent as ordinary people understand it. On the contrary, it will be subject to many shackles, otherwise the country will be messed up. Just like now, Tan Shao bet all of his own resources to mobilize Ziming. It is not impossible for Chairman Du to intervene, but he will have to pay a great price. And Ziming and him are not relatives, he can't. If he would do this, then he would still send out this invitation to Ziming, which is very intriguing. Hongman Feast. This is a joke. Even if Tan Shao is so awkward, it is impossible to mobilize the chairman of the country. Even if the number one chief, Yang Lao, does not have this ability. Ziming shook his head. I don't know and can't guess the purpose of Chairman Du's invitation to Yanjing, but no matter what the purpose is, it can't be more serious than the sentence of death, right? That's true. Du Peng agreed with Ziming very much, but now I understand what the broken jar means. Shall we leave for Yanjing immediately? Ziming laughed, and didn't refute anything this time, because it really smelled like a broken jar. Since Brother Tan is fast, we can only play fast here. Ziming said so, and then he asked Du Peng to book the flight ticket, but Ziming didn't think of it at this time. He said that he was going to play fast at this time, and it would soon become a reality. There is no civilian airport in Lianyang. Ziming and Du Peng took the train to Danzi to take the plane, and now that Tan Shao cares about them, they naturally got the news the first time. What? Ziming and Du Peng went to Yanjing? This news stunned Dan Qianjun, Jiang Chunhua and Tao Juling, especially Tao Juling. He saw that the person he hated the most was going to be unlucky. He was most afraid that something would happen at this time, so he hurriedly asked, "How is this young man Tan Jihua? What's the matter? Is it the Du family or who wants to help?" If it was in normal times, Jiang Chunhua would definitely answer that it was impossible, but facing Ziming now, Jiang Chunhua had completely lost his usual judgment, and he could only focus on Tan Qianjun. Or Tan Qianjun shook his head calmly and said, "Impossible, Ziming is nothing but a businessman without any background. There are so many people in the country, he is not many, he is not a lot. We are now setting off such a big trend in the country. The central leadership has no reason to protect him." Tan Qianjun's judgment is consistent with Jiang Chunhua's and Tao Juling's judgment, but they still have to ask, then what did Ziming go to Yanjing for? It's difficult to judge. Tan Qianjun thought for a while and said, "Now it's too late for me to go to Yanjing again. I'm afraid they are all over when I get to Yanjing. I'll call him a page." Tan Qianjun's method made Jiang Chunhua and Tao Juling both eyes bright. Of course Tan Qianjun called to ask Ziming. Ziming would definitely not tell Tan Qianjun what happened, but at least from Ziming's words, Tan Qianjun could also discover something. At the same time, Tan Qianjun asked about it in Yanjing himself, and he was basically able to guess the truth. This is why Ziming received Tan Qianjun's paging when he arrived in the capital. Seeing Tan Qianjun's paging, Du Peng was a little confused. "Ziming, what do you mean by Tan Qianjun's paging?" "If I guessed correctly, he really wants to know why we came to the capital," Ziming said. Du Peng is not a fool either. After Ziming reminded him, he immediately realized Tan Qianjun's thoughts. He cursed secretly, "This Shoutan is really good. So what are you going to do with Ziming?" Ziming thought for a while and replied, "Didn't he want to guess? Then I will do the opposite. Tell him honestly that I really don't know, and let him slowly figure it out." This answer made Du Peng happily clapped his hands. The reality is the imaginary is the real. "Ziming, you played so beautifully with this hand." Ziming smiled, and then returned Tan Qianjun's paging, and he and Du Peng contacted Zongnanhai first, and soon they said that they were ready, and Ziming and the others could go in the same day. This result surprised Ziming, because after all, this is the center of the entire country, where the brain of this country is located. But everyone in this position is not easy, and they have to be busy with many major national events. Generally speaking, even the grandson of Du Peng, the president of the state, needs to schedule time to see his grandfather, let alone bring Ziming with him. But now it turns out that you can see it right away. This situation is very wrong. Originally, Du Peng and Ziming were planning to open a room in the Yanjing Hotel, waiting to arrange time inside. Now that they heard this, they immediately went into Zongnanhai non-stop. Ziming and Du Peng were picked up by the car into Zongnanhai until they reached the front of an atmospheric building. Ziming and Du Peng got off the car. Du Peng told Ziming that this seemed to be the office of Lao Yang, and Ziming just nodded and didn't say anything. Walking through the long corridor, we came to a spacious and bright office. The country's actual number one figure Yang Dingo and Yang Lao, and the country's number one figure chairman Du Zongyuan were all sitting here. Seeing Ziming and Du Peng coming in, Yang Dingo indicated to Ziming where he was in front of him and told Ziming to sit down, and after Ziming and Du Peng sat down, Yang Dingo asked them to serve him tea and let them drink tea first. If you change to someone else and face Mr. Yang saying hello like this, you will definitely have to think about what happened. Why did Mr. Yang treat himself like this? But when Ziming sees Mr. Yang is not a day or two, he is very bachelor. Drink the tea as soon as it is served, or a bull drink that disregards the image, regardless of whether it has ruined Mr. Yang's priceless special tea. Looking at Ziming's piety, old Yang smiled and said, "These days are very chaotic. I know what happened to Ziming. I shouldn't have come forward anyway. But Ziming, you are a good comrade. I just want to give you a suggestion." "Thank you very much, Mr. Yang, for taking care of me." "It doesn't matter if Mr. Yang says anything," Ziming said. Old Yang nodded and said, "The central government is going to send a group of students abroad recently. I can reserve a place for Ziming for you to study abroad for a period of time." Chapter 341 The Perseverance of Men. Leng 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 leng. Going abroad. Upon hearing Yang Dingo's suggestion, Ziming and Du Peng both widened their eyes, with a hell of a ghost expression. It was not because it was difficult to go abroad in this era, and Yang Lao Hui gave Ziming such a rare opportunity for no reason, but because Mr. Yang's suggestion was very clear that he told Ziming to run away, but Yang Dingo was the number one chief. How could he make this decision? Ziming thought for a while and asked Yang Dingo, "Lao Yang, is it difficult to handle this time?" Yang Dingo replied, "The matter is very complicated and the impact is very bad. The most important thing is that it will not benefit your future development, so I still recommend that you go abroad for further study for a period of time." Yang Dingo's answer was very straightforward and did not make any detours. A sentence of complexity and bad influence can already explain the problem. Obviously, the resources mobilized by Dan Qianjun have exceeded everyone's estimate. If Dan Qianjun is allowed to continue doing this, it will definitely affect the overall plan for reform and opening up throughout the country, which Yang Dingo would not want to see. Perhaps some people would say that as long as Dan Qianjun's emerging company is destroyed, it will be fine. It's not too difficult to reach the position of Mr. Yang to say so. But it is very troublesome to really do it. If nothing else, from the situation of Tan Qianjun's dealing with Ziming this time, the power of this group has penetrated into all aspects, and it is definitely not the moment when it is really going to be attacked. It will be done in half a while. On the other hand, even if that group is finally destroyed, it will cause a devastating blow to the country's hard-to-start economy. It is for this reason that Yang Dingo made this decision, because the cause of this incident was the contradiction between Tan Qianjun and Ziming. Judging from the fact that Tan Qianjun has such a large capital, mediation is obviously nowhere to go. Then there are only two ways to solve this kind of thing. One is that one side can defeat the other. You don't need to look at this. Now Ziming is being beaten unilaterally, and Tan Qianjun's quick punches, hand after hand, are deadly. It was to kill Ziming. Speaking of Lao Yang and Ziming, it doesn't matter if Ziming is really killed. There are hundreds of millions of people in a huge country, and all kinds of talents are like Crucian Car. But Yang Lao is really a pity for Ziming. I had to choose another method. which is to send him abroad to avoid this matter. Can't afford to provoke or hide. It was this idea that Yang Lao hit, so he went on to say to Ziming, Comrade Ziming, our country has been poor for too many years, and because of some wrong decisions, it has fallen behind in many ways, and it is almost derailed from the world. No, this can't work. You see, you are a good player in our domestic economy. From Nanjing's stock market, Linyang Industrial Park, and the highway connecting Lingnan and Jingqiu, you all show your extraordinary ingenuity and the spirit of seeking truth and being pragmatic. People like you are exactly what is urgently needed for socialist construction. So now, the more important it is, the more we must send him out, because there are many things abroad that are more advanced than ours. You have been to Hong Kong City. You know this better than me. Yang Dingo continued. Then if the motherland wants to develop, it must learn from their advanced development experience to develop and strengthen ourselves. The key to this is to send people like Ziming to study outside. Ziming, you went to school, so there are countless examples of returning from studying abroad to serve the motherland. Now Ziming is the same for you. I believe you will become a hero of the country one day. Yang Dingo affirmed. In the face of Mr. Yang's eagerly anticipated words, if you want to replace it with someone else, you should be grateful. Thank the motherland for the attention and cultivation of yourself, and I will definitely use my blood and youth to serve the motherland in the future. Ziming didn't say that, because many things were done rather than said. When I said that, many of them didn't come back in the end. Old Yang, can I answer? Ziming asked. Yang Dingo shook his head and said no. Ziming smiled bitterly and said, but my answer is the one that Mr. Yang, you didn't let me answer. Yang Dingo said to Ziming in an insatiable manner, young people have a breath of anger in their hearts. I know that I also came from your age. However, it is not that everything has to be distinguished from each other. Sometimes it is temporary. Avoiding the edge is also a strategy, otherwise there would be no such thing as avoiding the truth and making the fiction in the art of war. And the most important point, Yang Dingo said, Ziming, you are very young now, you are only in your early 20s, and your future is very broad. Our eyes always have to look forward. Ziming still shook his head, and Du Zongyuan next to him was unhappy. Why are you, little comrade Ziming, so indifferent? Old Yang has been talking to you for so long, why don't you understand? Ziming glanced at Du Zongyuan. He knew that Du Zongyuan was singing red face here. Of course, he really wanted to scold Ziming because of what identity is Mr. Yang. He and you are unfamiliar and unreasonable. He has been talking so painstakingly with the young man here for a long time. You still walk to the black character like this one by one. You are a bit over-pretending, and your tail will be up to the sky. Chairman Du, it's not that I don't understand. And I'm not the kind of person who doesn't know good or bad and doesn't hit the south wall without looking back. Ziming said this to Du Zongyuan first, then turned his head and said to Yang Dingo, I am very grateful to Yang Lao for caring about me, but I still insist on my choice. Yang Dingo was not angry with Ziming's answer, and he was not even surprised at all. As if he had expected Ziming to make such a decision, he just calmly asked Ziming, can you tell me the reason? Because of a man's persistence. Ziming said, perhaps I am young, so many things are not considered so mature. Many things and decisions made are unreasonable or even naive in the eyes of many people. Yes, but this is what I think. To tell the truth to old Yang, I also thought about going abroad, and thought about going abroad to learn advanced knowledge and break new ground. But that will never be now when the conditions are ripe. Ziming, he laughed at himself, what is it that I go abroad now? It's not because I want to go abroad, but because I can't stay in the country anymore. I was driven out of the country like a bereaved dog. Ziming paused and then said, perhaps in the eyes of many people, this is indeed the best choice. It's great to start over again. There is no need to fight the opponent to death, and death isn't that the childishness of a primary school student? But I think to say that this is youth, the blood of young people, and even the persistence of a man. It's shameful to lose. A man should face the bleak life and face the dripping blood. If the opponent opens the ring, But I don't even have the courage to fight. I just turn around and leave. Then what future will I talk about? Will I encounter this kind of thing again in the future? Do I have to beg for pity like a dog? I'm afraid of this kind of thing once and again. Then what else will I talk about standing up and being a human being? Ziming said. Ziming's impassioned words caused both Yang Lao and Du Zongyuan to fall into silence, while Du Peng clenched his fists full of confidence. After a while, Lao Yang sighed and said, "It's good to be young." Just like Ziming, you said, maybe people who are older will not do it like you. After all, you can take a step back and take a step back. If there is a chance to avoid disasters, why do we have to fight the other side to death and life? But while avoiding it, it means that they are afraid. Under such circumstances, can they guarantee their own sharp and enterprising spirit? Ziming, you are right. When you get older, the edges and corners will be polished a lot, and you will lose the youthful momentum, and there will be a kind of twilight. Yang Dingo said, like the current institutions, it is lifeless, in stark contrast to the raging reform and opening up outside. Therefore, now the work of rejuvenating cadres must be grasped, and there is no time to delay. It was just mentioned before, has not really been enforced, but from now on, this matter must be placed first in the administrative reform. These words of Yang Dingo made Ziming never expect, because he originally said those words just to show his determination to stay in the country and fight the people like Tan Qianjun to the end. Ziming did not want to do this to take a gamble, but to keep one's own things. Ziming was born again. His actual age is already 50 years old, so it is impossible to say that there is any boring blood in Ziming. He has to do it in order to do this, because for Ziming, after all, his parents and everything he owns are in the country. If he puts on skateboarding shoes and drives off, what about the remaining parents and people like Suhan, Tang Ran, Kong Xilin? Haven't they become the targets of Tan Qianjun's anger? Just like Tao Jueling captured Kong Xilin when he was in Nanjian before. If anyone has a thrust strength and too short term, Ziming must not forgive himself, and think about his own safety to run away alone, abandon his parents and women to suffer in the country. Ziming can't do this, and not only Ziming can't do it, I believe that anyone is slightly men with a little ambition can't do it. As a result, I didn't expect that saying that would make old Yang think of card as rejuvenating. I really don't know how big Yang's brains are. After talking with Du Zongyuan, Yang Dingo set his sights on Ziming again. He asked Ziming, "You have your determination, and I am very touched by your determination. But for many things, determination is not enough. It still needs determination. There is a systematic approach. I have this too," Ziming said. "It's just that once my method is used, it will be bigger than it is now. I hope that Lao Yang and Chairman Du will not back down." Both Yang Dingo and Du Zongyuan laughed. Finally, Yang Dingo pointed to Ziming and said, "Ziming, you little comrade, you have more hearts than anyone else. Don't worry, even you guy in your 20s is not afraid." "What am I afraid of? As long as you don't fool around, I will definitely help you." "Thank you, Mr. Yang. Please wait for the good news of my victory," Ziming said. Chapter 342 is also a tragedy. Yang Dingo and Du Zongyuan did not leave Ziming and Du Peng for dinner at the university. The leaders were very busy. Therefore, after talking about the matter, Ziming and Du Peng were sent out of Zongnanhai by car. In the car, Du Peng was a little stunned. Obviously he hadn't recovered. Although Ziming and Yang Dingo had not been chatting for a long time in Zongnanhai, they still left him with something hard to forget. Impression. In fact, for Du Peng, when he first heard Yang Dingo tell Ziming that he should go abroad for further study, Du Peng felt very desperate. The reason is very simple. Who is Yang Dingo? That is the Superman who has been in charge of the Central Committee for nearly 10 years since his comeback. He initiated reform and opening up, and allowed the entire country to embark on a fast development path. It is said that he has been strong since he came to power, and his political vision is certainly not black. So now even he has to give up Ziming and let him go abroad, which shows how bad the situation is. If it is said that before coming to Yanjing, no matter how Tan Qianjun troubled them step by step, even when facing the law enforcement team of the China Securities Regulatory Commission and facing the Public Security Bureau, Du Peng dared to rush up and point to the other party's nose and curse his mother. Then now he dared not do it anymore, because Du Peng had some illusions before. He felt that Tan Qianjun was just a junior like himself no matter what. His abilities were always limited, and if he had to go too far, someone would take care of him. But today, what Mr. Yang said, but he severely tore his final fantasy to pieces, so he felt desperate. At this time, no matter how unwilling Du Peng was, he could only follow the arrangements of his elders. But Ziming shook his head and said something. These remarks sound unreasonable, and even a bit childish of young people, but they are words of true temperament, and not everyone can say such words and dare to say them. Many people do it even if they say it less than. But Ziming's words gave Du Peng a lot of confidence, even though he didn't see any hope at all. Speaking of Du Peng's current relationship with Ziming is very close, not to mention the relationship between them. From the point of view of interests, whether it is Nanjian Jinping Company or Expressway shares, even if it's in Yenqing's Shakima Company was also Ziming's idea. As long as he left Ziming, he would not change. Therefore, even if Du Peng and Ziming were just two passers-by who didn't know him at all, Du Peng would desperately support Ziming. But the determination is easy, and the actual implementation is a completely different effect. Even if Du Peng knows Ziming, no matter how much he trusts him, at this time, he can't help but ask him, Ziming, are you really sure? However, Ziming gave him a maddening answer, if you hold this thing, you believe him to have it, and if you don't believe it, you won't have it. This answer made Du Peng feel very speechless, because there is no answer at all. But fortunately, Ziming then said go to Tongxian to take a look at Zongnanhai, which made Du Peng not be curious in his heart to kill. Du Peng's eyes lit up and he immediately asked Ziming, Tongxian? Why do you want to go to Tongxian? Do you have any plans for Ziming to implement there? Regarding this question, Ziming just gave a wry smile. If possible, I don't want to implement this plan, because this is also a tragedy. And this tragedy is still a series of tragedies that will harm many families. Ziming's words made Du Peng feel a little inexplicable. Du Peng looked at Ziming with a face full of confusion. He didn't understand how Ziming planned to deal with Tan Qianjun. How could it turn into a tragedy, or a tragedy that will harm many families? Is it the Tan family? This makes no sense. Ziming is not a person who can sympathize with the enemy at all, let alone a living bodhisattva with great compassion. If it is the Tan family, then the other party is responsible for it. Facing Du Peng's doubts, Ziming did not answer, but recalled the events of the previous life in his heart. In the previous life this year, there was a gun battle that shocked China and foreign countries in the capital. It was a soldier garrisoning Yanjing who took out a semi-automatic rifle from the arsenal of the barracks and killed one person from the barracks all the way to Chenan Street. Incidentally, more than 100 people were killed or injured in this gun battle. This incident sounds mysterious, but it happened in real time. At that time, the soldier came to Chenan Street and fired indiscriminately, causing many civilian casualties and killing 2 diplomats. After hearing the news, the public security and armed police in the capital quickly dispatched. Hundreds of armed police and public security officers formed an encirclement circle. When everyone thought that this soldier would be killed soon, this soldier miraculously beat all the armed police officers. There was a street fight, and he faced hundreds of people with one shot and one shot. Not only did he not get a single shot, but he also attacked several times, killing and wounding more than a dozen people. In the end, he took the initiative to run because the bullet was finished. Going to an open space, he was killed by a sniper from the army. It is precisely because of this gun battle and precisely because of the superb tactical qualities of this soldier in the gun battle that the Chinese army is regarded as the strongest army in the world. And many of his tactical actions in the shootout were imitated all over the world due to reports from foreign media. The most typical one was the any-handed magazine change action later implemented by special forces of various countries, which actually came from here. Of course, no matter how eye-catching the performance of the Chinese communists, this time the gun battle shocked the world. But in the final analysis it is always a tragedy that no one wants to see. The reason for this gun battle is that the soldier was punished for offending his colleagues, and his wife was forced to abort at his hometown. As a result, a medical accident resulted in 1 dead body and 2 lives. This soldier could not accept it mentally, so he thought use this method to retaliate against society. First of all, this soldier is a tragedy. Secondly, the civilians and armed police officers and soldiers who were killed innocently by him are also tragedies. During the implementation of reform and opening up, something like this happened suddenly. Naturally, it was to make the central government angry. So the entire army of this soldier was implicated. Not only many officers were punished, but even this army was also punished. The organizational designation was revoked. Ziming came back to point out this incident specifically because Ziming knew that this unit belonged to the Tan family, and because of the impact of this incident, the Tan family was devastated. This is also the reason. Later, the Central Committee only then has the opportunity to take care of the Tan family. Of course, this is definitely not the only thing here. There are definitely many and very complicated political struggles, but it is from this thing that we must investigate the source. Ziming knew this reason, so he paid attention to it. What made Ziming hesitate was whether he should take advantage of this matter. After all, how many family tragedies it was. Ziming wasn't a cold-blooded animal himself. Liu Wei and Liavina didn't know it beforehand. Now that they know it, if they still want to do this, it is really cold-blooded. Get off the car, Ziming. What are you thinking about? Suddenly, he shouted and pulled Ziming back from the state of wondering. Ziming fixed his eyes and realized that the car had stopped at some point, and Du Peng had also gotten out of the car, standing on the side of the road and beckoning to himself. Ugh. I hope not. If you are desperate in the end, you can only be ruthless. Ziming sighed like this in his heart, and then walked out of the car. He and Du Peng got in their car together, and Du Peng drove towards Tongxian first. However, Ziming at this time didn't think of it. His whole life, due to the influence of my own rebirth, many things may develop in another direction and no longer follow the trajectory of the previous life. Ziming was entangled here, but on the Nanjiang side, Tan Qianjun and the others were very happy, because they had just received a call from the capital. Tan Qianjun's friends told him that Yang Lao and Chairman Du were anxious to see Ziming and the others, and they weren't going to act to help them, but to persuade Ziming to go abroad. Ziming, you rushed to the capital in such a hurry. Did you think there would be any benefit? But you don't want Mr. Yang to be a character. His old man has already seen everything. For a guy like you, he should get out of the country as soon as possible. Good. Jiang Chunhua said happily. In contrast, Tao Juling seemed less happy. What if Ziming really goes abroad? Aren't we going to kill him? Is there any difference? That guy won't show up in front of us anyway. Jiang Chunhua said. Of course there is a difference. Tao Juling said, to let him go out is to go back to the mountain. And what is the difference between driving him out of the country and driving him back to Jingqiu? We must kill him and see with our own eyes, until he is shot. This time Tan Qianjun said to him, Go Ling, you have too much obsession with Ziming, right? Ziming is just a nouveau riche who can make some money. It is not comparable to ours. You must look forward. As for Ziming, it doesn't matter whether he is alive or dead. Of course it does matter. Tao Juling said, Ziming must die. Otherwise, everything we do is meaningless. Well, of course we want Ziming to die, Jiang Chunhua said at this time. But now that other people are in the capital, under Mr. Yang's nose, we are always difficult to do things, or else we will commit a taboo. Now, let's arrange the layout of Lingnan first. No, Tao Juling still said, if Ziming doesn't die, I won't give out my money. Tan Qianjun was a little angry at this time. He questioned Tao Juling, what do you mean? I'm sorry, Tanj, I know I am a little headstrong to say this, but please believe me, Ziming must die. If you don't kill him, there will be endless troubles. Tao Juling said. It's unreasonable to understand you. Tan Qianjun said. Tao Juling. Jiang Chunhua looked at the situation in front of him and didn't know what to say. The seeds of some things began to sprout quietly at this time, and it was exactly this thing. Let another tragedy begin, and let Ziming no longer have to struggle. Chapter 343, Soldier King Jianglin. Tongxian is a county seat on the eastern outskirts of the capital Yanjing. From an administrative point of view, Tongxian is no different from other counties surrounding the capital. If you have to say anything different here, it is here that one of the country's most elites is stationed here. Of troops, there is a large fenced manor in Beiyuan, Tongxian County, where the capital garrison, known as the strongest on the ground, resides. Du Peng drove the car to the front entrance of the manor. Ziming and Du Peng got off the car, and immediately an officer brought two soldiers up to salute and ask, "Hello, comrade, may I ask who introduced your names?" "Yes, our letter of introduction." The military restricted area is a special zone that is strictly forbidden to enter. Even if it is only the station of the armed police force, it is not free to enter and leave. And here is the station of the country's most elite troops, and it is not allowed to enter and leave casually. Therefore, for the officer's inquiry, Ziming neither was surprised by Du Peng. Du Peng also gave him a salute and said, "Hello, comrade. My name is Du Peng. This is Ziming. I have contacted your brigade commander Du before I came here. This is my certificate." Du Peng took out a small red notebook from the car and handed it to the officer. The officer said, "Please wait a moment," then took the notebook and went back to the reception room. After about a minute, he came out and said to Du Peng, "Hello, comrade. You can go in. Please follow our car and don't run around." Du Peng nodded and said yes, and then returned to the car with Ziming. At this moment, the officer waved his hand, the barrier at the gate opened, and a dark green jeep was waiting inside. He signaled to Du Peng. Du Peng with a good gesture, the car slowly drove forward, and Du Peng drove behind. Looking at the Kumbasa procedures, Ziming said with emotion, "This is indeed the location of the country's most elite troops. It is troublesome. There is no way. There are a lot of military secrets in it. Although there are no weapons of mass destruction, many secret methods of special operations are inconvenient to disclose to the public." Du Peng said, "Ziming is not me and you. As long as the soldiers who can enter here are the elite of the elite, the various methods of firearms and fighting skills are superb, and it is no problem to fight a few on the battlefield. I don't doubt. I think the troops and soldiers of our country are great." Ziming was telling the truth. If nothing else, it was said that a video of street fighting on the streets of China that year, the Chinese communists were highly praised by the whole world. There is no good reason for this. Du Peng turned his head and looked at Ziming and asked, "What are you doing here, Ziming? You don't want to fight this army, do you?" "I have to tell you that, although my cousin is the brigade commander here, the entire garrison belongs to the Dan family and their sphere of influence. My cousin is here only because of political needs. I know that if this place is not within the Dan family's sphere of influence, I won't be here yet." Ziming said. "Why is this? Could something happen here?" Du Peng asked in surprise. Facing Du Peng's question, Ziming just shook his head and did not answer him. First of all, this is something that has not happened in the future. Ziming is not sure. Who knows what the consequences will be if he said it, hesitating, knowing that it was an innocent tragedy. Not only did not stop it, but also sat and watched it happen and took advantage of it. This was not done by an indomitable man. Perhaps in some people's opinion, this is a bit of wanting to be a bitch and wanting to establish authority. But Ziming thinks this is the bottom line of a man. Just in Ziming's cranky thoughts, their car quickly drove to a barracks. An officer who was 3 points similar to Du Peng stood here. You don't need to guess Ziming to know that this officer is Du Peng's cousin. Up. Ziming and Du Peng got off the car. Du Peng greeted him, and then the officer took them to the shooting range. "I really didn't think, Du Peng, your kid came here to play with nothing else. Why didn't you make money at Nanjing? I heard that you were doing pretty well there. While walking, Brigadier Du said. Du Peng said, "It's okay, but there is something wrong over there now. I want to go back to Yanjing to do something." Du Peng said, "It must be you, kid, who caused something. Isn't it right?" Brigadier Du said with a smile, "It's not that I said you. We are men. We have to figure out how to solve everything that is the right way. Always rely on home." Du Peng was embarrassed when he was being preached. He also knew that his cousin was basically isolated from the outside world in the barracks. He didn't know the things Dan Qianjun was instigating, so he hurriedly changed the subject and said, "Okay, my political commissar don't give me an ideological and political education class. I'm here to take my friend to see our country's strongest army." Upon hearing this, Brigadier Du was immediately diverted from the subject. He said to Ziming, "It seems that you are also a fan of the army. A unit like ours can't inquire through ordinary channels, but here we are. It is a gathering of elite backbones from various units and military academies across the country. They are all elite and strong generals, and they are very skilled in various individual and unit combat skills." Ziming is not uninterested in the military, but at this time Ziming didn't want to hear him introduce them, so Ziming immediately answered, "In short, those who can enter under your hands are all soldiers." This remark made Brigadier Du stunned for a moment, and then laughed loudly. "Yes, these little bastards under my hand, they are not ordinary soldiers. They are the king of soldiers who can be the king of any unit." Looking at the excitement of Brigadier Du, Ziming really didn't know if he told him about the various soldiers Wang Wen on the internet, all kinds of single kills and gang fights and pick-up girls, all kinds of slings domestic and foreign, the killer organization, the inverted posts of various beautiful presidents, schoolgirls, policewomen, and the weird gentleman. It is estimated that this battlefield veteran can go to the sky with joy. As if to prove the words of Brigadier Du, when he was finished speaking, there was a loud shout on the playground next to him. Ziming followed the voice and saw several soldiers standing there naked. Strong muscles can be seen all over the body, and their comrades in arms slapped him fiercely with a wooden board as thick as an arm. Of course, in the end, the wooden board was interrupted without exception. On the other playground, there are many soldiers in military uniforms who are doing combat exercises. Compared with the previous planking, this kind of exercise does not have any fancy in the movie. Every blow is a direct hit. One hit kills is the best, and you can't bring down the enemy in the shortest time, so that the enemy loses the ability to fight for a period of time. Another piece of grass passed by. Compared with the excitement of the playground before, this piece of grass looked very quiet, so quiet that it felt terrifying. Ziming frowned and suddenly thought of a common subject in special forces, which is camouflage. As if to prove Ziming's idea, Brigadier Du suddenly shouted when he walked across a low-lying grassland, and then jumped up out of thin air to say hello to Brigadier Du. Shocking Du Peng. Brigadier Du laughed. He proudly introduced to Ziming, "These are just ordinary soldiers of our garrison, but don't listen to them. These soldiers under my hand, they touched them out on the battlefield. Even one is fine." And following the words of Brigadier Du, the well-disguised soldier also straightened his chest. Ziming said, "Our soldiers are all good, but Brigadier Du, what about the most powerful soldier in our army?" Brigadier Du took a high look at Ziming, "Because if I changed to an ordinary person, I was afraid to see these. They would logically think that they were the best soldiers here, and many red boys had committed crimes before." Such a mistake, but Ziming still wanted to find the most powerful soldier. Whether he said it deliberately or he really understood it, it showed that this person was a very simple person. At this time, that kid should be practicing shooting at the shooting range. Brigadier Du led Ziming to walk forward while looking at his watch. In fact, Ziming could find a place without Brigadier Du leading the way, because Ziming had already heard the faint gunshots, and following Brigadier Du through a forest, Ziming and the others came to the shooting range. The one who runs like a monkey and is doing fast shooting practice is the best soldier here, Brigadier Du said. His tone was full of pride and pride. Looking in the direction of Brigadier Du's fingers, Ziming finally saw the person he was looking for today. At this moment, he was like a civet cat running on the grassland. Target. Da. After a few quick bursts of fire, he skillfully used the any-handed magazine change that made the whole world amazed to imitate, and changed the magazine to continue firing without stopping the shooting! After he made a few more tactical scrolling operations, he finally reached the predetermined destination. At this time, Brigadier Du immediately yelled to him to come over. The soldier named agreed. After handing the gun to his comrades in arms, he trotted over and saluted Brigadier Du and shouted hello. Brigadier Du stretched out his hand and patted the police a few times, and then introduced Ziming and Du Peng. This is the best soldier here. His name is the police. From such a close distance, Ziming can really see this tragic figure in his previous life. He is a very ordinary person. He is not as strong as the warrior who was beaten in the first playground, nor is he disguised on the grass. As quiet as a sniper, he was just like a sharp sword out of its sheath, which made people shudder. It is conceivable that if this soldier appeared on the battlefield, he would definitely be an unrivaled vanguard of the country and the people. But it is a pity that even though he was able to shock the whole world in his previous life, he used such a tragic way. There was no chance to serve the motherland on the battlefield, but he fell under the guns of his comrades in arms first. This cannot but make people feel regretful. Do you really want to sit back and watch that thing happen in front of your eyes and be indifferent? Do you really want to be the same as those cold-blooded officials who are only thinking about their own politics? Ziming once again doubted his thoughts. Chapter 344. I am being punished here, but I don't regret it. What I taught was the bad guy who endangered the army. I sent that guy into the hospital so that they won't enter our army. All the soldiers of our army, it's a good soldier. It won't be a pot of soup broken by a mouse shit. Actually, my comrades in arms are also very powerful. Everyone has their own strengths. I can't say that I am the best. You can see that I can't be beaten by me, and I can't be better than those snipers who pretend to be me. The most powerful ones are all praised by the brothers, and they are innumerable. Brigadier Du has a high level of cultivation and expectations for me, and I practice more diligently. Otherwise I will be punished now, let alone touch the gun. I'm afraid I will stay in the confinement room every day. I have a beautiful daughter-in-law in my hometown. He wears 2 thick black braids. He may not be as good as the women in the city, but it hurts others. He raised me a very cute eldest daughter. After she was born, I just hugged her and returned to the army in a hurry. I didn't expect that this little cutie grew so tall last time I went home. The child grows fast. Maybe next time I go back, she will talk. I don't know if I haven't been back for so long. Will she be angry with me? Will she be unwilling to call me this dad? In the barracks, Brigadier Ziming, Du Pengdu and the police had a chat while drinking tea. From the hearty words of the police, it is not difficult for Ziming to judge that he is the same character as most soldiers. A straightforward person, there are not so many twists and turns in the stomach, and there is no boring pride of the soldier. The whole person is very carefree. At first glance, I think you are a good person, and I will be willing to make friends with you. And he doesn't have the murderous aura in training in normal times. The whole person is very ordinary, just like a simple and honest young man of the same age. I heard that you won the 2nd place in the last military competition and the championship in the shooting competition? Du Peng asked curiously. Shooting is my strong point. I didn't play well in the fight. If we were to fight again, I might not lose to him, said Du Peng, and Brigadier Du both laughed, and Brigadier Du pointed to the police and said, "This man has a strong temper. Like the old scalper, he is not only awkward but also hard-mouthed, so he refuses to admit defeat." Brigadier Commander, you can't say that. That's because I really didn't play well. If I do it again. Before the finished speaking, Brigadier Du told him with a straight face, "What are you quibbling about? If you lose, you lose. Wouldn't the enemy on the battlefield give you a chance to start all over again? If it were really on the battlefield, I wouldn't have done that." Mumbled such a sound but the sound was not loud, but it happened to be heard by Zuming and Du Peng. Brigadier Du shook his head helplessly and said, You, when can you learn to face reality? Hearing this sentence, facing reality, Zuming's heart jumped, and he suddenly asked, since this is a special force, there should also be a subject that creates chaos in the city, right? No one thought that Zuming would ask such a question suddenly. Everyone was stunned. They turned their heads to ask Brigadier Du's advice. He only answered yes after Brigadier Du nodded. Then Zuming asked him again, then if it's you want to create chaos in a megacity, what should you do? Take our capital as an example. For example, you want to go to Chainan Avenue. Brigadier Du Peng Du and the police both looked at Zuming with weird eyes. They didn't understand why he asked these questions. Zuming did not answer, but just sat there quietly waiting for the answer. Thinking about it for a while and replied, if it is me, just give me a semi-automatic rifle and sufficient ammunition. I will use the terrain to fight while walking, without any heavy weapons, and our garrison will not be dispatched, no matter what. With as many opponents as possible, I can hold on for at least 2 hours before the opponent's encirclement is completed. The answer is very arrogant, but he does have this arrogant capital. As the most proud soldier in the garrison, he has this ability, and the fact is that in the street fighting in the previous life, he insisted on relying on a few ammunition. After more than 3 hours, he didn't suffer any injuries at all. If he didn't want to live in the end, I'm afraid he might not be able to kill him so easily. If you want to criticize the Chinese soldier, he must be him. Zuming chatted with Brigadier Du for a while and left. When Zuming was about to leave, he secretly told Zuming, secretly tell you, my wife has already given me a big fat boy. It's 3 months away. Why are you telling me? Zuming asked in surprise. I remember that you already have a daughter. If you rebirth, you will have to be fined. If it is more serious, you might have to undergo a forced abortion. It's not that I think Zuming, you are not a bad person. I think you are very close. It's okay to tell you. It won't be a problem. When my son is born, I will invite you to drink. Also look at the girl I haven't seen for a long time, said. Seeing the excitement of the, Zuming's mood is a little complicated, because Zuming understands in his heart. I am afraid that the political officials in the army have already opened his letters privately, knowing that his wife is pregnant with a second child. I am afraid that soon, his wife will be arrested by local officials and forced to abort. As a result, a medical accident resulted in 1 body and 2 lives. As for his daughter, it seems that he died somehow. If I have a chance, I will definitely drink your wedding drink. Zuming said this to the police, and then left the barracks with Du Peng. Despite some inexplicable violence in the same place. Back in the car, they were sent out of the barracks by the army's car. Du Peng asked Zuming, isn't that person Zuming the person you were looking for? How can you see that you have been emotionally a bit wrong since you saw the police just now? Zuming shook his head and said, it's nothing but a sudden headache. I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's been too much during this time. Zuming, you are under a lot of pressure. If it doesn't work, Zuming, you can accept Mr. Yang's suggestion to go abroad, let you fly outside the sky. I believe you will still be able to break through. Create a bigger career. Du Peng said that Zuming just smiled and did not speak. Then Du Peng suddenly remembered something and said to Zuming, by the way, Zuming, you said will there be anything wrong with his wife being pregnant again? I listened. It is said that this area is being grasped very strictly. What if something accident happens? Can you think of this? Zuming asked in surprise. Zuming was really surprised. He knew that it was because he was born again, but Du Peng just heard about this and immediately thought of this problem. I can't help but say that this guy can become the country's biggest hidden rich in future generations. It does have its own capabilities. Why can't I think of it? Du Peng asked inexplicably. It's nothing. Since I thought about it, Zuming said. Then what do you think we should do? Help him save his wife and unborn son? Zuming, you used this word as a rescuer, as if his wife and children would really have some accident. Du Peng said. Zuming said, it's hard to say. Now, some cadres in China have very poor and rude work styles. They don't care about it. No matter whose child it will be too late when something really happens. Du Peng thought for a while and then said, "It's true. I think we really need to go to his hometown to see the situation." "But Ziming, your boss, don't look at me like this. Do you think that you are the only one who thinks about it? I will also, if something like that really happens. What if he can't accept revenge against the society? He is that super soldier king." "What else?" Ziming asked lightly. "There is also to be worthy of my conscience. Although I am not a bad person, and I don't want to be a good person, I can't watch such a tragedy happen in front of me, and I will feel guilty for the rest of my life," Peng said. Du Peng's words suddenly awakened Ziming, and he suddenly thought that why he was so entangled was nothing more than that he had to do things against his own heart. "I am a man, why use the tragedies of others to pave the way for myself? Wouldn't it be impossible to deal with Tan Qianjun without this? If this is the case, even if you have passed this level by chance, what about next time? Do you still want to concoct a tragedy as your stepping stone? Do you have to make others become bones if you want to move forward? If the enemy is the enemy, or if he is a person with very poor personal character, then he can be regarded as killing the people to some extent. But he is such a hearty man, and he believes in himself so much. If he just sits and watches his tragedy happen, is it still a person? What even Du Peng can't do, I have to do it myself. Isn't even Du Peng inferior to Du Peng? If this is the case, what right do you have to run in the market, become a business tycoon, and what right do you have to scold Tan Qianjun and the others? Hasn't he become another new Tan Qianjun? So I don't need this thing this time. I have to fight head-to-head with Tan Qianjun. Without the help of this thing, I can also upset him, using a man's way, not so awkward." Thinking of this, Ziming suddenly stretched out his hand and patted Du Peng and said, "Du Peng really didn't expect your kid to be really good, and you can say such enlightening words. It's great." Du Peng was taken aback, and he yelled, "Damn! What's the situation with your boss, Ziming? Can you not be surprised? What if we go to the ditch?" Ziming laughed heartlessly about this. "This matter is easy to say. I will definitely use you as a backing at that time. I am definitely fine. Although I have a conscience, I will not take innocent people stand on tiptoe, but with you Du Peng, I still have a clear conscience." Du Peng cursed angrily, "Your uncles." Ziming at this time did not expect that a decision he made at this time would change many things, whether it happened or developed. Chapter 345 Forced Abortion. "Brother Dan, is it the news from Yanjing? What did you say over there? Isn't that guy Ziming doing something?" In the bar box of the Nanjian Resplendent nightclub, Tao Jueling immediately asked after seeing that Tan Qianjun received a call from the capital. He didn't realize that the music outside the box was noisy. Since the Nanjian nightclub was banned, Jiang Chunhue's The Splendid nightclub should have taken over the sign of the most luxurious nightclub in Anjiang City. Seeing Tao Jueling like this, Tan Qianjun frowned, and Jiang Chunhue next to him said to Tao Jueling when he saw this, "Go Ling, don't worry, Danj will naturally say anything if he wants to." "Dan, I know I have overreacted a bit now, but I really want to know the situation in the capital." Tao Jueling then added, "Please tell me Dan, otherwise I will have nothing. I want to do it." Tan Qianjun slapped the table very angrily. He pointed his finger at Tao Jueling. He wanted to scold Tao Jueling, but in the end he didn't scold him, so he sighed and said, "Well, today Ziming did a very strange thing." After Zhong Nanhai left, he went to the capital garrison barracks in Tong County. Ziming went to the garrison barracks. What did he do there? Was he looking for troops to do something again? But it's not right. Isn't that the place where Brother Dan belongs to your home? Tao Jueling asked in a daze, to Ziming. I didn't understand what he did, and Dan Qianjun also shook his head without knowing why. Tao Jueling asked again, who did Ziming go there to find? He and Du Peng approached Brigadier Du of the garrison, and talked with a captain named for a long time. Tan Qianjun said, "Brigade Commander Du, if I remember correctly, This should be Du Peng's cousin. If you have something to discuss with him, then who is it? Tao Juling said in a puzzled way. The news from Yanjing said that it was the most powerful soldier in the garrison. Tan Qianjun replied. Tao Juling was a bit inexplicable. The most powerful? How powerful? Is it possible to hit dozens of them, even if they can hit 100? Is it possible that he still plans to find special soldiers from the unit to kill Nanjian? Story plot. Compared to Tao Juling's widely open mind, Jiang Chunhua next to him was very cautious and said, Brother Dan, no matter what the matter is, it's always meaningless for us to guess here. Since he has found an affair, let's take this first. Just pull out the nails. Tan Qianjun nodded and said, I think so too. I heard that this sex offends the person. Now during the punishment, it is not good to continue to intervene. But his wife seems to be pregnant with a second child. The political workers of the People's Republic of China are considering whether to notify the local family planning office. Let's help them make this decision. Just as a reminder, Jiang Chunhua clapped his hands and said, Okay, I think this method, Brother Dan, is very good. However, Tao Juling frowned and said, Danj, I have no objection to doing this. But I still said that Ziming doesn't want to kill him. It is always a scourge. Go Ling, I'll say it again at the end. The most important thing for us now is not Ziming's waste, but how to manage ourselves. Do you know? Tan Qianjun's tone was serious, but Tao Juling was not afraid at all, and still insisted on his own words. I'm sorry, Dan, I don't understand. I only know that Ziming is not dead. I have no other thoughts in my life. Tan Qianjun patted the table again, and left Tao Juling hopelessly, and left the box with Jiang Chunhua. Yinshan is an ordinary county in the Central Plains and the hometown of captain of the capital garrison. Xitan village is a remote village in the mountainous area to the west of Yinshan County, with a total of several hundred people. Since it is located in the hilly area of the mountain, this village is not too big. It is said that it is not small. It is said that a famous national hero who fought against the Jurchen invasion in history, was born here. Of course, there is no way to verify those things that are too long, but Xitan village is a relatively famous village for Yinshan County. It is said that it is famous not because of the scenic spots or the good economy, but because the village is very remote. Many superbirth people will hide here to avoid inspection and wait until the child is born before going out. It is precisely for this reason that the big belly women in this village are clustered together, which can be regarded as a very characteristic development path for this village, and it is an example of special development under special circumstances. The Chinese people's concept is that they want to have a boy. This concept is particularly prominent in the rural areas. Therefore, in the case of Xitan village, sometimes the county government will turn a blind eye to humanistic care. My wife is called Uxin. She is also expecting childbirth in this Xitan village. Unlike other women who only come here to avoid family planning checks, she is a native of Xitan village. She went to hold a basin of clothes this morning. When I went to the river, I was seen by the old village chief, and said to her hurriedly, Aksu, you have been 7 months, so you can't be tired at this time. The old village chief asked her daughter-in-law to pick up what was in X's hand. Aksu retorted, it's okay to uncle. The doctor in the hospital said that I need moderate exercise, which is good for the child. The old village chief resolutely said, that's also the right amount. It doesn't matter if you walk around. Since you are here, the uncle has the obligation to take care of your niece. Otherwise, if you are tired, I can't help explain that I can't stand a few blows from his military hero at an age. Uncle, what are you talking about? It won't be like this. And you know that I'm the kind of person who can't stay idle. If you let my sister-in-law wash me and watch it next to me, I'll be sorry. Uxa said with a smile. Well, then you will go wash together, but you must not force yourself to hear it. The old village chief specifically confessed. Thank you, uncle, don't worry. Uxa said. She handed the pots to her sister-in-law, and walked towards the river with her sister-in-law. The old village chief shook his head. Aksu is a good boy. but sometimes she has a stubborn temper. She has never bothered anyone since she came back to Xitan village. She has always lived at home and has been unoccupied for a long time. In the hut, all the housework is done with a big belly, without saying a word, carrying all the pain and tiredness by himself, and never tell his uncle, which also makes him very unhappy. This is just a very common scene in Xitan village, but at this time no one expected that a boxy van and a dark green jeep from the town police station on the main road into the village to the east were murderous. He drove towards Xitan village and said that he was murderous because in Yinshan County, everyone knew that the van was the law enforcement vehicle of the County Family Planning Commission. The two vehicles drove into Xitan village one after the other, and immediately let Xitan village jump around. It's not good. People from the Family Planning Commission and the police station. I don't know who yelled so, and it broke the silence before. All the big belly women waiting to give birth here seemed to be touched by the fear in their hearts. They acted immediately, and some immediately ran home and closed the door tightly. Some of them ran out of the village in a panic, while others stood blankly in place, a little at a loss. The car stopped at the entrance of the village, and the police from the police station and law enforcement officers from the Family Planning Commission jumped out of the car and rushed into the village. The old village chief stood at the door and greeted them. "Hello, comrades in the county. I don't know what's going on with you in Xitan village. Let's go to my house for a cup of tea and have a casual meal." The leading official of the Family Planning Commission waved his hand impatiently. "No, we are looking for our wife Xu. I know she is here." Hearing the name of his niece, the old village chief felt a little in his heart. This county leader? What are you looking for with Xu? She doesn't seem to have done anything that violates national laws and regulations, right? Does she know in her own mind that we received a report that she violated national policy and had a second child privately? Before the official of the Family Planning Commission had finished speaking, someone over there shouted, "I found it. She is here." The Family Planning Commission official glared at the old village chief, and immediately led people over with a cold snort. While there, Xu and another woman were standing there, looking at the murderous Family Planning Commission law enforcement officer, who was stunned. Do not know what is happening. An official from the Family Planning Commission came over and took out a photo for comparison. Then he glanced at Xu's belly and said, "Xu, you violated the national policy to have your second child privately. According to the relevant regulations of the county, you need to pay immediately a fine of 50,000 yuan. But I don't have money," Xu said. "Then a forced abortion must be carried out." The Family Planning Commission official said so, and then she couldn't help but say that she was going to catch Xu. Xu didn't respond at first. When the Family Planning Commission official came to catch her, she reacted and started to struggle and screamed, "No, you can't arrest me, and I don't want to have a miscarriage. My child is 7 months old, and you are committing a crime and murder." Fart. Only one child is a national policy. If you violate the national policy, you must accept forced abortion. We are enforcing the law. Oops. You bitch, don't show you some color. Don't you know how many Lord Ma has it? Just one eye. An official of the Family Planning Commission stared at Xu, but he did not expect that Xu suddenly took a bite on his hand. He let go of his hand painfully, and slapped it with a slap. Xu was caught off guard and fell to the ground. The official of the Family Planning Commission was still not relieved, and went up and kicked again. "Ouch! Don't kick my stomach, don't kick my child!" Xu shouted in pain, hurriedly protecting her stomach. The old village chief couldn't stand it anymore. After all, it was his niece. He stepped forward to smoke the family planning officer and said, "Leader, you see that this is a girl who is ignorant. Show us some time and we will go to the hospital by ourselves." "No, look at what she bit me. This is Antifa. Let Lao Tzu come and perform an abortion for her today." As the family planning committee official said, he raised his foot and kicked at Xu's stomach. Xu looked at the leather shoes that were getting closer and closer to him, desperately letting out a heart-piercing cry. No. Chapter 346 still happened. The wife was arrested by an official of the Family Planning Commission to have a forced abortion and was treated roughly. The situation is very bad, and it is very likely that she will kill 2 dead bodies. The news struck the police like a bolt of lightning, and he was stunned there at the time. He held the phone in a mess, so that he didn't hear a word of what was said on the other side of the phone. This morning, I just finished my daily practice. A comrade in the same class hurried to tell him that there was a call from home. He was very anxious. When I received a call in the past, I heard this one and he almost memorized it. The sad news of anger. For the police, his wife and unborn child are the most important part of his life. He was punished before. The reason why he is still optimistic is that his wife and children are supporting him. There can be no future, because there are wives and children. As long as you have this family, even if you are just a soldier. What? However, suddenly a phone call came and told him that his wife and unborn child were dead, which made him feel that his entire sky was falling down, and the world in front of him was gloomy. When he came back to his senses, there was already a busy tone on the phone. No, the wife is hiding in Xitan village. There has always been a concentration of Yinshan and nearby superbirths. It is located in a remote area. The county government has always closed one eye to it, and the wife's uncle, the old man, is still the head of Xitan village. How could something go wrong? Certainly not. Speaking to myself like this, I want to call back to confirm, but God seems to be determined to fight him. When he was about to dial out, a voice suddenly came from behind him. As a soldier, you are actually lawless, violating national policy and carrying a second child privately. How do you know? Turning his head in surprise, behind him is a young man as big as Ziming, who looks a bit similar to Tan Qianjun. He is looking at it mockingly. How do you care about me? You suffer. As a punishment, I, as a political cadre, of course have the right to review you. I immediately realized the key to the problem. Did you read my letter? I am going to review you in accordance with the law, and then report all your violations to relevant departments for processing. What are you going to do? The officer spoke contemptuously to the police, but when he saw that the look of the police was wrong, he immediately retreated in fright. You bastard, I'm going to kill you. Rushed towards him with a roar. But the officer had been prepared for a long time, and the soldiers who followed him quickly rushed over and locked the joints of the so that he could not move, regardless of whether he was locked with his hands and feet. He just looked at the officer with a pierced eye and said, "The surname is Dan. You must die." I don't want to die. Your words are not lethal. I still have to say, and if you let you cut off your children and grandchildren, let you cut off your children and grandchildren. The officer dropped such a sentence to the, and then turned and left. After the officer left, the soldiers who locked the joints also loosened, said sorry to him, and then left. Only there was paralyzed in place, and tears flowed silently from the eyes of this determined man. Aksu, and my unborn son, you wait, I will help you get revenge. I want revenge. The raging anger grew more and more in the heart, blinding his eyes, making him feel that he was about to be burned to ashes. Brother Lin, are you okay? At this moment, a small soldier ran in and asked him when he saw that there was something wrong with the sex. Shook his head and said, "It's okay, you will be lying on the ground when I call you out to fuck tomorrow, do you know?" The little soldier didn't know why, but his years of military career still allowed him to develop the habit of obeying orders. He nodded and said yes. Time soon arrived. The next day, as usual, the police came to the weapons store to pick up the gun very early. Although today he took a lot more bullets than usual, the soldiers who managed the weapon store only thought it was the police who wanted to do it. What kind of special training? It is very simple to let go. Just smiled and said to let the fill up the training content afterwards, and invite him out for a drink. With guns, walked out of the barracks and came to the playground. Dozens of soldiers were practicing under the leadership of a non-commissioned officer. I soon saw the person who was accompanying the leader of the inspection, and that was the one who harmed his wife. The chief culprit for all the children's deaths, surnamed Tan. Yesterday, seeing the enemy, his eyes turned red. He immediately opened the safety of the gun in his hand, yelled fallen down, and then raised the gun to the other side with a few shots. The officer surnamed Tan and the regiment commander all fell to the ground at their response, but he was particularly puzzled. He rushed forward with a few strides, stomped a few feet on the officer surnamed Dan, and gave him another bullet. He didn't stop until he was almost beaten into a hornet's nest. "Fuck your whole family, you bastard. Pay my daughter-in-law and son's life." The entire garrison barracks were silent, only the heart-piercing shouts reverberated. I don't know how long after that, the gun emptied a bullet from the magazine. The empty sound made him a little more conscious. He turned looking around. I saw other people staring at him in a daze, and they didn't understand what was happening. Of course, there were also officers who responded quickly and started running to inform their superiors. Quickly put on the magazine and opened the bolt and fired a few more points, knocking the officers to the ground. The S-head was running fast, and he thought that if he were in the barracks, he would be defeated very quickly. After all, he was not an invulnerable god, and here was the capital garrison that gathered elite fighters from all over the country. Thinking of this, he immediately made a decision, and he immediately ran to the jeep in which the group leader came. After getting in the car, I took a look at it. Fortunately, the car key was still inserted in the car and was not removed. He proficiently started the car and slammed the accelerator to the end, and then the car rushed out like an arrow from the string. Originally there was a barrier at the entrance of the barracks, and the soldiers stationed at the door had the power to cut first and then play. But for some reason, facing the police who drove out, the soldiers stationed at the door failed to fire a single shot and let him directly smash the barrier. It was fired out, only to make up a few shots in the back, but it didn't help at all. It was not until the police rushed out of the barracks that the command of the capital garrison reacted and hurriedly called to report to their superiors. But at this moment, no one can imagine what kind of beast it is to rush out of the barracks with a gun and full of hatred. In Yanjing Hotel, Zuming lives here. Although Zuming is not afraid of Dan Qianjun, he is always careful to sail the ship for 10,000 years. He lives in front of Zongnanhai. Even if Dan Qianjun lends him 120 courage, he will not be in front of old Yang. Doing things, it's like lighting the lights in the toilet looking for shit dead. At this moment, Zuming was sitting on the desk in the room reading today's newspaper. On the economic sector, Zuming noticed that the Nanjian stock market was undergoing weird fluctuations. It seems that after I withdrew from the Nanjian stock market, the person who took over did not want to maintain the credibility of the stock market, but wanted to manipulate the stock market. Zuming sighed and said, and at the same time he picked up a pen to mark the news. Zuming knew exactly who did it, and only that group could do and have the ability to do such things. It's just a pity for those who don't have information channels. For retail investors, they can only be played around by the dealer, and the stock market evaluation newspaper they run does not work, because the dealer does not play cards according to common sense. Thinking of this in my heart, suddenly there were a few sounds like firecrackers outside, which made Zuming feel a little strange. He went out and opened the window, and suddenly found that the following Chenan Street was crowded with people, and many people were running eastward. Seems to be afraid and avoiding something. What's the situation? Has the eight-nation allied forces entered Beijing again? While Zuming was puzzled, the door of the room was knocked quickly. Zuming walked over to open the door. It was the waiter of the hotel. He said to Zuming anxiously, I'm sorry to disturb you. After a serious violent incident, please stay in the room and do not go out to avoid unnecessary harm. Our hotel will ensure the safety of everyone. In fact, this notice is very nonsense. If a serious violent incident really happened, wouldn't staying in the room drive yourself to death? But from the perspective of the restaurant, they can only do this. Zuming nodded and said that he knew it, but he didn't close the door and went back. He watched the waiter's knocking notification from the room one by one. After the waiter notified the room to leave, Zuming was going to go out to see the situation. But just then he found out the door of a room diagonally opposite was also opened, and two foreigners came out, one of which was still carrying a camera. Zuming immediately called them in English, please wait a moment. Do you know what happened? The man carrying the camera immediately replied, of course, There was a gun battle on Chain Street outside. My God, it was amazing. I heard that it was a man holding a gun and facing the roundup of hundreds of police with live ammunition. Not only was he not killed, but he also killed a Chain Street. When my friend called me and told me, I couldn't believe my ears. Isn't he a Superman who can't be beaten to death? He was still talking endlessly, but his friend slapped him, making him react suddenly, and immediately said to Ziming, "I'm sorry, I still have an interview task. Let's talk next time." After talking about the two foreigners, he left. Ziming didn't try to stay, because Ziming had already got the answer he wanted. A man with a gun walked and killed a Chain Avenue from the rounds of hundreds of armed policemen. Isn't this what I have been worried about? But the time shouldn't be today. More importantly, hasn't Du Peng already rushed to Yinshan? How could this happen again? Reason told Zuming that something accident must have happened now, and no matter what the reason, it was probably related to him, and he could not stay out of the matter. Thinking of this, Ziming acted immediately. He took out his mobile phone and dialed out a paging number expertly. Chapter 347. Who can stop? The chaos on Chain Street has now become a pot of porridge. People are screaming and running around like headless flies. There is no order at all. It is like being chased by an invisible beast desperately. As long as anyone runs slower was caught in an instant and then torn into pieces. Da gunshots sounded from time to time. It sounds like firecrackers during the New Year's Day, but that kind of firecrackers express the festive celebrations, and the current gunfire is a sickle of death hanging above the head. No one knew he would fall suddenly and cut off whose head. On the street outside Dongdan, there was a scene of war on the streets of Somalia. A bus and several small cars stopped in the middle of the road. The body of the bus was punched with many holes like a lotus. Some of the holes were still bleeding out. I don't know how many people were killed in the car before they could run out. There was no one standing in the car. I don't know if it was squatting on the ground shivering with his head held like the people outside, or he had lost the ability to stand and fell on the ground and groaned on a chair. Several police cars and large trucks of the armed police force have formed an iron barrel formation to surround the scene. An officer is holding a loudspeaker and shouting to the other side, "You are already surrounded. Please don't do meaningless things. Resist, take the initiative to surrender, and honestly confess your crimes to the organization is your only way out." Before the officer had finished shouting, he threw a few shots over there, and the bullet hit the police car over there making a harsh sound. Obviously this was the answer he gave. Toast and not eat or drink fine wine. Organize personnel to charge quickly. Under the order of the military officer, some armed police soldiers shot to suppress firepower there, and there were teams of armed police soldiers who were also approaching there at this time. All this seemed to be going well, but suddenly a few cold shots were released there, and the armed police soldier rushing to the front fell to the ground, and was quickly dragged back behind the bunker composed of cars by his comrades. The friendship is very deep, especially on the real battlefield. Seeing that your comrades are knocked down, the firepower of the armed police forces here suddenly rises fiercely. Fires are sprayed out one after another, and bullets are poured out without money. Sparks flew over there. The armed police forces are fighting fiercely here. Everyone is roaring and shooting with red eyes, venting his emotions. On the other side, a lonely figure is holding a semi-automatic rifle and leaning quietly behind the wheel. When the bullet flew over his head and hit him, he didn't move. He had a kind of calmness and self-confidence that belonged to the battlefield, but his face carried a touch of sadness and pain that belonged to a man. This person is no one else but the strongest soldier in the Capital Guard army that Ziming has been paying attention to. The tragedy on Chain Street was caused by him. At first, he wanted to avenge the officer surnamed Dan. It was also subconscious to escape from the barracks, but after he rushed out of the barracks, he was a little at a loss not knowing what to do. Later, he remembered that Ziming had asked him about creating chaos in the city. At this time, he had lost his mind and decided to retaliate against the society, so he drove a jeep all the way to Chain Street. When he arrived in Dongdan, He was holding a gun like shooting targets indiscriminately all around. For a while, I don't know how many innocent passers-by were knocked to the ground like cutting wheat. Fortunately, the bullets he carried were limited, and he used a semi-automatic gun. A rifle cannot be fired like a submachine gun, otherwise the number of casualties will have to be at least doubled. The bus drove over at this moment, watching the police go crazy there. The bus driver was blinded. If the driver is calm enough to step on the accelerator and rush straight past, it will be difficult to hit a few people no matter how sharpshooter he is. But unfortunately, this driver is just an ordinary person in peace times. Where he understands this, he will step on it subconsciously when the brakes were applied. The bus stopped in the middle of the road and used it as a target. After a few rounds of shooting, there was no one standing in the bus. Dongtan is very close to Zongnanhai and is a very important place. The public security and armed police quickly dispatched after receiving the alarm and rushed here to surround the inn in less than 2 minutes. Silently feeling the aura of the battlefield, suddenly 2 brilliant lights shot into his eyes, and the whole person sat up from the ground like a spring and rushed out of the bunker. He ran out. Beat him to death. An armed police officer yelled, but he could only yell, because when he looked over, he realized that all the armed police soldiers on his side were changing magazines because they had been shot out. This situation made the officer stunned for a moment. He looked at the opposite sex and ran down like a civet cat, hiding behind the wall in an instant, and frowned. Is it a coincidence, or has he calculated how often everyone here shoots? The officer took a deep breath and was shocked by his thought, because he couldn't imagine that with so many people on his side and so many guns, how could he calculate the frequency of each gun? However, following the instructions of the superior, the person opposite is indeed an elite of the capital garrison. Perhaps he is familiar with all firearms and has a natural feeling for the battlefield. Can he do it? No one wants to believe that there will be such a person, but they can be selected from the millions of soldiers in the country and have been fed by various trainings in the capital garrison for so long. It is not impossible to have such a performance. But why would such a person run out to do such a thing? Hundreds of people around him shot a lot of bullets and injured many people, but they still couldn't catch him. God knows how much it will cost to catch or kill him. This kind of thought made the armed police officer feel crazy. Anyway, he had been on the battlefield. How could he not be able to do anything with him? He moved again. The officer didn't have time to think about it. The cry in his ear quickly made him throw these thoughts away. He looked at it and saw that the police really ran out of the bunker on the wall. The officer's heart jumped when he saw it and shouted, "Voice, don't rush to shoot." But when he shouted out, it was too late. This time, without waiting for the officer's order, the armed police soldier subconsciously pulled the trigger. Da. Suddenly there was a burst of gunfire. But no matter how intense the gunshots are here, the over there is just a cat running fast. Why those bullets can't hit him? But after a tumbling and hiding in the bunker, they fired a few shots. An armed police soldier was injured immediately. Wonderful. Is this the soldier of the Red East? It is a wonderful art of war. I must record it. Behind the encirclement of the armed police, 2 foreigners were standing on the roof of their car, and a slightly fat foreigner was carrying the camera excitedly, yelling like a stimulant. If Ziming was here, he would definitely recognize that these 2 foreigners were the 2 foreign journalists he met at the Yanjing Hotel. The lanky foreigner frowned and said, "This kind of low body and fast forward." The method is indeed very effective in reducing one's exposed area, and then reducing the probability of being hit by a bullet while fast forwarding. It is very thoughtful, but I think he is more than that. Hey, let me say, I think it's not easy for him. Think about it. How many people dream of being able to effectively survive on the battlefield? Said the foreign man. The tall and thin foreigner glanced at his colleague and said calmly, "Think about it. Have you seen him change his magazine since he exchanged fire with these surrounding armed police? Change the magazine? He is using a semi-automatic rifle. His own rate of fire is not fast, and he still shoots a shot to change a place. There should be a lot of time behind the bunker to change. The foreign man guessed. No, I have counted it. From just now to now, he has fired more than 40 shots in a row. As far as I know, there is no semi-automatic rifle in the world that has such a sufficient magazine. Before the thin and tall foreign man had finished speaking, the big foreign man shouted, "Look, what is he doing? He is changing the magazine with one hand." One-handed magazine change refers to holding the gun in the right hand, pulling out the magazine with the left hand, and then using the new magazine with the left hand to slam the magazine latch on the gun. After the top is opened, the empty magazine becomes loose, and the new magazine moves forward. Squeeze, the empty magazines fall forward, and the new magazines are loaded in the normal order. This method is much faster than the normal method of changing magazines, and it can maintain the continuity of firepower without pulling the bolt again. Obviously, the continuous firepower output is accomplished through this method. Unbelievable. Simply unbelievable. The tall and thin foreigner was dumbfounded, muttering in his mouth. As the so-called layman is watching the bustle and the insider is watching the doorway, the reason why they can rush out from behind the car just now is because of the time difference of an armed police soldier changing the magazine. However, he himself did not have this concern, and changed the magazine with one hand. Technical action. He can achieve non-stop firepower shooting. This action doesn't look fancy, and it's easy to say, but it's very difficult to truly do any handed change without stopping on the battlefield, because it not only requires soldiers to be familiar with firearms, but also needs to memorize magazines in their hearts. The number of bullets inside. Because the ideal state for any handed magazine change is to leave 1 or 2 bullets not fired, so that the new magazine does not need to pull the bolt again to achieve continuous shooting. Of course, if it was just such a technical action, it wouldn't make people amazing, but the key thing is that he knows the posture of low body and fast forward, has the accurate marksmanship of mobile shooting, and can keep the firepower output without stopping, and even can calculate the number of bullets of the opponent. This is simply a fighting evildoer. There is no doubt that as long as he is given enough bullets and intact firearms, he alone can fight these hundreds of people until dark, and even achieve a perfect anti-kill. Such a nearly perfect fighter, who can stop him? This question is also the same thought of all people who witnessed this gun battle, and just at this moment, a sudden shout came. Stop it. Chapter 348 Persuasion to Surrender. The stop was like lightning that struck out of thin air, which attracted everyone's attention. At this time, everyone noticed that a black Audi had stopped beside the armed police convoy at some point, and a young man was standing with a horn by the car. He was obviously the one who had just called out. This young man was not someone else, it was Ziming, who had come from the Yanjing Hotel. This comrade, this place is very dangerous, please leave here immediately, and don't interfere with us catching criminals who endanger the motherland and the people. An armed police officer came out and said to Ziming, "I'm here to help you solve this matter." Ziming said, his eyes focused on the situation over there at the same time, and then said, "And this is not a criminal who endangers the motherland and the people, but a tragedy that shouldn't have happened." The armed police officer was stunned. He didn't understand what Ziming was talking about. What to help him? What tragedy shouldn't happen? Hundreds of armed policemen with live ammunition are here. Do you want a kid who doesn't know where he came from? What to solve? It's ridiculous. Ziming knew that he would not be able to get in with just one mouth, even if he really tried to persuade the police to surrender. So Ziming took out his mobile phone and dialed out a number proficiently and handed it to the armed police officer. You will understand after answering this call. The armed police officer took the cell phone with suspicion, and then immediately stood up straight and shouted, "Hello, Chief." When Ziming saw this situation, he ignored him and walked directly to the police. At this moment, the armed police officer shouted to Ziming from behind, "Comrade Ziming, there are elite fighters from the capital garrison. People protect you." Ziming waved his hand and said, "No need. I know this person. If he really wants to kill me, It will be useless if you send more people. The armed police officer thought about it as if that was the truth, so he said, "What about your cell phone? You keep it for me." Ziming left this sentence and walked out of the bunker surrounded by the armed police convoy without looking back. The sound of gun bolts all around rang out. Ziming could feel that when he took this step, the armed police soldiers around were nervous, raising guns. It seems that as long as there is a little situation, they will shoot for themselves without hesitation. Although Ziming knew very well in his heart that the soldiers' gunmanship, he really wanted to kill himself. Only one bullet was needed, and no amount of guns around would be useful, but Ziming would still express his concern for these armed police soldiers. Feeling warm inside, Ziming turned around and smiled and said thank you to those armed police soldiers who cared about him, and then walked towards the police. Ziming's smile made these armed police soldiers a little bit astonished. None of these armed police soldiers expected that on such a battlefield, facing such a powerful enemy, the armed police who have received professional training would be very nervous, and this it seems that the physique is a little stronger, and there is no incompetent young man who can face with such ease. Who is this? Who the hell is it? This question is not only a question from the hearts of all the armed police soldiers, but also a common doubt in the hearts of thousands of people on the scene. Ziming immediately walked out of the encirclement. This is the brightest star in the night sky. It is impossible to not be noticed, especially in the face of a powerful enemy like, even hundreds of armed police soldiers do not take him alone. Wei, didn't you come out to die? As if to prove the judgment of these people, when Ziming walked out a few steps, the gun on the other side rang, and a bullet hit in front of Ziming, raising dust and leaving a bullet hole on the ground. Hearing the gunshot fire, Ziming felt that the surrounding air became tense. Although Ziming was also taken aback by the shot, he did not react too violently. He just took a deep breath and opened his hands. Signaled the armed police soldier behind him not to be nervous. At this moment the voice of the police over the came. Ziming, what are you doing here? I will give you a chance and you will leave immediately, otherwise don't blame my bullets for ruthlessness. The words have made everyone nod involuntarily, but Ziming instead took a step forward and said, I won't go, because I came today to convince you to put down the weapon. If Ziming's appearance just made everyone feel puzzled and surprised, and Ziming stepped out firmly to make everyone admire, then Ziming's words made everyone feel ridiculous in their hearts. Is this man crazy? How come out to persuade a soldier king to surrender? What kind of joke is this? To know that a soldier can become a king of soldiers, it is not just a simple practice of fighting skills. He needs to have a tough mind and a clever mind, just like now, although everyone does not understand why you want to the quartet was killed here, but everyone knew that he must have made up his mind. How could he be moved by such a simple talk? Are you kidding me? This is a common idea in everyone's hearts. The armed police officer holding Ziming's cell phone anxiously shouted to Ziming, Comrade Ziming, you should come back first. It is useless. But Ziming was not moved. He raised the horn in his hand and said we have met, and you know me. Knowing who I am, you should believe me. After a while, the side replied, Ziming, I know that you are a good person. You dare to come out like this today, and your courage is also admired by me, so I will let you go. You hurry back. Well, the things here have nothing to do with you. Don't say anything to convince me. But I was here to convince you today, Ziming said firmly. Behind Ziming, an armed police soldier ran in front of the armed police officer and said, Captain, let him come back quickly. What does he say? What is he like to persuade him to surrender? The armed police officer shook his head gently, and did not comment on this matter, but just asked them to pay attention to protection. Looking at Ziming's steadfast figure in front, holding the big brother in his hand, the armed police officer remembered the phone call in front of him. It was from the central office. As a high-ranking officer, his thinking is no longer a complete soldier. That way, it would bring a bit of politics, and it was precisely because of this that he realized that through this phone call, this matter is no longer a simple crime, and it is very likely that it will rise to a political level. More importantly, he had a faint hunch that this Ziming was by no means an ordinary person. Perhaps he stood up so bravely today for something more important. Ziming, I said I admire you, and I do admire you, but it doesn't mean that I won't kill you, so I hope you leave quickly and stop talking nonsense here, otherwise, don't blame me. Welcome, yelled at Ziming, faintly threatened. But what nobody thought was that Ziming actually laughed loudly. Since I have stepped forward, I will not leave so simply because I have something very important to tell you. What's the matter? Asked immediately. In fact, Ziming stood up before gambling with a 3-point trust and 3-point gambling. After all, it was because of his anger that he came out to kill the quartet. No one knows what his mood is at this moment. But at the same time, Ziming also knew that he's not bad in nature, and as an elite warrior, his willpower must be extraordinary. Even if he has a mental breakdown, he must be sane. Maybe he will carry it with him. Little fantasies about his wife and children, so Ziming felt that he would be safe at least 70% when he came out. Now as the question of was asked, Ziming was completely sure of his feelings of, not to mention, just to talk about his fantasies about the family. I guessed it right. Thinking of this, Ziming let go of his heart, took a long breath and said to, I know you will do such a thing because you can't accept some things in your family, but here, I can tell you, Aksu and your son are fine, and both mother and son are in peace. Aren't you lying to me? Asked. Ziming heard the trembling sound in the sentence and understood the mood of this determined man at the moment. Then Ziming said again, you know I never lie, so please put down your gun and come out and surrender. Ziming's words echoed through the whole street like morning bells and evening drums. Following Ziming's words, the street became quiet. Everyone seemed to have expected something and held their breath, waiting. It didn't take long. A green figure over the walked out of the bunker, and under everyone's gaze, dropped the semi-automatic rifle in his hand. Surrender. The king of soldiers who only shot one shot at a time, but repeatedly confronted hundreds of armed policemen for more than an hour and never lost the wind. He actually took the initiative to put down his weapons because he didn't know where he came out of the young man's words. Come out and surrender. This scene shocked everyone's jaws. Everyone stared at everything, but no matter how they rubbed their eyes, they just stood there. The magical semi-automatic rifle he used was also thrown on the ground on one side. When everyone's heads were stuck, Ziming smiled and said to the, fortunately, Dupeng arrived in time. Although it was a 7-month premature birth, it was still a surprise. Your wife and children, they are all safe and sound. They are the sons you most look forward to. Now they have been transferred to the major hospitals in the province for care. With the best doctors and equipment, there will be no more trouble. The horrified soldier who killed the whole street also smiled. Thank you, but I'm afraid I won't have a chance to see my son. It is the power of every father to see the son, and you will see it, Ziming said. After a while, it seemed that I didn't understand the meaning of Ziming's words. It's just that Ziming didn't have time to explain so much at this time, because at this time the armed police officer had already reacted, and he was directing the armed police soldiers to rush up, suppressing the unresisting forces. Chapter 349. One sentence for everyone. I hope that my motherland will be prosperous and strong in the future, and there will be no more people like me. Just call him a strong country. Aksu, I'm sorry that something like this happened at home. I can't go home. You must take care of our children. I will be very grateful to them. This time, you will be able to overcome the dangers with their help. There will be one in the army in the future. Give me a secret mission. I can't call home often. If there is something at home, just call this phone. Tell them about the matter and they will help you. Okay, Aksu. I also miss you and my child very much. My time is limited, so let's talk about it today. With the last goodbye, hung up the phone and returned the phone to Ziming. Ziming took the phone and said to him, how? I said I won't lie to you, am I? Yes, Ziming, you are a person who speaks out. Thank you very much. Speaking, bent down and bowed deeply to Ziming. At this time he had already taken off his previous military uniform and put on ordinary clothes. He also had a pair of special handcuffs on his hands, and 2 armed police soldiers watching him from left to right, to make sure nothing is wrong. Ziming smiled at him slightly. I am also grateful that you can trust me. You didn't shoot me just now. Recalling the situation just now, looked back at the mess on Dongdan Street, shook his head very regretfully and said, I was so impulsive. I did such a thing without knowing the situation. I'm so sorry to the country. My cultivation and hope are even more sorry for the military uniform on me. At the end, I shed tears of regret, saying that men have tears and do not flick, can become the most elite soldier of the capital garrison, and he is undoubtedly a good man. Now even he is like this. It can be seen that he really regrets this matter. Facing such a situation, Ziming can only pat him on the shoulder to show comfort. After all, he really did something wrong. This incident is also a mistake. Yesterday, the local family planning committee official in Yinshan did indeed take someone to Xitan village with the local police station. The family planning committee official did beat the wife of his wife and beat her. Take it away to the county to prepare for a forced abortion. Fortunately, Du Peng rushed to Yinshan mountain in time. He immediately notified the city of the incident, and only then did he intervene to prevent the tragedy from happening. But perhaps it was God's will when Du Peng managed to prevent X's forced abortion, but at this time, he didn't know why. Xa was born prematurely. Du Peng immediately contacted the city hospital and transferred Xa to him. As things happened one after another, Du Peng didn't have time to get in touch with the family. The family only knew that Xa had been arrested by the county for a forced abortion. He also heard that it was a dead body and 2 lives. So he called hurriedly. Notice 2, here only heard the news. At that time, my head was blinded and I didn't hear it completely. Coupled with the interference of the officer surnamed Dan, this allowed to confirm this fact. The Dan family's child is undoubtedly dying by tricks, but his dying has caught so many innocent lives. Was taken away by the armed police soldier. Looking at his back, Ziming sighed. Ziming wanted to leave like this. But then the armed police officer quickly ran over to Ziming and said, Comrade Ziming, hurry up. There are many foreign journalists over there, so you can help to accept an interview. Accept an interview? What's the situation? Why should I go for an interview? Before Ziming had time to ask these questions, the armed police officer could not help but drag him to the front. This kind of thing happened in the most important street of the capital. It is undoubtedly going to make a sensation at home and abroad. Especially this area is also a concentrated area of foreigners. Many foreign media are stationed here, and they can be dispatched in the first place. In Dongdan, near the commercial building, dozens of reporters of various faces and skin tones crowded here, just as you speak Chinese in various accents. In front of them, the political commissar of the armed police force Vice-Scorched. Excuse me, what is going on today? We heard that the soldier was the most powerful soldier in the capital garrison. The reason why he did this was because he was dissatisfied with a certain policy of the country. He tried to express it in this way: my dissatisfaction with the country and the awakening of other people. Is this the case? So has that policy proved to be very inhumane? Is the policy that tramples on human rights going to be cancelled? Just an hour ago, your government had already all communications are blocked. Are you going to block the news? Before coming to the front, Ziming felt that the questions of those foreign reporters were like snowflakes. These questions were very direct and crucial. A bad answer would affect the image of the country. The multi-year-old armed police officer was struggling to support, sweating profusely. When he saw Ziming coming over, his eyes lighted up, and he immediately came over to Ziming and said, Comrade Ziming, you are so kind. The superior said that your eloquence is very good and you will be able to deal with these foreign reporters. Ziming cursed loudly in his heart. Before, Ziming wondered how this armed police officer would have thought of coming over to deal with foreign journalists. There is such a relationship in the relationship, but he did not expect that the Central Committee officials would also know how to draw on the spot. Well, Comrade Ziming, now is when the party and the country need you. I hope you can contribute to the party and the country. The political commissar of the armed police went to pull Ziming as he said, but this time Ziming was not pulled by him. Faced with his doubts, Ziming said, in fact, these foreign reporters are very easy to deal with. The political commissar of the armed police said, I understand that Comrade Ziming must be easy for you to deal with. I also know that Comrade Ziming has been to Hong Kong City. You know these foreign journalists better than we do, so the superiors will instruct us to find Ziming. Comrade Ming, come and help. Ziming waved his hand and said, no, I think you have misunderstood it. I didn't mean that. I mean I just need to teach you a word and I can deal with all foreign journalists. Comrade Ziming, are you kidding me? The political commissar of the armed police and the armed police officer next to Ziming looked at Ziming with an unbelievable appearance. To them, this was nothing short of a fantasy. There were at least a dozen journalists from various countries' newspapers. Even if they were the same reporter, they asked, the problems are also different. With these dozens or hundreds of problems, how can there be one sentence that can deal with everyone? Are you kidding me? But Ziming said very seriously, I'm not joking, I'm serious. Just one sentence we are investigating. And there is no comment. Nothing? The armed police political commissar asked in a daze. Ziming nodded and said, nothing. At this time, the two armed police officers were all dumbfounded, not to say how amazing Ziming's answer was, but that his answer was too ordinary. In short, it was a core meaningly don't know. They didn't expect this answer. They were just facing foreign reporters, and their superiors also instructed them to deal with these foreign reporters. If they just don't know, it can be considered an answer. This is just a perfunctory show. Can this work? Ziming saw what they were thinking, and immediately answered them, I can do it if I say it can. But the political commissar of the armed police wanted to say something, but Ziming interrupted him and said, it's nothing good. Why should these foreigners ask anything we have to answer? We are a big country, and we are also men. So we should be stronger and more. Don't say they are begging us for this matter now. You all know that these foreign reporters usually like to guess and write for us, deliberately discrediting our country and nation. Then they all want to discredit. This time we are fortunate not to say anything. Let them guess, write it down, do our shit. Ziming said. Is this really okay? The armed police political commissar was still a little uncertain. We are now at the critical time of reform and opening up. Before he finished speaking, Ziming immediately interrupted strongly. The more critical we are, the more we should be tougher. Because we want to develop, mainly to improve ourselves, not to ask anyone. The most important thing is our nation and country are destined to develop, and no one can stop this. Why are we not strong in this way? We must not be able to take the offense. Comrade Ziming, you are amazing. Even though the political commissar of the armed police didn't understand what Ziming's attack meant, he was very energetic when he heard what Ziming said. It made him excited. Yes, we should be stronger as men. Whatever we want to say is what we want, or you don't ask. The superior asked me to ask Comrade Ziming. You are asking the right person. The political commissar of the armed police said so, and then ran over there to answer the foreign reporters with Ziming's method. This caused Ziming to breathe a sigh of relief, because it was really difficult to ask him to perfuse the reporters. But at the moment I am not interested in getting this name, and I don't have time to write with these foreign reporters, so I had to teach him this. It's a way. Don't those foreign politicians often say that anyway? This is called being in line with international standards. What Ziming did not expect was that a reporter suddenly saw Ziming and immediately shouted to Ziming, the friend over there, I know you are the one who persuaded the king to surrender. I want to interview you. Ziming was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that he would be recognized after just coming out and shaking him. In order to get rid of the entanglement, he had to go first. The armed police officer said from behind, Comrade Ziming, you go first. We will definitely help you stop these reporters. This sentence made Ziming laugh dumbly, as if those were not foreign reporters, but assassins who wanted to hunt down themselves. Ziming quickly returned to the car. His expression became serious, because he understood that no matter whether this matter was left alone or for any reason, it is an opportunity for himself that must be valued. Chapter 350 It's time to settle the accounts. Yesterday morning, a vicious violent incident occurred on Dongdan Street, causing many people to be injured. The police in the capital mobilized after hearing the news and quickly arrested the criminals with the help of the people in the capital. This incident has clearly shown that the people and the public security officers have a deep sense of fish and water, and any unsophisticated intent to undermine the stability and unity of the people will not succeed. And the armed police officers and soldiers are very brave when arresting criminals. The news with a few hundred words was published in the newspaper the next day. It simply reported yesterday's Dongdan incident, and it was still in the corner of the newspaper. However, despite this, the agency's publicity draft was still published. The format gives a vivid expression. Tan Qianjun, Jiang Chunhua, and Tao Juling were sighing for morning tea in the elegant seat of a tea house in the center of Nanjing City, but the three of them were frowning at the moment, and the tea in front of them did not move at all, just thinking about something. The newspaper was spread out there, and the place marked with a pen on it was the news that reported the Dongdan incident. Compared with ordinary people, the three of them need to know more about them as children of the powerful. What they understand is not just a little article in the newspaper. They only need a phone call to understand what happened in Dongdan at that time, and they can better understand what kind of impact this event will bring. It is precisely because in this way, they will be so bored now. Brother Dan, I really didn't think that this gangster's mind was so fragile. At any rate, it's also an elite selected from millions of soldiers in the country. The country has spent such a high price to train him. How can you tell him how can you do something like this if you can't bear it at all? It's too shameful. Jiang Chunhua said, a little annoyed. Tan Qianjun shook his head and said, actually, it doesn't matter whether the psychological quality of this gangster is good or not. What matters is how he can rush out of the capital garrison camp with a gun. Awakening the dreamer with a single word, it was obvious that Tan Qianjun was thinking more deeply than Jiang Chunhua. Jiang Chunhua suddenly realized that, indeed, when they reported that their wife was pregnant with a second child and asked the local government to strictly enforce it in accordance with the law, they thought about whether there was an accident. But they didn't care at that time. After all, he was in the capital garrison barracks, surrounded by strong soldiers, and they were all carefully selected elites across the country. Even a group army, without heavy weapons, might not be able to negotiate. What is good? He is not an invulnerable god. How can he run out of there? But the current situation is that the police just ran out, still rushed out with a gun and killed one of their relatives. This is too weird. Damn it, this is the ghost of Ziming. Tao Juling suddenly shouted. Go Ling, don't rant now, okay? What level is Ziming? Can it also affect the capital garrison? Even Du Peng doesn't have this ability, right? Jiang Chunhua said to Tao Juling, very dissatisfied. However, Tan Qianjun was very supportive of Tao Juling's words at this time. Although Juling is still a little hysterical, what he said is essentially correct. Whether or not this matter was planned by Ziming, this matter is like Ziming's. It's impossible for him to let it go. Jiang Chunhua thought for a while and agreed with Tan Qianjun's words. Yes, Ziming is a very shrewd person. He will definitely use this to make a big fuss. Tao Juling was excited when he heard that Tan Qianjun and Jiang Chunhua were in line with his pace for the first time. It's just like this, so I keep saying that we must preemptively strike and kill Ziming first. He's such a scourge, must never be left. You don't need a state order to tell me about this. I won't wait for Ziming to take action. Tan Qianjun said this, then he turned his head and looked up at Tao Juling and asked, but Juling, your actions are too slow. It has been so long before how much of your funds have been pooled back. It needs to be at your speed. When will we wait for our layout in Lingnan? Stan, I said, as long as Ziming is killed, I will hand over the money. Tao Juling still said. This made Tan Qianjun furious, but Tan Qianjun, as the first brother in the capital, didn't yell, but sneered and said to Tao Juling, "Go Ling, Xiaohua and I treat you as brothers to help you like this. If you do this now, don't you think of me and Xiaohua as brothers? Of course I also take Danj and Huashao as brothers, but I also have my principles." Tao Juling said, "Good, your principle." Tan Qianjun said, the fierceness in his eyes was fleeting. At the same time, in Yanjing in the north, Ziming also received Du Peng from Yinshan at the railway station. Ziming drove him to the restaurant for dinner. Although there were only 2 people, Ziming felt that he was rich and self-willed, and he opened a box. They sat down in the box. Before the waiters served the food, Du Peng couldn't wait to ask, "Ziming, Yanjing, what's the situation? I heard that they went to Dongtan to make trouble." Ziming smiled bitterly and said, "The noise is not small, and there are a lot of casualties. It is estimated that he will go to a military court this time." "Damn," Du Peng said in amazement, "this guy is too restless. Why did he make trouble like this? It made me go to Yinshan for a trip for nothing." Ziming waved his hand, and then asked Du Peng, "This depends on how the central government arranges. After all, this whole thing feels very strange when I think of it from beginning to end. I don't think we should put all the responsibility on alone." As the grandson of the president, Du Peng also has good political thinking. He immediately reacted and said, "Ziming, do you suspect that this was deliberate?" "It is indeed the case from the analysis of the situation. Otherwise, even if it is more powerful, but other people in the capital garrison are not vegetarians. How could he rush out of the sentry with live ammunition? There must be a problem, but who did it? Why did he do it?" Du Peng narrowed his eyebrows for a moment and then analyzed. "The Dan family is the most unlucky in this matter. Although the cadre who opened the letters privately is the Dan family, the police did so in order to retaliate against the Tan family, but the Dan family is not for themselves. Do this death. Then it is very likely that this will be the opponent of the Dan family, but who will it be? Why does he want to do such a thing?" Ziming shook his head helplessly and said, "Okay, I said you don't pretend to be Holmes here. Now that this has happened, we don't have to worry about it anymore. No matter who did it, it has nothing to do with us. Our eyes should be placed later." "Yes, Ziming, you are right." Du Peng snapped his fingers. "Since someone has tried to dominate this matter behind the scenes, he will definitely have follow-up actions. We can cooperate with them in this matter. Make a fuss." In the end, Du Peng admired Ziming and gave a thumbs up and said, "Ziming, your boss is too powerful. It's a shame not to enter the bureau and become an official." "Forget it, just the things I do. If I work in a government office, I'm afraid I don't have any hope of promotion in this life. It is better to do my business honestly and become a business tycoon." Ziming went on to say, "And as you said, since there is the ability to do this, there will definitely be follow-up actions, so I don't think we need to make a fuss about this matter." "Don't make a fuss about this matter? Why is that?" "This is a great opportunity." Du Peng was very surprised. "Because there is enough strength to defeat the Dan family if they dare to do this thing over there." Ziming said this with great confidence. After all, in his previous life, this incident led to the abolition of the entire establishment of the capital garrison, and it also involved the management of political workers' private dismantling of military letters. The foot indeed caused a heavy blow to the Dan family. Du Peng nodded without understanding, and then asked Ziming, "Since Ziming said that you can handle the Dan family over there, then we don't care. So what should we do now?" Faced with this question, Ziming was not anxious to answer, but took a breath before saying, "We retreated all the way from Nanjian to Lianyang, and I was almost driven out of the country by Master Dan, but I am nothing. Those who can't fight back and scold them, now it's time for us to settle accounts with them. We don't have to make a big fuss about this matter, but we have to cooperate with the Bihintezan's leader to liquidate the Tan family." Ziming's answer shocked Du Peng, but at this time, neither Ziming who said this nor Du Peng who listened to it had expected that Ziming's words would coincide with the ideas of a big man. Together, in a side room in Zongnanhai, the two top leaders of the country, Yang Dingo and Du Zongyuan were drinking tea and chatting in the room. Du Zongyuan gently put down the newspaper and said to Yang Dingo, "I didn't expect those people to dare to do this." Yang Dingo took a sip of his tea and said, "There is nothing I dare not do because of interest." The Dan family has occupied the central government for too long these years, blocking the interests of many people. They have always been very dissatisfied with the Tan family. When it comes to this matter, they will naturally move their hands and feet inside. Lao Yang is very true, but this is also Lao Yang's unique vision. If it weren't for Lao Yang, you would transfer the people to the central government in time. I'm afraid they wouldn't do it so quickly. Du Zongyuan said. Yang Dingo was just about it. He smiled without making any comments. Du Zongyuan asked Yang Dingo again, "I know Mr. Yang, you have been caring about that little guy named Zuming. What do you think he will do? Will he make a big fuss on this matter?" If it was someone else, Du Zongyuan would definitely not ask, because most people don't have this ability. But Zuming and Du Zongyuan faintly felt that this young man would bring him a different surprise. Yang Dingo pondered for a while and said, "If Zuming is just making a fuss about this matter, then I can only say that his vision is still too short." Du Zongyuan raised his brows, and some did not expect that Mr. Yang would have a higher evaluation. Then Mr. Yang, what do you mean? He will definitely look farther away, because now is when they settle accounts after autumn. We will just look at it. Yang Dingo said.